The Great Explorers of the 19th Century. Chapter 1. The Dawn of a Century of Discovery. Slackness of discovery during the struggles of the Republic and Empire, Seetzen's voyages in Syria and Palestine, Horan and the circumnavigation of the Dead Sea, Decapolis, journey in Arabia, Burckhardt in Syria, expeditions in Nubia upon the two branches of the Nile, pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, the English in India, Webb at the source of the Ganges, narrative of a journey in the Punjab, Christie and Pottinger in Sindh, the same explorers cross Baluchistan into Persia, Elphinstone in Afghanistan, Persia according to Gardine, A. Duper, Moria, MacDonald, Kinnair, Price and Auseli, Guldenst at and Klaproth in the Caucasus, Lewis and Clark in the Rocky Mountains, Raffles in Sumatra and Java. A sensible diminution in geographical discovery marks the close of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries. We have already noticed the organization of the expedition sent in search of La Pérouse by the French Republic, and also Captain Baudin's important cruise along the Australian coasts. These are the only instances in which the unrestrained passions and fratricidal struggles of the French nation allowed the government to exhibit interest in geography, a science which is especially favored by the French. At a later period, Bonaparte consulted several savants and distinguished artists, and the materials for that grand undertaking which first gave an idea, incomplete though it was, of the ancient civilization of the land of the Pharaohs, were collected together. But when Bonaparte had completely given place to Napoleon, the egotistical monarch, sacrificing all else to his ruling passion for war, would no longer listen to explorations, voyages, or possible discoveries. They represented money and men stolen from him, and his expenditure of those materials was far too great to allow of such futile waste. This was clearly shown when he ceded the last remnants of French colonial rule in America to the United States for a few millions. Happily, other nations were not oppressed by the same iron hand. Absorbed although they might be in their struggle with France, they could still find volunteers to extend the range of geographical science, to establish archaeology upon scientific bases, and to prosecute linguistic and ethnographical enterprise. The learned geographer Moltbrun, in an article published by him in the Nouvelles Annales des Voyages in 1817, gives a minute account of the condition of French geographical knowledge at the beginning of the 19th century, and of the many desiderata of that science. He reviews the progress already made in navigation, astronomy, and languages. The India Company, far from concealing its discoveries, as jealousy had induced the Hudson Bay Company to do, founded academies, published memoirs, and encouraged travelers. War itself was utilized, for the French army gathered a store of precious material in Egypt. We shall shortly see how emulation spread among the various nations. From the commencement of the century, one country has taken the lead in great discoveries. German explorers have worked so earnestly, and have proved themselves possessed of will so strong and instinct so sure, that they have left little for their successors to do beyond verifying and completing their discoveries. The first in order of time was Ulrich Jasper Seetzen, born in 1767 in East Friesland. He completed his education at Göttingen and published some essays upon statistics and the natural sciences, for which he had a natural inclination. These publications attracted the attention of the government, and he was appointed Aulic councillor in the province of Tver. Seetzen's ambition, like that of Burckhardt subsequently, was an expedition to Central Africa, but he wished previously to make an exploration of Palestine and Syria, to which countries' attention was shortly to be directed by the Palestine Association, founded in London in 1805. Seetzen did not wait for this period, but in 1802 set out for Constantinople, furnished with suitable introductions. Although many pilgrims and travellers had successively visited the Holy Land and Syria, the vaguest notions about these countries prevailed. Their physical geography was not determined, details were wanting, and certain regions, as for example, the Lebanon and the Dead Sea, had never been explored. Comparative geography did not exist. It has taken the unwearied efforts of the English Association and the science of travellers in connection with it to erect that study into a science. Seetzen, whose studies had been various, found himself admirably prepared to explore a country which, often visited, was still in reality new. Having travelled through Anatolia, Seetzen reached Aleppo in May, 1802. He remained there a year, devoting himself to the practical study of the Arabic tongue, making extracts from Eastern historians and geographers, verifying the astronomical position of Aleppo, prosecuting his investigations into natural history, collecting manuscripts, and translating many of those popular songs and legends which are such valuable aids to the knowledge of a nation. Seetzen left Aleppo in 1805 for Damascus. His first expedition led him across the provinces of Horan and Jawlan, situated to the se of that town. No traveller had as yet visited these two provinces, which in the days of Roman dominion had played an important part in the history of the Jews, under the names of Auranitis and Golanitis. Seetzen was the first to give an idea of their geography. The enterprising traveller explored the Lebanon and Baalbek. He prosecuted his discoveries south of Damascus and entered Judea, exploring the eastern portion of Hermon, the Jordan, and the Dead Sea. This was the dwelling place of those races well known to us in Jewish history, the Ammonites, Moabites, and Gileadites. At the time of the Roman conquest, the western portion of this country was known as Perea, and was the center of the celebrated Decapolis or Confederacy of 10 cities. No modern traveller had visited these regions, a fact sufficient to induce Seetzen to begin his exploration with them. His friends at Damascus had tried to dissuade him from the journey by picturing the difficulties and danger of a route frequented by Bedouins, but nothing could stay him. Before visiting the Decapolis region and investigating the condition of its ruins, Seetzen traversed a small district, named Ladsha, which bore a bad reputation at Damascus on account of the Bedouins who occupied it, but which was said to contain remarkable antiquities. Leaving Damascus on the 12th of December, 1805, with an Armenian guide who misled him from the first, Seetzen, having prudently provided himself with a passport from the Pasha, proceeded from village to village escorted by an armed attendant. In a narrative published in the earlier Annals des Voyages, says the traveller, "That portion of Ladsha which I have seen is, like Horan, entirely formed of basalt, often very porous, and in many districts forming vast stony deserts. The villages, which are mostly in ruins, are built on the sides of the rocks. The black colour of the basalt, the ruined houses, the churches and towers fallen into decay, with the total dearth of trees and verdure, combine to give a sombre aspect to this country, which strikes one almost with dread. In almost every village are either Grecian inscriptions, columns, or other remnants of antiquity. Amongst others I copied an inscription of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Here, as in Horan, the doors were of basalt." Seetzen had scarcely arrived at the village of Gerasa and enjoyed a brief rest before he was surrounded by half a score of mounted men, who said they had come by order of the vice-governor of Horan to arrest him. Their master, Omar Aga, having learned that the traveller had been seen in the country the preceding year, and imagining his passports to be forgeries, had sent them to bring him before him. Resistance was useless. Without allowing himself to be disconcerted by an incident which he regarded as a simple contretemps, Seetzen proceeded in the direction of Horan, where after a day and a half's journey he met Omar Aga, travelling with the Mecca caravan. The travellers, having received a hearty welcome, departed on the morrow, but meeting upon his way with many troops of Arabs, upon whom his demeanour imposed respect, he came to the conclusion that it had been Omar Aga's intention to have him robbed. Returning to Damascus, Seetzen had great trouble in finding a guide who would accompany him in his expedition along the eastern shore of the Jordan and around the Dead Sea. At last, a certain Yusuf al-Milki, a member of the Greek Church, who for some 30 years had carried on traffic with the Arab tribes and travelled in the provinces which Seetzen desired to visit, agreed to bear him company. The two travellers left Damascus on the 19th of January, 1806. Seetzen's entire baggage consisted of a few clothes, some indispensable books, paper for drying plants, and an assortment of drugs, necessary to sustain his assumed character as a physician. He wore the dress of a sheik of secondary rank. The districts of Rashtia and Hasbaya, at the foot of Mount Hermon, whose summit at the time was hidden by snow, were the first explored by Seetzen, for the reason that they were the least known in Syria. He then visited at Cha, a village inhabited by the Druzes, upon the opposite side of the mountain, Rashtia, the residence of the emir, and Hasbaya, where he paid a visit to the Greek bishop of Shur or Shada, to whom he carried letters of recommendation. The object which chiefly attracted his attention in this mountainous district was an asphalt mine, whose produce is there used to protect the vines from insects. Leaving Hasbaya, Seetzen proceeded to Banias, the ancient Kassar Philippi, which is now a mere collection of huts. Even if traces of its fortifications were discoverable, not the smallest remains could be found of the splendid temple erected by Herod in honor of Augustus. Ancient authorities hold that the river of Banias is the source of the Jordan, but in reality that title belongs to the river Haspany, which forms the larger branch of the Jordan. Seetzen recognized it, as he also did the Lake of Merom, or the ancient Samachonitis. Here he was deserted by his muleteers, whom nothing could induce to accompany him so far as the bridge of Jisr ben at Yaqub, and also by his guide Yusuf, whom he was forced to send by the open road to await his arrival at Tiberias, while he himself proceeded on foot towards the celebrated bridge, accompanied by a single Arab attendant. He, however, found no one at Jisr ben at Yaqub who was willing to accompany him along the eastern shore of the Jordan, until a native, believing him to be a doctor, begged him to go and see his sheikh, who was suffering from ophthalmia, and who lived upon the eastern bank of the Lake of Tiberias. Seetzen gladly availed himself of this opportunity, and it was well he did so, for he was thus enabled to study the Lake of Tiberias and also the Wadi Zemak at his leisure, not, however, without risk of being robbed and murdered by his guide. Finally he reached Tiberias, called by the Arabs Taberia, where he found Yusuf, who had been waiting for him for several days. The town of Tiberias, says Seetzen, is situated upon the lake of the same name. Upon the land side it is surrounded by a good wall of cut basalt rock, but nevertheless it scarcely deserves to be called a town. No trace of its earlier splendor remains, but the ruins of the more ancient city, which extended to the Thermae, a league to the eastward, are recognizable. The famous Jezar Pasha caused a bath to be erected above the principal spring. If these baths were in Europe, they would rival all those now existing. The valley in which the lake is situated is so sheltered and so warm that dates, lemon trees, oranges, and indigo flourish there, whilst on the high ground surrounding it, the products of more temperate climates might be grown. Southwest of the lake are the remains of the ancient city of Tarichar. There, between two mountain chains, lies the beautiful plain of El Ghor, poorly cultivated and overrun by Arab hordes. No incident of moment marked Seetzen's journey to Decapolis, during which he was obliged to dress as a mendicant, to escape the rapacity of the native tribes. Over my shirt, he relates, I wore an old cambers or dressing gown, and above that a woman's ragged chemise. My head was covered with rags and my feet with old sandals. I was protected from cold and wet by an old ragged abage, which I wore across my shoulders, and a stick cut from a tree served me as a staff. My guide, who was a Greek Christian, was dressed much in the same style, and together we scoured the country for some 10 days, often hindered in our journey by chilling rains, which wetted us to the skin. For my part, I travelled an entire day in the mud with bare feet, because I could not wear my sandals upon sodden ground. Dra, which he reached a little farther on, presented but a mass of desert ruins, and no trace of the monuments which rendered it famous in earlier days were visible. El Bathin, the next district, contains hundreds of caverns hewn in the rocks, which were occupied by the ancient inhabitants. It was much the same at Seetzen's visit. That Mkes was formerly a rich and important city is proved by its many ruined tombs and monuments. Seetzen identified it with Gadara, one of the minor towns of the Decapolis. Some leagues beyond are the ruins of Abil or Abila. Seetzen's guide Ayasa refused to go there, being afraid of the Arabs. The traveller was therefore obliged to go alone. This town, he says, is entirely in ruins and abandoned. Not a single building remains, but its ancient splendor is sufficiently proved by ruins. Traces of the old fortifications remain, and also many pillars and arches of marble, basalt, and granite. Beyond the walls I found a great number of pillars. 2 of them were of an extraordinary size. Hence I concluded that a large temple had formerly existed there. On leaving El Bathin, Seetzen entered the district of Edgelon, and speedily discovered the important ruins of Disherash, which may be compared with those of Palmyra and Baalbek. It is difficult to conjecture, says Seetzen, how this town which was formerly so celebrated has hitherto escaped the attention of antiquarians. It is situated in an open plain, which is fertile and watered by a river. Several tombs with fine bas-reliefs arrested my attention before I entered it. Upon one of them I remarked a Greek inscription. The walls, which were of cut marble, are entirely crumbled away, but their length over 3/4 of a league is still discernible. No private house has been preserved, but I remarked several public buildings of fine architectural design. I found 2 magnificent amphitheatres constructed of solid marble, the columns, niches, and sea in good condition, a few palaces and 3 temples, one of the latter having a peristyle of 12 large Corinthian pillars, of which 11 were still erect. In one of these temples I found a fallen column of the finest polished Egyptian granite. Beside these, I found one of the city gates, formed of 3 arches and ornamented with pilasters, in good preservation. The finest of the remains is a street adorned throughout its length with Corinthian columns on either side, and terminating in a semicircle, which was surrounded by 60 Ionic columns, all of the choicest marble. This street was crossed by another, and at the junction of the two, large pedestals of wrought stone occupied each angle. Probably in former times these bore statues. Much of the pavement was constructed of hewn stone. Altogether I counted nearly 200 columns, still in a fair state of preservation. But the number of these is far exceeded by those which have fallen into decay, for I saw only half the extent of the town, and in all probability the other half beyond this was also rich in remarkable relics. From Seetzen's description, treacherous would appear to be identical with the ancient Gerasa, a town which up to that time had been erroneously placed on the maps. The traveller crossed Jerka, the Jabbok of Jewish history, which forms the northern boundary of the country of the Ammonites, and penetrated into the district of El Belka, formerly a flourishing country, but which he found uncultivated and barren, with but one small town, Scholt, formerly known as Amathus. Afterwards Seetzen visited Ammon, a town which under the name of Philadelphia is renowned among the Decapolitan cities, and where many antiquities are to be found, Elil, an ancient city of the Amorites, Madaba, called Madba in the time of Moses, Mount Nebo, Dibon, Karak, the country of the Moabites, and the ruins of Rabbah, Rabbath, anciently the royal residence. After much fatigue he reached the region situated at the southern extremity of the Dead Sea, named Gori Sophia. The heat was extreme, and great salt plains where no watercourses exist had to be crossed. Upon the 6th of April, Seetzen arrived in Bethlehem, and soon afterwards at Jerusalem, having suffered greatly from thirst, but having passed through most interesting countries, hitherto unvisited by any modern traveller. Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Map of Egypt, Nubia, and part of Arabia. He had also collected much valuable information respecting the nature of the waters of the Dead Sea, refuted many false notions, corrected mistakes upon the most carefully constructed maps, identified several sites of the ancient Peraa, and established the existence of numberless ruins, which bore witness to the prosperity of all this region under the sway of the Roman Empire. Upon the 25th of June, 1806, Seetzen left Jerusalem and returned to St. Jean d'Acre by sea. In an article in the Revue Germanique for 1858, M. Vinen speaks of his expedition as a veritable journey of discovery. Seetzen, however, was unwilling to leave his discoveries incomplete. 10 months later, he again visited the Dead Sea, and added largely to his observations. From thence he proceeded to Cairo, where he remained for 2 years, and bought a large portion of the Oriental manuscripts which now enrich the library of Gotha. He collected many facts about the interior of the country, choosing instinctively those only which could be amply substantiated. Seetzen, with his insatiable thirst for discovery, could not remain long in repose, far removed from idleness though it was. In April 1809, he finally left the capital of Egypt, and directed his course towards Suez and the peninsula of Sinai, which he resolved to explore before proceeding to Arabia. At this time, Arabia was a little-known country, frequented only by merchants trading in mocha coffee beans. Before Nebua's time, no scientific expedition for the study of the geography of the country or the manners and customs of the inhabitants had been organized. This expedition owed its formation to Professor Macaulay's, who was anxious to obtain information which would throw light on certain passages in the Bible, and its expenses were defrayed by the generosity of King Frederick V of Denmark. It comprised von Hannen, the mathematician, Forskal, the naturalist, a physician named Kramer, Brorenfeind, the painter, and Nebua, the engineer, a company of learned and scientific men, who thoroughly fulfilled all expectations founded upon their reputations. In the course of 2 years, fro to 1764, they visited Egypt, Mount Sinai, Jeddah, landed at Lohia, and advancing into Arabia Felix, explored the country in accordance with the speciality of each man. But the enterprising travellers succumbed to illness and fatigue, and Niebuhr alone survived to utilize the observations made by himself and his companions. His work on the subject is an inexhaustible treasury, which may be drawn upon in our own day with advantage. Seetzen, therefore, had much to achieve to eclipse the fame of his predecessor. He omitted no means of doing so. After publicly professing the faith of Islam, he embarked at Suez for Mecca, and hoped to enter that city disguised as a pilgrim. Tor and Jeddah were the places visited by him before he travelled to the holy city of Mecca. He was much impressed by the wealth of the faithful and the peculiar characteristics of that city, which lives for and by the Mahometan cultus. I was seized, says the traveller, with an emotion which I have never experienced elsewhere. It is alike unnecessary to dwell upon this portion of the voyage, and upon that relating to the excursion to Medina. Burckhardt's narrative gives a precise and trustworthy account of those holy places, and besides, there remain of Seetzen's works only the extracts published in Les Annales des Voyages, and in the correspondence of the Baron de Zac. The journal of Seetzen's travels was published in German, and in a very incomplete manner, only in 1858. The traveller returned from Medina to Mecca, and devoted himself to a secret study of the town, with its religious ceremonies, and to taking astronomical observations, which determined the position of the capital of Islam. Seetzen returned to Jeddah on the 23rd March, 1810. He then re-embarked with the Arab who had been his guide to Mecca, for Hodeidah, which is one of the principal ports of Yemen, passing the mountainous district of Beth el-Faqih, where coffee is cultivated. After a month's delay at Doran on account of illness, Seetzen entered Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, which he calls the most beautiful city of the East, on the 2nd of June. Upon the 22nd of July he reached Aden, and in November he was at Mecca, whence the last letters received from him are dated. Upon re-entering Yemen, he, like Niebuhr, was robbed of his collections and baggage, upon the pretext that he collected animals, in order to compose a philtre, with the intention of poisoning the springs. Seetzen, however, would not quietly submit to be robbed. He started at once for Sana'a, intending to lay a complaint before the Imam. This was in December 1811. A few days later news of his sudden death arrived at Tees, and the tidings soon reached the ears of the Europeans who frequented the Arabian ports. It is little to the purpose now to inquire upon whom the responsibility of this death rests, whether upon the Imam or upon those who had plundered the traveller. But we may well regret that so thorough an explorer, already familiar with the habits and customs of the Arabs, was unable to continue his explorations, and that the greater portion of his diaries and observations have been entirely lost. Seetzen, says M. Vivian de Saint Martin, was the first traveller since Ludovico Barthema, 1503, who visited Mecca, and before his time no European had even seen the holy city of Medina, consecrated by the tomb of the Prophet. From these remarks, we gather how invaluable the trustworthy narrative of this disinterested and well-informed traveller would have been. Just as an untimely death ended Seetzen's self-imposed mission, Burckhardt set out upon a similar enterprise, and like him commenced his long and minute exploration of Arabia by preliminary travel through Syria. It is seldom in the history of science, says M. Vivian de Saint Martin, that we see two men of such merit succeed each other in the same career, or rather continue it, for in reality Burckhardt followed up the traces Seetzen had opened out, and seconded for a considerable time by favourable circumstances which enabled him to prosecute his explorations. He was enabled to add very considerably to the known discoveries of his predecessor. Although John Lewis Burckhardt was not English, for he was a native of Lausanne, he must none the less be classed among the travellers of Great Britain. It was owing to his relations with Sir Joseph Banks, the naturalist who had accompanied Cook, and Hamilton, the secretary of the African Association, who gave him ready and valuable support, that Burckhardt was enabled to accomplish what he did. Burckhardt was a deeply learned man. He had passed through the universities of Leipzig and Göttingen, where he attended Blumenbach's lectures, and afterwards through Cambridge, where he studied Arabic. He started for the East in 1809. To inure himself to the hardships of a traveller's life, he imposed long fasts upon himself, accustomed himself to endure thirst, and chose the pavements of London or dusty roads for a resting place. But how trifling were these experiences in comparison with those involved in an apostolate of science. Leaving London for Syria, where he hoped to perfect his knowledge of Arabic, Burckhardt intended to proceed to Cairo, and to reach Fezzan by the route formerly opened up by Horneman. Once arrived in that country, circumstances must determine his future course. Burckhardt, having taken the name of Ibrahim ibn Abdallah, intended to pass as an Indian Mussulman. In order to carry out this disguise, he had recourse to many expedients. In an obituary notice of him in the Annals des Voyages, it is related that when unexpectedly called upon to speak the Indian language, he immediately had recourse to German. An Italian dragoman, suspecting him of being a Jawa, pulled him by his beard, thereby offering him the greatest insult possible in his character of Mussulman. But Burckhardt had so thoroughly entered into the spirit of his role that he responded by a vigorous blow, which, sending the unfortunate dragoman spinning to a distance, turned the laugh against him and thoroughly convinced the bystanders of the sincerity of the traveller. Portrait of Burckhardt. Portrait of Burckhardt. Facsimile of early engraving. Burckhardt remained at Aleppo from September 1809 to February 1812, pursuing his studies of Syrian manners and customs, and of the language of the country, with but one interruption, a 6 months' excursion to Damascus, Palmyra and the Hauran, a country which had hitherto been visited by Seetzen only. It is related that, during an excursion into Gore, a district north of Aleppo, upon the shores of the Euphrates, the traveller was robbed of his baggage and stripped of his clothes by a band of robbers. When nothing remained to him but his trousers, the wife of a chief, who had not received her share of the spoil, wished to relieve him even of those indispensable garments. The Revue Germanique says, "We owe a great deal of information to these excursions, respecting a country of which we had only crude notions, gained from Seetzen's incomplete communications. Burckhardt's power of close observation detected a number of interesting facts, even in well-known districts which had escaped the notice of other travellers. These materials were published by Colonel Martin William Leake, himself a geographer, a man of learning, and a distinguished traveller. Burckhardt had seen Palmyra and Baalbek, the slopes of Lebanon and the valley of the Orontes, Lake Huleh and the sources of the Jordan. He had discovered many ancient sites, and his observations had led especially to the discovery of the site of the far-famed de Pamir, although both he and his publisher were mistaken in their application of the data obtained. His excursions in the Oronitis were equally rich, even though coming after Seetzen's, in those geographical and archaeological details which represent the actual condition of a country, and throw a light upon the comparative geography of every age. Leaving Damascus in 1813, Burckhardt visited the Dead Sea, the valley of Aqaba and the ancient port of Azkangada, districts which in our own day are traversed by parties of English, with their Murray, Cook or Baedeker in their hands, but which then were only to be visited at the risk of life. In a lateral valley, the traveller came upon the ruins of Petra, the ancient capital of Arabia Petara. At the end of the year Burckhardt was at Cairo. Judging it best not to join the caravan which was just starting for Fezzan, he felt a great inclination to visit Nubia, a country rich in attractions for the historian, geographer and archaeologist. Nubia, the cradle of Egyptian civilization, had only been visited since the days of the Portuguese Alvares, by Poncet and Lenoir Duroul, both Frenchmen at the close of the 17th century, at the opening of the 18th by Bruce, whose narrative had so often been doubted, and by Norden, who had not penetrated beyond Dare. In 1813, Burckhardt explored Nubia proper, including Mahas and Kemiger. This expedition cost him only 42 francs, a very paltry sum in comparison with the price involved in the smallest attempt at an African journey in our own day, but we must not forget that Burckhardt was content to live upon millet seed, and that his entire cortege consisted of 2 dromedaries. 2 Englishmen, Mr. Legge and Mr. Smelt, were travelling in the country at the same time, scattering gold and presents as they passed, and thus rendering the visits of their successors costly. Burckhardt crossed the cataracts of the Nile. A little farther on, says the narrative, near a place called Jebel Lamul, the Arab guides practice a curious extortion. This is their plan of proceeding. They halt, descend from their camels, and arrange a little heap of sand and pebbles in imitation of a Nubian tomb. This they call preparing the grave for the traveller, and follow up the demonstration by an imperious demand for money. Burckhardt, having watched his guide commence this operation, began quietly to imitate him, and then said, "Here is thy grave. As we are brothers, it is but fair that we should be buried together." The Arab could not help laughing. Both graves were simultaneously destroyed, and remounting the camels, the cavalcade proceeded, better friends than before. The Arab quoted a saying from the Quran, "No human being knows in what spot of the earth he will find his grave." Here is thy grave. Here is thy grave. Burckhardt had hoped to get as far as Dingola, but was obliged to rest satisfied with collecting information about the country and the Mamelukes, who had taken refuge there after the massacre of their army by order of the Viceroy of Egypt. The attention of the traveller was frequently directed to the ruins of temples and ancient cities, than which none are more curious than those of Istanbul. The temple on the banks of the Nile is approached by an avenue flanked by 6 colossal figures, which measure 6 feet and a half from the ground to the knees. They are representations of Isis and Osiris in various attitudes. The sides and capitals of the pillars are covered with paintings or hieroglyphic carvings, in which Burckhardt thought a very ancient style was to be traced. All these are hewn out of the rock, and the faces appear to have been painted yellow, with black hair. 200 yards from this temple are the ruins of a still larger monument, consisting of 4 enormous figures, so deeply buried in the sand that it is impossible to say whether they are in a standing or sitting posture. These descriptions of antiquities, which in our own day are accurately known by drawings and photographs, have, however, little value for us, and are merely interesting as indicating the state of the ruins when Burckhardt visited them, and enabling us to judge how far the depredations of the Arabs have since changed them. Burckhardt's first excursion was limited to the borders of the Nile, a narrow space made up of little valleys, which debouched into the river. The traveller estimated the population of the country at 100,000, distributed over a surface of fertile land miles in length by a quarter of a mile in width. The men, says the narrative, are as a rule muscular, rather shorter than the Egyptians, having little beard or moustache, usually merely a pointed beard under the chin. They have a pleasant expression, are superior to the Egyptians in courage and intelligence, and naturally inquisitive. They are not thieves. They occasionally pick up a fortune by dint of hard work, but they have little enterprise. Women share the same physical advantages, are pretty as a rule and well made. Their appearance is gentle and pleasing, and they are modest in behavior. M. Denon has underrated the Nubians, but it must not be forgotten that their physique varies in different districts. Where there is much land to cultivate, they are well developed, but in districts where arable land is a mere strip, the people diminish in vigor and are sometimes walking skeletons. The whole country groaned under the yoke of the Kashefs, who were descendants of the commander of the Bosniaks, and paid only a small annual tribute to Egypt, which, however, was sufficient to serve as a pretext for oppressing the unfortunate Fellahin. Burckhardt cites a curious example of the insolence with which the Kashefs behaved. Hassan Kashef, he says, was in need of barley for his horses. Accompanied by his slaves, he walked into the fields, and there met the owner of a fine plot of barley. "How badly you cultivate your land," said he. "Here you plant barley in a field where you might have reaped an excellent crop of watermelons of double the value. See, here are some melon seeds, offering a handful to the peasant proprietor. Sow your field with these, and you slaves tear up this bad barley and bring it to me." In March 1814, after a short rest, Burckhardt undertook a fresh exploration, not this time of the banks of the Nile, but of the Nubian desert. Justly conceiving poverty to be his surest safeguard, he dismissed his servant, sold his camel, and contenting himself with 1 ass, joined a caravan of poor traders. The caravan started from Daryao, a village inhabited partly by fellahs and partly by Ababde Arabs. The traveller had good reason to complain of the former, not because they recognized him as a European, but because they imagined him to be a Syrian Turk, come to share the commerce in slaves of which they had the monopoly. It would be useless to enumerate the names of the bridges, hills, and valleys in this desert. We will rather summarize the traveller's report of the physical aspect of the country. Bruce, who had explored it, paints it in too gloomy colors and exaggerates the difficulties of the route. If Burckhardt is to be credited, the country is less barren than that between Aleppo and Baghdad, or Damascus and Medina. The Nubian desert is not merely a plain of sand, where nothing interrupts the dreary monotony. It is interspersed with rocks, some not less than 300 feet in height, and shaded by thickets of acacias or date trees. The shelter of these trees is, however, unavailing against the vertical rays of the sun, which explains an Arabic proverb, "Rely upon the favor of the great and the shade of an acacia." At Ankia or Wadi Berber, the caravan reached the Nile, after passing Shiga, one of the best mountain springs. One danger only is to be feared in crossing the desert, that of finding the wells at Nejam dry, and unless the traveller should lose his way, which, however, with trustworthy guides is little likely to happen, no serious obstacle arises. It would appear, therefore, that the sufferings experienced by Bruce must have been greatly exaggerated, although the narrative of the Scotch traveller is generally trustworthy. The natives of the province of Berber appear to be identical with the Barbarins of Bruce, the Barabas mentioned by 500 Anvil, and the Baroras spoken of by Poncet. They are a well-made race, and different in feature from the Negroes. They maintain their purity of descent by marrying only with the women of their own or of kindred tribes. Curious as is the picture Burckhardt draws of the character and manners of this tribe, it is not at all edifying. It would be difficult to convey an idea of the corruption and degradation of the Berbers. The little town of Wadi Berber, a commercial centre, the rendezvous for caravans and a depot for slaves, is a regular resort of banditti. Burckhardt, who had trusted to the protection of the merchants of Dariao, found that he had made a great mistake in so doing. They sought every means of plundering him, chased him out of their company, and forced him to seek refuge with the guides and donkey drivers, who cordially welcomed him. Upon the 10th of April, a fine was levied upon the caravan by the Mek of Damer, which lies a little south of the tributary Margren, called Merb by Bruce. This is a well-kept and cleanly fakir village, which contrasts agreeably with the ruins and filth of Berber. The fakirs give themselves up to the practices of sorcery, magic, and charlatanism. One of them, it is said, could even make a lamb bleat in the stomach of the man who had stolen and eaten it. These ignorant people have entire faith in such fables, and it must be reluctantly admitted that the fact contributes not a little to the peace of the town and the prosperity of the country. From Damer, Burckhardt proceeded to Shendi, where he passed a month, during which time no one suspected him to be an infidel. Shendi had grown in importance since Bruce's visit, and now consisted of about 1,000 houses. Considerable trade was carried on, grass, slaves, and cattle taking the place of specie. The principal marketable commodities were gum, ivory, gold, and ostrich feathers. According to Burckhardt, the number of slaves sold yearly at Shendi amounts to 5,000. 2,500 of these are for Arabia, 400 for Egypt, 1,000 for Dongola, and the districts of the Red Sea. The traveller employed his time during his stay at Sennar in collecting information about that kingdom. Amongst other curious things, he was told that the king, having one day invited the ambassador of Mehemet Ali to a cavalry review, which he considered rather formidable, the envoy in his turn begged the king to witness part of the Turkish artillery exercises. But at the outset of the performance, at the discharge of 2 small mounted guns, cavalry, infantry, spectators, courtiers, and the king himself fled in terror. Burckhardt sold his wares, and then, worn out by the persecutions of the Egyptian merchants who were his companions, he joined the caravan at Suakin, intending to traverse the unknown district between that town and Shendi. From Suakin he meant to set out for Mecca, hoping to find the Haji useful to him in the realization of his projects. The Haji, he says, form one powerful body, and every member is protected, because if one is attacked the whole number take up arms. The caravan which Burckhardt now joined consisted of 150 merchants and slaves. 200 camels were employed to convey heavy bales of danma, a stuff manufactured in Sennar, and cargoes of tobacco. The first object of interest to the travellers was the Atbara, a tributary of the Nile, whose banks, with their verdant trees, were grateful to the eye after the sandy desert. The course of the river was followed as far as the fertile district of Taka. During the journey, the white skin of the pretended Sheikh Ibrahim, it will be remembered that this was the name assumed by Burckhardt, attracted much attention from the female population, who were little accustomed to the sight of Arabs. One day, relates the traveller, a girl of the country of whom I had been buying onions offered to give me an extra quantity if I would remove my turban and show her my head. I demanded 8 more onions, which she immediately produced. As I removed my turban and exposed my white and close-shaven head to view, she sprang back in horror and dismay. I asked her jokingly if she would not like a husband with a similar head, to which she replied with much energy and many expressions of disgust, that she would prefer the ugliest slave ever brought from Darfur. Just before Gaz Raje was reached, Burckhardt's attention was attracted to a building, which he was told was either a church or temple, the same word having the 2 meanings. He at once proceeded in that direction, hoping to examine it, but his companions stopped him, saying, "It is surrounded by bands of robbers. You cannot go 100 steps without danger of attack." Burckhardt was unable to decide whether it was an Egyptian temple or a monument of the Empire of Axum. At last the caravan entered the fertile district of Tak or El Gash, a wide watered plain whose soil is wonderfully fertile, but which for 2 months in the year is uninhabited. Grain is plentiful and is sold in Jeddah for 20%, more than the best Egyptian millet. The inhabitants, who are called Hadendoa, are treacherous, dishonest, and bloodthirsty, and their women are almost as degraded as those of Shendi and Berber. Upon leaving Taka, the road to Suakin and the shores of the Red Sea lay over a chain of chalk hills. At Shentarab granite is found. The hills presented few difficulties, and the caravan reached Suakin in safety upon the 26th May, but Burckhardt's troubles were not yet at an end. The Emir and Aga combined to plunder him, and treated him as the lowest of slaves, until he produced the firman which he had received from Mehemet Ali and Ibrahim Pasha. This changed the face of affairs. Instead of being thrown into prison, the traveller was invited to the Agas, who offered him a present of a young slave. Vivian de Saint Martin writes of this expedition. This journey of from 20 to 25 days between the Nile and the Red Sea was the first ever undertaken by a European. The observations collected as to the settled or nomad tribes of these districts are invaluable for Europe. Burckhardt's narrative is of increasing interest, and few can compare with it for instruction and interest. Upon the 7th of July, Burckhardt succeeded in embarking in a boat, and 11 days later he reached Jeddah, which serves as a harbour to Mecca. Jeddah is built upon the seashore and is surrounded by a wall which, insufficient as it would be against artillery, protects it perfectly from the attacks of the Wahhabis, who have been nicknamed the Puritans of Islamism. These people are a distinct sect, who claim to restore Mohammedanism to its primitive simplicity. The entrance to the town, upon the side nearest the sea, says Burckhardt, is protected by a battery which overlooks the entire fort, and is surmounted by one enormous piece of artillery capable of discharging a 500-pound shot, which is so renowned throughout the Arabian Gulf that its reputation alone is enough to protect Jeddah. The greatest drawback to this city is its want of fresh water, which is brought from small wells 2 miles distant. Without gardens, vegetables, or date trees, Jeddah, in spite of its population of 12 or 15,000, a number which is doubled in the pilgrimage season, presents a strange appearance. The population is the reverse of autochthonous. It is composed of natives of Hadramaut and Yemen, Indians from Surat and Bombay, and Malays who come as pilgrims and settle in the town. Burckhardt introduces many anecdotes of interest into his account of the manners, mode of living, price of commodities, and number of traders in the place. Merchant of Jeddah. Merchant of Jeddah. Facsimile of early engraving. Speaking of the singular customs of the natives of Jeddah, he says, "It is the almost universal custom for everybody to swallow a cup full of ghee or melted butter in the morning. After this they take coffee, which they regard as a strong tonic, and they are so accustomed to this habit from their earliest years that they feel greatly inconvenienced if they discontinue it. The higher classes are satisfied with drinking the cup of butter, but the lower classes add another half cup, which they draw up through the nostrils, imagining that they thus prevent bad air entering the body by those apertures." The traveller left Jeddah for Taif on the 24th of August. The road winds over mountains and across valleys of romantic beauty and luxuriant verdure. Burckhardt was taken for an English spy at Taif, and although he was well received by the Pasha, he had no liberty and could not carry on his observations. Taif, it appears, is famous for the beauty of its gardens. Roses and grapes are sent from it into all the districts of Hejaz. This town had a considerable trade, and was very prosperous before it was plundered by the Wahhabis. Shores and boats of the Red Sea. Shores and boats of the Red Sea. The surveillance to which he was subjected hastened Burckhardt's departure, and upon the 7th of September he started for Mecca. Well versed in the study of the Quran, and acquainted with all the practices of Islamism, he was prepared to act the part of a pilgrim. His first care was to dress himself in accordance with the law prescribed for the faithful who enter Mecca in the ihram, or pieces of cloth without seam, one covering the loins, the other thrown over the neck and shoulders. The pilgrim's first duty is to proceed to the temple, without waiting even to procure a lodging. This Burckhardt did not fail to do, observing at the same time the rites and ceremonies prescribed in such cases, of which he gives many interesting particulars. We cannot, however, dwell upon them here. Mecca, says Burckhardt, may be called a pretty town. As a rule, the streets are wider than in most eastern cities. The houses are lofty and built of stone, and its numerous windows, opening upon the street, give it a more cheerful and European aspect than the cities of Egypt or Syria, whose dwellings generally have few windows on the outside. Every house has a terrace built of stone, and sloping in such a way as to allow water to run down the gutters into the street. Low walls with parapets conceal these terraces, for as everywhere else in the East it is not thought right for a man to appear there. He would be accused of spying upon the women, who spend much of their time upon the terrace of the house, engaged in domestic work, drying corn, hanging out linen, and see. The only public place in the city is the large court of the Grand Mosque. Trees are rare, not a garden enlivens the view, and the scene depends for animation upon the well-stocked shops which abound during the pilgrimage. With the exception of 4 or 5 large houses belonging to the administration, 2 colleges, which have since been converted into warehouses for corn, and the mosque with the few buildings and colleges connected with it, Mecca can boast of no public buildings, and cannot compete in this respect with other cities in the east of the same size. The streets are unpaved, and as drains are unknown, water collects in puddles, and the accumulation of mud is inconceivable. For a water supply the natives trust to heaven, catching the rain in cisterns, for that obtained from the wells is so foul that it is impossible to drink it. In the centre of the town, where the valley widens a little, the mosque known as Bethala or El Haram is situated. This edifice owes its fame to the Kaaba which is enclosed in it, for other eastern towns can boast of mosques equally large and more beautiful. El Haram is situated in an oblong space, surrounded on the eastern side by a quadruple colonnade, and by a triple one on the other. The columns are connected by pointed arches. Upon each four stand little domes constructed of mortar and whitened outside. Some of these columns are of white marble, granite, or porphyry, but the greater part are of the common stone found among the mountains of Mecca. The Kaaba has been so often ruined and restored that no trace of a remote antiquity remains. It was in existence before this mosque was built. The traveller says, the Kaaba is placed upon an inclined base some 2 feet high, and its roof being flat, it presents the appearance at a little distance of a perfect cube. The only door by which it can be entered, and which is opened 2 or 3 times a year, is on the north side, about 7 feet above the ground, for which reason one cannot enter except by means of a wooden staircase. The famous black stone is enshrined at the northeastern corner of the Kaaba, near the door, and forms one of the angles of the building 4 or 5 feet above the floor of the court. It is difficult to ascertain the exact nature of this stone, as its surface has been completely worn and reduced to its present condition by the kisses and worshipping touches bestowed upon it by countless millions of pilgrims. The Kaaba is entirely covered with black silk, which envelopes its sides, leaving the roof exposed. This veil or curtain is called the keswa, and is renewed yearly during the pilgrimage. It is brought from Cairo, where it is manufactured at the expense of the viceroy. Up to the time of Burckhardt, no such detailed account of Mecca and her sanctuary had been given to the world. For this reason we shall insert extracts from the original narrative, extracts which might indeed be multiplied, for they include circumstantial accounts of the sacred well, called Zemzem, water from which is considered as an infallible remedy for every complaint. The traveller speaks also of the Gate of Salvation, of the Maqam Ibrahim, a monument containing the stone upon which Abraham sat when he was engaged in building the Kaaba, and where the marks of his knees may still be seen, and of all the buildings enclosed within the temple precincts. Judging from Burckhardt's minute and complete description, these spots still retain their former physiognomy. The same number of pilgrims chant the same songs, the men only are no longer the same. His accounts of the feast of the pilgrimage and the holy enthusiasm of the faithful are followed by a picture which brings before us, in the most sombre colours, the effects of this great gathering of men, attracted from every part of the world. The termination of the pilgrimage, he says, lends a very different aspect to the mosque. Illness and death, consequent upon the great fatigues undergone during the voyage, are accelerated by the scanty covering afforded by the ihram, the unhealthy dwellings of Mecca, the bad food, and frequent absolute dearth of provisions. The temple is filled with corpses brought thither to receive the prayers of the Imam, or with sick persons who insist upon being carried, as their last hours approach, to the colonnade, hoping to be saved by the sight of the Kaaba, or in any case to have the consolation of expiring within the sacred precincts. One sees poor pilgrims, sinking under illness and hunger, dragging their weary bodies along the colonnade, and when they no longer have the strength to stretch out a hand to the passerby, they place a little jar beside the mat upon which they are laid, to receive what charity may bestow upon them. As they feel the last moment approach, they cover themselves with their ragged clothes, and very often a day passes before it is ascertained that they are dead. We will conclude our extracts from Burckhardt's account of Mecca with his opinion of the inhabitants. Although the natives of Mecca possess grand qualities, although they are pleasant, hospitable, cheerful, and proud, they openly transgress the Quran by drinking, gambling, and smoking. Deceit and perjury are no longer looked upon as crimes by them. They do not ignore the scandal such vices bring upon them, but while each individually exclaims against the corruption of manners, none reform themselves. Upon the 15th of January, 1815, Burckhardt left Mecca with a caravan of pilgrims on their way to visit the tomb of the Prophet. The journey to Medina, like that between Mecca and Jeddah, was accomplished at night, and afforded little opportunity for observation. In the winter, night traveling is less comfortable than traveling by day. A valley called Wadi Fatmi, but generally known as El Wadi, was crossed. It abounded in shrubs and date trees, and was well cultivated in the eastern portion. A little beyond it lies the valley of Es Safra, the market of the neighboring tribes, and celebrated for its plantations of dates. The traveler relates that the groves of date trees extend for nearly 4 miles, and belong to the natives of Es Safra as well as to the Bedouins of the neighborhood, who employ laborers to water the ground, and come themselves to reap the harvest. The date trees pass from one person to another in the course of trade. They are sold separately. A father often receives 3 date trees as the price of the daughter he gives in marriage. They are all planted in deep sand brought from the middle of the valley and piled up over their roots. They ought to be renewed every year, and they are generally swept away by the torrents. Each little plot is surrounded by a wall of mud or stone, and the cultivators live in hamlets or isolated cabins among the trees. The principal stream flows through a grove near the market. Beside it rises a little mosque, shaded by large chestnuts. I had seen none before in the hedges. Burckhardt was 13 days in reaching Medina, but this rather long journey was not lost time to him. He collected much information about the Arabs and the Wahhabis. At Medina, as at Mecca, the pilgrim's first duty is to visit the tomb and mosque of Mahomet, but the ceremonies attending the visit are much easier and shorter, and the traveller performed them in a quarter of an hour. Burckhardt's stay at Mecca had already been prejudicial to him. At Medina he was attacked by intermittent fever, which increased in violence and was accompanied by violent sickness. This soon so reduced him that he could no longer rise from his carpet without the assistance of his slave, a poor fellow who by nature and habit was more fit to tend camels than to take care of his worn-out and enfeebled master. Burckhardt being detained at Medina for more than 3 months by a fever, due to bad climate, the detestable quality of the water, and the prevalence of infectious illnesses, was forced to relinquish his project of crossing the desert to Aqaba in order to reach Yanibo as quickly as possible, and from thence embark for Egypt. Next to Aleppo, he says, Medina is the best-built town I have seen in the East. It is entirely of stone, the houses being generally 3 stories high with flat tops. As they are not whitewashed and the stone is brown in color, the streets, which are very narrow, have usually a somber appearance. They are often only 2 or 3 paces wide. At the present time Medina looks desolate enough. The houses are falling into ruins. Their owners, who formerly derived a considerable profit from the inroad of pilgrims, find their revenues diminishing, as the Wahhabis forbid visitors to the tomb of the Prophet, alleging that he was but a mere mortal. The possession which places Medina on a par with Mecca is the Grand Mosque, containing the tomb of Mahomet. This is smaller than that at Mecca, but is built upon the same plan, in a large square courtyard, surrounded on all sides by covered galleries, and having a small building in the center. The famous tomb, surrounded by an iron railing painted green, is near the eastern corner. It is of good workmanship, in imitation of filigree, and interlaced with inscriptions in copper. 4 doors, of which 3 lead into this enclosure, are kept constantly shut. Permission to enter is freely accorded to persons of rank, and others can purchase permission of the principal eunuchs for about 15 piastres. In the interior are hangings which surround the tomb, and are only a few feet from it. According to the historian of Medina, these hangings cover a square edifice, built of black stones, and supported upon 2 columns, in the interior of which are the sepulchres of Mahomet and his 2 eldest disciples, Abu Bakr and Omar. He also states that these sepulchres are deep holes, and that the coffin which contains the ashes of Mahomet is covered with silver, and surmounted by a marble slab with the inscription, "In the name of God, give him thy pity." The fables which were spread throughout Europe as to the tomb of the Prophet being suspended in mid-air are unknown in the Hejaz. The mosque was robbed of a great part of its treasures by the Wahhabis, but there is some ground for believing that they had been forestalled by the successive guardians of the tomb. Many other interesting details of Medina, and its inhabitants, surroundings, and the haunts of pilgrims, are to be found in Burckhardt's narrative. But we have given sufficient extracts to induce the reader who desires further information respecting the manners and customs of the Arabs, which have not changed, to refer to the book itself. Upon the 21st of April, 1815, Burckhardt joined a caravan which conducted him to Yembo, where the plague was raging. The traveller at once fell ill and became so weak that it was impossible for him to resort to a country place. To embark was equally impossible. All the vessels which were ready to start were crowded with soldiers. He was compelled to remain 18 days in the unhealthy little town, before he could obtain a passage in a small vessel which took him to Carcer, and thence to Egypt. Upon his return to Cairo, Burckhardt heard of his father's death. The traveller's constitution had been sorely tried by illness, and he was unable to attempt the ascent of Mount Sinai. The study of natural history, the publication of his diary, and his correspondence occupied him. At which time he expected to go with a caravan to Fezzan. Unfortunately, he succumbed to a sudden attack of fever, his last words being, "Write and tell my mother that my last thought was of her." Burckhardt was an accomplished traveller, well-informed, exact to minuteness, patient, courageous, and endowed with an upright and energetic character. His writings are of great value. The narrative of his voyage in Arabia, of which he unfortunately could not explore the interior, is so complete and precise that owing to it that country was then better known than many in Europe. In writing to his father from Cairo on the 13th of March, 1817, he says, "I have never said a word about what I have seen and met with that my conscience did not entirely justify. I did not expose myself to so much danger in order to write a romance." The explorers who have succeeded him in the same countries unanimously testify to his exactness, and agree in praising his fidelity, knowledge, and sagacity. Few travellers, says the Revue Germanique, have enjoyed in a like degree the faculty of observation. That is a rare gift of nature. Like all eminent qualities, he possessed a sort of intuition which discerned the truth, apart from his own observations, and thus information given by him from hearsay has a value that seldom attaches to statements of that nature. His mind, early ripened by reflection and study, he was but in his 33rd year at the time of his death, invariably went straight to the point. His narrative, always sober, is filled, one may say, rather with things than words, yet his narratives possess infinite charm. One admires the man in them as much as the savant and observer. While the biblical countries occupied the attention of Seetzen and Burckhardt, India, the birthplace of most of the European languages, was about to command the attention of students of language, literature, and religion, as well as of geography. For the present our concern is with those problems of physical geography, which the conquests and studies of the India Company were about to solve by degrees. In a preceding volume, we have related how the Portuguese rule was established in India. The union of Portugal with Spain, in 1599, led to the fall of the Portuguese colonies, which came into the possession of the English and Dutch. England soon afterwards granted a monopoly of the commerce of India to a company which was destined to play an important part in history. At this time Akbar, the great Mughal emperor, the seventh descendant of Timur-Lenk, had established a vast empire in Hindustan and Bengal, upon the ruins of the Rajput kingdoms. Owing to the personal qualities of Akbar, which had gained for him the surname of the benefactor of man, that empire was at the height of its glory. The same brilliant course was pursued by Shah Jahan. But Akbar's grandson, Aurangzeb, inspired by an insatiable ambition, assassinated his brothers, imprisoned his father, and seized the reins of government. While the Mughal Empire was in the enjoyment of profound peace, a clever adventurer laid the foundations of the Maratha Empire. The religious intolerance of Aurangzeb and his crafty policy led to the insurrection of the Rajputs and a struggle, which by draining the resources of the empire, shook his power. The death of the great usurper was followed by the decadence of the empire. Up to this period, the India Company had been unable to add to the narrow strip of territory which they possessed at the ports, but it was now to benefit by the conflict between the Nabobs and Rajas of Hindustan. It was not, however, until after the taking of Madras in 1746 by La Bourdonnais and the struggle against Dupleix that the influence and dominion of the English Company was materially increased. The crafty policy of Clive and Hastings, the English governors who successively employed force, stratagem, and bribery to attain their ends, laid the foundation of British greatness in India, and at the close of the last century, the Company were possessors of an immense extent of country, with no less than 60 millions of inhabitants. Their territory included Bengal, Bihar, the provinces of Benares, Madras, and the Sircars. Tipu Saib alone, the Sultan of Mysore, struggled against the English encroachments, but he was unable to hold out against the coalition formed against him by the skill of Colonel Wellesley. When rid of their formidable enemies, the Company overcame such opposition as remained by pensions, and under the pretext of protection, imposed upon the Rajas an English garrison which was maintained at their expense. One would imagine from all this that the English rule was detested, but that is not the case. The Company, recognizing the rights of individuals, did not attempt to change the religion, laws, or customs of their subjects. Neither is it surprising that travelers, even when they ventured into districts which, properly speaking, did not belong to Great Britain, incurred but little danger. In fact, so soon as the East India Company was free from political embarrassments, it encouraged explorers throughout its vast domains. At the same time, travelers were dispatched to the neighboring territories to collect observations, and we propose rapidly to review those expeditions. Map of English India and part of Persia. Grave Par e Moriu. One of the first and most curious was that of Webb to the sources of the Ganges, a river concerning which uncertain and contradictory opinions prevailed. The government of Bengal, recognizing the great importance of the Ganges in the interests of commerce, organized an expedition, of which Messrs. Webb, Roper and Hearsay formed part. They were to be accompanied by sepoys, native servants and interpreters. The expedition reached Hurdwar, a small village on the left of the river, upon the 1st of April, 1808. The situation of this village at the entrance of the fertile plains of Hindustan had caused it to be much frequented by pilgrims, and it was at this spot that purifications in the waters of the holy river took place during the hot season. As every pilgrimage implies the sale of relics, Hurdwar was the centre of an important market, where horses, camels, antimony, asafoetida, dried fruits, shawls, arrows, muslins, cotton and woolen goods from the Punjab, Kabulistan and Kashmir were to be had. Slaves, too, were to be bought there from 3 to 30 years of age, at prices varying fro to 150 rupees. This fair, where such different races, languages and costumes were to be met with, presented a curious spectacle. Upon the 12th of April, the English expedition set out for Gangotri, following a road planted with white mulberries and figs, as far as Gurindar. A little farther on, watermills of simple construction were at work, upon the banks of streams shaded with willows and raspberry trees. The soil was fertile, but the tyranny of the government prevented the natives from making the best of it. The route soon became mountainous, but peach, apricot, nut and other European trees abounded, and at length the expedition found themselves in the midst of a chain of mountains which appeared to belong to the Himalaya range. The Bagharati, which is known further on as the Ganges, was met with at the end of a pass. To the left the river is bounded by high, almost barren mountains, to the right stretches a fertile valley. At the village of Teachayavli the poppy is largely cultivated for the preparation of opium. Here, owing probably to the bad quality of the water, all the peasants suffer from wens. At Jasvara the travellers had to cross a bridge of rope, called a jorilla. This was a strange and perilous structure. On either side of the river, says Webb, 2 strong poles are driven in at a distance of 2 feet from each other, and across them is placed another piece of wood. To this is attached a dozen or more thick ropes, which are held down upon the ground by large heaps of wood. They are divided into 2 packets about a foot apart. Below hangs a ladder of rope knotted to one of these, which answers instead of a parapet. The flooring of the bridge is composed of small branches of trees, placed at intervals of 2.5 or 3 feet from each other. As these are generally slender, they seem as if they were on the point of breaking every moment, which naturally induces the traveller to depend upon the support of the ropes which form the parapet, and to keep them constantly under their arms. The first step taken upon so shaky a structure is sufficient to cause giddiness, for the action of walking makes it swing to either side, and the noise of the torrent over which it is suspended is not reassuring. Moreover, the bridge is so narrow that if 2 persons meet upon it, one must draw completely to the side to make room for the other. Bridge of rope. Bridge of rope. The expedition afterwards passed through the town of Baharat, where but few of the houses have been rebuilt since the earthquake of 1803. This locality has always enjoyed a certain importance from the fact that a market is held there, and also on account of the difficulty of obtaining provisions in the towns higher up, as well as from its central position. The routes to Jamohi, Kedar, Nath and Srinagar all meet there. Beyond Bathery, the road became so bad that the travellers were obliged to abandon their baggage. There was a mere path track by the edge of precipices, amid debris of stones and rocks, and the attempt to proceed was soon relinquished. Devaprayaga is situated at the junction of the Bagharati and the Alaknanda. The first, coming from the north, hurries along with noise and impetuosity. The second, broader, deeper and more tranquil, rises no less than 46 feet above its ordinary level in the rainy season. The junction of these 2 rivers forms the Ganges, and is a sacred spot from which the Brahmins draw considerable profit, as they have arranged pools there, where for a certain price pilgrims can perform their ablutions without danger of being carried away by the current. The Alexander was crossed by means of a running bridge, or dindler, which is thus described. This bridge consists of 3 or 4 large ropes fixed upon either bank, and upon these a small seat, some 18 inches square, is slung by means of hoops at either end. Upon this seat the traveller takes his place, and is drawn from one side of the river to the other by a rope pulled by the man upon the opposite bank. The expedition reached Srinagar upon the 13th of May. The curiosity of the inhabitants had been so much excited that the magistrates sent a message to the English begging them to march through the town. Srinagar, which had been visited by Colonel Hardwicke in 1796, had been almost completely destroyed by the earthquake of 1803, and had in the same year been conquered by the Gorkhalis. Here Webb was joined by the emissaries whom he had sent to Gangotri by the route which he himself had been unable to follow, and who had visited the source of the Ganges. A large rock, he says, on either side of which water flows, and which is very shallow, roughly resembles the body and mouth of a cow. A cavity at one end of its surface gave rise to its name of Gayayumaki, the mouth of the cow, who, by its fancied resemblance, is popularly supposed to vomit the water of the sacred river. A little farther on, advance is impossible. A mountain as steep as a wall rises in front. The Ganges appeared to issue from the snow which lay at its feet. The valley terminated here. No one has ever gone any farther. The expedition returned by a different route. It met with the tributaries of the Ganges and of the Kelly Gunga or Mandakini rivers rising in the mountains of Kurdar. Immense flocks of goats and sheep laden with grain were met with, numbers of defiles crossed, and after passing the towns of Badrinath and Manna, the expedition finally reached the cascade of Barsan, in the midst of heavy snow and intense cold. This, says Webb's narrative, is the goal of the devotions of the pilgrims. Some of them come here to be sprinkled by the sacred spray of the cascade. At this spot, the course of the Alaknanda may be traced as far as the southwestern extremity of the valley, but its source is hidden under heaps of snow, which have probably been accumulating for centuries. Webb furnishes some details respecting the women of Manna. They wore necklaces, earrings, and gold and silver ornaments, which were scarcely in keeping with their coarse attire. Some of the children wore necklaces and bracelets of silver to the value of 600 rupees. In winter, this town, which does a great trade with Thibet, is completely buried in snow, and the natives take refuge in neighbouring towns. The expedition visited the temple at Badrinath, which is far famed for its sanctity. Neither its internal nor external structure or appearance give any idea of the immense sums which are expended upon it. It is one of the oldest and most venerated sanctuaries of India. Ablutions are performed there in reservoirs fed with very warm sulphurous water. There are, says the narrative, a great number of hot springs, each having their special name and virtue, and from all of them doubtless the Brahmins derive profit. For this reason the poor pilgrim, as he gets through the requisite ablutions, finds his purse diminish with the number of his sins, and the many tolls exacted from him upon the road to paradise might induce him to consider the narrow way by no means the least expensive one. This temple possesses 700 villages, which have either been ceded to it by government, given as security for loans, or bought by private individuals, and given as offerings. The expedition reached Jaisalmer on the 1st of June. There the Brahmin who acted as guide received orders from the government of Nepal to conduct the travellers back immediately to the territories of the company. The government had discovered, a little late it must be admitted, that the English explorations had a political as well as a geographical significance. A month afterwards, Webb and his companions entered Delhi, having definitely settled the course of the Ganges, and ascertained the sources of the Bagharati and Alaknanda, in fact, having attained the object which the company had had in view. In 1808, the English government decided upon sending a new mission to the Punjab, then under the dominion of Ranjit Singh. The anonymous narrative of this expedition published in the Annals des Voyages offers some particulars of interest, from which we will extract a few. Upon the 6th of April, 1808, an English officer in charge of the expedition reached Hurdnai, which he represents as the rendezvous of 1,000,000 individuals at the time of the yearly fair. At Boria, which is situated between the Jumna and the Sutlej, the traveller was an object of much curiosity to the women, who begged permission to come and see him. Their looks and gestures, says the narrative, sufficiently expressed their surprise. They approached me laughing heartily, the colour of my face amused them extremely. They addressed many questions to me, asking me whether I never wore a hat, whether I exposed my face to the sun, whether I remained continually shut up, or only walked out under shelter, and whether I slept upon the table placed in my tent, although my bed occupied one side of it. The curtains were, however, closed. They then examined it in detail, together with the lining of my tent and everything belonging to it. These women were all good-looking, with mild and regular features. Their complexion was olive, and contrasted agreeably with their white and even teeth, which are a distinguishing feature of all the inhabitants of the Punjab. Mustafabad, Mulana and Umballa were visited in succession by the British officer. The country through which he passed was inhabited by Sikhs, a race remarkable for benevolence, hospitality and truthfulness. The author of the narrative is of opinion that they are the finest race of men in India. Puchala, Maikanara, Feganara, Audamita, which Lord Lake entered in 1805 in his pursuit of a Maratha chief, and finally Amritsar were stages easily passed. Amritsar is better built than the generality of towns in Hindustan. It is the largest depot of shawls and saffron as well as other articles of Deccan merchandise. The traveller says, "Upon the 14th, having put white shoes on my feet, I paid a visit to the Amritsar or reservoir of the elixir of immortality, from whence the city derives its name. It is a reservoir of about 135 feet square, built of brick, and in the centre is a pretty temple dedicated to Guru Govind Singh. A footpath leads to it. It is decorated both within and without, and the Raja often adds to its stores by gifts of ornaments. In this sacred receptacle, the Book of the Laws, written by Gurun in the Guru Maukhati's character, is placed. This temple is called Hermandal, or the dwelling of God. Some 600 priests are attached to its service, and comfortable dwellings are provided for them out of the voluntary contributions of the devotees who visit the temple. Although the priests are regarded with infinite respect, they are not absolutely free from vice. When they have money, they spend it as freely as they have gained it. The number of pretty women who daily repair to the temple is very great. They far excel the women of the inferior classes in Hindustan in the elegance of their manners, their fine proportions, and handsome features." Lahore was next visited by the officer. It is interesting to know what remained of that fine city at the commencement of the present century. The narrative says, "Its very high walls are ornamented externally with all the profusion of Eastern taste, but they are falling into ruins, as are also the mosques and houses inside the town. Time has laid its destructive hand upon this city, as upon Delhi and Agra. The ruins of Lahore are already as extensive as those of that ancient capital." 3 days after his arrival, the traveller was received with great politeness by Ranjit Singh, who conversed with him, principally upon military topics. The Raja was then 27 years of age. His countenance would have been pleasant, had not the smallpox deprived him of one eye. His manners were simple, affable, and yet kingly. After paying visits to the tomb of Shah Jahan, to the Shalimar and other monuments at Lahore, the officer returned to Delhi and the possessions of the company. To his visit was due that better knowledge of the country which could not fail to tempt the ambition of the English government. The following year, 1809, an embassy consisting of Messrs. Nicholas Hankey Smith, Henry Ellis, Robert Taylor and Henry Pottinger was sent to the emirs of Sind. The escort was commanded by Captain Charles Christie. The mission was transported to Karachi by boat. The governor of that fort refused to allow the embassy to disembark, without instructions from the emirs. An interchange of correspondence ensued, as a result of which the envoy, Smith, drew attention to certain improprieties relating to the title and respective rank of the governor-general and the emirs. The governor excused himself upon the ground of his ignorance of the Persian language, and said that not wishing a cause of misunderstanding to exist, he was quite ready to kill or put out the eyes, as the envoy pleased, of the person who had written the letter. This declaration appeared sufficient to the English, who deprecated the execution of the guilty person. In their letters, the emirs affected a tone of contemptuous superiority. At the same time, they brought a body of 8,000 men within reach, and put every possible difficulty in the way of the English efforts to procure information. After tedious negotiations, in the course of which British pride was humbled more than once, the embassy received permission to start for Hyderabad. Above Karachi, which is the principal export harbour of Sind, a vast plain without trees or vegetation extends along the coast. 5 days are necessary to cross this, and reach Tata, the ancient capital of Sind, then ruined and deserted. Formerly it was brought into communication by means of canals, with the Sind, an immense river, which is at its mouth in reality an arm of the sea. Pottinger collected the most precise, complete, and useful details respecting the Sind, which were then known. It had been arranged beforehand that the embassy should find a plausible excuse for separating and reaching Hyderabad by two different routes, in order to obtain geographical information on the country. The city was soon reached, and the same difficult negotiations about the reception of the embassy, who refused to submit to the humiliating exactions of the emirs, had to be gone through. Pottinger thus describes the arrival at Hyderabad. The precipice upon which the eastern facade of the fortress of Hyderabad is situated, the roofs of the houses, and even the fortifications, were thronged by a multitude of both sexes, who testified friendly feeling towards us by acclamation and applause. Upon reaching the palace where they were to dismount, the English were met by Uli Muhammad Khan and other eminent officers, who walked before us towards a covered platform, at the extremity of which the emirs were seated. This platform being covered with the richest Persian carpet, we took off our shoes. From the moment the envoy took the first step towards the princes, they all three rose, and remained standing until he reached the place pointed out to him, an embroidered cloth, which distinguished him from the rest of the embassy. The princes addressed to each of us polite questions respecting our health. As it was a purely ceremonial reception, everything went off well, with compliments and polite expressions. The emirs wore a great number of precious stones, in addition to those which ornamented the hilts and scabbards of their swords and daggers, and emeralds and rubies of extraordinary size shone at their girdles. They were seated according to age, the eldest in the centre, the second to his right, the youngest on the left. A carpet of light felt covered the entire circle, and over this was a mattress of silk about an inch thick, exactly large enough to accommodate the three princes. They were seated according to age. The narrative concludes with a description of Hyderabad, a fortress which would have scarcely been able to offer any resistance to a European enemy, and with various reflections upon the nature of the embassy, which had amongst other aims the closing of the entrance of Sind against the French. The treaty concluded, the English returned to Bombay. By this expedition, the East India Company gained a better knowledge of one of the neighbouring kingdoms, and collected precious documents relating to the resources and productions of a country traversed by an immense river, the Indus of the ancients, which rises in the Himalayas, and might readily serve to transport the products of an immense territory. The end gained was perhaps rather political than geographical, but science profited once more by political needs. Hitherto the little knowledge that had been gained of the regions lying between Kabulistan, India and Persia, had been as incomplete as it was defective. The company, thoroughly satisfied with the manner in which Captain Christie and Lieutenant Pottinger had accomplished their embassy, resolved to confide to them a delicate and difficult mission. They were to rejoin General Malcolm, ambassador to Persia, by crossing Baluchistan, and in so doing to collect more accurate and precise details of that vast extent of country than had hitherto been acquired. It was useless to think of crossing Baluchistan, with its fanatic population, in European dress. Christie and Pottinger therefore had recourse to a Hindu merchant, who provided horses on behalf of the governments of Madras and Bombay, and accredited them as his agents to Kelat, the capital of Baluchistan. Upon the 2nd of January 1810, the two officers embarked at Bombay for Samani, the sole seaport of the province of Lhasa, which they reached after a stay at Porbandar, on the coast of Gujarat. The entire country traversed by the travellers before they arrived at Bela was a morass, interspersed with jungle. The Jam, or governor of that town, was an intelligent man. He put numerous questions to the English, by which he showed a desire to learn, and then confided the task of conducting the travellers to Kelat, to the chief of the tribe of Bezenjos, who are Baluchis. Baluchistan warriors. Facsimile of early engraving. The climate had changed since they left Bombay, and in the mountains, Pottinger and Christie experienced cold sufficiently keen to freeze the water in the leather bottles. Kelat, says Pottinger, the capital of the whole of Baluchistan, whence it derives its name Kelat, or the city, is situated upon a height to the west of a well-cultivated plain or valley, 8 miles long and 3 wide. The greater portion of this is laid out in gardens. The town forms a square. It is surrounded on 3 sides by a mud wall about 20 feet high, flanked at distances of 250 feet, by bastions, which, like the walls, are pierced with a large number of barbicans for musketry. I had no opportunity of visiting the interior of the palace, but it consists merely of a confused mass of mud buildings with flat roofs like terraces. The whole is defended by low walls, furnished with parapets and pierced with barbicans. There are about 2,500 houses in the town, and nearly half as many in the suburbs. They are built of half-baked bricks and wood, the whole smeared over with mud. The streets, as a rule, are larger than those in towns inhabited by Asiatics. They usually have a raised footway on either side for pedestrians, in the center an open stream, which is rendered very unpleasant by the filth and rubbish thrown into it, and by the stagnant rainwater which collects, for there is no regulation insisting upon it being cleaned. Another obstacle to the cleanliness and comfort of the town exists in the projection of the upper stories of the houses, which makes the underbuildings damp and dark. The bazaar of Kelat is very large, and well stocked with every kind of merchandise. Every day it is supplied with provisions, vegetables, and all kinds of food, which are cheap. According to Pottinger's account, the population is divided into two distinct classes, the Baloches and the Brahuis, and each of these is subdivided into a number of tribes. The first is related to the modern Persian, both in appearance and speech. The Brahui, on the contrary, retains a great number of Hindu words. Intermarriage between the two has given rise to a third. The Baloches, coming from the mountains of Mekram, are Tunites, that is to say, they consider the first four imams as the legitimate successors of Mahomet. They are a pastoral people, and have the faults and virtues of their class. If they are hospitable, they are also indolent, and pass their time in gambling and smoking. As a rule, they content themselves with one or two wives, and are less jealous of their being seen by strangers than are other Mussulmen. They have a large number of slaves of both sexes whom they treat humanely. They are excellent marksmen, and passionately fond of hunting. Brave under all circumstances, they take pleasure in razzias, which they call tichepaus. As a rule, these expeditions are undertaken by the Enheroyuis, the wildest and most thievish of the Baloches. The Brahuis carry their wandering habits still farther. Few men are more active and strong. They endure the glacial cold of the mountains equally with the burning heat of the plains. They are of small stature, but as brave, as skillful in shooting, as faithful to their promises as the Baloches, and have not so pronounced a taste for plunder. Pottinger says, I have seen no Asiatic people whom they resemble, for a large number have brown hair and beards. After a short stay at Kelat, the two travellers who still passed as horse dealers resolved to continue their journey, but instead of following the high road to Kandahar, they crossed a dreary and barren country, ill-populated, watered by the Kaysar, a river which dries up during the summer, and they reached a little town called Noshki or Nauchki on the frontier of Afghanistan. At this place, the Baloches, who appeared friendly, represented to them the great difficulty of reaching Khorasan and its capital Herat by way of Sejistan. They advised the travellers to try to reach Kerman by way of Kej and Bempa, or by Surd, a village on the western frontier of Balochistan, and from thence to enter Nermanchir. At the same moment, the idea of following two distinct routes presented itself to both Christie and Pottinger. This course was contrary to their instructions, but, said Pottinger, we found a ready excuse in the unquestionable advantage which would result from our procuring more extensive geographical and statistical knowledge of the country we were sent to explore than we could hope to do by travelling together. Christie set out first by way of Dushak. We shall follow his fortunes hereafter. A few days later, while still at Nauch, Pottinger received letters from his correspondent at Kelat, telling him that the emirs of Sind were searching for them, as they had been recognized, and that his best plan for safety was to set out immediately. Upon the 25th of March, Pottinger started for Sarowan, a very small town near the Afghan frontier. Upon his way thither, Pottinger met with some singular altars, or tombs, the construction of which was attributed to the Gebers, or fire worshippers, who are known in our day as Parsis. Sarowan is 6 miles from the Sarawani Mountains, in a sterile and bare district. This town owes its existence to the constant supply of water it derives from the Bili, an inestimable advantage in a country constantly exposed to drought, scarcity and famine. Pottinger afterwards visited the Kharan, celebrated for the strength and activity of its camels, and crossed the desert which forms the southern extremity of Afghanistan. The sand of this desert is so fine that its particles are almost impalpable, and the action of the wind causes it to accumulate into heaps 10 or 20 feet high, divided by deep valleys. Even in calm weather a great number of particles float in the air, giving rise to a mirage of a peculiar kind, and getting into the traveller's eyes, mouth and nostrils, cause an excessive irritation, with an insatiable thirst. In all this territory, Pottinger personated a Pirzade, or holy man, for the natives are of a very thievish disposition, and in the character of a merchant he might have been involved in unpleasant adventures. After leaving the village of Gaul in the district of Desauk, the traveller passed through the ruined towns of Osmanabad, Hefter and Pora, where Pottinger was forced to admit that he was a Feringhi, to the great scandal of the guide, who during the 2 months they had been together had never doubted him, and to whom he had given many proofs of sanctity. At last, worn out by fatigue, and at the end of his resources, Pottinger reached Bemper, a locality which had been visited in 1808 by Mr. Grant, a captain in the Bengal sepoy infantry. Encouraged by the excellent account given by that officer, Pottinger presented himself to the Sirdar. But instead of affording him the necessary help for the prosecution of his journey, that functionary, discontented with the small present Pottinger offered him, found means to extort from him a pair of pistols, which would have been of great use to him. Basman is the last inhabited town of Baluchistan. At this spot there is a hot sulphureous spring, which the Baluchis consider a certain cure for cutaneous diseases. The frontiers of Persia are far from scientific, hence a large tract of country remains not neutral, but a subject of dispute, and is the scene of sanguinary contests. The little town of Regan in Nermanshire is very pretty. It is a fort, or rather a fortified village, surrounded by high walls in good repair, and furnished with bastions. Further on in Persia proper lies Ben, a town which was formerly of importance, as the ruins which surround it sufficiently prove. Here Pottinger was cordially received by the governor. On approaching, says Pottinger, he turned to one of his suite and asked where the Feringhi was. I was pointed out to him. Making me a sign to follow him, his fixed look at me, which took me in from head to foot, proclaimed his astonishment at my costume, which in truth was strange enough to serve as an excuse for the impoliteness of his staring. I was wearing the long shirt of a Baluchi, and a pair of trousers which had once been white, but which in the 6 weeks I had worn them had become brown, and were all but in rags. In addition to this I had on a blue turban, a piece of rope served me as a girdle, and I carried in my hand a thick stick, which had assisted me greatly in my walking and protected me from dogs. In spite of the dilapidated appearance of the tatterdemalion who thus presented himself before him, the governor received Pottinger with as much cordiality as was to be expected from a Mussulman, and provided him with a guide to Kerman. The traveller reached that town upon the 3rd of May, feeling that he had accomplished the most difficult portion of his journey, and was almost in safety. Kerman is the capital of ancient Karamania. Under the Afghan rule it was a flourishing town, and manufactured shawls which rivaled those of Kashmir. Here Pottinger witnessed one of those spectacles which, common enough to countries where human life is of little value, always fill Europeans with horror and disgust. The governor of this town was both son-in-law and nephew of the Shah, and also the son of the Shah's wife. Upon the 15th of May, says Pottinger, the prince himself judged certain persons who were accused of killing one of their servants. It is difficult to estimate the state of restlessness and alarm which prevailed in the village during the entire day. The gates of the town were shut, that no one might pass out. The government officials did not transact any business. People were cited as witnesses, without previous notice. I saw 2 or 3 taken to the palace in a state of agitation which could scarcely have been greater had they been going to the scaffold. About 3 in the afternoon the prince passed sentence upon those who had been convicted. Some had their eyes put out, some the tongue split, some had the ears, nose and lips cut off, others were deprived of their hands, fingers or toes. I learned that whilst these horrible punishments were inflicted, the prince remained seated at the window where I had seen him, and gave his orders without the least sign of compassion or of horror at the scene which took place before him. Leaving Kerman, Pottinger reached Chir Babig, which is equally distant from Yezd, Shiraz and Kerman, and thence proceeded to Ispahan, where he had the pleasure of finding his companion Christie. At Meragha he met General Malcolm. It was now 7 months since they had left Bombay. Christie had traversed miles, and Pottinger 2412. Meanwhile Christie had accomplished his perilous journey much better than he had anticipated. Leaving Nouch upon the 22nd of March, he crossed the Vachouti Mountains and some uncultivated country to the banks of the Helmand, a river which flows into Lake Hamon. After receiving a visit from the Queen Mother, Beechey was invited to a soirée given in his honour in the palace at Papiti. When the English arrived, however, they found everybody sound asleep, the hostess having forgotten all about her invitation, and gone to bed earlier than usual. She received her guests none the less cordially, however, and organized a little dance in spite of the remonstrances of the missionaries. Only the fete had to be conducted, so to speak, in silence, that the noise might not reach the ears of the police on duty on the beach. From this incident, we can guess the amount of liberty the missionary Pritchard allowed to the most exalted personages of Otaheite. What must the discipline then have been for the common herd of the natives? On the 3rd April, the young king paid a visit to Beechey, who gave him, on behalf of the Admiralty, a fine fowling piece. Very friendly was the intercourse which ensued, and the good influence the English missionaries had obtained was strengthened by the cordiality and tact of the ship's officers. Leaving Otaheite on the 26th April, Beechey reached the Sandwich Islands, where he remained some 10 days, and then set sail for Bering Strait and the Arctic Ocean. His instructions were to skirt along the North American coast as far as the state of the ice would permit. The Blossom made a halt in Kotzebue Bay, a desolate, forbidding and inhospitable spot, where the English had several interviews with the natives without obtaining any information about Franklin and his people. At last Beechey sent forward one of the ship's boats under command of Lieutenant Elson to seek the intrepid explorer. Elson was, however, unable to pass Point Barrow N. lat. 71 degrees 23, and was compelled to return to the Blossom, which in her turn was driven back to the entrance of the strait by the ice on the 13th October, the weather being clear and the frost of extreme severity. In order to turn to account the winter season, Beechey visited San Francisco and cast anchor yet again off Honolulu in the Sandwich Islands. Thanks to the liberal and enlightened policy of the government, this archipelago was now rapidly growing in prosperity. The number of houses had increased, the town was gradually acquiring a European appearance, the harbour was frequented by numerous English and American vessels, and a national navy numbering 5 brigs and 8 schooners had sprung into being. Agriculture was in a flourishing condition. Coffee, tea, spices were cultivated in extensive plantations, and efforts were being made to utilize the luxuriant sugar-cane forests native to the archipelago. After a stay in April at the mouth of the Canton River, the explorers surveyed the Ryukyu archipelago, a chain of islands connecting Japan with Formosa, and the Barninsima group, districts in which no animals were seen but big green turtles. This exploration over, the Blossom resumed her northerly course, but the atmospheric conditions were less favorable than before, and it was impossible this time to penetrate further than N. lat. 70 degrees 40. Beechey left provisions, clothes and instructions on the coast in this neighborhood in case Perry or Franklin should get as far. The explorer then cruised about until the 6th October, when he decided with the greatest regret to return to England. He touched at Monterey, San Francisco, San Blas and Valparaiso, doubled Cape Horn, cast anchor at Rio de Janeiro, and finally arrived off Spithead on the 21st October. Amorai at Kayakakua. Amorai at Kayakakua. Facsimile of early engraving. We must now give an account of the expedition of the Russian Captain Lutk, which was fruitful of most important results. The explorer's own relation of his adventures is written in a most amusing and spirited style, and from it we shall therefore quote largely. The Seniavin and the Malo were 2 transport ships built in Russia, both of which were good sea-going boats. The latter, however, was a very slow sailer, which unfortunately kept the 2 vessels apart for the greater part of the voyage. Lutk commanded the Seniavin and Stanialkowicz the Mahler. The 2 vessels set sail from Kronstadt on the 1st September, 1828, and touched at Copenhagen and Plymouth, where scientific instruments were purchased. Hardly had they left the channel before they were separated. The Seniavin, whose movements we shall most particularly follow, touched at Tenerife, where Lutk hoped to meet his consort. From the 4th to the 8th November, Tenerife had been devastated by a terrific storm such as had not been seen since the conquest. 3 vessels had perished in the very roadstead of Santa Cruz, and 2 others thrown upon the coast had gone to pieces. Torrents swollen by a tremendous downpour had destroyed gardens, walls and buildings, laid waste plantations, all but demolished one fort, swept down a number of houses in the town, and rendered several streets impassable. 300 or 400 persons had met their deaths in this convulsion of nature, and the damage done was estimated at several millions of piastres. In January the 2 vessels met again at Rio de Janeiro, and kept together as far as Cape Horn, where they encountered the usual storms and fogs, and were again separated. The Seniavin then made for Conception. On the 15th May, says Lutk, We were not more than 8 miles from the nearest coast, but a dense fog hid it from us. In the night this fog lifted, and at daybreak a scene of indescribable grandeur and magnificence met our eyes. The serrated chain of the Andes, with its pointed peaks, stood out against an azure blue sky lit up by the first rays of the morning sun. I will not add to the number of those who have exhausted themselves in vain efforts to transmit to others their own sensations at the first sight of such scenes. They are as indescribable as the majesty of the scene itself, the variety of the colors, the light, which as the sun rose gradually spread over the sky, and the clouds were alike of inimitable beauty. To our great regret this spectacle, like everything most sublime in nature, did not last long. As the atmosphere became flooded with light, the huge masses of clouds seemed with one accord to plunge into the deep, and the sun, appearing above the horizon, removed every trace of them. Luck's opinion of conception does not agree with that of some of his predecessors. He had not yet forgotten the exuberant richness of the vegetation of the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, so that he found this new coast poor. As far as he could judge, during a very short stay, the inhabitants were more affable and civilized than the people of the same class in many other countries. When he reached Valparaiso, Luck met the Mahler setting sail for Kamchatka. The crews bid each other goodbye, and thenceforth the two vessels took different directions. The first excursion of the officers and naturalists of Luck's party was to the celebrated quebradas. These, says the explorer, are ravines in the mountains, crowded so to speak with the little huts containing the greater part of the people of Valparaiso. The most densely populated of these quebradas is that rising at the southwest corner of the town. The granite, which is there laid bare, serves as a strong foundation for the buildings, and protects them from the destructive effects of earthquakes. Communication between the town and the different houses is carried on by means of narrow paths without supports or steps, which are carried along the slopes of the rocks, and on which the children play and run about like chamois. The few houses here belong to foreigners. Little paths lead up to them, and some have steps, which the Chileans look upon as a superfluous and altogether useless luxury. A staircase of tiled or palm branch roofs below and above an amphitheatre of gates and gardens present a curious spectacle. At first I kept up with the naturalists, but they presently brought me to a place where I could not advance or retire a step, which decided me to return with one of my officers, and to leave them there with a hearty wish that they might bring their heads back safely to our lodgings. As for myself, I expected to lose mine 1,000 times before I got down again. On their return from an arduous excursion, a few leagues from Valparaiso, the Marines were astonished at being arrested as they rode into the town by a patrol, who in spite of their remonstrances compelled them to dismount. It was Holy Thursday, says Luck, and from that day to Holy Saturday no one is here permitted under pain of a severe penalty either to ride, sing, dance, play on any instrument, or wear a hat. All business, work, and amusement are strictly forbidden during that time. The hill in the centre of the town with the theatre upon it is converted for the time being into a Golgotha. In the centre of a railed-in space rises a crucifix with numerous tapers and flowers about it, and female figures kneeling on either side, representing the witnesses of the Passion of our Lord. Pious souls come here to obtain absolution from their sins by loud prayers. I saw none but female penitents, not a single man was there amongst them. Most of them were doubtless very certain of obtaining the divine favour, for they came up playing and laughing, only assuming a contrite air when close to the object of their devotion, before which they knelt for a few minutes, resuming their pranks and laughter again directly they turned away. The intolerance and superstition met with by the visitors at every turn made the explorer reflect deeply. He regretted seeing so much force and so many resources, which might have promoted the intellectual progress and material prosperity of the country, wasted on perpetual revolutions. To Luck nothing less resembled a valley of paradise than Valparaiso and its environs. Rugged mountains, broken by deep quebradas, a sandy plain, in the centre of which rises the town, with the lofty heights of the Andes in the background, do not, strictly speaking, form an Eden. The traces of the terrible earthquake of 1823 were not yet entirely effaced, and here and there large spaces covered with ruins were still to be seen. On the 15th April, the Seniavin set sail for New Archangel, where she arrived on the 24th June, after a voyage unmarked by any special incident. The necessity for repairing the effects of the wear and tear of a voyage of 10 months, and of disembarking the provisions for the company of which the Seniavin was the bearer, detained Captain Luck in the Bay of Sitka for 5 weeks. This part of the coast of North America presents a wild but picturesque appearance. Lofty mountains clothed to their very peaks with dense and gloomy forests form the background of the picture. At the entrance of the bay rises Mount Edgecumbe, an extinct volcano 2,800 feet above the sea level. On entering the bay, the visitor finds himself in a labyrinth of islands, behind which rise the fortress, towers and church of New Archangel, which consists of but one row of houses with gardens, a hospital, a timber yard, and outside the palisades a large village of Kalach Indians. At this time the population consisted of a mixture of Russians, Creoles and Aleutians, numbering some 800 altogether, of whom 3/8 were in the service of the company. This population, however, fluctuates very much according to the season. In the summer almost everyone is away at the chase, and no sooner does autumn bring the people before they are all off again fishing. New Archangel does not offer too many attractions in the way of amusements. Truth to tell, it is one of the dullest places imaginable, inexpressibly gloomy, where autumn seems to reign all through the year except for 3 months, when snow falls continuously. All this, however, does not of course affect the passing visitor, and for the resident there is nothing to keep up his spirits but a good stock of philosophy or a stern determination not to die of hunger. There is a good deal of remunerative trade with California, the natives and foreign vessels. The chief furs obtained by Aleutians who hunt for the company are those of the otter, the beaver, the fox and the souslik. The natives also hunt the walrus, seal and whale, not to speak of the herring, the cod, salmon, turbot, lote, perch and soukles, a shellfish found in Queen Charlotte's Islands, used by the company as a medium of exchange with the Americans. As for these Americans, they seem to be all of one race between the 46th and degrees of Enlat. Such at least is the conclusion to which we are led by the study of their manners, customs and languages. The Kalachs of Sitka claim a man of the name of Elk as the founder of their race, favored by the protection of the raven, first cause of all things. For strange to say, this bird also plays an important part amongst the Kadiaks, who are Esquimaux. According to Lutk, the Kalachs have a tradition of a deluge and some fables which recall those of the Greek mythology. For the raven was regarded by these races with superstitious dread, as having the power of healing diseases, and see, trans. Their religion is nothing more than a kind of chamanism or belief in the power of the chamans or magicians to ward off diseases, and see they do not recognize a supreme god, but they believe in evil spirits, and in sorcerers who foretell the future, heal the sick, and transmit their office from father to son. They believe the soul to be immortal, and that the spirits of their chieftains do not mix with those of the common people. Slaves are slaves still after death. The far from consolatory nature of this creed is obvious. The government is patriarchal, the natives are divided into tribes, the members of which have the figures of animals as signs, after which they are also sometimes named. We meet for instance with the wolf, the raven, the bear, the eagle and sea. The slaves of the Kalachs are prisoners taken in war, and very miserable is their lot. Their masters hold the power of life and death over them. In some ceremonies, that on the death of a chief, for instance, the slaves who are no longer of use are sacrificed, or else their liberty is given to them. 5. The aim being to give up the slaves as property, it was a matter of indifference whether they were killed or set at liberty. Trans. Suspicious and crafty, cruel and vindictive, the Kalachs are neither better nor worse than the neighboring tribes. Hardened to fatigue, brave but idle, they leave all the housework to their wives, of whom they have many, polygamy being an institution amongst them. On leaving Sitka, Luk made for Aunalashka. Ilialuk is the chief trading establishment on that island, but it only contains some 12 Russians and 10 Aleutians of both sexes. This island has a good many productions which tend to make life pass pleasantly. It is rich in good pastures, and cattle breeding is largely carried on, but it is almost entirely wanting in timber, the inhabitants being obliged to pick up the debris flung up by the sea, which sometimes includes whole trunks of cypress, camphor trees, and a kind of wood which smells like roses. At the time of Luk's visit, the people of the Fox Islands had adopted to a great extent Russian manners and costumes. They were all Christians. The Aleutians are a hardy, kind-hearted, agile race, almost living on the sea. Since 1826, several eruptions of lava have caused terrible devastation in these islands. In May 1827, the Shishaldin volcano opened a new crater and vomited forth flames. Luk's instructions obliged him to explore St. Matthew's Island, which Cook had called Gore Island. The hydrographical survey was successful beyond the highest expectations, but the Russians could do nothing towards learning anything of the natural history of the island, for they were not allowed to land at all. In the meantime, the winter with its usual storms and fogs was rapidly drawing on. It was of no use hoping to get to Bering Strait, and Luck therefore made for Kamchatka after touching at Bering Island. He remained 3 weeks at Petropalovsky, which he employed in landing his cargo and preparing for his winter campaign. Luck's instructions were now to spend the winter in the exploration of the Caroline Islands. He decided to go first to Ulan Island, which had been discovered by the French navigator Duperrey. Here a safe harbour enabled him to make some experiments with the pendulum. On his way, Luck sought in vain for Kalana's Island in N lat. 26 degrees 9, W long, 128 degrees. He was equally unsuccessful in his search for Dexter and St. Bartholomew Islands, though he identified the brown coral group discovered by Butler in 1794, and arrived safely off Ulan on the 4th December. From the first, the relations between the natives of this island and the Russians were extremely satisfactory. Many of the former came on board, and showed so much confidence in their visitors as to remain all night, though the vessel was still in motion. It was only with great difficulty that the Seniavine entered Cockwill Harbour. Following the example of Duperrey, who had set up his observatory on the islet of Mataniel, Luck landed there and took his observations, whilst his people traded with the natives, who were, throughout his stay, peaceful, friendly and civil. To check their thieving propensities, however, a chief was kept as a hostage for a couple of days, and one canoe was burnt, these new measures being completely successful. "We are glad to be able to declare in the face of the world," says Luck, "that our stay of 3 weeks at Ulan cost not a drop of human blood, but that we were able to leave these friendly islanders without enlightening them further on the use of our firearms, which they looked upon as suitable only for the killing of birds. I don't think there is another instance of the kind in the records of any previous voyages in the South Seas." Native of Ulands. Native of Ulands. Facsimile of early engraving. After leaving Ulan, Luck had a vain search for the Musgrave Islands, marked on Krusenstern's map, and soon discovered a large island, surrounded by a coral reef, which had escaped the notice of Duperrey, and is known as Puinipit or Pornabi. Some very large and fine canoes, each manned by 14 men, and some smaller ones worked by 2 natives only, soon surrounded the vessel. Their inmates, with fierce faces and bloodshot eyes, were noisy and blustering, and did a good deal of shouting, gesticulating, and dancing before they could make up their minds to trust themselves on board the Seniavine. It would have been impossible to land, except by force, as the native canoes completely surrounded the vessel, and when an attempt at disembarkation was made, the savages surrounded the ship's boat, only retiring before the warlike attitude of the sailors and a volley from the guns of the Seniavine. Luck had not time to examine thoroughly his discovery, to which he gave the name of the Seniavine Archipelago. The information he collected on the people of the Puinipit Islands is, therefore, not very trustworthy. According to him, they do not belong to the same race as those of Ulan, but resemble rather the Papuans, the nearest of whom are those of New Ireland, 700 miles away. After another vain search, this time for St. Augustine's Island, he sighted the Cora of Lowe's Vaharites, also called Seven, or Raven Island, discovered in 1773 by the Spaniard Felipe Thompson. The navigator next saw the Mortlock Archipelago, the old Luganar group, known to tours as the Lugullos, the people of which resemble those of Ulan. He landed on the principal of these islands, which he found to be one huge garden of cocoa palms and breadfruit trees. The natives enjoy a center degree of civilization. They weave and dye the fibers of the banana and coconut palms, as do those of Ulan and Puinipit. Their fishing tackle does credit to their inventive faculties, especially a sort of case constructed of small sticks and split bamboo canes, which the fish cannot get out of when once in. They also use nets of the shape of large wallets, lines, and harpoons. Their canoes, in which they spend more than half their lives, are wonderfully adapted to their requirements. The large ones, which are a very great trouble to build, and which are kept in sheds constructed specially for them, are 26 feet long, 2.5 wide and 4 deep. They are furnished with gimbals, the cross pieces being connected by a rafter. On the other side there is a small platform, 4 feet square and furnished with a roof, under which they are accustomed to keep their provisions. These pirogues have a triangular sail, which is made of matting woven from bandanus leaves, and is attached to 2 yards. In tacking about they drop the sail, and turn the mast towards the other end of the canoe, to which at the same time they have passed the fastening of the sail, so that the pirogue moves forward by its other extremity. Luck next sighted the Namuluk group, the inhabitants of which do not differ at all from the people of Lugana, and he proved the identity of Hagalu Island, already described by Duperrey, with Quirosa. He then visited the Namnuito group, the first stratum of a number of islands, or of one large island which will some day exist in this part of the world. Luck, who was in want of biscuits and other articles, which he hoped to obtain at Guam, or from vessels at anchor in that port, now set sail for the Marian Islands, where he counted upon being able to repeat some new experiments with the pendulum, in which Freycinet had found an important anomaly of gravitation. 6. From numerous experiments, says Freycinet, with the pendulum collected at our observatory at Agagna in lat. 13 degrees 27 511, 5 N, at the level of the sea, and with the thermometer at plus 20 degrees centig, we were shown that the pendulum which, in the same circumstances, would make at Paris 86,400 oscillations in 24 mean solar hours would here make 86,295 osc. 13 in the same time. Trans. Great, however, was his surprise when he arrived to find not a sign of life at Guam. No flags waved above the two ports, the silence of death reigned everywhere, and but for the presence of a schooner at anchor in the inner harbour, it might have been a desert island. There was hardly anybody about on shore, and the few people there were half savage, from whom it was all but impossible to obtain the slightest information. Fortunately, an English deserter came and offered his services to Lutk, who sent him to the governor with a letter, which elicited a satisfactory reply. The governor was the same Medinella whose hospitality had been lauded by Kotzebue and Freycinet. There was, therefore, no difficulty in obtaining permission to set up an observatory, and to take to it the necessary provisions. The stay at Guam was, however, saddened by an accident to Lutk, who wounded himself severely in the thumb with his own gun when hunting. The repairing and refitting of the Seniavine, with the taking in of wood and water, delayed the explorer at Guam until the 19th March. During this time, Luck was able to verify the information collected 10 years ago by Freycinet in his stay of 2 months in the governor's own house. Things had not changed at all since the French traveller's visit. As it was not yet time to go north, Luck made for the Caroline Islands, via the Swedes Islands. The inhabitants seemed to him to be better made than their neighbours on the west, from whom, however, they differ in no other particulars. The Faralep, Uli, Ifuluk and Euripag Islands were successively examined, and on the 27th April the explorer started for the Bonin Islands, where he learnt that his exploration of that group had been anticipated by Beechey. He, therefore, took no hydrographical surveys. 2 of the crew of a whaling vessel, which had been shipwrecked on the coast, were still living at Bonin Sima. Since the rise of the great fisheries, this archipelago has been frequented by numerous whalemen, who here find a safe port at all seasons, plenty of wood and water, turtles for 6 months of the year, fish, and immense quantities of antiscorbutic plants, including the delicious Savoy cabbage. The majestic height and the vigour of the trees, says Lutk, the productions of the tropical and temperate zones, alternating with each other, bear witness at once to the fertility of the soil and the salubrity of the climate. Most of our vegetables and pot herbs, perhaps indeed, all of them would certainly flourish well, as would also wheat, rice and maize, nor could a better climate be desired for the cultivation of the vine. Domestic animals of every kind and bees would multiply rapidly. In a word, a small and industrious colony would shortly convert this little group into a fertile and flourishing settlement. On the 9th June, after a week's delay for want of wind, the Seniavine entered Petropolovsky, where it was retained taking in provisions until the 26th. A whole series of surveys were taken during this interval, of the coasts of Kamchatka, and of the Kodiak and Tichaukchai districts, interrupted, however, by visits to Karaghinsk Island, the Bay of St. Lawrence and the Gulf of Santa Cruz. During one of these visits, the captain met with a strange adventure. He had been for several days on a friendly footing with the Tichaukchais, whose knowledge of the people and customs of Russia he endeavoured to increase. These natives, he says, were friendly and polite, and endeavoured to pay back our jokes and tricks in our own coin. I softly patted the cheek of a sturdy Tichaukchai as a sign of kindly feeling, and suddenly received in return a box on the ear which knocked me down. Recovered from my astonishment, there I saw my Tichaukchai with a laughing face, looking like a man who has just given proof of his politeness and tact. He too had meant to give me merely a gentle tap, but it was with a hand only accustomed to deal with reindeer. The travelers were also witnesses of some proofs of the skill of a treacherous conjurer, or chairman who went behind a curtain, from which his audience soon heard a voice like the howl of a wild beast, accompanied by blows on a tambourine with a whalebone. The curtain then rose, revealing the sorcerer balancing himself, and accompanying his own voice with blows on his drum, which he held close to his ear. Presently he flung off his jacket, leaving himself naked to the waist, took a polished stone which he gave to Luck to hold, took it away again, and as he passed one hand over the other the stone disappeared. Then showing a tumor on his shoulder, he pretended that the stone was in it, turned over the tumor, extracted the stone from it, and prophesied a favorable issue of the journey of the Russians. The conjurer was congratulated on his skill, and a knife was given to him as a token of gratitude. Taking this knife in his hand, he put out his tongue and began to cut it. His mouth became full of blood, and he finally cut a piece of his tongue off and held the piece out in his hand. Here the curtain fell, probably because the skill of the professor of legerdemain could go no further. The people inhabiting the northeast corner of Asia are known under the general name of treacherous. This includes two races, one nomad like the Samoyeds, called the reindeer treacherous, the other, living in fixed habitations, called the sedentary treacherous. The mode of life, the physiognomy, and the very language of these two races differ. The idiom spoken by the sedentary treacherous has great affinity with that of the Esquimaux, whom they also resemble in their mode of building their huts and leather boats, and in the instruments they use. Sedentary treacherous. Sedentary treacherous. Luck did not see many reindeer treacherous, so that he could add nothing to the information obtained by his predecessors. He was of opinion, however, that they had been painted in unfairly gloomy colors, and that their turbulence and wildness had been grossly exaggerated. The sedentary treacherous, generally called namalos, spend the winter in sheds, and the summer in huts covered with skins. The latter usually each serve for several families. The sons and their wives, the daughters and their husbands, says the narrative, live together with their parents and vice versa. Each family occupies one division of the back part of the hut, curtained off from the others. The curtains are made of reindeer skins, sewn into the shape of a bell. They are fastened to the beams of the ceiling, and reach to the ground. With the aid of the grease they burn in cold weather, 2, 3, and sometimes more persons so warm the air with their breath in these hermetically sealed positions that all clothing is superfluous, even with the severest frost. But only treacherous lungs are fitted to respire in such an atmosphere. In the outer part of the hut cooking utensils, pottery, baskets, sealskin trunks and are kept. Here too is the hearth, if we can so call the spot where burn a few sticks of brushwood, painfully collected in the marsh, or when they are not to be obtained, whalebones floating in grease. Round about the hut on wooden dryers, black and disgusting-looking pieces of seal's flesh are exposed to view. These people lead a miserable life. They feed upon the half-raw flesh of seals and walruses hunted by themselves, or on that of whales flung up by the waves on the beach. The dog is the only domestic animal they possess, and they treat it badly enough, although the poor creatures are very affectionate and render them great services, now towing along their canoes, now dragging their sledges over the snow. After a second stay of 5 weeks at Petropalovsky, the Siniavin left Kamchatka on the 10th of November on its way back to Europe. Before reaching Manila, Luck made a cruise in the northern part of the Caroline archipelago, which he had not had time to visit during the preceding winter. He saw in succession the islands of Marilu, Falulu, Fayu, Namuniuto, Maga, Faralep, Eep, Mogmog, and found at Manila the sloop, the Mala, which was waiting his arrival. The Caroline archipelago embraces an immense space, and the Marian Islands, as well as the Radak group, might fitly be included in it, as containing a population perfectly identical in race. For a long time the old geographers had had for their guidance only the charts of missionaries who, lacking alike the education and the appliances necessary to estimate accurately the size, position, and relative distance of all these archipelagos, had attached notable importance to them, and often fixed at a considerable number of degrees the extent of a group, which covered only a few miles. Thus navigators accepted their guidance with wise caution. Freycinet was the first to infuse a little order into this chaos, and, thanks to his meeting with Cadu and Don Louis Tours, he was able to identify later with earlier discoveries. Luck did his part, and that not a small part, in the settling of an accurate and scientific chart of an archipelago which had long been the terror of navigators. The learned Russian explorer is not of the same opinion as Lesson, one of his predecessors, who connected all the inhabitants of the Caroline group with the Mongolian race, under the name of the Mongolo-Pelagian branch. He rather sees in them, as did Chamisso and Balbai, a branch of the Malay family, which has peopled eastern Polynesia, whilst Lesson compares the people of the Carolines with the Chinese and Japanese. Luck, on the other hand, finds in their great, projecting eyes, thick lips and retroous nose, a family likeness to the people of the Sandwich and Tonga Islands. The language does not suggest the slightest comparison with Japanese, whilst it shows a great resemblance to that of the Tonga Islands. Luck spent the time of his sojourn at Manila in laying in stores and repairing the sloop, and on the 30th of January, he left that Spanish possession for Russia, which he reached on the 6th of September, 1829, casting anchor in the roads of Kronstadt. It remains now to tell how it had fared with the sloop the Marler after the separation at Valparaiso. Arriving at Kamchatka from Otaheite, she had left part of her cargo at Petropalovsky, and thereafter, in August 1827, had set sail for Unalashka, where she had remained for a month. After an examination of the west coast of America, which was cut short by unfavorable weather, and a stay at Honolulu, which extended to February 1828, she had discovered the island Marler, noted the Necker, Gardner and Lisiansky Islands, and marked at a distance of 6 miles southwards a very dangerous reef. The sloop had then coasted the island of Cure, the French frigate Shoal the Reef Marrow, Pearl Island and the Isle of Hermes, and after having made search for several islands marked upon Arrowsmith's charts, had at length reached Kamchatka. At the end of April, she had set sail for Unalashka and taken observations of the north coast of the Alaska Peninsula. In September, the Marler rejoined the Seniavin, and from that period until their return to Russia, they were no more separated, save for brief intervals. As one may judge from the sufficiently detailed account which has just been given, this expedition did not fail to bring about results of importance to geographical science. We must add that the different branches of natural history, physics and astronomy owe to it equally numerous and important additions. Chapter 2. French Circumnavigators. The journey of Freycinet, Rio de Janeiro and its gypsy inhabitants, the Cape and its wines, the Bay of Sharks, stay at Timor Ambe Island and its cannibal inhabitants, the Papuan Islands, the piled dwellings of the Ulfoas, a dinner with the governor of Guam, description of the Marian Islands and their inhabitants, particulars concerning the Sandwich Islands, Port Jackson and New South Wales, shipwreck in Berkeley Sound, the Falkland Islands, return to France, the voyage of the Coquille under the command of Duperrey, Martin Vaz and Trinidad, the island of St. Catherine, the independence of Brazil, Berkeley Sound and the remains of the Uranie, stay at Conception, the civil war in Chile, the Araucanians, discoveries in the dangerous archipelago, stay at Otaheite and New Ireland, the Papuans, stay at Yulan, the Caroline Islands and their inhabitants, scientific results of the expeditions. The expedition under the command of Louis-Claude de Saulces de Freycinet was the result of the leisure which the peace of 1815 brought to the French Navy. The idea was started by one of its most adventurous officers, the same who had accompanied Baudin in his survey of the Australian coasts, and to him was entrusted the task of carrying it out. It was the first voyage which had not hydrography alone for its object. Its chief aim was to survey the shape of the land in the southern hemisphere, and to make observations in terrestrial magnetism, without at the same time omitting to give attention to all natural phenomena, and to the manners, customs and languages of indigenous races. Purely geographical inquiries, though not altogether omitted from the programme, had the least prominent place in it. Among the medical officers of the Navy, Freycinet found Coy, Gaimard and Gaudichaud, whose attainments in natural history qualified them for being valuable coadjutors, and he also chose to accompany him several distinguished officers who had risen to high rank in the Navy, the best known being Duperrey, Lamarche, Berard and Audit Pellion, who subsequently became, one a member of the Institute, the others superior officers or admirals. No less care was exercised by Freycinet in composing his crew chiefly of sailors who were also skilled in some trade, so that out of the 120 men who manned the corvette Uranie, no less than 50 could serve on occasion as carpenters, rope-makers, sail-makers, blacksmiths, or other mechanics. The Uranie, amply supplied with stores for 2 years, and provided with all sorts of apparatus of proved utility, iron cisterns for fresh water, machines for distilling salt water, preserved provisions, remedies for scurvy, and see at last, on the 17th of September 1817, she set sail from Toulon. On board, disguised as a sailor, was the commander's wife, who was not to be deterred from joining her husband by the dangers and hardships of so protracted a voyage. Together with all these provisions for bodily comfort, Freycinet took with him a stock of the best scientific instruments, together with minute instructions from the Institute intended to direct his researches and to suggest the experiments best adapted to promote the progress of science. The Uranie reached Rio de Janeiro on the 6th of December, having put in at Gibraltar, and made a short stay at Tenerife, one of the Canaries which, as Freycinet wittily observes, were not fortunate islands for his crew, all communication with the land being forbidden by the governors. During their stay at Rio de Janeiro, the officers took a great many magnetical observations and made experiments with the pendulum, whilst the naturalists scoured the country for new specimens and curiosities, making large and important collections. The original records of the voyage contain a long narrative of the discovery and colonization of Brazil, and detailed information on the customs and manners of the people, on the temperature and the climate, as well as a minute description of the principal buildings and the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro itself. The most curious part of this account is that which touches upon the gypsies, who at that time were to be met with at Rio de Janeiro. Worthy descendants of the pariahs of India, whence these gypsies without doubt originally came, says Freycinet, they are noted like their ancestors for every vicious practice and criminal propensity. Most of them, possessing immense wealth, make a great display in dress and in horses, especially at their weddings, which are celebrated with much expense, and they find their chief pleasure either in riotous debauchery or in sheer idleness. Knaves and liars, they cheat as much as they can in trade, and are also clever smugglers. Here, as elsewhere, these detestable people intermarry only among their own race. They speak a jargon of their own with a peculiar accent. The government most unaccountably tolerates the nuisance of their presence, and goes so far as to appropriate to their exclusive use 2 streets in the neighbourhood of the Campo de Santa Ana. A little further on the traveller remarks, anyone who saw Rio de Janeiro only by day would come to the conclusion that the population consisted entirely of Negroes. The respectable classes never go out except in the evening, unless compelled by some pressing circumstance or for the performance of religious duties, and it is in the evening that the ladies especially show themselves. During the day all remain indoors, and pass the time between their couches and their looking-glasses. The only places where a man can enjoy the society of the ladies are the theatres and the churches. During the sail from Brazil to the Cape of Good Hope nothing occurred deserving special mention. On the 7th March the Uranie anchored in Table Bay. After a quarantine of 3 days, the travellers obtained permission to land, and were received with a hearty welcome by Governor Somerset. As soon as a place suitable for their reception had been found, the scientific instruments were brought on shore, and the usual experiments were made with the pendulum, and the variations of the magnetic needle observed. Chapter 2000. Quoy and Gaimard, the naturalists, in company with several officers of the staff, made scientific excursions to Table Mountain and to the famous vineyards of Constantia. Gaimard observes, the vines that we rode amongst are in the midst of alleys of oak and of pine, and the vine stems, planted at the distance of 4 feet from one another, are not supported by props. Every year the vines are pruned, and the earth about them, which is of a sandy nature, is turned up. We noticed here and there plenty of peaches, apricots, apples, pears, citrons, as well as small plots cultivated as kitchen gardens. On our return, Carlin insisted on our tasting the several sorts of wine which he produces, Constantia properly so called, both red and white, Pontac, Peer and Frontignac. The wine produced in other localities, which is called Cape wine par excellence, is manufactured from a muscatel grape of a dark straw colour, which seemed to me in flavour preferable to the grape of Provence. We have just said that there are 2 sorts of Constantia, the red and the white. They are both produced from muscatel grapes of different colours. People at the Cape generally prefer Frontignac to all the other wines produced from the vintages of Constantia. Exactly a month after quitting the southern extremity of Africa, the Uranie cast anchor off Port Louis in the Isle of France, which, since the treaties of 1815, has been in the hands of the English. The necessity for careening the ship, that it might be thoroughly examined, and the copper sheathing repaired, led to a much longer stay in this port than Freycinet had calculated upon. But our travellers found no cause to regret the delay, for the society of Port Louis fully sustained its old reputation for generous hospitality. The time passed quickly in excursions, receptions, dinners, balls, horse races, and all sorts of festivities. It was, therefore, not without some regret that the French guests bade adieu to a place where they had been received with so much kindness both by their old compatriots and by those who had so lately been their bitter enemies. The stay of the Uranie at the Isle of France had not, however, been sufficiently long to allow Freycinet to investigate many subjects of much interest, but this omission was remedied by the polite readiness shown by some of the leading residents in supplying him with valuable papers on the agriculture of the island, its commerce, its financial position, the industrial pursuits, and the social condition of the people, the correct appreciation of which demanded a more careful and minute examination than a mere passing traveller could possibly give to them. Since the island had come under English administration, it appeared that a number of new roads had been planned out, and a policy of reform had supplanted a benumbing system of routine fatal to all activity and progress. Bourbon was the next place touched at by the Uranie, where the supplies of which the travellers stood in need were to be procured from the government stores. She cast anchor off St. Denis on the 19th July, 1818, remaining in the roadstead of St. Paul until the 2nd August, when she set sail for the Bay of Sharks, on the western shores of Australia. There is little of interest to be noted in connection with the stay at Bourbon, beyond the steady increase of the population, and of trade which had taken place during the century preceding the arrival of the French expedition in 1717. According to Gentle de Barbonnais, there were living in the island only 900 free people, amongst whom were no more than 6 white families and slaves. At the last census taken in 1817, these numbers had risen to 14,790 whites, 4342 free blacks, 49,759 slaves, making a total of 68,898 inhabitants. This large and rapid increase must be attributed partly to the salubrity of the climate, but chiefly to the freedom of trade, of which the island had for some time enjoyed the advantage. After a fortunate voyage of 40 days, the Uranie cast anchor at the entrance of the Bay of Sharks on the 12th September. A party was at once dispatched to Dirk Hartog in order to determine the latitude and longitude of Cape Levelant, and to bring on board the corvette a certain metal plate which had been left there by the Dutch at a remote period, and had been seen by Freycinet in 1801. Whilst this party were away, the 2 alembics were set to work to distill seawater, which was effected so successfully that as long as the vessel stayed there, no other water was drunk but that obtained by this process, and all on board were satisfied with it. On landing, the party sent to Dirk Hartog got a view of the natives, who were armed with javelins and clubs, but had not a vestige of clothing. They, however, refused to have any close communications with the white strangers, keeping themselves at a respectful distance, and not handling any of the presents offered them without a previous careful inspection. Although the Bay of Sharks had been minutely explored at the time of the expedition under Baudin, there still remained a hydrographical gap to be filled up on the eastern side of Hamelin Bay. Accordingly, Duperrey proceeded there to complete the survey of that part of the coast. At the same time Gaimard, the naturalist, not disposed to rest satisfied with the interviews which as yet he had been able to obtain with the natives of the country, whom the sound of the firearms had summarily dispersed, decided upon penetrating into the interior, to gain some information respecting their mode of life. His companion and himself lost their way, as also did Rich in 1792 upon Knight's Land, where for 3 days they underwent severe sufferings from thirst, not being able to find a single rivulet or spring in the country. The expedition were well pleased when the inhospitable shores of Indracht disappeared from view. They had a pleasant passage in lovely weather, and over an unruffled sea, to the island of Timor, where on the 9th October the Uranie cast anchor in the roadstead of Kupang, and the travellers met with a cordial reception from the Portuguese authorities, but they found that the prosperity which had made the colony an object of wonder and admiration to the French travellers who had visited it with Baudin had passed away. The Roger of Amanaubang, the district where the sandal tree grows in such abundance, who was formerly a tributary prince, was carrying on war to gain independence. The hostilities which were proceeding were not only detrimental to the interests of the colony, but also made it very difficult for Freycinet to purchase the commodities of which he stood in need. Some of the staff set off to pay a visit to the Roger Peters de Banacassi, whose residence was not more than 3/4 of a league from Kupang. Peters, then 80 years of age, must have been a remarkably fine man. He gave them an audience surrounded by his attendants, who treated him with profound respect, and among whom were conspicuous several warriors of gigantic stature. The dwelling that served for the royal palace was rudely constructed, yet the French travellers saw with lively surprise that articles of luxury were plentiful, and they observed also some muskets of good manufacture and great value. Notwithstanding the excessive heat of the climate, the thermometer rising in the open air to 45 degrees, and in the shade to 33 degrees, and even to 35 degrees, the commander and his officers carried on with unremitting zeal the observations and surveys which it was the object of the expedition to make. A few fell victims to their own imprudence, for in defiance of the earnest warnings of Freycinet, some of the young officers and the seamen chose to sally forth in the middle of the day, and with the view of fortifying themselves against the injurious effects of their dangerous freak, drank and ate plentifully of cold water and sour fruits. The result was that in a short time 5 of the most imprudent were confined to their hammocks with dysentery. This necessitated a departure from Timor, so the Uranie weighed anchor and set sail on the 23rd October. At first the corvette sailed rapidly along the north coast of Timor, for the purpose of making a survey, but when she had reached the narrowest part of the channel of Ambay, she encountered such violent currents that, the winds being slight and contrary, it was only with great difficulty she was able to regain the course which she had lost during the calm. No less than 19 days were wasted in this trying situation, though certain of the officers took advantage of the delay to land on the nearest point of the island of Ambay, where the coast had a very inviting appearance. They went on shore near a village called Baitauka, and advanced to meet a body of the natives, armed with shields and cuirasses made of buffalo skin, and carrying bows, arrows, and daggers. Savages though they were, they had quite the air of warriors, and were not at all afraid of firearms. On the contrary, they argued that the loading of the gun caused loss of time, for while that operation was going on, they could fire off a great number of arrows. Gaimard writes, "The points of the arrows were of hard wood, or of bone, and some of iron. The arrows themselves, displayed fan-wise, were fastened on the left side of the warrior to the belt of his sword or dagger. Most of these people wore bundles of palm leaves, slit so as to allow red or black-coloured strips of the same to be passed through to hold them together, which were attached to the belt or the right thigh. The rustling sound produced with every movement of the wearers of this singular ornament, increased by knocking against the cuirass or the buckler, with the addition of the tinkling of little bells, which also formed part of the warrior's equipment, altogether made such a jumble of discordant sounds that we could not refrain from laughing. Far from taking offence, our Ambayan friends joined heartily in our merriment. Arago one greatly excited their astonishment by performing some sleight-of-hand tricks. We then took our way straight to the village of Baitauka, which was situated on a rising ground. In passing one of their cottages we happened to see about a score of human jawbones suspended from the roof, and anxious to get possession of one or two, I offered the most valuable articles I had about me in exchange. The answer was, "Palami, they are sacred." We ascertained afterwards that these were the jawbones of their enemies, preserved as trophies of victory. One Jacques Arago, brother of the illustrious astronomer. Warriors of Ambay and Gebay. Warriors of Ambay and Gebay. Facsimile of early engraving. This excursion derived greater interest from the circumstance of the island of Ambay having been up to that time rarely visited by Europeans, and the few vessels that had effected any landing brought mournful accounts of the warlike and ferocious temper of the natives, and even in some instances of their cannibal propensities. Thus, in 1802 the merchant ship Rose had her small boat carried off, and the crew were detained as prisoners by the savages. 10 years later, the captain of the ship Inacho, who landed by himself, received several arrow wounds. Again, in 1817, an English frigate sent the cutter ashore for the purpose of getting wood, when a scrimmage took place between the crew and the natives, which ended in the former being killed and eaten. The day after, an armed sloop was dispatched in quest of the missing crew, but nothing was found save some fragments of the cutter and the bloody remains of the unfortunate men. In view of these facts, the French travellers must be congratulated on having escaped being entrapped by the savage cannibals, which would undoubtedly have been attempted had the Uranie stayed long enough at Ambay. On the 17th of November, the anchor was let go at Dili. After the customary interchange of compliments with the Portuguese governor, Freycinet made known the requirements of the expedition, and received a friendly assurance that the necessary provisions should be instantly forthcoming. The reception given to all the members of the expedition was both hearty and liberal, and when Freycinet took his leave, the governor, wishing that he should carry away some souvenir of his visit, presented him with 2 boys and 2 girls, of the ages of 6 and 7, natives of Failaka, a kingdom in the interior of Timor. To ensure the acceptance of this present, the governor, D. José Pinto Alcaforado de Vado y Souza, stated that the race to which the children belonged was quite unknown in Europe. In spite of all the strong and conclusive reasons that Freycinet gave to explain why he felt compelled to decline the present, he was obliged to take charge of one of the little boys, who subsequently received the name of Joseph Antonio in baptism, but when 16 years old died of some scrofulous disease at Paris. On a first examination, it would appear that the population of Timor belonged altogether to the Asiatic race, but so far as any reliance can be placed upon somewhat extended researches, there is reason to think that in the unfrequented mountains in the center of the island there exists a race of Negroes with woolly hair and savage manners, of the type of the indigenous races of New Guinea and New Ireland, whom one is led to consider the primitive population. This line of research, commenced at the close of the 18th century by an Englishman of the name of Crawford, has been in our time carried forward with striking results by the labours of the learned doctors Broca and E. Hamey, to the latter of whom the reading public are indebted for the pleasing and instructive papers on primitive populations which have appeared in Nature and in the journals of the Royal Geographical Society. After leaving Timor, the Uranie proceeded towards the Strait of Beru, and in passing between the islands of Wetter and Roma, got sight of the picturesque island of Gases, clothed in the brightest and thickest verdure imaginable. The corvette was then drifted by currents almost as far as the island of Pisang, near which she fell in with 3 dhows, manned by natives of the island of Gebi. These people have an olive complexion, broad flat noses and thick lips. Some are strong, looking robust and athletic, others are slender and weakly in appearance, and others, again, thick-set and repulsive-looking. The only clothing worn by the majority at this time was a pair of drawers fastened with a handkerchief round the waist. A landing was effected on the little island of Pisang. It was found to be of volcanic origin, and the soil, formed from the decomposition of trachytic lava, was evidently very fertile. From Pisang the corvette made her way among islands, till then scarcely known, to Rawak, where she cast anchor at noon on the 16th of December. This island, though small, is inhabited, but though our navigators were often visited by the natives of Waigiu, opportunities for studying this species of the human family have been rare. Moreover, it ought to be mentioned that through ignorance of the language of the indigenous tribes, and the difficulty of making them understand through the medium of Malayan, of which they know only a few words, even those few opportunities have not been turned to much account. As soon as a suitable position was found, the instruments were set up, and the usual physical and astronomical observations were made in conjunction with geographical researches. Rawak hut on piles. Rawak hut on piles. Facsimile of early engraving. The islands which Freycinet calls the islands of the Papuans are Rawak, Boni, Waigiu and Manaran, which are situated almost immediately below the equator. The largest of these, Waigiu, is not less than 72 miles from one side to the other. The low shorage consists mainly of swamp and morass, while the banks, which run up steeply, are surrounded by coral reefs, and are full of small caves hollowed out by the waves. All the islets are clothed with vegetation of surprising beauty. They abound with magnificent trees, amongst which the Barringtonia may be recognized, with its voluminous trunk always leaning towards the sea, allowing the tips of the branches to touch the water. The Scovola lobelia, fig trees, mangroves, the casuarine A, with their straight and slender stems shooting up to the height of 40 feet, the Rima, the Takanahaka, with its trunk more than 20 feet in circumference, the Cynometa, belonging to the family of leguminous plants, bright from its topmost to its lowest branches with pale red flowers and golden fruits, and besides these rarer trees, palms, nutmeg trees, rose-apple trees, banana trees, flourish in the low and moist ground. The luxuriant vegetation of the Papuan Islands. The luxuriant vegetation of the Papuan Islands. The fauna, however, has not attained to the same exceptionally fine development as the flora. At Rawak the phalanger and the sheepdog in a wild state were the only quadrupeds met with. In Waigiu, the boar called Barbarossa and a diminutive of the same race were found, but as to the feathered tribe, they were not so numerous as one might have supposed. The plants yielding grain necessary for the sustenance of birds not being able to thrive in the dense shade of the forests. Hornbills are here met with, whose wings, furnished with long feathers separated at the tips, make a very loud noise when they fly. Great quantities of parrots, kingfishers, turtle-doves, piping crows, brown hawks, crested pigeons, and possibly also birds of paradise, though the travellers did not see any specimens. The Papuans themselves are positively repulsively ugly. To quote the words of Audit Pelion, A flat skull, a facial angle of 75 degrees, a large mouth, eyes small and sunken, a thick nose, flat at the end and pressed down on the upper lip, a scanty beard, a peculiarity of the people of those regions already noticed, shoulders of a moderate size, a prominent belly and slight lower limbs. These are the chief characteristics of the Papuans. Their hair, both in its nature and mode of arrangement, varies a good deal. Most commonly it is dressed with great pains into a matted structure not less than 8 inches in height, composed of a mass of soft downy hair curling naturally, or it is frizzed up, till it positively bristles, and with the assistance of a coating of grease, is plastered round the skull in the shape of a globe. A long wooden comb of 6 or 7 teeth is also often stuck in, not so much to aid in keeping the mass together as to give a finishing touch of ornament. These unfortunate people are afflicted with the terrible scourge of leprosy, which is so prevalent that at least a 10th part of the population are infested with the disease. The cause of this dreadful malady must be sought in the insalubrity of the climate, the miasma from the marshes, which are overflowed with sea-water every flood tide, the neighbourhood of the burial places, which are badly kept, and perhaps also to the consumption of shellfish which these natives devour greedily. All the houses, whether inland or on the coast, are built on piles. Many of these dwellings are erected in places extremely difficult of access. They are made by thrusting stakes into the earth, to which transverse beams are fastened with ropes made of fibre, and on these a flooring is laid of palm leaves, trimmed and strongly intertwined one with another. These leaves, made to lap over in an artistic fashion, are also used for the roof of the house, which has only one door. Should the dwellings be built over the water, communication is carried on between them and the shore by means of a kind of bridge resting upon trestles, the movable flooring of which can be quickly taken up. Every house is also surrounded by a kind of balcony furnished with a balustrade. The travellers could not obtain any information as to the friendly disposition of these natives, whether the whole tribe consists of large communities united under one chief or several, whether each community obeys only its own proper head, whether the population is numerous or not, are all points which could not be ascertained. The name by which they call themselves is Ulfuras. They appeared to talk in several distinct dialects, which differ remarkably from Papuan or Malay. The inhabitants of this group seem to be a very industrious race. They manufacture all sorts of fishing apparatus very cleverly. They are expert in finding their way through the forests. They know how to prepare the pith of the sago plant, and to make ovens for the cooking of the sago. They can turn pottery ware, weave mats, carpets, baskets, and can also carve idols and figures. In the harbour of Bonny on the coast of Waigiu, Quoy and Gaymard noticed a statue moulded in white clay, under a sort of canopy close to a tomb. It represented a man standing upright of the natural height, with his hands raised towards heaven. The head was of wood, with the cheeks and eyes inlaid with small pieces of white shell. Map of Australia. On the 6th of January, 1819, having taken in supplies at Rawak, the Uranie proceeded on her voyage, and soon came in sight of the Ayu Islands, mere sandbanks surrounded by breakers, of which few geographical details had been known up to that time. There was much to be done in the way of accurate survey, but unfortunately the hydrographers were sorely hindered in their work by the fever which they and some 40 of the crew had contracted at Rawak. Sailing on, the Anchoret Islands came in sight on the 12th of February, and on the day following the Amarantes, but the Uranie did not attempt to make for the land. Shortly after passing the Amarantes, the corvette sighted St. Bartholomew, which the inhabitants call Pulausauk. It belongs to the Caroline archipelago. A busy trade, always attended with much uproar, was soon set on foot with the indigenous people, who resisted all persuasion to come on board, conducting all their transactions nevertheless with admirable good faith, in no instance showing any dishonest tendencies. One after another Pulauhat, Alit, Tamatem, Alap, Tanadik, all islands belonging to this archipelago, passed before the admiring gaze of the French navigators. At length, on the 17th of March, 1819, just 18 months from the time of quitting France, Freycinet got sight of the Marian Islands, and cast anchor in the roads of Umata on the coast of Guam. Just as the officers of the expedition were ready to go on shore, the governor of the island, D. Medinilla y Pinda, accompanied by his lieutenant, Major D. Louis de Torres, came on board to bid them welcome. These gentlemen showed a polite anxiety to learn what the explorers stood in need of, and engaged that all their wants should be supplied with the least possible delay. No time was lost in looking for a place suited for conversion into a temporary hospital, and one being found, the sick on board, to the number of 20, were removed to it for treatment the very next day. A dinner to the staff of the expedition was given by the governor, and all the officers assembled in his house at the appointed hour. They found a table covered with light cakes and fruits, in the midst of which were 2 bowls of hot punch. Some surprise escaped the guests, in private remarks to one another, at this singular kind of banquet. Could it be a fast day? Why did no one sit down? But as there was no interpreter to clear up these points, and as it would have been unbecoming to ask for an explanation, they kept their difficulties for solution among themselves, and paid attention to the good things before them. Soon a fresh surprise came. The table was cleared and covered with various sorts of prepared dishes. In short, a substantial and sumptuous dinner was served. The collation which had been taken at the commencement, called in the language of the country, refresco, had been intended only to whet the appetites of the guests for what was to follow. After this, luxurious dinners became quite the rage at Guam. 2 days subsequent to the governor's banquet, the officers found themselves at a dinner party of 50 guests, where no less than 44 separate dishes were served at each of the 3 courses of which the dinner consisted. Freycinet, from information he had received, relates that this dinner cost the lives of 2 oxen and 3 fat pigs, to say nothing of poultry, game, and fish. Such a slaughter, I should think, has not been known since the marriage feast of Gamash. No doubt our host considered that persons who had undergone so many privations during a protracted voyage ought to be compensated with an unusually profuse entertainment. The dessert showed no falling off either in abundance or in variety. It was succeeded by tea, coffee, creams, liqueurs of every description, and as the refresco had been served as usual an hour previous to dinner, it will be admitted without question that at Guam the most intrepid gourmand could find no other cause for disappointment but the limited capacity of the human stomach. However, the objects of the mission were not interfered with by all this dining and festivity. Natural history excursions, magnetical observations, the geographical survey of the island of Guam, entrusted to Duperrey, were all being pushed forward simultaneously. But in the meantime the corvette had got to moorings in the deep water off the port of St. Louis, while the chief of the staff as well as the sick were housed at Agagna, the capital of the island and the seat of government. At that place, in honor of the French visitors, cockfights took place, a kind of sport very popular in all the Spanish possessions in Oceania. Dances also were given, the figures in which, it was said, contained allusions to events in the history of Mexico. The dancers, students of the Agagna College, were dressed in rich silks, imported a long time previously by the Jesuits from New Spain. Then came combats with sticks in which the Carolines took part, which again were succeeded, almost uninterruptedly, by other amusements. But what Freycinet considered of most value was the mass of information concerning the customs and manners of the former inhabitants of the islands, which he obtained through Major de Louis Torres, who, himself born in the country, had made a constant study of this subject. Of this interesting information use will be made when the subject is presently resumed, but first some notice must be taken of an excursion to the islands Rota and Tinian, the latter of which had already become known to us through the narratives of former travellers. A performer of the dances of Montezuma. Facsimile of early engraving. On the 22nd April, a small fleet of 8 proas conveyed Berard, Gaudichaud, and Jacques Arago to Rota, where their arrival occasioned great surprise and alarm, explained by the fact that a report had gained currency in the island that the corvette was manned with rebels from America. Beyond Rota, the proas reached Tinian, where the arid plains recalled to the travellers the desolate coasts of the land of Indracht, testifying to the considerable changes that must have taken place there since the time when Lord Anson described the place as a terrestrial paradise. The Marian Archipelago was discovered by Magellan on the 6th March, 1521, and at first received the name of Islas de las Villas Latinas, the Isles of the Latin Sails, but subsequently that of the Ladrones or the Robbers. If one may trust Pigafetta, the illustrious admiral saw no islands but Tinian, Saipan, and Agagnan. 5 years later they were visited by the Spaniard Loyasa, whose cordial reception was quite a contrast to that of Magellan, and in 1565 the islands were declared to be Spanish territory by Miguel López de Legazpi. It was not, however, that they were colonized and evangelized by Father Sanvitors. It will be understood that we should not follow Freycinet's narrative of past events in the history of this archipelago, were it not that the manuscripts and works of every kind which he was permitted to consult enabled him to treat the subject de novo, and throw upon it the light of real knowledge. The admiration, still lingering in the minds of the travellers, which had been aroused by the incredible fertility of the Papuan Islands, and the Moluccas was no doubt calculated to weaken the impression produced by any of the Marian Islands. The forests of Guam, though well stocked, did not present the gigantic appearance common to forest scenery in the tropics. They extended over a large part of the island, yet there were also immense spaces devoted to pasturage, where not a breadfruit tree nor a coconut palm was to be seen. In the depths of the forests, moreover, the conquerors of the islands had created artificial glades, in order that the herds of horned cattle which they had introduced might find food, and also enjoy shelter from the sun. Agagnan, an island with a very rocky coast, presented from a distance an arid and barren appearance, but is in reality thickly clothed with trees, even to the summit of its highest mountains. Rota is a regular jungle, an almost impenetrable mass of brushwood, above which rise thickets of remas, tamarind, fig and palm trees. Tinian, too, presents anything but an agreeable appearance. The French explorers altogether missed the charming scenes described in such glowing colours by their predecessors, but the appearance of the soil, and the immense number of dead trees, led them to the conclusion that old accounts were not altogether exaggerated, especially as the southern portion of the island is now rendered quite inaccessible by its dense forests. At the time of Freycinet's visit, the population of these islands was of a very mixed character, the aborigines being quite in the minority. The more highly born of the natives were formerly bigger, stronger, and better made than Europeans, but the race is degenerating, and the primitive type in its purity is now only to be met with in Rota. Capital swimmers and divers, able to walk immense distances without fatigue, every man of them had to prove his proficiency in these exercises on his marriage. But although this proficiency has been in some measure kept up, the leading characteristic of the people of the Marian group is idleness, or perhaps to be more strictly accurate, indifference. Marriages are contracted at a very early age, the bridegroom being generally between 15 and 18, the bride between 12 and 15. A numerous progeny is the result of these unions, instances being on record of 22 children born of one mother. Not only do the people of Guam suffer from many diseases, such as lung complaints, smallpox and C, introduced by Europeans, but also from some which seem to be endemic, or in any case to have assumed a type peculiar to the place and altogether abnormal. Such are elephantiasis and leprosy, 3 varieties of which are met with at Guam, differing from each other alike in their symptoms and their effects. Before the conquest, the people of the Marians lived on the fruit of the rema or bread tree, rice, sago and other farinaceous plants. Their mode of cooking these articles was extremely simple, though not so much so as their style of dress, for they went about in a state of nature, unrelieved even by the traditional fig leaf. At the present time children still wear no clothing till they are about 10 years old. Alluding to this peculiar custom, Captain Pages, writing at the close of last century, says, "I found myself near a house, in front of which an Indian girl, about 11 years old, was squatted on her heels in the full blaze of the sun, without a vestige of clothing on. Her chemise lay folded on the ground in front of her. When she saw me approaching, she got up quickly and put it on again. Although still far from decently clothed, for only her shoulders were covered by it, she now considered herself properly dressed, and stood before me quite unembarrassed." Judging from the remains nearly everywhere to be met with, such as the ruins of dwellings originally supported by masonry pillars, it is plain that the population was formerly considerable. The earliest traveller who has made any reference to this subject is Lord Anson. He has given a somewhat fanciful description, which, however, the explorers in the Uranie were able to corroborate, as will be seen from the following extract. The description found in the narrative of Lord Anson's voyage is correct, but the ruins and the branches of the trees that have in some way twined themselves about the masonry pillars wear now a very different aspect from what they did in his time. The sharp edges of the pillars have got rubbed away, and the half-globes that surmounted them have no longer their former roundness. Ruins of ancient pillars at Tinian. Ruins of ancient pillars at Tinian. Facsimile of early engraving. Of the structures of more recent date only a 6th part are of stone. At Agagna may be counted several buildings possessing some interest on account of their size, if not on that of their elegance, grandeur, or the fineness of their proportions. These are the College of St. John Lateran, the church, the clergy house, the governor's palace, and the taverns. Before the Spaniards established their sway in these islands, the natives were divided into 3 classes, the nobility, the inferior nobility, and the commonalty. These last, The pariahs of the country, Freycinet remarks, though without citing his authority, were of a more diminutive stature than the other inhabitants. This difference of height is, however, scarcely a sufficient reason for pronouncing them to be of a different race from the other two classes. Is it not more reasonable to conclude it to be the result of the degrading servitude to which they have been subjected? These plebeians could under no circumstances raise themselves to a higher class, and a seafaring life was forbidden to them. Each of the three castes had its own sorceresses and priestesses, or medicine women, who each devoted her attention to the treatment of some one disorder, only no reason, however, for crediting them with any special skill in its cure. The business of canoe building was monopolized by the nobles, who, however, allowed the inferior nobles to assist in their construction. The making of canoes was to them a work of the utmost importance, and the nobles maintained it as one of their most valuable privileges. The language spoken in the Philippine group, though it has some affinity with the Malay and Tagalog dialects, has all the same a distinctive character of its own. Freycinet's narrative also contains much information on the extremely singular customs of the former population of the Marians, which are beyond our province, though well worthy of the attention of the philosopher and historian. The Uranie had been now more than 2 months at anchor. It was full time to resume the work of exploration. Freycinet and his staff, therefore, devoted the few remaining days of their stay to the task of paying farewell visits and expressing their gratitude for the hearty kindness which had been so profusely shown to them. The governor, however, not only declined to admit his claim to thanks from the French travellers for the hospitable attentions heaped upon them for upwards of 2 months, but also refused to accept any payment for the supplies which had been furnished for the refitting of the corvette. He even went so far as to write a letter of apology for the scantiness of the provisions, the result of the drought which had desolated Guam for the previous 6 months, and which had prevented him from doing things as he could have wished. The final farewell took place off Agagna. It was impossible, says Freycinet, to take leave of the amiable man, who had loaded us with so many proofs of his friendly disposition, without being deeply affected. I was too much moved to be able to find expression for the feelings with which my heart was filled, but the tears which filled my eyes must have been to him a surer evidence than any words could have been of my gratitude and my regret. From the 5th to the 16th June, the Uranie occupied in an exploring cruise round the north of the Marian Islands, in the course of which were made the observations of which the substance has been given above. The commander, wishing to make a quick passage to the Sandwich Islands, then took advantage of a breeze to gain a higher latitude, where he hoped to meet with favourable winds. But as the explorers penetrated further and further into this part of the Pacific Ocean, cold and dense fogs wrapped them round, permeating the whole vessel with damp, equally unpleasant and injurious to health. However, the crew suffered no worse inconvenience than slight colds. In fact, the change had rather a bracing effect than otherwise on men now for some time accustomed to the enervating heat of the tropics. On the 6th August the south point of Hawaii was doubled, and Freycinet made for the western side of the island, where he hoped to find a safe and convenient anchorage. A dead calm prevailing, the first and second days were spent in opening relations with the natives. The women came off in crowds immediately on the arrival of the ship, with the view of carrying on their usual trade, but the commander laid an interdict on their coming on board. The first piece of news given to the captain by one of the Ariwa was that King Kamehameha was dead, and that his young son Rio had succeeded him. Taking advantage of a change of wind, the Uranie sailed on to the Bay of Caracacoa, and Freycinet was about to send an officer in advance to take soundings, when a canoe put off from the shore, having on board the governor of the island, Prince Kuokini, otherwise John Adams. 3 who promised the captain that he would find boats suitable for the taking of the necessary supplies to the corvette. This young man, about 29 years of age, almost a giant in stature, but well proportioned, surprised Freycinet by the extent of his information. On being informed that the corvette was on a voyage of discovery, he inquired, "Have you doubled Cape Horn, or did you come round the Cape of Good Hope?" He then asked for the latest information about Napoleon, and wished to know whether it was true that the island of St. Helena had been swallowed up with all its inhabitants, a story he had evidently heard from some facetious whalemen, but had not entirely believed. See previous footnote. 3. It was the custom for the chiefs in these parts to assume new names, often for the most trifling reasons. Trans. Kuokini next apprised Freycinet that though actual disturbances had not broken out on the death of Kamehameha, yet that some of the chiefs having asserted claims to independence, the stability of the monarchy was in some danger. As a result, the political situation was strained, and the government was in some perplexity, a state of things which probably would soon terminate, especially if the commandant would consent to make some declaration in favor of the youthful sovereign. Freycinet landed with the prince to pay him a return visit, and on entering his house was introduced to his wife, a very corpulent woman who was lying on a European bedstead covered with matting. After this visit, the captain and his host went to visit the widows of Kamehameha, the prince's sisters, but not being able to see them, they proceeded to the yards and workshops of the deceased king. Here were 4 sheds sacred to the building of large war canoes, and others containing European boats. Farther on were seen wood for building purposes, bars of copper, quantities of fishing nets, a forge, a cooper's workshop, and lastly, some cases belonging to the Prime Minister, Kremaku, filled with all necessary appliances for navigation, such as compasses, sextants, thermometers, watches, and even a chronometer. Strangers were not allowed to inspect 2 other magazines in which were stored powder and other war materials, strong liquors, iron, and all these places were for the present abandoned by the new sovereign, who held his court at Koihai Bay. Freycinet, on receiving an invitation from the king, made ready to visit him there, under the guidance of a native pilot who showed himself most attentive, and was very skillful in forecasting the weather. The monarch, writes Freycinet, was waiting for me on the beach, dressed in the full uniform of an English captain, and surrounded by the whole of his suite. In spite of the terrible barrenness of this side of the island, the spectacle of the grotesque assemblage of men and women was not without grandeur and beauty. The king himself stood in front with his principal officers a little distance behind him, some wearing splendid mantles made of red or yellow feathers, or of scarlet cloth, others in short tippets of the same kind, but in which the 2 glaring colours were relieved with black. A few had helmets on their heads. This striking picture was further diversified by a number of soldiers grouped here and there, and clad in various and strange costumes. The sovereign now under notice was the same, who, with his young and charming wife, undertook at a later period a voyage to England, where they both died. Their remains were brought back to Hawaii by Captain Byron in the frigate La Blonde. Freycinet seized this opportunity to repeat his request for supplies of fresh provisions, and the king promised that 2 days should not pass before his wishes should be fully complied with. However, although the good faith of the young monarch was above suspicion, the commander soon discovered that most of the chiefs had no intention of obeying their sovereign's orders. Some little time after this, the principal officers of the staff went to pay a visit to the widows of Kamehameha. The following amusing description of their lively reception is given by M. Coy. A strange spectacle, he says, met our view on our entrance into an apartment of narrow dimensions, where 8 lumps of half-naked humanity lay on the ground with their faces downwards. It was not an easy task to find space to lay ourselves down according to custom in the same manner. The attendants were constantly on the move, some carrying fans made of feathers to whisk away the flies, another a lighted pipe which was passed from one prostrate figure to another, each taking a whiff or 2, while the rest were engaged in shampooing the royal personages. Conversation, it may readily be imagined, was not well maintained under these trying circumstances, and had it not been for some excellent watermelons which were handed to us, the tedium of the interview would have been insupportable. Freycinet next went to pay a visit to the famous John Young, who had been for so long a time the faithful friend and sagacious adviser of King Kamehameha. Although he was then old and in bad health, he was not the less able to supply Freycinet with some valuable information about the Sandwich Islands, where he had lived for 30 years, and in the history of which he had played a prominent part. Kremaku, the minister, during a visit which he was paying on board the Uranie, had caught sight of the Abbe de Quellin, the chaplain, whose costume puzzled him a good deal. As soon as he had learned that the strangely dressed person was a priest, he expressed to the commandant a desire to receive baptism. His mother, he said, had been admitted to that sacrament upon her deathbed, and she had obtained from him a promise to submit himself to the same ceremony as soon as he met with a convenient opportunity. Freycinet gave his consent, and endeavoured to make the proceeding as solemn as possible, all the more because Rio requested permission to be present at it with all his suite. Every one behaved with the utmost decorum and reverence while the ceremony was taking place, but immediately on its close, there was a general rush to the collation which the commandant had ordered to be prepared. It was wonderful to see how rapidly the bottles of wine and the flasks of rum and of brandy were emptied, and to witness the speedy disappearance of the viands with which the table had been covered. Fortunately the day was coming to a close, or Rio, and the majority of his officers and courtiers would not have been in a condition to reach the shore. In spite of this, however, it was necessary to comply with his request for 2 additional bottles of brandy, that he might, as he said, drink the health of the commander and success to his voyage, a request which all his attendants felt bound in politeness to make likewise. It is not an overstatement, observes Freycinet, to say that in the short space of 2 hours our distinguished guests drank and carried away what would have been sufficient to supply the wants of 10 ordinary persons for 3 months. Several presents had been exchanged between the royal pair and the commander. Among those made by the young queen was a cloak of feathers, a kind of garment which had become exceedingly scarce in the Sandwich Islands. Freycinet was about to set sail again, when he learnt from an American captain that a merchant vessel was lying off the island of Meaux, having a large quantity of biscuit and rice on board, which there was no doubt might be purchased. This information determined Freycinet to anchor first off Rahina, among other reasons, because it was there that Crémacu had undertaken to deliver a number of pigs, which were required for the use of the crew. But the minister displayed signal bad faith in the transaction. He tendered miserably poor pigs, and demanded an extravagantly high price, so that it was necessary to have recourse to threats before the business could be satisfactorily arranged. In this matter Crémacu was under the misguidance of an English runaway convict from Port Jackson, and most probably had the native been left to obey the promptings of his own nature, he would have acted on this occasion with the good faith and the sense of honour which were his usual characteristics. On reaching the island of Oahu, Freycinet dropped anchor off Honolulu. The hearty welcome he received from the European residents made him regret that he had not come here direct to begin with, for he was able without any delay to procure all the supplies which he had found so much difficulty in getting together at the 2 other islands. Boki, the governor of Oahu, received baptism from the chaplain of the Uranie. He was prompted apparently by no other motive than a wish to do as his brother had done, who had previously received this sacrament. He was far from having the air of intelligence common to the other natives of the various islands of the Sandwich group hitherto visited. Many observations on these natives are made in the narrative of the expedition, which are too interesting to be passed over without a brief summary here. All navigators are agreed in considering that the class of chiefs belong to a race excelling the other inhabitants, both in intelligence and in stature. It is very unusual to find one who is less than 6 feet in height. Obesity is very common, but chiefly among the women, who while still quite young often become enormously corpulent. The Sandwich type is strongly marked and distinct. Pretty women are numerous, but the blessing of length of days is seldom enjoyed. An old man of 70 is a rare phenomenon. This early decline and premature death must be ascribed to the persistent dissipation in which the people pass their lives. On leaving the Sandwich Islands, Freycinet found it necessary to notice carefully the curves of the magnetic equator in low latitudes, for accordingly, he crowded all sail in an easterly direction. On the 7th October the Uranie entered the southern hemisphere, and on the 19th of the same month the dangerous islands came in sight. To the eastward of the navigator's archipelago, an island was discovered, not marked on the charts, which was named Rose, after Madame Freycinet. This was the only actual discovery of the voyage. For this refers to the line made up of the succession of points at which the magnetic needle ceases to indicate. Trans. The position of the islands of Pilstart and Howe was next rectified, and on the 13th November the lights of Port Jackson, or Sydney, were at last sighted. Freycinet had fully expected to find the town enlarged during the 16 years that had passed since his last visit, but his astonishment was great indeed at the sight of a large and prosperous European city, set down in the midst of scenery which might almost be called wild. But as the travellers made excursions in various directions, fresh signs of the progress which the colony had made were forced on their attention. Fine roads carefully kept, bordered with the eucalyptus, styled by Peru, the giant of the Australian forests. Well-constructed bridges, distances marked by milestones, proved the existence of a well-organised local administration, whilst the charming cottages, the numerous herds of cattle, and the carefully cultivated fields bore testimony to the industry and perseverance of the new colonists. Governor Macquarie and the principal authorities of the province vied with each other in showing attention to the French travellers, who, however, persisted in declining all but a single invitation, lest the work of the mission should not receive its fair share of attention. The entertainment given by the governor took place at his country house at Parramatta, whither the officers of the expedition proceeded by water, accompanied by a military band. Several of them also visited the little town of Liverpool, built in a pleasant situation on the banks of the River George. Excursions too were made to the little villages of Richmond and Windsor, which were growing up near Hawkesbury River. At the same time, a party of the staff joined in a kangaroo hunt, and crossing the Blue Mountains penetrated the Bathurst settlement. Through the friendly relations which Freycinet had established with the residents during his 2 visits, he was able to collect numerous interesting details respecting the Australian colony. Therefore, the chapter that he devotes to New South Wales, recording the marvellous and rapid advance of this effort at colonisation, excited a lively interest in France, where the development and growing prosperity of Australia were very imperfectly known. Freycinet's narrative was there quite a new revelation, well calculated to excite inquiry, and which had moreover the advantage of showing the exact condition of the colony so late as the year 1825. The chain of mountains at some distance from the coast, known by the name of the Australian Alps, separates New South Wales from the interior of the Australian continent. For 25 years this chain formed a barrier against all communication with the country beyond, but now, thanks to the energy of Governor Macquarie, the barrier has been removed. A zigzag road has been cut in the rock, thus opening the way to the colonization of wide-spreading plains watered by important rivers. The loftiest summits of this chain, nearly 10,000 feet in height, are covered with snow even in the middle of summer. Whilst the elevation of the principal peaks, Mount Exmouth, Mount Cunningham and others was being taken, it was discovered that so far from Australia possessing only one large watercourse, the Swan River, it had several, the chief being Hawkesbury River, formed by the confluence of the Nepean, the Grouse and the Brisbane, the River Murray not being yet known. At the period under notice a commencement had been made in the working of coal mines, slate quarries, layers of solid carbonate of iron, sandstone, chalk, porphyry and jasper, but the presence of gold, the metal that was to effect so rapid a development of the young colony, had not as yet been established. The nature of the soil varies. On the sea-coast it is barren, able only to support the growth of a few stunted trees, but inland the traveller meets with fields clothed with a rich vegetation, vast pasturages in which here and there rise a few tall shrubs, and forests where giant trees entwined with an inextricable growth of underwood defy all attempts to penetrate to their recesses. An Australian farm near the Blue Mountains. Facsimile of early engraving. One circumstance which much surprised travellers was the apparent homogeneity of race throughout the whole of this immense continent. Take the Aborigines at the Bay of Sharks, or in the land of Indracht, or by the Swan River, or at Port Jackson, and the same complexion, and the same kind of hair, the same features, the same physique, all prove indisputably that they have sprung from one common origin. Those dwelling by the rivers or on the sea-coast subsist chiefly on shell or other fish, but those living in the interior trust to hunting for their food, and will eat indiscriminately the flesh of the opossum or the kangaroo, not rejecting even lizards, snakes, worms or ants, the last named of which they manufacture into a sort of paste with the addition of their eggs and the roots of ferns. All over the continent, the practice of the Aborigines is to go completely naked, though they have no objection to put on any articles of European clothing that they can get possession of. It is said that in 1820 at Port Jackson, there was a laughable caricature of the European style of dress to be seen in the person of an ancient negress who went about clothed in some pieces of an old woolen blanket, wearing on her head a bonnet of green silk. A few of the Aborigines, however, make themselves cloaks of opossum or kangaroo skin, stitching the pieces together with the nerve fibres of the cassowary, but this kind of garment is of rare occurrence. Though their hair is smooth, they plaster it with grease and arrange it in curls. Then, inserting in the middle a tuft of grass, they raise a strange and comical superstructure, surmounted by a few cockatoo feathers, or failing these they fasten on, with the aid of a resinous gum, a few human teeth, or some bits of bone, a dog's tail, or 1 or 2 fish bones. Although the practice of tattooing is not much in favour among the natives of New Holland, some are occasionally to be seen who have succeeded by means of sharp shells in cutting symmetrical figures upon their skins. A more general custom is that of painting on their bodies monstrous designs in red and white colours, which, on their dark skins, give them an almost diabolical aspect. These savages formerly believed that after death they would take the form of children, and be transported to the clouds or to the summits of lofty trees, where, in a sort of aerial paradise, they would be regaled with plentiful repasts. But since the arrival of the Europeans, their faith on this point has undergone some change, their present belief being that metamorphosed into whites they will go to inhabit some far-off land. It is also an article of their creed that the whites themselves are no other than their own ancestors, who, having been killed in battle, have assumed the form of Europeans. Native Australians. Native Australians. The census of 1819, one of the strictest hitherto instituted, gives the number of the colonists at 25,425. This return, it must be understood, does not take in the soldiers, the women being very much in the minority. The mother country had made efforts to remedy the inconvenience resulting from this great disparity of the sexes by promoting the immigration of young women, who soon married and founded families of a higher tone of morality than that of the convicts. Freycinet devotes a very long chapter in his narrative to all matters connected with political economy, the various soils and the crops suited to them, industrial pursuits, the breeding of cattle, farming economy, manufactures, foreign trade, means of communication, government. All these subjects are treated comprehensively on the authority of documents then newly compiled, and with an ability that could scarcely have been expected from a man who had not given special attention to questions of this nature. He has, moreover, added a close inquiry into the regimen which the convicts were subjected to from the time of their arrival in the colony, the punishments they had to undergo, as also the encouragements and rewards which were readily granted to them, when earned by good behaviour. The chapter concludes with reflections full of learning and sound judgment on the probable development and future prosperity of the Australian colony. After this long and fruitful stay in New Holland, the Uranie put to sea on the 25th December, 1819, and steered so as to pass to the south of New Zealand and Campbell Island, with the view of doubling Cape Horn. A few days afterwards, 10 fugitive convicts were discovered on board, but the corvette had left the shores of Australia too far behind to allow of their restoration. The coast of Tierra del Fuego was reached without anything worthy of special notice having occurred during a very prosperous voyage, with a prevailing west wind. On the 5th February, Cape Desolation was sighted. Having doubled Cape Horn without any difficulty, the Uranie let go her anchor in the Bay of Good Success, where the shores, lined with grand forest trees and echoing to the sound of waterfalls, presented a scene totally different from the sterile desolation generally characterizing this quarter of the globe. No long stay was, however, made there. The corvette, resuming her voyage, lost no time in entering the Strait of Le Maire, notwithstanding a dense haze. Here she met with a heavy swell, a strong gale, and a mist so thick that land, sea and sky were confounded in one general obscurity. The rain and the heavy spray raised by the storm, and the coming on of night, made it necessary to put the Uranie under a close-reefed topsail and jib, under which pressure of sail she behaved splendidly. The only available course was to run before the wind, and the travellers had just begun to feel thankful for their good fortune in being driven by the storm far away from the land, when the cry was heard, "Land close ahead." All hearts sunk with despair, shipwreck and death seemed inevitable. Freycinet alone, after a brief instant of hesitation, recovered his self-command. It was impossible that land could be ahead. He, therefore, kept on his northerly course, bearing a little east, and the correctness of his calculations was soon verified. On the next day but one the weather grew calmer, observations were taken, and as they proved the vessel to have run a great distance from the Bay of Good Success, the commander had to choose between a detention off the coast of South America or off the Falkland Islands. The island of Conti, the Bay of Marville and Cape Duras were successively observed through the haze, whilst a favourable breeze speeded the corvette on her course to Berkeley Sound, fixed on as the best place for the next halt. Mutual congratulations were already being exchanged on the happy termination of the dangerous struggle, and on the fortunate escape from any serious accident during so hazardous a trip. The sailors all rejoiced, to use the words of Byron, that the worst was over and the rest seemed sure. But a severe trial was still in store for them. On entering Berkeley Sound, every man was at his post, ready to let go the anchor. The lookouts were on the watch, men were stationed in the main shrouds to heave the lead. Then first at 20, after at 18 fathoms, the presence of rocks was reported. The ship was now about half a league offshore, and Freycinet thought it prudent to put her off about 2 points. This precaution proved fatal, for the corvette suddenly struck violently on a hidden rock. As she struck, the soundings gave 15 fathoms to starboard and 12 to larboard. The reef against which the corvette had run was therefore not so wide as the vessel itself. In fact, it was but the pointed summit of a rock. The immediate rising of pieces of wood to the surface of the water at once gave reason for fears that the injury was serious. There was a rush to the pumps. Water was pouring into the hold. Freycinet had sent for a sail, and had it passed under the vessel in such a manner that the pressure of the water forcing it into the leak in a measure stopped it up. But it was of no avail. Although the whole ship's company, officers and sailors alike, worked at the pumps, no more could be done than just keep the water from gaining on the vessel. There was nothing for it but to run her ashore. This decision, painful as it was, had to be carried out, and it was indeed no easy task. On every side the land was girded with rocks, and only at the very bottom of the bay was there a strip of sandy beach favourable for running the ship aground. Meanwhile the wind had become contrary, night was approaching, the vessel was already half full of water. The distress of the commander can be imagined, but there was no alternative, so the vessel was stranded on Penguin Island. This effected, to quote Freycinet, the men were so exhausted that it was necessary to cease further work of every kind, and to allow the crew an interval of rest, all the more indispensable on account of the hardships and dangers which our present disastrous situation must entail upon all. As for myself, repose was out of the question. Tormented by 1,000 harassing reflections, I could scarcely credit my own existence. The sudden transition from a position where all things seemed to smile on me to that in which I found myself at that moment weighed on my spirits like a horrible nightmare. It was difficult to regain the composure necessary to face fairly the painful trial. All my companions had done their duty in the frightful accident, which had all but lost us our lives, and I am glad to be able to do justice to their admirable conduct. As soon as daylight revealed the nature of the country, a mournful, gloomy look settled upon every countenance. Not a tree, not so much as a blade of grass was to be seen, not a sound was to be heard, and the silent desolation around reminded us of the Bay of Sharks. Berkeley Sound in the Falkland Islands. Berkeley Sound in the Falkland Islands. But there was no time to be lost in vain lamentations. Was the sea to be allowed to swallow up the journals and observations, the precious results of so much labour and so many hardships? All the papers were saved. The same good fortune did not, unfortunately, attend the collections. Several cases of specimens which were at the bottom of the hold were entirely lost, others were damaged by the sea water. The collections that sustained the chief injury were those of natural history, and the herbarium that had been put together with infinite trouble by Godisho. The merino sheep, generously presented to the expedition by Mr. MacArthur of Sydney, which it was hoped could be acclimatized in France, were brought on shore, as also were all the animals still alive. A few tents were pitched, first for the sick, happily not very numerous, and then for the officers and the crew. The provisions and ammunition taken out of the ship were carefully deposited in a place where they would be sheltered from the inclemency of the weather. The alcoholic liquors were allowed to remain on board until the time arrived for quitting the scene of the shipwreck, and during the 3 months of the expedition's stay here, not a single theft of rum or of brandy came to light, although no one had anything to drink but pure water. The efforts of the whole of the expedition were steadily applied to the task of trying to repair the main injuries sustained by the Uranie, with the exception of a few sailors told off to provide, by hunting and fishing, for the subsistence of the community. The lakes were frequented by numbers of sea lions, geese, ducks, teal and snipe, but it was no easy matter to procure, at one time, a sufficient quantity of these animals to serve for the food of the entire crew. At the same time, the expenditure of powder was necessarily considerable. As good luck would have it, gulls abounded in sufficient numbers to furnish 120 men with food for 4 or 5 months, and these creatures were so stupid as to allow themselves to be knocked on the head with a stick. A few horses were also killed, which had relapsed into a wild state since the departure of the colony founded by Bougainville. By the 28th February, the painful conclusion was come to, that with the slender resources available, it was impracticable to repair the damage done to the Uranie, especially as the original injury had been aggravated by the repeated shocks occasioned by thumping on the beach. What was to be done? Should the explorers calmly wait until some vessel chanced to put in at Berkeley Sound, this would be to leave the sailors with nothing to do, and this enforced idleness would open the door to disorder and insubordination. Would it not be better to build a small vessel out of the wreckage of the Uranie? As it happened, there was a large sloop belonging to the ship. If the sides were raised and a deck added, it might be possible to reach Montevideo, and there obtain the assistance of a vessel capable of bringing off in safety the members of the expedition and all the cargo worth preserving. This latter plan met with the approval of Freycinet, and a decision once come to, not a moment was wasted. The sailors, animated with fresh energy, rapidly pushed on the work. Now was proved the sound judgment of the commander when manning the corvette at Toulon, in selecting sailors who were also skilled in some mechanical employment. Blacksmiths, sailmakers, rope makers, sawyers, all worked with zeal at the different tasks assigned to them. No doubts were entertained of the success of the voyage before them. Montevideo was separated from the Falkland Islands by but 350 nautical miles, and with the winds prevailing in these latitudes at this time of year, this distance could be traversed in a few days by the Esperance, for so the transformed sloop was named, to provide at the same time against the possible contingency of the frail vessel failing to reach the Rio de la Plata. Freycinet determined to commence the construction of a schooner of 100 tons, as soon as the sloop had taken her departure, notwithstanding the incessant demands on the energies of all made by the arduous and varied tasks involved in reconstruction and refitting of the new vessel. The usual astronomical and physical observations, the natural history researches, and the hydrographical surveys were not neglected. No one could have imagined that the stay in Berkeley Sound was anything more than an ordinary halt for exploring purposes. At last the sloop was finished and safely launched. The instructions for Captain Duperrey appointed to take command were all drawn up, the crew was selected, the provisions were on board. In 2 days the adventurers were to sail, when on the 19th March 1820 the cry was raised, "A sail! A sail!" A sloop under full sail was seen entering the bay. A cannon was fired several times to attract attention, and in a short time the master of the new arrival was on shore. In a few words Freycinet explained to him the misadventure which had led to the residence of the explorers upon this desolate coast. The master stated in reply that he was under the orders of the captain of an American ship, the General Knox, engaged in the seal fishery at West Island, to the west of the Falklands. An officer was at once deputed to go and ascertain from the captain what succor he could render to the French travellers. The result of the interview was a demand for 135,750 francs for the conveyance of the shipwrecked strangers to Rio, an unworthy advantage to take of the necessities of the unfortunate. To such a bargain the French officer was unwilling to agree without the consent of his commander, so he begged the American captain to sail for Berkeley Sound. While these negotiations were going on, however, another ship, the Mercury under command of Captain Galvin, had made its appearance in the bay. The Mercury was bound from Buenos Aires to Valparaiso with cannon, but just before doubling Cape Horn she had sprung a leak, and was compelled to put in at the Falkland Islands to make the necessary repairs. It was a fortunate incident for the Frenchmen, who knew they could turn to account the competition which must result from the arrival of 2 ships. The Mercury at anchor in Berkeley Sound. The Mercury at anchor in Berkeley Sound. Freycinet at once made an offer to Captain Galvin to repair the damage the Mercury had sustained, with the materials and the labour at his command, asking in return for this service a free passage for himself and his companions to Rio de Janeiro. At the end of 15 days the repairs of the Mercury were completed. While they were going on, the negotiation with the General Knox was terminated by a positive refusal on the part of Freycinet to agree to the extravagant terms proposed by the American captain. It took several days to come to a settlement with Captain Galvin, who finally made the following agreement. Before leaving the Falklands, however, the naturalist Godisho planted its destitute shores with several sorts of vegetables, which he thought likely to be of service to future voyagers who might be detained there. A few particulars regarding this archipelago will not be without interest. The group, lying between 50 degrees 57 and degrees 45 S latitude and degrees 63 degrees 48 west of the meridian of Paris, consists of several islets and 2 principal islands, named Conti and Maidenland. Berkeley Sound, situated in the extreme east of the Conti Island, is a wide opening, rather deep than extensive, with a shelving rocky coast. The temperature of the islands is milder than one would expect from the high latitude. Snow does not fall in any great quantity, and does not remain even on the summits of the highest hills longer than for about 2 months. The streams are never frozen, and the lakes and marshes are never covered with ice hard enough to bear the weight of a man for more than 24 hours consecutively. From the observations of Weddell, who visited these parts between 1822 and the temperature must have risen considerably during the last 40 years in consequence of a change in the direction taken by the icebergs which melt away in the mid-Atlantic. Coy, the naturalist, judging from the shallowness of the sea between the Falkland Islands and South America, as well as the resemblance of their grassy plains to the pampas of Buenos Aires, is of opinion that they once formed part of the continent. These plains are low, marshy, covered with tall grass and shrubs, and are inundated in the winter. Peat is abundant and makes excellent fuel. The character of the soil has proved an obstacle to the growth of the trees, which Bougainville endeavored to acclimatize, of which scarce a vestige remained at the time of Freycinet's visit. The plant which reaches the greatest height and grows most plentifully is a species of sword grass, excellent food for cattle, and serving also as a place of shelter to numbers of seals and multitudes of gulls. It is this high grass which sailors have taken from a distance for bushes. The only vegetables growing on these islands of any use to man are celery, scurvy grass, watercress, dandelion, raspberries, sorrel, and pimpernel. Both French and Spanish colonists had at different times imported into these islands oxen, horses, and pigs, which had multiplied to a singular extent in the island of Conti. But the persistent hunting of them by the crews of the whaling ships must tend to considerably reduce their numbers. The only quadruped indigenous to the Falkland Islands is the Antarctic dog, the muzzle of which strikingly resembles that of the fox. It has therefore had the name dog fox or wolf fox given to it by whalers. These animals are so fierce that they rushed into the water to attack Byron's sailors. They, however, find rabbits enough, whose reproductive powers are limitless, to satisfy them. But the seals, which the dogs attack without any fear, manage to escape from them. The Mercury set sail on the 28th of April, 1821, to convey Freycinet and his crew to the port of Rio de Janeiro. But one point Captain Galvin had failed to take into his reckoning. His ship, equipped under the flag of the independent state of Buenos Aires, then at war with the Portuguese, would be seized on entering the harbour of Rio, and he himself with all his crew would be made prisoners. On this he endeavoured to make Freycinet cancel the engagement between them, hoping to prevail on him to land at Montevideo. But as Freycinet would not agree to this proposal on any ground, a new contract had to be substituted for the original one. According to the latter arrangement, Freycinet became proprietor of the Mercury on behalf of the French Navy by payment of the sum stipulated under the first contract. The ship was renamed the Physician and reached Montevideo on the 8th of May, where the command was taken over by Freycinet. The stay at Montevideo was made use of for arming the vessel, arranging its trim, repairing the rigging, taking on board the supply of water and provisions requisite for the trip to Rio de Janeiro. Before reaching which port, however, several serious defects in the ship had been discovered. The appearance of the Physician was so distinctly mercantile that on entering the port of Rio, though the flag of a man-o'-war was flying at the masthead, the customs officers were deceived and proposed to inspect her as a merchant vessel. Extensive repairs were absolutely necessary, and the making of them compelled Freycinet to remain at Rio until the 18th of September. He was then able to take his departure direct for France, and on the 13th of November, 1820, he cast anchor in the port of Havre, after an absence of 3 years and 2 months, during which time he had sailed over 18,862 nautical miles. A few days after his return, Freycinet proceeded to Paris, suffering from a severe illness, and forwarded to the Secretary of the Academy of Sciences the scientific records of the voyage, which made no less than 31 quarto volumes. At the same time, the naturalists attached to the expedition, McCoy, Gaimard, and Gaudichaud, submitted the specimens which they had collected. Among these were 4 previously unknown species of mammiferous animals, 45 of fishes, 30 of reptiles, besides rare kinds of mollusks, polyps, annelids, and sea. The rules of the French service required that Freycinet should be summoned before a council of war to answer for the loss of his ship. The trial terminated in a unanimous verdict of acquittal from all blame, the council expressing at the same time their hearty acknowledgment of the energy and ability displayed by the commander, approving, moreover, the skillful and careful measures he had taken to remedy the disastrous results of his shipwreck. A few days after being received by the King, Louis Roman XVIII, His Majesty, accompanying him to the door, said, "You entered here the captain of a frigate, you depart the captain of a ship of the line. Offer me no thanks, reply in the words used by Jean Bart to Louis Roman XIV, Sire, you have done well." From that time, Freycinet devoted himself entirely to the task of publishing the notes of his travels. The meagre account which has been given here will serve to show how extensive these notes were, but the extreme conscientiousness of the explorer prevented him from publishing anything which was not complete, and he was bent on placing his work in advance of the recognized boundaries of knowledge at that date. Even the mere classification of the vast quantity of material which he had collected during his voyage demanded a large expenditure of time. Thus it was that when surprised by death on the 18th of August, 1842, he had not put the last finishing touch to one of the most curious and novel divisions of his work, that relating to the languages of Oceania, with special reference to that of the Marian Islands. At the close of the year 1821, the Marquis de Clermont-Tonnerre, then Minister of Marine, received the scheme of a new voyage from two young officers, Duperrey and Dumont d'Urville, the former second in command to Freycinet on board the Uranie, after having rendered valuable assistance to the expedition by his scientific researches and surveys, had within the year returned to France. The other, the colleague of Captain Garnier, had brought himself into notice during the hydrographical cruises in the Mediterranean and Black Seas, which it had fallen to Captain Garnier to complete. He had a fine taste for botany and art, and had been one of the first to draw attention to the artistic value of the Venus of Milos, which had just been discovered. These two young savants proposed in the plans submitted by them to make special researches into three departments of natural science: magnetism, meteorology, and the configuration of the globe. In the geographical department, said Duperrey, we would propose to verify or to rectify, either by direct or by chronometrical observations, the position of a great number of points in different parts of the globe, especially among the numerous island groups of the Pacific Ocean, notorious for shipwrecks and so remarkable for the character and the form of the shoals, sandbanks and reefs, of which they in part consist, also to trace new routes through the dangerous archipelago and the Society Islands, side by side with those taken by Quiros, Wallis, Bougainville and Cook, to carry on hydrographical surveys in continuation of those made in the voyages of 500 Entrecasteaux and of Freycinet in Polynesia, New Holland and the Molucca Islands, and particularly to visit the Caroline Islands, discovered by Magellan, about which, with the exception of the eastern side, examined in our own time by Captain Kotzebue, we have only very vague information, communicated by the missionaries, and by them learnt from stories told by savages who had lost their way and were driven in their canoes upon the Marian Islands. The languages, character, and customs of these islanders must also receive special and careful attention. The naval doctors, Garnon and Lesson, were placed in charge of the natural history department, whilst the staff was composed of officers most remarkable for their scientific attainments, among whom may be mentioned Lesage, Jacquinot, Berard, Lawton, de Blois and de Blosseville. The Academy of Sciences took up the plan of research submitted by the originators of this expedition with much enthusiasm, and furnished them with minute instructions, in which were set forth with care the points on which accurate scientific information was especially desirable. At the same time, the instruments supplied to the explorers were the most finished and complete of their kind. The vessel chosen for the expedition was the Coquille, a small ship, not drawing more than from 12 to 13 feet of water, which was lying in ordinary at Toulon. The time spent in refitting, stowing the cargo, arming the ship, prevented the expedition from starting earlier than the 11th of August, 1822. The island of Tenerife was reached on the 28th of the same month, and there the officers hoped to be able to make a few gleanings after the rich harvest of knowledge which their predecessors had reaped. But the Council of Health in the island, having received information of an outbreak of yellow fever on the shores of the Mediterranean, imposed on the Coquille a quarantine of 15 days. It happened, however, that at that period political opinion was in a state of fervid excitement at Tenerife, and party spirit ran so high in society that the inhabitants found it hard to come together without also coming to blows. Under these circumstances, it is easy to imagine that the French officers did not indulge in violent regrets over the privations which they had to sustain. The 8 days during which their stay at Tenerife lasted were given up exclusively to the revictualling of the ship, and to magnetic and astronomical observations. Towards the end of September anchor was weighed, and on the 6th of October the work of surveying the islands of Martin Vaz and of Trinidad was commenced. The former are nothing more than bare rocks rising out of the sea, of a most forbidding aspect. The island of Trinidad is high land, rugged and barren, with a few trees crowning the southern point. This island is none other than the famous Asencao, now called Ascension, which for 3 centuries had been the object of exploring research. In 1700, it was taken possession of by the celebrated Halley in the name of the English government, but it had to be ceded to the Portuguese, who formed a settlement there. La Pérouse found it still in existence at the same place in 1785. The settlement, which turned out expensive and useless, was abandoned a short time after the visit just referred to, and the island was left in the occupation of the dogs, pigs, and goats, whose progenitors had entered the island in company with the early colonists. When he left the island of Trinidad, Duperrey purposed to steer a direct course for the Falkland Islands, but an accidental damage in the repair of which no time was to be lost compelled him to alter his course for the island of St. Catherine, where only he could obtain without any delay the wood required for new yards and masts, as well as provisions, which from their abundance could there be bought very cheap. As he drew near to the island, he was delighted with the grand and picturesque scene presented by its dense forests, where laurel trees, sassafras, cedars, orange trees, and mangroves intermingled with banana and other palms, with their feathery foliage waving gracefully in the breeze. Just 4 days before the corvette anchored off St. Catherine, Brazil had cast off the authority of the mother country and declared its independence by the proclamation of Prince Don Pedro de Alcantara as emperor. This led the commander to dispatch a mission consisting of d'Urville, de Blossville, Gabert, and Garnot to the capital of the island, Nossa Senhora del Desterro, to make inquiries about the political change and learn how far it might modify the friendly relations of the country with France. It appeared that the administration of the province was in the hands of a junto, but orders were at once given to allow the French travellers to cut what wood they might stand in need of, and the governor of the fort of Santa Cruz was requested to further the scientific inquiries of the expedition by all the means at his command. As to provisions, however, there was considerable difficulty, for the merchants had transferred their funds to Rio, in apprehension of what the political change might result in. It is probable that this circumstance accounts for the commander of the Coquille finding the course of business not run smooth in a port which had received the warm recommendations of Captains Krusenstern and Kotzebue. The narrative of the travellers states that the inhabitants were living in expectation of the island being shortly attacked with the view to recolonization, which they considered would be tantamount to their enslavement. The decree issued on the 1st August, 1822, calling on all Brazilians to arm themselves for the defense of their shores, and proclaiming under all circumstances a war of partisans, had given rise to these fears. The measures which Prince Don Pedro propounded were equally generous and vigorous, and had created a favourable opinion of his character and of his desire to promote freedom. Full of confidence in his purposes, the strong party in favour of independence were filled with enthusiasm expressing itself all the more boisterously, as for so long a time their fervid aspirations had been kept under restraint. They now gave open demonstration of their joy by making the towns of Nossa Senhora del Desterro, Laguna, and San Francisco one blaze of light with their illuminations, and marching through the streets singing verses in honour of Don Pedro. But the excitement which had been thus strikingly manifested in the towns was not shared by the quiet, peace-loving dwellers in the rural districts, to whose breasts political passion was an entire stranger. And there cannot be a doubt that, if Portugal had been in a position to enforce her decrees by the dispatch of a fleet, the province would have been easily reconquered. The Coquille set sail again on the 30th October. When to the east of Rio de la Plata she was caught in one of those formidable gales, there called Pampero, but had the good fortune to weather it without sustaining any damage. While in this part of the ocean, Duperrey made some interesting observations on the current of the Plate River. Freycinet had already established the fact of its flowing at the rate of 2 miles and a half an hour, at a distance of 100 leagues to the east of Montevideo. It was reserved to the commander of the Coquille to ascertain that the current is sensibly felt at a much greater distance. He proved moreover that the water of the river, resisted by that of the ocean, is forcibly divided into 2 branches running in the direction of the 2 banks of the river at its mouth, and finally he accounts for the comparative shallowness of the sea down to the shores of the Magellan Strait by the immense residuum of earth held in suspension by the waters of the La Plata and deposited daily along the coast of South America. Before entering Berkeley Sound, the Coquille, driven by a favourable breeze, passed immense shoals of whales and dolphins, flocks of gulls and numerous flying fish, the ordinary tenants of those tempestuous regions. The Falkland Isles were reached, and Duperrey with a few of his fellow travellers felt a lively pleasure at revisiting the land, which had been to them a place of refuge for 3 months after their shipwreck in the Uranie. They paid a visit to the spot where the camp had been pitched. The remains of the corvette were almost entirely embedded in sand, and what was visible of it bore marks of the appropriations which had been made by the whalers who had followed them in that place. On all sides were scattered miscellaneous fragments, carronades with the knobs broken off, pieces of the rigging, tattered clothes, shreds of sails, unrecognizable rags, mingled with the bones of the animals which the castaways had killed for food. This scene of our recent calamity, Duperrey observes, wore an aspect of desolation which was rendered still gloomier by the barrenness of the land and the dark rainy weather prevailing at the time of our visit. Nevertheless, it had for us an inexplicable sort of attraction, and left a melancholy impression on our minds, which was not effaced till long after we had left the Falkland Islands well behind us. The wreck of the Uranie. The wreck of the Uranie. The stay of Duperrey at the Falklands was prolonged to the 17th December. He took up his residence in the midst of the ruins of the settlement founded by Bougainville, in order to execute certain repairs which the condition of his vessel required. The crew provided themselves by fishing and hunting with an ample supply of food. Everything necessary was found in abundance, except fruit and vegetables, and having laid in abundant stores, all prepared to confront the dangers of the passage round Cape Horn. At first the Cockwell had to struggle against strong winds from the southwest and violent currents. These were succeeded by squalls and hazy weather, until the island of Mocha was reached on the 19th January, 1823. Of this island a brief mention has already been made. Duperrey places it in 38 degrees 20-30 S lat, and degrees 21-55 W long, and reckons it to be about 24 miles in circumference. Consisting of a chain of mountains of moderate elevation, sloping down towards the sea, it was the rendezvous of the early explorers of the Pacific. It furnished the ships touching there, now a merchantman, now a pirate, with horses and with wild pigs, the flesh of which had a well-known reputation for delicacy of flavour. Here was also a good supply of pure fresh water, as well as of some European fruits, such as apples, peaches, and cherries, the growth of trees planted here by those who first took possession of the island. In 1823, however, these resources had all but disappeared, through the wasteful practices of improvident whalers. At no great distance might be seen the two round eminences which mark the mouth of the river Biobio, the small island of Quebrualas, and that of Quiriquina, and these passed, the Bay of Conception opened to view, where was a solitary English whaler about to double the Cape, to which was entrusted the correspondence for home, as well as the notes of the work that had already been accomplished. On the day after the arrival of the Cockwell, as soon as the morning sun had lit up the bay, the melancholy and desolate appearance of the place, which had taken everyone by surprise on the previous evening, became still more depressing. The name of the town was Talcahuano, and the picture it presented was one of houses in ruins and silent streets. A few wretched canoes ready to fall to pieces were on the beach. Near them loitered a few poorly clad fishermen, while in front of the tumble-down cottages and roofless huts sat women in rags employed in combing one another's hair. In contrast with this human squalor, the surrounding hills and woods, the gardens and the orchards, were clothed in the most splendid foliage. On every side flowers displayed their gorgeous colours, and fruits proclaimed their ripeness in tints of gold. Overhead a glowing sun, a sky without a cloud, completed the bitter irony of the spectacle. All this ruin, desolation, and wretchedness were the outward and visible signs of a series of revolutions. At St. Catherine the French travellers had been witnesses of the declaration of Brazilian independence. On the opposite side of the continent, they were spectators of the downfall of Director O'Higgins. This official had evaded the summons of the Congress, had sacrificed the interests of the agricultural community to those of the traders and merchants, by the imposition of direct taxes and the lowering of customs duties, was openly accused, as well as his ministers, of peculation, and as the result of all this malversation, the greater part of the population had risen in revolt. The movement against O'Higgins was led by a General D. Ramon Frere y Serrano, who gave formal assurances to the explorers that the political disturbance should be no impediment to the revictualling of the Cockwell. On the 26th January 2 corvettes arrived at Conception. They brought a regiment under the command of a French official, Colonel Beauchef, who came to assist General Frere. The regiment, which had been organized by the exertions of Colonel Beauchef, was in point of steadiness, discipline, and knowledge of drill, one of the smartest in the Chilean army. On the 2nd February, the officers of the Cockwell proceeded to Conception to pay a visit to General Frere. The nearer they approached the city, the more fields were lying waste, the more ruined houses were seen, the fewer people were visible, while their clothing had almost reached the vanishing point. At the entrance of the town itself stood a mast, with the head of a notorious bandit affixed to the top, one Benavides, a ferocious savage, more wild beast than man, whose name was long execrated in Chile for the horrible atrocities he had committed. The interior of the town was found as desolate in appearance as the approach to it, having been set fire to by each party that had successively been victorious. Conception was nothing more than a heap of ruins, amongst which loitered a little remnant of scantily clothed inhabitants, the wretched residuum of a once flourishing population. Grass was growing in the streets. The bishop's palace and the cathedral were the only buildings still standing, and these, roofless and gutted, would not be able much longer to resist the dilapidating influence of the climate. General Frere, before placing himself in opposition to O'Higgins, had arranged a peace with the Araucanians, an indigenous tribe distinguished for their bravery, who had not only maintained their own independence but were always ready, when opportunity offered, to encroach on the Spanish territory. Some of these natives were employed as auxiliary troops in the Chilean army. Duperrey saw them, and, having obtained from General Frere and Colonel Beauchef trustworthy information, has given a not very flattering description of them, of which the substance shall be here given. The Araucanians are of an ordinary stature, in complexion copper-coloured, with small, black, vivacious eyes, a rather flat nose and thick lips, the result of which is an expression of brutal ferocity, divided into tribes, each one jealous of another, all animated by an unbridled lust of plunder, and ever on the move. Their lives are spent in perpetual warfare. The mounted Araucanian is armed with a long lance, a long cutlass sabre-shaped called a machete, 5 and the lasso, in the use of which they are extremely expert, while the horse he rides is usually swift. 5. This is a weapon shorter than a sword and longer than a dagger. Sometimes they are known, says Duperrey, to receive under their protection vanquished enemies and become their defenders, but the motive prompting them to this seemingly generous conduct is always one of special vindictiveness, the fact being that their real object is the total extermination of some tribe allied with the opposite party. Among themselves hatred is the ruling passion, it is the only enduring bond of fidelity. All display undoubted courage, spirit, recklessness, implacability towards their enemies, whom they massacre with a shocking insensibility. Haughty in manner and revengeful in disposition, they treat all strangers with unqualified suspicion, but they are hospitable and generous to all whom they take as friends. All their passions are easily excited, but they are inordinately sensitive with regard to their liberty and their rights, which they are ever ready to defend sword in hand. Never forgetting an injury, they know not how to forgive. Nothing less than the lifeblood of their enemies can quench their thirst for vengeance. Duperrey pledges himself to the truth of the picture which he has here drawn of these savage children of the Andes, who at least deserve the credit of having from the 16th century to the present day managed to preserve their independence against the attacks of all invaders. After the departure of General Frere and the troops he led away with him, Duperrey took advantage of the opportunity to get his vessel provisioned as quickly as possible. The water and the biscuits were soon on board, but longer time was necessary to procure supplies of coal, which, however, was to be got without any other expense save that of paying the muleteers, who transported it to the beach from a mine scarcely beneath the level of the earth, where it was to be picked up for nothing. Although the events happening at Conception during the detention there of the Coquille were far from being cheerful, the prevailing depression could not hold out against the traditional festivities of the carnival. Dinners, receptions, and balls recommenced, and the departure of the troops made itself felt only in the paucity of cavaliers. The French officers, in acknowledgment of the hospitable welcome offered to them, gave 2 balls at Talcahuano, and several families came from Conception for the sole purpose of being present at them. Unfortunately, Duperrey's narrative breaks off at the date of his quitting Chile, and there is no longer any official record from which to gather the details of a voyage so interesting and successful. Far from being able to trace step by step from original documents the course of the expedition, as has been done in the case of other travellers, we are obliged in our turn to epitomize other epitomes now lying before us. It is an unpleasing task, as little agreeable to the reader as it is difficult for the writer, who, while bound to respect facts, is no longer able to enliven his narrative with personal observations and the generally lively stories of the travellers themselves. However, some few of the letters of the navigator to the Minister of Marine have been published, from which have been extracted the following details. On the 15th February, 1823, the Coquille set sail from Conception for Paita, the place where in 1595 Alvarez de Mendana and Fernandez de Quiros, took ship on the voyage of discovery that has made their names famous. But after a fortnight's sail, the corvette was becalmed in the vicinity of the island of Lorenzo, and Duperrey resolved to put in at Callao to obtain fresh provisions. It need not be said that Callao is the port of Lima, so the officers could not lose the opportunity of paying a visit to the capital of Peru. They were not fortunate in the time of their visit. The ladies were away for sea bathing at Miraflores, and the men of most distinction in the place had gone with them. The travellers were thus compelled to rest content with an inspection of the chief residences and public buildings of the city, returning to Callao on the 4th March. On the 9th of the same month the Coquille anchored at Paita. The situation of this place between the terrestrial and magnetic equators was most favourable for conducting observations on the variations of the magnetic needle. The naturalists also made excursions to the desert of Pira, where they collected specimens of petrified shells embedded in a tertiary stratum, precisely similar to that in the suburbs of Paris. As soon as all the sources of scientific interest at Paita had been exhausted, the Coquille resumed her voyage, setting sail for Otaheite. During the sail thither a circumstance occurred which might have materially delayed the progress of the expedition, if not have led to its total destruction. On the night of the 22nd April, the Coquille being in the waters of the dangerous archipelago, the officer of the watch all at once heard the sound of breakers dashing over reefs. He immediately made the ship lie to, and at daybreak the peril which had been escaped became manifest. At the distance of barely a mile and a half from the corvette lay a low island, well wooded, and fringed with rocks along its entire extent. A few people lived on it, some of whom approached the vessel in a canoe, but none of them would venture on board. Duperrey had to give up all thoughts of visiting the island, which received the name of Clermont-Tonnerre. On all sides the waves broke violently on the rocks, and he could do no more than coast it from end to end at a little distance. The next and following days some small islands of no note were discovered, to which were given the names of Oggia, Freycinet and Lostanges. At length, as the sun rose on the 3rd May, the verdant shores and woody mountains of Otaheite came in sight. Duperrey, like preceding visitors, could not help noticing the thorough change which had been effected in the manners and practices of the natives. Not a canoe came alongside the Coquille. It was the hour of divine worship when the corvette entered the Bay of Matavai, and the missionaries had collected the whole population of the island, to the number of 7,000, inside the principal church of Papahoa, to discuss the articles of a new code of laws. The Otaheitan orators, it seems, would not yield the palm to those of Europe. There were not a few of them gifted with the valuable talent of being able to talk for several hours without saying anything, and to make an end of the most promising undertakings with the flowers of their rhetoric. A description of one of these meetings is given by 500 Erville. M. Lejeune, the draftsman of the expedition, went by himself to be present at the meeting held the next day, when certain political questions were submitted to the popular assembly. It lasted for several hours, during which the chiefs took it in turn to speak. The most brilliant speaker of the gathering was a chief called Tati. The chief point of discussion was the imposition of an annual poll tax at the rate of 5 measures of oil per man. Then came a question as to the taxes which were to be levied, whether they should be on behalf of the king or on behalf of the missionaries. After some time, we arrived at the conclusion that the first question had been answered in the affirmative, but that the second, the one relating to the missionaries, had been postponed by themselves from a forecast of its probable failure. About 4,000 persons were present at this kind of national congress. 2 months before, Otaheite had renounced the English flag, in order to adopt one of its own, but that pacific revolution in no wise diminished the confidence which the people placed in their missionaries. The latter received the French travellers in a friendly manner, and supplied them at the usual prices with the stores of which they stood in need. But what seemed especially curious in the reforms effected by the missionaries was the total change in the behaviour of the women. From being, according to the statements of Cook, Bougainville and contemporary explorers, compliant to an unheard-of degree, they had become most modest, reserved and decently conducted, so that the whole island wore the air of a convent, a revolution as amusing as it was unnatural. From Otaheite the Coquille proceeded to the adjacent island of Bora Bora, belonging to the same group, where European customs had been adopted to the same extent, and on the 9th June, steering a westerly course, made a survey in turn of the islands Salvage, Coa, Santa Cruz, Bougainville and Bouka, finally coming to an anchor in the harbour of Praslin on the coast of New Ireland, famous for its beautiful waterfall. The friendly relations which were established with the natives there were the means of extending our knowledge of the human race, by the observation of some peculiarities, which had not fallen under the notice of preceding travellers. The sentence just quoted from an abridged account appearing in the Annals of Voyages, which merely excites curiosity without satisfying it, causes us here to express our regret that the original narrative of the voyage has not been published in its entirety. The Waterfall of Port Praslin. The Waterfall of Port Praslin. Facsimile of early engraving. The student Paul de Blasville, the same who afterwards lost his life with the Lillois in the polar regions, undertook a journey to the village of Praslin, in spite of all the means adopted by the savages to deter him. When there he was shown a kind of temple, where several ill-shaped, grotesque idols had been set up on a platform surrounded by walls. Great pains were taken to prepare a chart of St. George's Channel, after which Duperrey paid a visit to the islands previously surveyed by Schouten to the northeast of New Guinea. 3 days, the 26th, 27th, and were devoted to a survey of them. The explorer after this searched ineffectually for the islands Stephen and de Carteret, and after comparing his own route with that taken by 500 Entrecasteaux in 1792, he came to the conclusion that this group must be identical with that of Providence, discovered long since by Dampier. On the 3rd of September, the North Cape of New Guinea was recognized. 3 days later, the Coquille entered the narrow and rocky harbour of Offac on the northwest coast of Waigiou, one of the Papuan Islands. The only navigator who has mentioned this harbour is Forrest. Duperrey therefore felt unusual satisfaction at having explored a corner of the earth, all but untrodden by the foot of the European. It was also an interesting fact for geographers that the existence of a southern bay, separated from Offac by a very narrow isthmus, was established. 2 officers, D'Urville and de Blasville, were employed in this work, which Berard Latin and de Blois de la Calande connected with that accomplished by Duperrey on the coast during the cruise of the Uranie. This land was found to be particularly rich in vegetable products, and 500 Urville was able there to form the nucleus of a collection as valuable for the novelty as the beauty of its specimens. 500 Urville and Lesson, full of curiosity to study the inhabitants who belonged to the Papuan race, started for the shore immediately after the corvette arrived at the island in a boat manned with 7 sailors. They had already walked some distance in a deluge of rain, when all at once they found themselves opposite a cottage built upon piles, and covered over with leaves of the plane tree. Cowering amongst the bushes at a little distance was a young female savage, who seemed to be watching them. A few paces nearer was a heap of about a dozen coconuts freshly gathered, placed well in sight, apparently intended for the refreshment of the visitors. The Frenchmen came to understand that this was a present offered by the youthful savage of whom they had caught a glimpse, and proceeded to feast on the fruits so opportunely placed at their disposal. The native girl, soon gathering confidence from the quiet behaviour of the strangers, came forward, crying, "Bongus, good," making signs to show that the coconuts had been presented by herself. Her delicate attention was rewarded by the gift of a necklace and earrings. When 500 Urville regained the boat, he found a dozen Papuans playing, eating, and seeming on the best possible terms with the boatmen. In a short time, he says, they had surrounded me, repeating, "Captain Bongus," and offering various tokens of goodwill. These people are in general of diminutive stature, their constitution is slight and feeble. Leprosy is a common disease among them. Their voice is soft, their behaviour grave, polite, and even marked with a certain air of melancholy that is habitually characteristic of them. Natives of New Guinea. Natives of New Guinea. Facsimile of early engraving. Among the antique statues of which the Louvre is full, there is one of Polyhymnia, which is celebrated above the rest for an expression of melancholy pensiveness not usually found among the ancients. It is a singular circumstance that 500 Urville should have observed among the Papuans the very expression of countenance distinguishing this antique statue. On board the corvette, another company of natives were conducting themselves with a calmness and reserve, offering a marked contrast to the usual manner of the greater part of the inhabitants of the lands of Oceania. The same impression was made on the French travellers during a visit paid to the Roger of the island, as also during his return visit on board the Coquille. In one of the villages on this southern bay was observed a kind of temple, in which were to be seen several rudely carved statues, painted over with various colours, and ornamented with feathers and matting. It was quite impossible to obtain the slightest information on the subject of the worship which the natives paid to these idols. The Coquille set sail again on the 16th September, coasting along the north side of the islands lying between Yin and Yang, and after a brief stay at Kaili reached Ambuna, where the remarkably kind reception given by M. Mercus, the governor of the Malacca Island, afforded the staff an interval of rest from the continual labours of this troublesome voyage. The 27th October saw the corvette again on its course, steering towards Timor and westward of the Turtle and Lucipara Islands. Duperrey next determined the position of the island of Vulcan, sighted the islands of Weta, Baba, Dog, Caming, and finally, entering the channel of Ambe, surveyed a large number of points in the chain of islands stretching from Panti and Ambe in the direction of Java. After having made a chart of Java, and an ineffectual search for the trial islands in the place usually assigned to them, Duperrey steered for New Holland, but through contrary winds was not able to sail along the western coast of the island. On the 10th January he at length rounded Van Diemen's Island, and 6 days after that sighted the lights of Port Jackson, coming to an anchor off Sydney the following day. The governor, Sir Thomas Brisbane, who had received previous intimation of the arrival of the expedition, gave the officers a cordial welcome, forwarded with all the means at his command the revictualling of the corvette, and rendered friendly assistance in the repairs which the somewhat shattered condition of the ship rendered necessary. He also provided means to enable D'Urville and Lesson to make an excursion, full of interest, beyond the Blue Mountains into the plain of Bathurst, the resources of which were as yet but imperfectly known to Europeans. Duperrey did not leave Australia until the 20th of March. On this occasion he directed his course towards New Zealand, which had been rather overlooked in former voyages. The vessel came to an anchor in the Bay of Manawa, forming the southern part of the Grand Bay of Islands. Here the officers occupied their leisure in scientific and geographical observations, and in making researches in natural history. At the same time, the frequent intercourse of the explorers with the natives threw quite a new light upon their manners, their religious notions, their language, and on their attitude of hostility up to that time to the teaching of the missionaries. What these savages most appreciated in European civilization was well-finished weapons, of which at that time they possessed a great quantity, for by their help they were the better able to indulge their sanguinary instincts. The stay of the Coquille at New Zealand terminated on the 17th of April, when a detour was made northwards as far as Rotuma, discovered but not visited, by Captain Wilson in 1797. The inhabitants, gentle and hospitable, took great pains to furnish the navigators with the provisions they required, but it was not long before the Frenchmen discovered that these gentle islanders, taking advantage of the confidence which they had known how to create, had carried off a number of articles that it afterwards cost much trouble to make them restore. Stringent orders were given, and all thieves caught in the act were flogged in the presence of their fellow countrymen, who, however, as well as the culprits themselves, treated the affair only as a joke. Among these savages 4 Europeans were observed, who had a long time before deserted from the whaleship Rochester. They were no better clothed than the natives, and were tattooed and smeared with a yellow powder after the native fashion, so that it would have been hard to recognize them, but for their white skins and more intelligent looks. They were quite content with their lot, having married wives and reared families at Rotuma, where, escaping the cares, the troubles, and the difficulties of civilized life, they reckoned on ending their days in comfort. One among them asked to be allowed to remain on board the Coquille, a favour which Duperrey was ready to grant, but the chief of the island was unwilling, until he learned that 2 convicts from Port Jackson asked permission to stay on shore. Although these people, hitherto little known, offered a most interesting subject of study to the naturalists, it was necessary to depart, so the Coquille proceeded to survey the Coral Isles and St. Augustine, discovered by Morel in 1781. Then came Drummond Island, where the inhabitants, dark-complexioned with slight limbs and unintelligent faces, offered to exchange some triangular shells, commonly called holy water cups, for knives and fishhooks. Next the islands of Sydenham and Henderville, where the inhabitants go entirely naked. After them, Walder, Hupper, Hole, Knox, Charlotte, Matthews, which form the Gilbert archipelago, and finally the Marshall and Mulgrave groups. On the 3rd of June, Duperrey came in sight of the island of Yulan, which had been discovered in 1804 by an American, Captain Crozer. As it was not marked upon any chart, the commander decided upon making an exact and particular survey of it. No sooner had the anchor touched the bottom than Duperrey, accompanied by some of his officers, made for the shore. The inhabitants turned out to be a mild and obliging race, who made their visitors presents of coconuts and the fruit of the bread tree, conducting them through most picturesque scenery to the dwelling of their principal chief, or Eurostan, as he was called. Dumont d'Urville has given the following sketch of the country through which the travellers passed on their way to the residence of the chief. We glided calmly across a magnificent basin girdled in by a well-wooded shore, the foliage a bright green. Behind us rose the lofty hilltops, carpeted with verdure, from which shot up the light and graceful stems of the cocoa palms. Out of the sea to the front rose the little island of Lele, covered with the pretty cottages of the islanders, and crowned with a verdant mound. If this pleasant prospect be further brightened by a magnificent day, in a delicious climate, some notion may be formed of the sensations we experienced as we proceeded in a sort of triumphal procession, surrounded by a crowd of simple, gentle, kind attendants. The number of persons accompanying the boat's 500 Urville estimated at about 800. On arriving before a neat and charming village with well-paved streets, they divided themselves, the men standing on one side, the women on the other, maintaining an impressive silence. Two chiefs advanced, and taking the travellers by the hand, conducted them to the dwelling of the Eurostan. The crowd, still silent, remained outside while the Frenchmen entered the chief's house. The Eurostan shortly made his appearance, a pale and shriveled old man, bowed down under the weight of 80 years. The Frenchmen politely rose on his entering the room, but they were apprised by a whisper of disapproval from those standing about that this was a violation of the local etiquette. The crowd in front prostrated themselves on the ground. The chiefs themselves could not withhold that mark of respect. The old man, recovering from a momentary surprise at the boldness of the strangers, called upon his subjects to keep silence, then seated himself near the travellers. In return for the trifling presents which were made to him and his wife, he vouchsafed marks of goodwill in the shape of slight pats on the cheek, the shoulder, or the thigh. But the gratitude of these sovereigns was expressed only by the gift of 7 so-called tarts, probably pieces of cloth, 4 of which were of very fine tissue. Meeting with the chief of Yolan. Meeting with the chief of Yolan. After the audience was over, the travellers proceeded to look round the village, where they were astonished to find 2 immense walls made of coral, some blocks of which were of immense size and weight. Notwithstanding a few acts of petty theft committed by the chiefs, the 10 days during which the expedition remained at the island passed without disturbance. The good understanding on which the intercourse between the Frenchmen and the Yulanese was based never suffered a moment's interruption. Duperrey remarks that it is easy to predict that this island of Yulan will one day become of considerable importance. It is situated in the midst of the Caroline group, in the course of ships sailing from New Holland to China, and presents good ports for careening vessels, ample supplies of water, and provisions of various kinds. The inhabitants are generous and peaceably disposed, and they will soon be in a position to supply a kind of food most essential to sailors, from the progeny of the sows that we left with them, a gift which excited a very lively gratitude. Subsequent events, however, have not verified the forecast made by Duperrey. Although a route from Europe to China by the south of Van Diemen's Island passes near the coast of Yolan, the island is of little more value now than it was 50 years ago. Steam has completely revolutionized the conditions of navigation. Sailors at the commencement of the century could not possibly foresee the radical changes which the introduction of this agent would produce. The Cockwill had not gone more than 2 days' sail from Yolan, when on the 17th, 18th, and June were discovered several new islands, which by the native inhabitants were called Pelilap, Takai, Ayura, Augai, and Mongol. These are the groups usually called Macaskill and Duperrey, the people resembling those of Yolan, who, as well as those of the Radek Islands, give to their chiefs the title of Taman. On the 24th of the same month, the Cockwill found herself in the middle of the Hogolu group, which Kotzebue had looked for in too high a latitude, the commander recognizing their bearings by means of certain names given by the natives, which were found entered in the chart of Father Cantova. The hydrographical survey of this group, contained within a circumference of at least 30 leagues, was executed by M. Blois from the 24th to the 27th June. The islands are for the most part high, terminating in volcanic peaks, but some are of opinion, judging from the arrangement of the lagoon, that they are of madreporic formation. They are tenanted by a race of diminutive, badly shaped people, subject moreover to repulsive complaints. If ever the converse of the phrase mens sana in corpore sano can find a just application, it must be here, for these natives are low in the scale of intelligence, and inferior by many degrees to the people of Yolan. Even at that time foreign styles of dress appeared to have found their way into the islands. Some of the people were wearing conical-shaped hats, after the Chinese fashion. Others had on garments of plaited straw, with a hole in the middle to allow the head to pass through, reminding one of the poncho of the South American, but they held in contempt such trumpery as looking-glasses, necklaces, or bells, asking rather for axes and steel weapons, evidences of frequent intercourse with Europeans. The islands of Tamartan, Faenendick and Arlap, called the Martyrs on old maps, were next surveyed. Afterwards an ineffectual search was made for the islands of Namarek and Iflauk, about the position assigned to them by Arrowsmith and Malaspina. And then, by way of continuing the exploration of the north side of New Guinea, the Cockwill put in at the port of Dore, on the southeast coast of the island, where a stay was made until the 9th August. Whether estimated by the addition made to natural history, or to geography, or to astronomy, or to science in general, no more profitable a sojourn could have been made than this. The indigenous inhabitants of New Guinea belong to the purest race of Papuans. Their dwellings are huts built upon piles, the entrance to them being made by means of a piece of wood with notches cut in it to serve for steps. This is drawn up into the interior every night. The natives dwelling on the coast are always at war with those in the interior, the Hafus or Arfakis Negroes. Guided by a young Papuan, 500 Ervil succeeded in making his way to the place where these last mentioned dwelt. He found them gentle, hospitable, courteous creatures, not in the least like the portrait drawn of them by their enemies. After the stay at New Guinea, the Cockwill again sailed through the Moluccas, put in for a short time at Sourabia, upon the coast of Java, and on the 30th October reached the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius. At length, having on the way stopped at St. Helena, where the officers paid a visit to the tomb of Napoleon, and at Ascension, where an English colony had been established since 1815, the corvette entered Marseille on the 24th April, 1825, concluding a voyage that had occupied 31 months and 3 days, over 24,894 nautical miles, without the loss of a single life or any cases of sickness, and without any damage being sustained by the ship. A success in every way so distinguished covered with glory the young commander of the expedition and all its officers, who had manifested such untiring energy in the prosecution of scientific inquiries, yielding a rich harvest of valuable results. 52 charts and plans carefully drawn up, collections of natural specimens of all kinds, both numerous and curious, copious vocabularies, by the help of which it may be possible to throw new light on the migrations of the oceanic peoples, interesting intelligence regarding the productions of the places visited, the condition of commerce and industrial pursuits, observations relating to the shape of the globe, magnetical, meteorological, and botanical researches, such formed the bulk of the valuable freight of knowledge brought home by the Cockwill. The scientific world waited eagerly for the time when this store of information should be thrown open to the public. Chapter 2. Expedition of Baron de Bougainville, stay at Pondicherry, the White Town and the Black Town, right hand and left hand, Malacca, Singapore and its prosperity, stay at Manila, Turon Bay, the monkeys and the people, the marble rocks of Faifo, Cochin Chinese diplomacy, the Anambas, the Sultan of Madura, the Straits of Madura and Alas, Clotes and the Triad, Islands, Tasmania, Botany Bay and New South Wales, Santiago and Valparaiso, return via Cape Horn, expedition of Dumont d'Urville in the Astrolabe, the Peak of Tenerife, Australia, stay at New Zealand, Tongatabu, skirmishes, New Britain and New Guinea, first news of the fate of La Perouse, Vanikoro and its inhabitants, stay at Guam, Amboina and Menado, results of the expedition. The expedition, the command of which was entrusted to Baron de Bougainville, was, strictly speaking, neither a scientific voyage nor a campaign of discovery. Its chief purpose was to unfurl the French flag in the extreme east, and to impress upon the governments of that region the intention of France to protect her nationalities and her interests, everywhere and at all times. The chief instructions given to the commander were that he was to convey to the sovereign of Cochin China a letter from the king, together with some presents, to be placed on board the frigate Thetis. M. de Bougainville was also, whenever possible, without such delays as would prejudice the main object of the expedition, to take hydrographic surveys, and to collect information upon the commerce, productions and means of exchange of the countries visited. 2 vessels were placed under the orders of M. de Bougainville. One, the Thetis, was an entirely new frigate, carrying 44 cannons and 300 sailors, no French frigate of this strength, except the Boudius, having ever before accomplished the voyage round the world. The other, the sloop Esperance, had 20 carronades upon the deck, and carried 120 seamen. The first of these vessels was under the direct orders of Baron de Bougainville, and his staff consisted of picked officers, amongst whom we may mention Longueville, Lapierre and Baudin, afterwards captain, vice-admiral and rear-admiral. The Esperance was commanded by frigate captain de Noerker du Camper, who, as second in command of the frigate Cleopatra, had already explored a great part of the course of the new expedition. It numbered among its officers Turpin, afterwards vice-admiral, deputy and aide-de-camp of Louis-Philippe, Eugene Penaud, afterwards general officer, and Médéric Malevoix, the future governor of Senegal. Not one notable scientific man, such as those who had been billeted in such numbers on the Naturalist and other circumnavigating vessels, had embarked upon those of Baron de Bougainville, to whom it was a constant matter of regret, a regret intensified by the fact that the medical officers, with so many under their care, could not be long absent from the vessels when in port. M. de Bougainville's journal of the voyage opens with this judicious remark. It was not many years ago a dangerous enterprise to make a voyage round the world, and scarce half a century has elapsed since the time when an expedition of this kind would have sufficed to reflect glory upon the man who directed it. This was the good old time, the golden age of the circumnavigator, and the dangers and privations against which he had to struggle were repaid 100-fold, when, rich in valuable discoveries, he hailed on his return the shores of his native land. But this is all over now. The prestige has gone, and we make our tour of the globe nowadays as we should then have made that of France. What would Baron Yves Hyacinthe Potention de Bougainville, the son of the vice-admiral, senator and member of the Institut, say today to our admirable steamships of perfect form, and charts of such minute exactitude that distant voyages appear a mere joke? On the 2nd March 1824, the Thetis quitted the roads at Brest to take up at Bourbon her companion, the Esperance, which, having started some time before, had set sail for Rio de Janeiro. A short stay at Tenerife, where the Thetis was only able to purchase some poor wine and a very small quantity of the provisions needed, a view of the Cape Verde Islands and the Cape of Good Hope in the distance, and a hunt for the fabulous island of Saxembourg, and some rocks no less fictitious, were the only incidents of the voyage to Bourbon, where the Esperance had already arrived. Bourbon was at this time so familiar a point with the navigators that there was little to be said about it, when its two open roads of St. Denis and St. Paul had been mentioned. St. Denis, the capital, situated on the north of Bourbon, and at the extremity of a sloping tableland, was, properly speaking, merely a large town without enclosure or walls, and each house in it was surrounded by a garden. There were no public buildings or places of interest worth mentioning except the governor's palace, situated in such a position as to command a view of the whole road. The Botanic Garden and the Jardin de Naturalisation, which dates from the former, which is in the centre of the town, contains some beautiful walks, unfortunately but little frequented, and it is admirably kept. The eucalyptus, the giant of the Australian forests, the Phormium tenax, the New Zealand hemp plant, the casuarina, the pine of Madagascar, the baobab with its trunk of prodigious size, the carambolas, the sapota, the vanilla, combined to beautify this garden, which was refreshed by streams of sparkling water. The second, upon the brow of a hill, formed of terraces rising one above the other, to which several brooklets give life and fertility, was specially devoted to the acclimatization of European trees and plants. The apple, peach, apricot, cherry and pear trees, which have thriven well, have already supplied the colony with valuable shoots. The vine was also grown in this garden, together with the tea plant and several rarer species, amongst which Bougainville noted with delight the Laurea argentea, with its bright leaves. On the 9th June the two vessels left the roads of St. Denis, after having doubled the shoals of La Fortune and Saya de Malha, and passed off the Seychelles, whilst among the atolls to the south of the Maldive Islands, which are level with the surface of the water and covered with bushy trees ending in a cluster of cocoas, they sighted the island of Ceylon and the Coromandel coast, and cast anchor before Pondicherry. Natives of Pondicherry. Natives of Pondicherry. Ancient idols near Pondicherry. Ancient idols near Pondicherry. Facsimile of early engraving. This part of India is far from answering to the enchantress idea, which the dithyrambic descriptions of writers who have celebrated its marvels have led Europeans to form. The number of public buildings and monuments at Pondicherry will scarcely bear counting, and when one has visited the more curious of the pagodas, and the boilers, whose only recommendation is their utility, there is nothing very interesting, except the novelty of the scenes met with at every turn. The town is divided into two well-defined quarters, the one called the White Town, dull and deserted in spite of its coquettish-looking buildings, and the far more interesting Black Town, with its bazaars, its jugglers, its massive pagodas, and the attractive dances of the bayadirs. The Indian population upon the coast of Coromandel, says the narrative, is divided into two classes, the right hand and the left. This division originated under the government of a nabob against whom the people revolted, those who remained faithful to the prince being distinguished by the designation of right hand, and the rest by that of left hand. These two great tribes, which divide between them almost equally the entire population, are in a chronic state of hostility against the holders of the ranks and prerogatives obtained by the friends of the prince. The latter, however, retain the offices in the gift of the government, whilst the others are engaged in commerce. To maintain peace amongst them, it was necessary to allow them to retain their ancient processions and ceremonies. The right hand and left hand are subdivided into 18 castes or guilds, full of pretensions and prejudices, not diminished even by the constant intercourse with Europeans which has now for centuries been maintained. Hence have arisen feelings of rivalry and contempt, which would be the source of sanguinary wars, were it not that the Hindus have a horror of bloodshed, and that their temperament renders them averse to conflict. These two facts, i.e., the gentleness of the native disposition and the constant presence of an element of discord amongst the various tribes, must ever be borne in mind if we would understand the political phenomenon of more than 50 millions of men submitting to the yoke of some 25,000 or 30,000 foreigners. The Thetis and the aspirants quitted the roadstead of Pondicherry on the 30th July, crossed the Sea of Bengal, sighted the islands of Nicobar and Pulo Penang, with its free port capable of holding 300 ships at a time. They then entered the Straits of Malacca and remained in the Dutch port of that name from the 24th to the 26th July to repair damages sustained by the aspirants, so that she might hold out as far as Manila. The intercourse of the explorers with the resident and the inhabitants generally were all the more pleasant that it was confirmed by banquets given on land, and on board the Thetis in honour of the kings of France and the Netherlands. The Dutch were expecting soon to cede this station to the English, and this cession took place shortly afterwards. It must be added with regard to Malacca that in point of fertility of soil, pleasantness of situation and facilities for obtaining all really necessary supplies, it was superior to its rivals. Bougainville set out again on August 26th, and was tossed about by head winds, and troubled alike by calms and storms during the remainder of his passage through the straits. As these latitudes were more frequented than any others by Malay pirates, the commandant placed sentries on the watch and took all precautions against surprise, although his force was strong enough to be above fearing any enemy. It was no uncommon thing to see flyboats manned by 100 seamen, and more than one merchant ship had recently fallen a prey to these unmolested and incorrigible corsairs. The squadron, however, saw nothing to awake any suspicions, and continued its course to Singapore. The population of this town is a curious mixture of races, and our travellers met with Europeans engaged in the chief branches of commerce, Armenian and Arabian merchants and Chinese, some planters, others following the various trades demanded by the requirements of the population. The Malays, who seemed out of place in an advancing civilization, either led a life of servitude or slept away their time in indolence and misery, whilst the Hindus, expelled from their country for crime, practiced the indescribable trades which in all great cities alone saved the scum from dying of starvation. It was only in 1819 that the English procured from the Malayan Sultan of Johor the right to settle in the town of Singapore, and the little village in which they established themselves then numbered but 150 inhabitants, although, thanks to Sir Stamford Raffles, a town soon rose on the site of the unpretending cabins of the natives. By a wise stroke of policy, all customs duties were abolished, and the natural advantages of the new city, with its extensive and secure port, were supplemented and perfected by the hand of man. The garrison numbered only 300 sepoys and 30 gunners. There were as yet no fortifications, and the artillery equipment consisted merely of one battery of 20 cannons, and as many bronze field pieces. Indeed, Singapore was simply one large warehouse, to which Madras sent cotton cloth, Calcutta opium, Sumatra pepper, Java eric and spices, Manila sugar and eric, all forthwith dispatched to Europe, China, Siam, and sea of public buildings there appeared to be none. There were no stores, no careening wharves, no building yards, no barracks, and the visitors noticed but one small church for native converts. The squadron resumed its voyage on the 2nd September, and reached the harbour of Cavite without any mishap. Meanwhile, M. du Camper, commander of the aspirants who had, during a residence of some years, become acquainted with the principal inhabitants, was ordered to go to Manila, that he might inform the Governor-General of the Philippines of the arrival of the frigates, the reasons of their visit and see, and at the same time gauge his feelings towards them, and form some idea of the reception the French might expect. The recent intervention of France in the affairs of Spain placed them indeed in a very delicate position with the then governor, Don Juan Antonio Martinez, who had been nominated to his post by the very Cortes which had just been overthrown by their government. The fears of the commandant, however, were not confirmed, for he met with the warmest kindness and most cordial cooperation from the Spanish authorities. Cavite Bay, where the vessels cast anchor, was constantly encumbered with mud, but it was the chief port in the Philippine Islands, and there the Spaniards owned a very well-supplied arsenal in which worked Indians from the surrounding districts, who though skillful and intelligent were excessively lazy. Whilst the Thetis was being sheathed, and the extensive repairs necessary to the Esperance were being carried out, the clerks and officers were at Manila, seeing about the supply of provisions and cordage, the latter which was made of abaca, the fibre of a banana vulgarly called Manila hemp, although recommended on account of its great elasticity, was not of much use on board ship. The delay at Manila was rendered very disagreeable by earthquakes and typhoons, which are always of constant occurrence there. On October 24th, there was an earthquake of such violence that the governor, troops, and a portion of the people were compelled hastily to leave the town, and the loss was estimated at 120,000 L. Many houses were thrown down, 8 people were buried in the ruins, and many others injured. Scarcely had the inhabitants begun to breathe freely again, when a frightful typhoon came to complete the panic. It lasted only part of the night of the 31st October, and the next day, when the sun rose, it might have been looked upon as a mere nightmare had not the melancholy sight of fields laid waste, and of the harbour with 6 ships lying on their sides, and all the others at anchor, almost entirely disabled, testified to the reality of the disaster. All around the town the country was devastated, the crops were ruined, the trees, even the largest of them, violently shaken, the village destroyed. It was a heartrending spectacle. The Esperance had its main mast and mizzen mast lifted several feet above deck, and its barricadings were carried off. The Thetis, more fortunate than its companion, escaped almost uninjured in the dreadful tempest. The laziness of the workpeople, and the great number of holidays in which they indulge, early decided Bougainville to part for a time from his convoy, and on December 12th he set sail for Cochin China. Before following the French to the little frequented shores of that country, however, we must survey with them Manila and its environs. The Bay of Manila is one of the most extensive and beautiful in the world. Numerous fleets might find anchorage in it, and its 2 channels were not yet closed to foreign vessels, and in 1798 2 English frigates had been allowed to pass through them and carry off numerous vessels under the very guns of the town. The horizon is shut in by a barrier of mountains, ending on the south of the Tal, a volcano now almost extinct, but the eruptions of which have often caused frightful calamities. In the plains, framed in rice plantations, several hamlets and solitary houses give animation to the scene. Opposite to the mouth of the bay rises the town, containing 60,000 inhabitants, with its lighthouse and far-extending suburbs. It is watered by the Pasig, a river issuing from Bay Lake, and its exceptionally good situation secures to it advantages which more than one capital might envy. The garrison, without including the militia, consisted at that time of 2,200 soldiers, and in addition to the military navy, always represented by some vessel at anchor, a marine service had been organized for the exclusive use of the colony, to which the name of Sutil had been given, either on account of the small size or the fleetness of the vessels employed. This service, all appointments in which are in the gift of the Governor-General, is composed of schooners and gun-sloops, intended to protect the coasts and the trading vessels against the pirates of Sulu. But it cannot be said that the organization, imposing as it is, has achieved any great results. Of this Bougainville gives the following curious illustration. In 1828, the Suluans seized of the inhabitants upon the coast of Luzon, and an expedition sent against them cost 140,000 piastres and resulted in the killing of 6 men. Near the Bay of Manila. Near the Bay of Manila. Facsimile of early engraving. Great uneasiness prevailed in the Philippines at the time of the visit of the Thetis and the Esperance, and a political reaction which had steeped the metropolis in blood had thrown a gloom over every one. On December 20, 1820, a massacre of the whites by the Indians. In 1824, the mutiny of a regiment and the assassination of an ex-governor, Senor de Falgueras, had been the first horrors which had endangered the supremacy of the Spanish. Creoles, who, with the Tagalas, were alike the richest and most industrious classes of the true native population, at this time gave just cause for uneasiness to the government, because they were known to desire the expulsion of all who were not natives of the Philippines, and when it is borne in mind that they commanded the native regiments, and held the greater part of the public offices, it is easy to see how great must have been their influence. Well might people ask whether they were not on the eve of one of those revolutions which lost to Spain her fairest colonies. Until the Thetis reached Macao, she was much harassed by squalls, gales, heavy showers, and an intensity of cold, felt all the more keenly by the navigators after their experience for several months of a temperature of 753.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Scarcely was anchor cast in the Canton River before a great number of native vessels came to examine the frigate, offering for sale vegetables, fish, oranges, and a multitude of trifles, once so rare, now so common but always costly. The town of Macao, says the narrative, shut in between bare hills, can be seen from afar, the whiteness of its buildings rendering it very conspicuous. It partly faces the coast, and the houses, which are elegantly built, line the beach, following the natural contour of the shore. The parade is also the finest part of the town, and is much frequented by foreigners. Behind it the ground rises abruptly, and the facades of the buildings, such as convents, noticeable for their size and peculiar architecture, rise, so to speak, from the second stage, the whole being crowned by the embattled walls of the forts, over which floated the white flag of Portugal. At the northern and southern extremities of the town, facing the sea, are batteries built in 3 stages, and near the first, but a little further inland, rises a church with a very effective portico and fine external decorations. Numerous sampans, junks, and fishing boats anchored close inshore give animation to the scene, the setting of which would be much brightened if the heights overlooking the town were not so totally wanting in verdure. Situated as it is in the high road between China and the rest of the world, Macao, once one of the chief relics of Portuguese colonial prosperity, long enjoyed exceptional privileges, all of which were, however, gone by 1825, when its one industry was a contraband trade in opium. The Thetis only touched at Macao to leave some missionaries, and to hoist the French flag, and Bougainville set sail again on January 8. Nothing worthy of notice occurred on the voyage from Macao to Turon Bay. Arrived there, Bougainville learned that the French agent M. Chenu had left Hue for Saigon, with the intention of there chartering a bark for Singapore, and in the absence of the only person who could further his schemes, he did not know with whom to open relations. Fearing failure as an inevitable result of this contretemps, he at once dispatched a letter to Hue, explaining the object of his mission, and expressing a wish to go with some of his officers to Saigon. The time which necessarily elapsed before an answer was received was turned to account by the French, who minutely surveyed the bay and its surroundings, together with the famous marble rocks, the objects of the curious interest of all travellers. Turon Bay has been described by various authors, notably by Horsburgh, as one of the most beautiful and vast in the universe, but such is not the opinion of Bougainville, who thinks these statements are to be taken with a great deal of reservation. The village of Turon is situated upon the sea coast, at the entrance of the channel of Faifo, from the right bank of which rises a fort with glacis, bastions, and a dry moat, built by French engineers. The French, being looked upon as old allies, were always received with kindness and without suspicion. It had not apparently been so with the English, who had not been permitted to land, whilst the sailors on board the Thetis were at once allowed to fish and hunt, and to go and come as they chose, every facility for obtaining fresh provisions being also accorded to them. Thanks to this latitude, the officers were able to scour the country and make interesting observations. One of them, M. de la Toine, gives the following description of the natives. They are rather under than over middle height, and in this respect they closely resemble the Chinese of Macao. Their skin is of a yellowish brown, and their heads are flat and round. Their faces are without expression, their eyes are as melancholy, but their eyebrows are not so strongly marked as those of the Chinese. They have flat noses and large mouths, and their lips bulge out in a way rendered the more disagreeable as they are always black and dirty from the habit indulged in, by men and women alike, of chewing areca nut mixed with betel and lime. The women, who are almost as tall as the men, have not a more pleasant appearance, and the repulsive filthiness, common to both sexes, is enough without anything else to deprive them of all attractiveness. Women of Turon Bay. Women of Turon Bay. What strikes one most is the wretchedness of the inhabitants as compared with the fertility of the soil. And this shocking contrast betrays alike the selfishness and carelessness of the government and the insatiable greed of the mandarins. The plains produce maize, yams, manioc, tobacco, and rice, the flourishing appearance of which testifies to the care bestowed upon them. The sea yields large quantities of delicious fish, and the forests give shelter to numerous birds, as well as tigers, rhinoceroses, buffaloes, and elephants, and troops of monkeys are to be met with everywhere, some of them 4 feet high, with bodies of a pearl-grey colour, black thighs, and red legs. They wear red collars and white girdles, which make them look just as if they were clothed. Their muscular strength is extraordinary, and they clear enormous distances in leaping from branch to branch. Nothing can be odder than to see some dozen of these creatures upon one tree, indulging in the most fantastic grimaces and contortions. One day, says Bougainville, when I was at the edge of the forest, I wounded a monkey who had ventured forth for a stroll in the sunshine. He hid his face in his hands and sent forth such piteous groans that more than 30 of his tribe were about him in a moment. I lost no time in reloading my gun, not knowing what I might have to expect, for some monkeys are not afraid of attacking men. But the troop only took up their wounded comrade and once more plunged into the wood. Another excursion was made to the marble rocks of the Feifo River, where are several curious caves, one containing an enormous pillar suspended from the roof and ending abruptly some distance from the ground. Stalactites were seen, but the sound of a waterfall was heard from the further end. The French also visited the ruins of an ancient building near a grotto, containing an idol and with a passage opening out of one corner. This passage Bougainville followed. It led him into an immense rotunda lighted from the top, and ending in an arched vault at least 60 feet high. Imagine the effect of a series of marble pillars of various colours, some from their greenish colour, the result of old age and damp, looking as if cast in bronze, whilst from the roof hung down creepers, now in festoons, now in bunches, looking for all the world like candelabra without the lights. Above our heads were groups of stalactites resembling great organ pipes, altars, mutilated statues, hideous monsters carved in stone, and even a complete pagoda, which, however, occupied but a very small space in the vast enclosure. Fancy such a scene in an appropriate setting, the whole lit up with a dim and wavering light, and you can perhaps form some idea how it struck me when it first burst upon me. On the 20th of January, 1825, the Esperance at last rejoined the frigate, and 2 days later 2 envoys arrived from the court at Hue, with orders to ask Bougainville for the letter of which he was the bearer. But as the latter had received orders to deliver it to the emperor in person, this request involved a long series of puerile negotiations. The formalities by which the Cochin Chinese envoys were, so to speak, hemmed in, reminded Bougainville of the anecdote of the envoy and the governor of Java, who, rivaling each other in their gravity and diplomatic prudence, remained together for 24 hours without exchanging a word. The commander was not the man to endure such trial of patience as this, but he could not obtain the necessary authorization of his explorations, and the negotiations ended in an exchange of presents, securing nothing in fact but an assurance from the emperor that he would receive with pleasure a visit of the French vessels to his ports, if their captain and officers would conform to the laws of the empire. Since 1817, the French had been pretty well the only people who had done any satisfactory business with the people of Cochin China, a state of things resulting from the presence of French residents at the court of Hue, on whom alone, of course, depended the maintenance of the exceptionally cordial relations so long established between them and the government to which they were accredited. The 2 ships left Turon Bay on the 17th February for the Anambas archipelago, which had not as yet been explored, and on the 3rd of March, they came in sight of it, and found it to bear no resemblance whatever to the islands of the same name, marked upon the English map of the China Sea. Bougainville was agreeably surprised to see a large number of islands and islets, the bays and sea, of which were sure to afford excellent anchorage during the monsoons. The explorers penetrated to the very heart of the archipelago, and made a hydrographic survey of it. Whilst the small boats were engaged upon this task, 2 prettily built canoes approached, from one of which a man of about 50 came on board the Thetis, whose breast was seamed with scars, and from whose right hand 2 fingers were missing. The sight of the rows of guns and ammunition, however, so terrified him that he beat a hasty retreat to his canoe, though he had already got as far as the orlop deck. Next day 2 more canoes approached, manned by fierce-looking Malays, bringing bananas, coconuts, and pineapples, which they bartered for biscuits, a handkerchief, and 2 small axes. Several other interviews took place with islanders, armed with the kris, and short 2-edged iron pikes, who were very evidently pirates by profession. Although the French explored but a part of the Anamba group, the information they collected was extremely interesting on account of its novelty. The first requisite of a large population is plenty of fresh water, and there is apparently very little of it in the Anambas. Moreover, the cultivable soil is not very deep, and the mountains are separated by narrow ravines, not by plains, so that agriculture is all but out of the question. Even the native trees, with the exception of the cocoa palm, are very stunted. The population was estimated by a native at not more than 2,000, but Bougainville thought even that too high a figure. The fortunate position of the Anambas, they are passed by all vessels trading with China, whichever route may be taken, long since brought them to the notice of navigators, and we must attribute to their lack of resources the neglect to which they have been abandoned. The small amount of cordiality and confidence met with by Bougainville from the inhabitants, the high price of provisions, and the destructive nature of the monsoons in the Sunda waters, determined him to cut short his survey, and to make with all speed for Java, where his instructions compelled him to touch. The 8th of March was fixed for the departure of the two vessels, which sighted Victory, Beran, Saddle and Camel Islands, passed through the Gasper Straits, the passage of which did not occupy more than 2 hours, although it often takes several days with an unfavourable wind, and cast anchor at Surabaya, where the explorers were met with the news of the death of Louis Roman XVIII, and the accession of Charles X. As the cholera, which had claimed 0 victims in Java in 1822, was still raging, Bougainville took the precaution of keeping his crew on board under shelter from the sun, and expressly forbade any intercourse with vessels laden with fruit, the use of which is so dangerous to Europeans, especially during the rainy season then setting in. In spite of these wise orders, however, dysentery attacked the crew of the Thetis, and too many fell victims to it. The town of Surabaya is situated 1 league from the mouth of the river, and it can only be reached by towing up the stream. Its approaches are lively, and everything bears witness to the presence of an active commercial population. An expedition to the island of Celebes, having exhausted the resources of the government, and the magazines being empty, Bougainville had to deal direct with the Chinese merchants, who are the most barefaced robbers on the face of the globe, and now resorted to all manner of cunning and knavery to get the better of their visitors. The stay at Surabaya, therefore, left a very disagreeable impression on all. It was quite different, however, with regard to the reception met with from the chief personages of the colony, for there was every reason to be satisfied with the conduct of all connected with the government. To go to Surabaya without paying a visit to the Sultan of Madura, whose reputation for hospitality had crossed the seas, would have been as impossible as it is to visit Paris without going to see Versailles and Trianon. After a comfortable lunch on shore, therefore, the staff of the two vessels set out in open carriages and four, but the roads were so bad, and the horses so worn out that they would many a time have stuck in the mud if men stationed at the dangerous places had not energetically shoved at the wheels. At last they arrived at Bankalan, and the carriages drew up in the third court of the palace at the foot of a staircase, at the top of which the hereditary prince and the prime minister awaited the arrival of the travellers. Prince Adnan Great belonged to the most illustrious family of the Indian archipelago. He wore the undress uniform of a Java chief, consisting of a long flowered petticoat of Indian make, scarcely allowing the Chinese slippers to be seen, a white vest with gold buttons, and a small skirted waistcoat of brown cloth, with diamond buttons. A handkerchief was tied about his head, on which he wore a visor cap, his ease and dignity of bearing alone saving him from looking like the grotesque figure of a carnival Amazon. The palace or kraton consisted of a series of buildings with galleries, kept delightfully cool by awnings and curtains, whilst lustres, tasty European furniture, pretty hangings, glass and crystal ornaments decorated the vast halls and rooms. A suite of private apartments with no opening to the court, but with a view of the gardens, is reserved for the Ratu, sovereign, and the harem. The reception was cordial, and the repast, served in European style, was delicious. The conversation, says Bougainville, was conducted in English, and many toasts were proposed, the prince drinking our healths in tea poured from a bottle, and to which he helped himself as if it had been Madeira. Being head of the church as well as of the state, he strictly obeys the precepts of the Koran, never drinking wine, and spending a great part of his time at the mosque. But he is not the less sociable, and his talk bears no trace of the austerity to be expected in that of one who leads so regular a life. This life is not, however, all spent in prayer, and the scenes witnessed by us would give a very false impression if we did not know that great latitude is allowed on this point to the followers of the Prophet. In the afternoon, the Frenchmen visited several coach houses, containing very handsome carriages, some of which, built on the island, were so well made that it was absolutely impossible to distinguish them from those which had been imported. Some archery was then witnessed, and joined in, after which, on the return to the palace, the visitors were welcomed by the sound of melancholy music, speedily interrupted, however, by the barking and fantastical dancing of the prince's fool, who showed wonderful agility and suppleness. To this dance, or rather to these postures of a bayadere, succeeded the excitement of vingt-et-un, followed by well-earned repose. Next day there were new entertainments and new exercises, beginning with wrestling matches for grown men and for youths, and proceeding with quail fights and feats performed by a camel and an elephant. After lunch Bougainville and his party had a drive and some archery, and witnessed sack races, basket balancing and sea. In this way, they were told, the Sultan passed all his time. Most striking is the respect and submission shown by all to this sovereign. No one ever stands upright before him, but all prostrate themselves before addressing him. All his subjects do but wait at his feet, and even his own little child of 4 years clasps his tiny hands when he speaks to his father. While at Surabaya, Bougainville took the opportunity of visiting the volcano of Brumo in the Tengger Mountains, and this excursion, in which he explored the island for 100 miles, from east to west, was one of the most interesting undertaken by him. Surabaya contains some curious buildings and monuments, most of them the work of a former governor, General Deendles. Such are the Builder's Workshop, the Hotel de la Monja, the only establishment of the kind in Java, and the hospital, which is built on a well-chosen site, and contains 400 beds. The island of Madura, opposite to Surabaya, is at least 100 miles in length, by 15 or 20 in breadth, and does not yield produce sufficient to maintain the population, sparse as it is. The sovereignty of this island is divided between the sultans of Benkalan and Sumenap, who furnish annually 600 recruits to the Dutch, without counting extraordinary levies. On the 20th April, symptoms of dysentery showed themselves amongst the crews. 2 days later, therefore, the vessel set sail, and it took 7 good days to get beyond the Straits of Madura. They returned along the north coast of Lombok, and passed through the Alas Straits between Lombok and Sumbawa. The first of these islands, from the foot of the mountains to the sea, presents the appearance of a green carpet, adorned with groups of trees of elegant appearance, and upon its coast there is no lack of good anchorage, whilst fresh water and wood are plentiful. On the other side, however, there are numerous peaks of barren aspect, rising from a lofty tableland, the approach to which is barred by a series of rugged and inaccessible islands, known as Lombok, the coral beds and treacherous currents about which must be carefully avoided. 2 stoppages at the villages of Bali and Pijau, with a view to taking in fresh provisions, enabled the officers to make a hydrographical chart of this part of the coast of Lombok. Upon leaving the strait, Bougainville made an unsuccessful search for Clotes Island. That he did not find it is not very wonderful, as during the last 8 years many ships have passed over the spot assigned to it upon the maps. The Triads, on the other hand, i.e. the rocks seen in 1777 by the Freudensburg Castle, are, in Captain King's opinion, the Montepello Islands, which correspond perfectly with the description of the Danes. Bougainville had instructions to survey the neighbourhood of the Swan River, where the French government hoped to find a place suitable for the reception of the wretches then huddled together in their convict prisons. But the flag of England had just been unfurled on the shores of Knights and Lewin, in King George's Sound, Geograph Bay, the Little Leschenault Inlet, and on the Swan River, so that there was no longer any reason for a new exploration. Everything, in fact, had combined to prevent it. The delays to which the expedition had been subjected had indeed been so serious that instead of arriving in these latitudes in April, they did not reach them until the middle of May, there the very heart of winter. Moreover, the coast offers no shelter, for so soon as the wind begins to blow, the waves swell tremendously, and the memory of the trials which the Geograph had undergone at the same season of the year was still fresh in the minds of the French. The Thetis and the Esperance were pursued by the bad weather as far as Hobart Town, the chief English station upon the coast of Tasmania, where the commander was very anxious to put in. He was, however, driven back by storms to Port Jackson, which is marked by a very handsome lighthouse, a granite tower 76 feet high, with a lantern lit by gas, visible at a distance of 9 leagues. Entrance to Sydney Bay. Entrance to Sydney Bay. Sir Thomas Brisbane, the governor, gave a cordial reception to the expedition, and at once took the necessary steps to furnish it with provisions. This was done by contract at low prices, and the greatest good faith was shown in carrying out all bargains. The sloop had to be run ashore to have its sheathing repaired, but this, with some work of less importance necessary to the Thetis, did not take long. The delay was also turned to account by the whole staff, who were greatly interested in the marvellous progress of this penal colony. While Bougainville was eagerly reading all the works which had as yet appeared upon New South Wales, the officers wandered about the town, and were struck dumb with amazement at the numberless public buildings erected by Governor Macquarie, such as the barracks, hospital, market, orphanages, almshouses for the aged and infirm, the prison, the fort, the churches, government house, the fountains, the town gates, and last but not least, the government stables, which are always at first sight taken for the palace itself. There was, however, a dark side to the picture. The main thoroughfares, though well planned, were neither paved nor lighted, and were so unsafe at night that several people had been seized and robbed in the very middle of George Street, the best quarter of Sydney. If the streets in the town were unsafe, those in the suburbs were still more so. Vagrant convicts overran the country in the form of bands of bushrangers, who had become so formidable that the government had recently organised a company of 50 dragoons for the express purpose of hunting them down. All this did not, however, hinder the officers from making many interesting excursions, such as those to Parramatta on the banks of the Nepean, a river very deeply embanked, where they visited the Regentville district, and to the plains of Emu, a government agricultural station and a sort of model farm. They went to the theatre, where a grand performance was given in their honour. The delight sailors take in riding is proverbial, and it was on horseback that the French crossed the Emu Plains. The noble animals imported from England had not degenerated in New South Wales. They were still full of spirit, as one of the young officers found to his cost, when, as he was saying in English to Sir John Cox, acting as cicerone to the party, "I do love this riding exercise," he was suddenly thrown over his horse's head and deposited on the grass before he knew where he was. The laugh against him was all the more hearty as the skilful horseman was not injured. Beyond Sir John Cox's plantations extends the unbroken open forest, as the English call it, which can be crossed on horseback, and consists chiefly of the eucalyptus, acacias of various kinds, and the dark-leaved casuarinas. The next day an excursion was made up the river Nepean, a tributary of the Hawkesbury, on which trip many valuable facts of natural history were obtained. Bougainville enriching his collection with canaries, waterfowl, and a very pretty species of kingfisher and cockatoos. In the neighbouring woods was heard the unpleasant cry of the lyre pheasant and of 2 other birds, which feebly imitate the tinkling of a handbell and the jarring noise of the saw. These are not, however, the only feathered fowl remarkable for the peculiarity of their notes. We must also mention the whistling bird, the knife grinder, the mockingbird, the coachman, which mimics the crack of the whip, and the laughing jackass, with its continual bursts of laughter which have a strange effect upon the nerves. Sir John Cox presented the commander with 2 specimens of the watermole, also called the ornithorhynchus, a curious amphibious creature, the habits of which are still little known to European naturalists, many museums not possessing a single specimen. Another excursion was made in the Blue Mountains, where the famous King's Tableland was visited, from which a magnificent view was obtained. The explorers gained with great difficulty the top of an eminence, and an abyss of 1,600 feet at once opened beneath them. A vast green carpet stretching away to a distance of some 20 miles, whilst on the right and left were the distorted sides of the mountain, which had been rudely rent asunder by some earthquake, the irregularities corresponding exactly with each other. Close at hand foams a roaring, rushing torrent, flinging itself in a series of cascades into the valley beneath, the whole passing under the name of Apsley's Waterfall. This trip was succeeded by a kangaroo hunt in the cow pastures with Mr. MacArthur, one of the chief promoters of the prosperity of New South Wales. Bougainville also turned his stay at Sydney to account by laying the foundation stone of a monument to the memory of La Perouse. This cenotaph was erected in Botany Bay, upon the spot where the navigator had pitched his camp. Apsley's Waterfall. Apsley's Waterfall. On September 21st the Thetis and the Esperance at last set sail, passing off Pitcairn Island, Easter Island and Juan Fernandez, now a convict settlement for criminals from Chile, after having been occupied for a half-century by Spanish vine-growers. On the 23rd November the Thetis, which had been separated from the Esperance during a heavy storm, anchored off Valparaiso, where it met Admiral de Rossimal's division. Great excitement prevailed in the roadstead, for an expedition against the island of Chiloe, which still belonged to Spain, was being organized by the chief director, General Ramon Frere Wiserano, of whom we have already spoken. Bougainville, like the Russian navigator Lutk, is of opinion that the position of Valparaiso does not justify its reputation. The streets are dirty and narrow, and so steep that walking in them is very fatiguing. The only pleasant part is the suburb of Almendrel, which, with its gardens and orchards, would be still more agreeable, but for the sandstorms prevalent throughout nearly the whole of the year. In 1811, Valparaiso numbered only from 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants, but in 1825 the population had already tripled itself, and the increase showed no sign of ceasing. When the Thetis touched at Valparaiso, the English frigate the Blonde, commanded by Lord Byron, grandson of the explorer of the same name, whose discoveries are narrated above, was also at anchor there. By a singular coincidence, Byron had raised a monument to the memory of Cook in the island of Hawaii, at the very time when Bougainville, the son of the circumnavigator, met by Byron in the Straits of Magellan, was laying the foundation stone of the monument to the memory of La Perouse in New South Wales. Bougainville turned the delay necessary for the revictualling of his division to account by paying a visit to Santiago, the capital of Chile, 33 leagues inland. The environs of Chile are terribly bare, without houses or any signs of cultivation. Its steeples alone mark the approach to it, and one may fancy oneself still in the outskirts when the heart of the city is reached. There is, however, no lack of public buildings, such as the Hotel de l'Harmonia, the University, the Archbishop's Palace, the Cathedral, the Church of the Jesuits, the Palace, and the Theatre, the last of which is so badly lighted that it is impossible to distinguish the faces of the audience. The promenade, known as La Canada, has now supplanted that of 50 Alameda on the banks of the river Mapacha, once the evening rendezvous. The objects of interest in the town exhausted, the Frenchman examined those in the neighborhood, visiting the Salto do Agua, a waterfall of 1,200 feet in height, the ascent to which is rather arduous, and the Cerrito de Santa Lucia, from which rises a fortress, the sole defense of the town. The season was now advancing, and no time was to be lost if the explorers wished to take advantage of the best season for doubling Cape Horn. On the 8th January, 1826 therefore, the two vessels once more put to sea, and rounded the Cape without any mishap, though landing at the Falklands was rendered impossible by fog and contrary winds. Anchor was cast on the 28th March in the roadstead of Rio Janeiro, and as it turned out, at a time most favourable for the French to form an accurate opinion alike on the city and the court. The Emperor, says Bougainville, was upon a journey at the time of our arrival, and his return was the occasion of fêtes and receptions which roused the population to activity, and broke for a time the monotony of ordinary life in Rio, that dullest and dreariest of towns to the foreigner. Its environs, however, are charming. Nature has in them been lavish of her riches, and the vast harbour, the Atlantic, rendezvous of the commercial world, presents a most animated scene. Innumerable ships, either standing in or getting under way, small craft cruising about, a ceaseless roar of cannon from the forts and men of war, exchanging signals on the occasion of some anniversary or the celebration of some festival of the church, whilst visits were constantly being exchanged between the officers of the various foreign vessels and the diplomatic agents of foreign powers at the court of Rio. The division set sail again on the 11th April and arrived at Brest on the 24th June, 1826, without having put into port since it left Rio Janeiro. We must remember that if Bougainville did not make any discoveries on this voyage, he had no formal instructions to do so, his mission being merely to unfurl the flag of France where it had as yet been rarely seen. None the less do we owe to this general officer some very interesting, and in some cases new information on the countries visited by him. Some of the surveys made by his expedition may be of service to navigators, and it must be owned that the hydrographical researches which alone could be undertaken in the absence of scientific men were carefully made, and resulted in the obtaining of numerous and accurate data. We can but sympathize with the commander of the Thetis, in his expression of regret, in the preface to his journal, that neither the government nor the Académie des Sciences had seen fit to turn his expedition to account to obtain new results supplementary of the rich harvest gleaned by his predecessors. The expedition next sent out under the command of Captain Dumont d'Urville was merely intended by the minister to supplement and consolidate the mass of scientific data collected by Captain Duperrey in his voyage fro to 1824. As second in command to Duperrey, and the originator and organizer of the new exploring expedition, 500 Urville had the very first claim to be appointed to its command. The portions of Oceania he proposed to visit were New Zealand, the Fiji Islands, the Loyalty Islands, New Britain and New Guinea, all of which he considered urgently to demand the consideration alike of the geographer and the traveller. What he effected in this direction we shall ascertain by following him step by step. An interest of another character also attaches to this trip, but it will be well to quote on this point the instructions given to the navigator. An American captain, writes the Minister of Marine, said that he saw in the hands of the natives of an isle situated between New Caledonia and the Louisade archipelago a cross of St. Louis and some medals, which he imagined to be relics of the wrecked vessel of the celebrated La Pérouse, whose loss is so deeply and justly regretted. This is, of course, but a feeble reason for hoping that some of the victims of the disaster still survive, but you, sir, will give great satisfaction to His Majesty if you are the means of restoring any one of the poor shipwrecked mariners to their native land after so many years of misery and exile. The aims of the expedition were therefore manifold, and by the greatest chance it was able to achieve them nearly all. 500 Ervil received his appointment in December 1825, and was permitted himself to choose all who were to accompany him. He named as second-in-command Lieutenant Jaquinot, and as scientific collaborators Messrs. Quoy and Gaimard, who had been on board the Uranie, and as surgeon prime Verlessen. The Coquille, the excellent qualities of which were well known to 500 Ervil, was the vessel selected, and the commander, having named her the Astrolabe in memory of La Pérouse, embarked in her a crew of 24 men. Anchor was weighed on the 25th April, and the mountains of Toulon with the coast of France were soon out of sight. After touching at Gibraltar, the Astrolabe stopped at Tenerife to take in fresh provisions before crossing the Atlantic, and 500 Ervil took advantage of this delay to ascend the peak, accompanied by Messrs. Quoy, Gaimard and several officers, a bad road, very arduous for pedestrians, leading the first part of the way over fields of scoria, though as Laguna is approached the scenery improves. This town, of a considerable size, contains but a small, indolent and miserable population. Between Matanza and Orotara the vegetation is magnificent, and the luxuriant foliage of the vine enhances the beauty of the view. Orotara is a small seaboard town, with a port affording but little shelter. It is well built and laid out, and would be comfortable enough if the streets were not so steep as to make traffic all but impassable. After 3/4 of an hour's climb through well-cultivated fields, the Frenchmen reach the chestnut tree region, beyond which begin the clouds, taking the form of a thick moist fog, very disagreeable to the traveller. Further on comes the firs region, beyond which the atmosphere again becomes clear, vegetation disappears, the ground becomes poorer and more barren. Here are met with decomposed lava, scoria and pumice stones in great abundance, whilst below stretches away the boundless sea of clouds. Thus far hidden by clouds or by the lofty mountains surrounding it, the peak at last stands forth distinctly, the incline becomes less steep, and those vast plains of intensely melancholy appearance, called Canadas by the Spanish on account of their bareness, are crossed. A halt is made for lunch at the Pine Grotto before climbing the huge blocks of basalt ranged in a circle about the crater, now filled in with ashes from the peak, and forming its enceinte. The peak itself is next attached, the ascent of which is broken 1/3 of the way up by a sort of esplanade called the Estancia de los Ingleses. Here our travellers passed the night, not perhaps quite so comfortably as they would have done in their berths, but without suffering too much from the feeling of suffocation experienced by other explorers. The fleas, however, were very troublesome, and their unremitting attacks kept the commander awake all night. At 4 a.m. the ascent was resumed, and a second esplanade called the Alta Vista was soon reached, beyond which all trace of a path disappears, the rest of the ascent being over rough lava as far as the Chahora cone, with here and there in the shade patches of unmelted snow. The peak itself is very steep, and its ascent is rendered yet more arduous by the pumice stone which rolls away beneath the feet. At 35 minutes past 6, says M. Dumont d'Urville, we arrived at the summit of the Chahora, which is evidently a half-extinct crater. Its sides are thin and sloping, it is from 60 to 80 feet deep, and the whole surface is strewn with fragments of obsidian, pumice stones and lava. Sulphureous vapour, forming a kind of crown of smoke, is emitted from it, whilst the atmosphere at the bottom is perfectly cool. At the summit of the peak the thermometer marked degrees, but in my opinion it was affected by the presence of the fumaroles, for when at the bottom of the crater it fell rapidly 4 degrees in the sun to 9 degrees 5 in the shade. The descent was accomplished without accident by another route, enabling our travellers to examine the Cuva de la Neve, and to visit the forest of Aqua Garcia, watered by a limpid stream, and in which 500 Ervil made a rich collection of botanical specimens. In Major Meglierini's rooms at Santa Cruz the commander was shown, together with a number of weapons, shells, animals, fish and sea, a complete mummy of a guanche, said to be that of a woman. The corpse was sewn up in skins, and seemed to be that of a woman 5 feet 4 high, with regular features and large hands. The sepulchral caves of the Guanches also contained earthenware, wooden vases, triangular seals of baked clay, and a great number of small discs of the same material, strung together like chaplets, which may have been used by this extinct race for the same purposes as the quipos of the Peruvians. On the 21st June, the astrolabe once more set sail and touched at La Praya, and at the Cape Verde Islands, where 500 Ervil had hoped to meet Captain King, who would have been able to give him some valuable hints on the navigation of the coast of New Guinea. King, however, had left La Praya 36 hours previously, and the astrolabe therefore resumed her voyage the next day, i.e. on the 30th June. On the last day of July, the rocks of Martin Vaz and Trinity Island were sighted, and the latter appearing perfectly barren, a little dried-up grass and a few groups of stunted trees, darted about amongst the rocks, being the only signs of vegetation. 500 Ervil had been very anxious to make some botanical researches on this desert island, but the surf was so rough that he was afraid to risk a boat in it. On the 4th August, the astrolabe sailed over the spot laid down as Saxemberg Island, which ought to be finally erased from French as it has been from English charts, and after a succession of squalls, which tried her sorely, she arrived off St. Paul and Amsterdam Islands, finally anchoring on the 7th October in King George's Sound, on the coast of Australia. In spite of the roughness of the sea, and constant bad weather throughout his voyage of 108 days, 500 Ervil had carried on all his usual observations on the height of the waves, which he estimated at 80 and occasionally as much as 100 feet, off Needle Bank, the temperature of the sea at various depths and sea. Captain Jacquinot having found a capital supply of fresh water on the right bank of Princess Royal Harbour, and at a little distance a site suitable for the erection of an observatory, the tents were soon pitched by the sailors, and several officers made a complete tour of the bay, whilst others opened relations with the aborigines, one of whom was induced to go on board, though it was only with the greatest difficulty that he was persuaded to throw away his banksia, a cone used to retain heat, and to keep the stomach and the front part of the body warm. He remained quietly enough on board for 2 days, however, eating and drinking in front of the kitchen fire. In the meantime, his fellow countrymen on land were peaceable and well disposed, even bringing 3 of their children into the camp. During this halt, a boat arrived manned by 8 Englishmen, who asked to be taken on board as passengers, and told such a very improbable story of having been deserted by their captain, that 500 Ervil suspected them of being escaped convicts, a suspicion which became a conviction when he saw the wry faces they made at his proposal to send them back to Port Jackson. The next day, however, 1 took a berth as sailor, and 2 were received as passengers, whilst the other 5 decided to remain on land and drag out a miserable existence amongst the natives. All this time, hydrographical and astronomical observations were being made, and the hunters and naturalists were trying to obtain specimens of new varieties of fauna and flora. The delays extending to October 24th enabled the explorers to regain their strength after their trying voyage, to make the necessary repairs, take in wood and water, draw up a map of the whole neighbourhood, and to collect numerous botanical and zoological specimens. His observations of various kinds made 500 Ervil wonder that the English had not yet founded a colony on King George's Sound, admirably situated as it is, not only for vessels coming direct from Europe, but for those trading between the Cape and China, or bound for the Sunda Islands, and delayed by the monsoons. The coast was explored as far as Westport, preferred by 500 Ervil to Port Dalrymple, the latter being a harbour always difficult and often dangerous either to enter or to leave. Westport, moreover, was as yet only known from the reports of Baudin and Flinders, and it was therefore better worth exploring than a more frequented district. The observations made in King George's Sound were therefore repeated at Westport, resulting in the following conclusions. It affords, says 500 Ervil, an anchorage alike easy to reach and to leave, the bottom is firm, and wood is abundant and easily procurable. In a word, when a good supply of fresh water is found, and that will probably be soon, Westport will rise to a position of great importance in a channel such as Bass's Straits, when the winds often blow strongly from one quarter for several days together, the currents at the same time rendering navigation difficult. From November 19th to December 2nd, the astrolabe cruised along the coast, touching only at Jervis Bay, remarkable for its magnificent eucalyptus forests. Eucalyptus forest of Jervis Bay. Eucalyptus forest of Jervis Bay. The reception given to the French at Port Jackson, by Governor Darling and the colonial authorities, was none the less cordial for the fact that the visits made by 500 Ervil to various parts of New Holland had greatly amazed the English government. During the last 3 years, Port Jackson had increased greatly in size and improved in appearance, though the population of the whole colony only amounted to 50,000, and that in spite of the constant foundation of new English settlements. The commander took advantage of his stay in Sydney to forward his dispatches to France, together with several cases of natural history specimens. This done and a fresh stock of provisions having been laid in, he resumed his voyage. New Guinea hut on piles. New Guinea hut on piles. Facsimile of early engraving. It would be useless to linger with Dumont d'Urville at New South Wales, to the history of which and its condition in 1826 he devotes a whole volume of his narrative. We have already given a detailed account of it, and it will be better to leave Sydney with our traveller on the 19th December and follow him to Tasman Bay, through calms, headwinds, currents and tempests, which prevented his reaching New Zealand before the 14th January, 1827. Tasman Bay, first seen by Cook on his second voyage, had never yet been explored by any expedition, and on the arrival of the astrolabe a number of canoes, containing some score of natives, most of them chiefs, approached. These natives were not afraid to climb on board, some remaining several days, whilst later arrivals drew up within reach, and a brisk trade was opened. Meanwhile several officers climbed through the thick firs clothing the hills overlooking the bay, and the following is 500 Ervil's verdict on the desolate scene which met their view. Not a bird, not an insect, not even a reptile to be seen. The solemn, melancholy silence is unbroken by the voice of any living creature. From the summit of these hills the commander saw New Bay, that known as Admiralty, which communicates by a current with that in which the astrolabe was anchored, and he was anxious to explore it, as it seemed safer than that of Tasman, but the currents several times brought his vessel to the very verge of destruction, and had the astrolabe been driven upon the rocky coast, the whole crew would have perished, and not so much as a trace of the wreck would have been left. At last, however, 500 Ervil succeeded in clearing the passage with no further loss than that of a few bits of the ship's keel. To celebrate, says the narrative, the memory of the passage of the astrolabe, I conferred upon this dangerous strait the name of the Pass des Francaise, French pass, but, unless in a case of great necessity, I should not advise anyone else to attempt it. We could now look calmly at the beautiful basin in which we found ourselves, and which certainly deserves all the praise given to it by Cook. I would specially recommend a fine little harbour, some miles to the south of the place, where the captain cast anchor. Our navigation of the Pass des Francaise had definitively settled the insular character of the whole of the district, terminating in the Cape Stephens of Cook. It is divided from the mainland of Tiwahaipunamub one by the current basin. The comparison of our chart with that of the strait as laid down by Cook will suffice to show how much he left to be done. 1 Now South Island, Trans. The astrolabe soon entered Cook Strait, and sailing outside Queen Charlotte's Bay, doubled Cape Palliser, a headland formed of some low hills. 500 Ervil was greatly surprised to find that a good many inaccuracies had crept into the work of the great English navigator, and in that part of the account of his voyage which relates to hydrography, he quotes instances of errors of a fourth, or even third of a degree. The commander then resolved to make a survey of the eastern side of the northern island Ikanamaui. On this island pigs were to be found, but no pounamun, the green jade which the New Zealanders use in the manufacture of their most valuable tools. Strange to say, however, jade is to be found on the southern island, but there are no pigs. 2 natives of the island, who had expressed a wish to remain on board the corvette, became quite low-spirited as they watched the coast of the district where they lived disappear below the horizon. They then began to repent, but too late, the intrepidity which had prompted them to leave their native shores, for intrepid they justly deserved to be called, seeing that again and again they asked the French sailors if they were not to be eaten, and it took several days of kind treatment to dispel this fear from their minds. New Zealanders. Facsimile of early engraving. 500 Ervil continued to sail northward up the coast until the capes, named by Cook Turn-again and kidnappers, had been doubled, and Sterile Island with its Ippa came in sight. In the Bay of Talaga, as Cook called it, the natives brought alongside the corvette pigs and potatoes, which they readily exchanged for articles of little value. On other canoes approaching, the New Zealanders who were on board the vessel urged the commander to fire upon and kill their fellow countrymen in the boats. But as soon as the latter climbed up to the deck, the first arrivals advanced to greet them with earnest assurances of friendship. Conduct so strangely inconsistent is the outcome of the compound of hatred and jealousy mutually entertained for each other by these tribes. They all desire to appropriate to themselves exclusively whatever advantage may be obtained from the visits of foreigners, and they are distressed at the prospect of their neighbors getting any share. Proof was soon afforded that this explanation is the right key to their behavior. Upon the astrolabe were several New Zealanders, but among them was a certain Shaki, who was recognized as a chief by his tall stature, his elaborate tattooing, and the respectful manner in which he was addressed by his fellow islanders. Seeing a canoe manned by not more than 7 or 8 men approaching the corvette, this Shaki and the rest came to entreat 500 Ervil most earnestly to kill the new arrivals, going so far as to ask for muskets that they might themselves fire upon them. However, no sooner had the last comers arrived on board than all those who were there already overwhelmed them with courtesies, while the Shaki himself, although he had been one of the most sanguinary, completely changed his tone and made them a present of some axes he had just obtained. After the chief men of a warlike and fierce appearance, with faces tattooed all over, had been a few minutes on board, 500 Ervil was preparing to ask them some questions, with the aid of a vocabulary published by the missionaries, when all at once they turned away from him, leaped into their canoes and pushed out into the open sea. This sudden move was brought about by their countrymen, who, for the purpose of getting rid of them, slyly hinted that their lives were in danger, as the Frenchmen had formed a plot to kill them. It was in the Bay of Talaga, the right name of which is Hua Hua, that 500 Ervil found the first opportunity of gaining some information about the kiwi, by means of a mat decorated with the feathers of that bird, such mats being articles of luxury among these islanders. The kiwi is about the size of a small turkey, and, like the ostrich, has not the power of flying. It is hunted at night by the light of torches and with the assistance of dogs. It is this bird which is also known under the name of the apteryx. What the natives told 500 Ervil about it was in the main accurate. The apteryx, with the tail of a fowl and a plumage of a reddish-brown, has an affinity to the ostrich. It inhabits damp and gloomy woods, and never comes out even in search of food except in the evening. The incessant hunting of the natives has considerably diminished the numbers of this curious species, and it is now very rare. 500 Ervil made no pause in the hydrographical survey of the northern island of New Zealand, keeping up daily communication with the natives, who brought him supplies of pigs and potatoes. According to their own statements, the tribes were perpetually at war with one another, and this was the true cause of the decrease in the population of these islands. Their constant demand was for firearms. Failing to obtain these, they were satisfied if they could get powder in exchange for their own commodities. On the 10th February, when not far from Cape Runaway, the corvette was caught in a violent storm, which lasted for 36 hours, and she was more than once on the point of foundering. After this, she made her way into the Bay of Plenty, at the bottom of which rises Mount Edgecumbe. Then, keeping along the coast, the islands of Oat and Major were sighted. But during this exploration of the bay, the weather was so severe that the chart of it then laid down cannot be considered very trustworthy. After leaving this bay, the corvette reached the Bay of Mercury, surveyed Barrier Island, entered Shawaraki or Horaki Bay, identified the Hen and Chickens and the Poor Knights Islands, finally arriving at the Bay of Islands. The native tribes met with by 500 Ervil in this part of the island were busy with an expedition against those of Shawaraki and Waikato Bays. For the purpose of exploring the former bay, which had been imperfectly surveyed by Cook, 500 Ervil sailed back to it, and discovered that that part of New Zealand is indented with a number of harbours and gulfs of great depth, each one being safer, if possible, than the other. Having been informed that by following the direction of the Waimaga, a place would be reached distant only a very short journey from the large port of Manukau, he dispatched some of his officers by that route, and they verified the correctness of the information he had received. This discovery, observes Dumont d'Urville, may become of great value to future settlements of Shawaraki Bay, and this value will be still farther increased should the new surveys prove that the port of Manukau is accessible to vessels of a certain size, for such a settlement would command 2 seas, one on the east and the other on the west. One of the Rangatiras, as the chiefs of that quarter of the island are called, Rangui by name, had again and again begged the commander to give him some lead to make bullets with, a request which was always refused. Just before setting sail, 500 Ervil was informed that the deep-sea lead had been carried off, and he at once reproached Rangui in severe terms, telling him that such petty larcenies were unworthy of a man in a respectable position. The chief appeared to be deeply moved by the reproach, and excused himself by saying that he had no knowledge of the theft, which must have been committed by some stranger. A short time afterwards, the narrative goes on to say, "My attention was drawn to the side of the ship by the sound of blows given with great force, and piteous cries proceeding from the canoe of Rangui. There I saw Rangui and Tawiti striking blow after blow with their paddles, upon an object resembling the figure of a man covered with a cloak. It was easy to perceive that the two wily chiefs were simply beating one of the benches of the canoe. After this farce had been played for some little time, Rangui's paddle broke in his hands. The sham man was made to appear to fall down, when Rangui, addressing me, said that he had just killed the thief, and wished to know whether that would satisfy me. I assured him that it would, laughing to myself at the artifice of these savages, an artifice, for that matter, such as is often to be met with among people more advanced in civilization." Ervil next surveyed the lovely island of Waiheke, and thus terminated the survey of the Astrolabe Channel and Hauraki Bay. He then resumed his voyage in a northerly direction towards the Bay of Islands, sailing as far as Cape Maria van Diemen, the most northerly point of New Zealand, where, say the Waidonas, the souls of the departed gather from all parts of Ikanamaui to take their final flight to the realms of light or to those of eternal darkness. The Bay of Islands at the time when the Cockwill put in there was alive with a pretty considerable population, with whom the visitors soon became on friendly terms. Now, however, the animation of former days had given place to the silence of desolation. The Ipa, or rather the Pa of Kahuira, once the abode of an energetic tribe, was deserted. War had done its customary destructive work in the place. The Songhui tribe had stolen the possessions and dispersed the members of the tribe of Paroa. The Bay of Islands was the place chosen for their field of effort by the English missionaries, who, notwithstanding their devotion to their work, had not made any progress among the natives. The unproductiveness of their labours was only too apparent. The survey of the eastern side of New Zealand, a hydrographical work of the utmost importance, terminated at this point. Since the days of Cook, no exploration of anything like such a vast extent of the coast of this country had been conducted in so careful a manner, in the face of so many perils. The sciences of geography and navigation were both signally benefited by the skillful and detailed work of 500 Ervil, who had to give proof of exceptional qualities in the midst of sudden and terrible dangers. However, on his return to France, no notice was taken of the hardships he had undergone, or the devotion to duty he had shown. He was left without recognition, and duties were assigned to him, the performance of which could bring no distinction, for they could have been equally well discharged by any ordinary ship's captain. Leaving New Zealand on the 18th of March 1827, 500 Ervil steered for Tonga Tabu, identified to begin with the islands Curtis, Macaulay and Sunday, endeavoured but without success to find the island of Vasquez de Moselle, and arrived off Namauka on the 16th of April. 2 days later he made out Ia, but before reaching Tonga Tabu he encountered a terrible storm which all but proved fatal to the Astrolabe. At Tonga Tabu he found some Europeans, who had been for many years settled on the island. From them he received much help in getting to understand the character of the natives. The government was in the hands of 3 chiefs, called Equis, who had shared all authority between them since the banishment of the Tony Tonga, or spiritual chief, who had enjoyed immense influence. A Wesleyan mission was in existence at Tonga, but it could be seen at a glance that the Methodist clergy had not succeeded in acquiring any influence over the natives. Such converts as had been made were held in general contempt for their apostasy. When the Astrolabe had reached the anchorage, after her fortunate escape from the perils from contrary winds, currents and rocks, which had beset her course, she was at once positively overwhelmed with the offer of an incredible quantity of stores, fruits, vegetables, fowls and pigs, which the natives were ready to dispose of for next to nothing. For equally low prices 500 Ervil was able to purchase, for the museum, specimens of the arms and native productions of the savages. Amongst them were some clubs, most of them made of casuarina wood, skillfully carved or embossed in an artistic manner with mother-of-pearl or with whalebone. The custom of amputating a joint or 2 of the fingers or toes to propitiate the deity was still observed in the case of a near relative being dangerously ill. From the 28th of April, the natives had manifested none but the most friendly feelings. No single disturbance had occurred. But on the 9th of May, while 500 Ervil, with almost all his officers, went to pay a visit to one of the leading chiefs, named Palu, the reception accorded to them was marked by a most unusual reserve, altogether inconsistent with the noisy and enthusiastic demonstrations of the preceding days. The distrust evinced by the islanders aroused that of 500 Urville, who, remembering how few were the men left on board the astrolabe, felt considerable uneasiness. However, nothing unusual happened during his absence from the ship, but it was only the cowardice of Palu which had caused the failure of a conspiracy, aiming at nothing less than the massacre, at one blow, of the whole of the staff, after which there would have been no difficulty in prevailing over the crew, who were already more than half disposed to adopt the easy mode of life of the islanders. Such at least was the conclusion the commander came to, and subsequent events showed that he was right. These apprehensions determined 500 Urville to leave Tonga Tabou as quickly as possible, and on the 13th every preparation was made to set sail on the following day. The apprentice Dudemaine was walking about on the large island, whilst the apprentice Farrakay with 9 men was engaged on the small island, Pangai Madu, in getting fresh water or studying the tide, when Tahofa, one of the chiefs with several other islanders, then on board the astrolabe, gave a signal. The canoes pushed off at once and made for the shore. On trying to discover the cause of this sudden retreat, it was observed that the sailors on the island Pangai Madu were being forcibly dragged off by the natives. 500 Urville was about to fire off a cannon, when he decided that it would be safer to send a boat to shore. This boat took off the 2 sailors and the apprentice Dudemaine, but was fired upon when dispatched shortly afterwards to set fire to the huts, and to try to capture some natives as hostages. 1 native was killed and several others were wounded, whilst a corporal of the Marines received such severe bayonet wounds that he died 2 hours later. Attack from the natives of Tonga Tabou. Attack from the natives of Tonga Tabou. 500 Urville's anxiety about the fate of his sailors, and of Farrakay, who was in command of them, knew no bounds. Nothing was left for him to do but to make an attack upon the sacred village of Mafanga, containing the tombs of several of the principal families. But on the following day, a crowd of natives so skillfully surrounded the place with embankments and palisades that it was impossible to hope to carry it by an attack. The corvette then drew nearer to the shore and began to cannonade the village without, however, doing any other damage than killing one of the natives. At length the difficulty of obtaining provisions, the rain, and the continual alarm in which the firing of the Frenchmen kept them, induced the islanders to offer terms of peace. They gave up the sailors, who had all been very well treated, made a present of pigs and bananas, and on the 24th of May, the astrolabe took her final departure from the Friendly Islands. It was quite time indeed that this was done, for 500 Urville's situation was untenable, and in a conversation with his boatswain, he ascertained that not more than half a dozen of the sailors could be relied on. All the others were ready to go over to the side of the savages. Tonga Tabou is of madreporic formation, with a thick covering of vegetable soil, favourable to an abundant growth of shrubs and trees. The cocoa tree, the stem of which is slenderer than elsewhere, and the banana tree here shoot up with wonderful rapidity and vigour. The aspect of the land is flat and monotonous, so that a journey of 1 or 2 miles will give as fair an impression of the country as a complete tour of the island. The number of the population who have the true Polynesian cast of countenance may be put down at about 7,000. 500 Urville says they combine the most opposite qualities. They are generous, courteous, and hospitable, yet avaricious, insolent, and always thoroughly insincere. The most profuse demonstration of kindness and friendship may at any moment be interrupted by an act of outrage or robbery, should their cupidity or their self-respect be ever so slightly roused. In intelligence, the natives of Tonga are clearly far superior to those of Otaheite. The French travellers could not sufficiently admire the astonishing order in which the plantations of yams and bananas were kept, the excessive neatness of their dwellings, and the beauty of the garden plots. They even knew something of the art of fortification, as 500 Urville ascertained by an inspection of the fortified village of Hefo, defended with stout palisades, and surrounded by a trench between 15 and 20 feet wide, and half filled with water. On the 25th of May, 500 Urville began the exploration of the Viti or Fiji archipelago. At the outset, he was so fortunate as to fall in with a native of Tonga who was living on the Fiji Islands for purposes of trade, and had previously visited Otaheite, New Zealand, and Australia. This man, as well as a Guam Islander, proved most useful to the commander in furnishing him with the names of more than 200 islands belonging to this group, and in acquainting him beforehand with their position and that of the reefs in their neighbourhood. At the same time, Gressier, the hydrographer, collected all the materials requisite for preparing a chart of the Fiji Islands. At this station, a sloop was put under orders to proceed to the island of Lagenba, where was an anchor which 500 Ervil would have been well pleased to obtain, as he had lost 2 of his own while at Tonga. On arrival at the island, Lartin, who was in command of the sloop, observed on the shore none but women and children. Armed men, however, soon came running up, made the women leave the place, and were preparing to seize the sloop and make the sailors prisoners. Their intentions were too plain to leave room for any doubt on the subject, so Lartin at once gave orders to draw up the grapnel, and got away into the open sea before there was time for an encounter to take place. During 18 consecutive days, in the face of bad weather and a rough sea, the astrolabe cruised through the Fiji archipelago, surveyed the islands of Lagenba, Kandabu, Viti Levu, Aumbenga Vatulil, Aonang Lebu, Malalo, and many others, giving special attention to the southern islands of the group, which up to that period had remained almost entirely unknown. The population of this group, if we accept 500 Ervil's account, form a kind of transition between the copper-coloured or the Polynesian and the black or Melanesian races. Their strength and vigour are in proportion to their tall figures, and they make no secret of their cannibal propensities. On the 11th of June the corvette set sail for the harbour of Carteret, surveyed one by one the islands of Eronan and Anatum, the Loyalty Islands, of which group 500 Ervil discovered the Chabrol and Halgan Islands, the little group of the Bopai Islands, the Astrolabe Reefs, all the more dangerous as they are 30 miles distant from the Bopai Islands, and 60 from New Caledonia. The island of Huon, and the chain of reefs to the north of New Caledonia, were subsequently surveyed. From this point 500 Ervil reached the Louisade archipelago in 6 days, but the stormy weather there encountered determined him to abandon the course he had planned out, and not to pass through Torres Straits. He thought that an early examination of the southern coast of New Britain and of the northern coast of New Guinea would be the most conducive to the interests of science. Rossel Island and Cape Deliverance were next sighted, and the vessel was steered for New Ireland, with a view to obtaining fresh supplies of wood and water, arriving there on the 5th of July in such gloomy, rainy weather, that it was with no small difficulty that the entrance of the harbour of Carteret, where 500 Entrecasteaux made a stay of 8 days, was made out. Whilst there the travellers received several visits from the score of natives, who seemed to make up the total population of the place. They were creatures possessed of scarcely any intelligence, and quite destitute of curiosity about objects that they had not seen before. Neither did their appearance lead to the slightest prepossession in their favour. They wore no vestige of clothing, their skin was black and their hair woolly, and the partition of the nostrils had a sharp bone thrust through by way of ornament. The only object that they showed any eagerness to possess was iron, but they could not be made to understand that it was only to be given in exchange for fruits or pigs. Their expression was one of sullen defiance, and they refused to guide anyone whatever to their village. During the unprofitable stay of the corvette in this harbour, 500 Ervil had a serious attack of enteritis, from which he suffered much for several days. On the 19th July the Astrolabe went to sea again, and coasted the northern side of New Britain. The object of this cruise was frustrated by rainy and hazy weather. Continual squalls and heavy showers compelled the vessel to put off again as soon as it had succeeded in nearing the land. His experience on this coast 500 Ervil thus describes: one who has not had, as we have, a practical acquaintance with these seas, is unable to form any adequate conception of these incredible rains. Moreover, to obtain a just estimate of the cares and anxieties which a voyage like ours entails, there must be a liability to the call of duties similar to those which we had to discharge. It was very seldom that our horizon lay much beyond the distance of 200 yards, and our observations could not possibly be other than uncertain, when our own true position was doubtful. Altogether, the whole of our work upon New Britain, in spite of the unheard-of hardships that fell to our lot, and the risks which the Astrolabe had to run, cannot be put in comparison for a moment, as respects accuracy, with the other surveys of the expedition. As it was impracticable to fall back upon the route by the St. George's Channel, 500 Ervil had to pass through Dampier's Strait, the southern entrance to which is all but entirely closed by a chain of reefs, which were grazed more than once by the Astrolabe. The charming prospect of the western coast of New Britain excited intense admiration both in Dampier and 500 Entrecasteaux, an enthusiasm fully shared by 500 Ervil, a safe roadstead enclosed by land forming a semicircle, forests whose dark foliage contrasted with the golden colour of the ripening fields, the whole surmounted by the lofty peaks of Mount Gloucester, and this variety still further enhanced by the undulating outlines of Rook Island, are the chief features of the picture here presented by the coast of New Britain. Lofty mountains clothed with dense and gloomy forests. Lofty mountains clothed with dense and gloomy forests. On issuing from the strait, the mountains of New Guinea rose grandly in the distance, and on a nearer approach they were seen to form a sort of half-circle shutting in the arm of the sea known as the Bay of Astrolabe, the Schouten Islands, the creek of the attack, the place where 500 Ervil had to withstand an onset of savages, Humboldt Bay, Geelwink Bay, the Traitor Islands, Toby and Mysory, the Arfak Mountains, were one after another recognized and passed, when the Astrolabe at length came to an anchor in Port Doré, in order to connect her operations with those accomplished by the Coquille. Friendly intercourse was at once established with the Papuans of that place, who brought on board a number of birds of paradise, but not much in the shape of provisions. These natives are of so gentle and timid a disposition that only with great reluctance will they risk going into the woods through fear of the Arfakis, who dwell on the mountains, and are their sworn enemies. One of the sailors engaged in getting fresh water was wounded with an arrow shot by one of these savages, whom it was impossible to punish for a dastardly outrage prompted by no motive whatever. The land here is everywhere so fertile that it requires no more than turning over and weeding in order to yield the most abundant harvests, yet the Papuans are so lazy and understand so little of the art of agriculture that the growth of food plants is often allowed to be choked with weeds. The inhabitants belong to several races. 500 Ervil divides them into three principal varieties: the Papuans, a mixed breed, belonging more or less to the Malay or Polynesian race, and the Harfus or Ulferus, who resemble the common type of Australians, New Caledonians and the ordinary black oceanic populations. These latter would appear to be the true indigenous people of the country. On the 6th September the Astrolabe again put to sea, and after an uninteresting stay at New Guinea, in the course of which scarcely any specimens of natural history were obtained, except a few mollusca, and still less exact information regarding the customs, religion, or language of its diversified population, steered for Ambona, which was reached without any accident on the 24th September. The governor, M. Mercus, happened to be on circuit, but his absence was no obstacle to the supply of all the stores needed by the commander. The reception given by the authorities and the society of the place was of a very cordial kind, and everything was done to compensate the French explorers for the hardships undergone in their long and troublesome voyage. From Ambona 500 Ervil proceeded to Hobart Town in Tasmania, a place not visited by any French vessel since the time of Baudin, arriving on the 27th December, 1827. 35 years previously 500 Entrecasteaux had met on the shores of this island only a few wretched savages, and 10 years later Baudin found it quite deserted. The first piece of news that Dumont d'Urville learnt on entering the river Derwent, before even casting anchor at Hobart Town, was that Captain Dillon, an Englishman, had received certain information, when at Tucopia, of the shipwreck of La Perouse at Vanikoro, and that he had brought away the hilt of a sword which he believed to have belonged to that navigator. On his arrival at Calcutta, Dillon communicated his information to the governor, who without delay dispatched him with instructions to rescue such of the shipwrecked crew as might still be alive, and collect whatever relics could be found of the vessels. To 500 Ervil, this intelligence was of the highest interest, seeing that he had been specially instructed to search for whatever might be calculated to throw any light upon the fate of the unfortunate navigator, and he had, while at Namauca, obtained proof of the residence for a time of La Perouse at the Friendly Islands. In the English colony itself there was some difference of opinion as to the credit which Captain Dillon's story was entitled to receive, but the report which that officer had made to the Governor-General of India quite removed any doubt from the mind of 500 Ervil. Abandoning, therefore, all further plans with reference to New Zealand, he decided upon proceeding at once in the Astrolabe, in the track of Dillon, to Vanikoro, which he then knew only by the name of Malicolo. Natives of Vanikoro. Natives of Vanikoro. Facsimile of early engraving. The following is the statement of the circumstances as made by Dillon. During a stay made by the ship Hunter at the Fiji Islands, 3 persons, a Prussian named Martin Buschart, his wife, and a Lascar called a Chaulia, were received on board, endeavouring to escape from the horrible fate awaiting them, which had already befallen the other European deserters settled in that archipelago, that of being devoured by the savages. This unhappy trio merely begged to be put on shore at the first inhabited island which the Hunter might touch at, Accordingly, they were left on one of the Charlotte Islands, Tucopia, in 12 degrees 15 S lat, and degrees W long. In the month of May, 1836, Dillon, who had been one of the crew of the ship Hunter, paid a visit to the island of Tucopia, with a view of ascertaining what had become of the people put on shore in 1813. There he found the Lascar and the Prussian, the former of whom sold him a silver sword hilt. As might have been expected, Dillon was curious to know how the natives of that island had come into possession of such an article. The Prussian then related that on his arrival at Tucopia, he had found many articles of iron, such as bolts, axes, knives, spoons, and other things, which he was told had come from Meticulous, a group of islands situated about 2 days' canoe sail to the east of Tucopia. By further interrogatories, Dillon learnt that 2 vessels had been thrown upon the coasts many years previously, one of which had perished entirely with all on board, whilst the crew of the second had constructed out of the wreck of their ship a little boat, in which they had put to sea, leaving some of their number at Meticulous. The Lascar said he had seen 2 of these men, who had acquired a well-merited influence through services rendered to chiefs. Dillon tried in vain to persuade his informant to take him to Meticulous, but was more successful with the Prussian, who took him within sight of the island, called Research by 500 Antarctic, on which, however, Dillon was unable to land on account of the dead calm and his want of provisions. On hearing his account on his arrival at Pondicherry, the governor entrusted him with the command of a boat specially constructed for exploring purposes. This was in 1827. Dillon now touched at Tucopia, where he obtained interpreters and a pilot, and thence went to Meticulous, where he learnt from the natives that the strangers had stayed there 5 months to build their vessel, and that they had been looked upon as supernatural visitors, an idea not a little confirmed by their singular behaviour. They had been seen, for instance, to talk to the moon and stars through a long stick. Their noses were immense, and some of them always remained standing, holding bars of iron in their hands. Such was the impression left on the minds of the natives by the astronomical observations, cocked hats, and sentinels of the French. Dillon obtained from the natives a good many relics of the expedition, and he also saw at the bottom of the sea, on the coral reef on which the vessel had struck, some bronze cannons, a bell, and all kinds of rubbish, which he reverently collected and carried to Paris, arriving there in 1828, and receiving from the king a pension of 4,000 francs as a reward for his exertions. All doubt was dispelled when the Count de Lesseps, who had landed at Kamchatka from La Pérouse's party, identified the cannons and the carved stern of the bowsel, and the armorial bearings of Carlignan the botanist were made out on a silver candlestick. All these interesting and curious facts, however, 500 Urville did not know until later. At present he had only heard Dillon's first report. By chance, or perhaps because he was afraid of being forestalled, the captain had not laid down the position of Vanikoro or the route he followed on the way from Tucopia, which island 500 Urville supposed to belong to the Banks or Santa Cruz group, each as little known as the other. Before following 500 Urville, however, we must pause with him for a while at Hobart Town, which he looked upon even then as a place of remarkable importance. Its houses, he says, are very spacious, consisting only of 1 story and the ground floor, though their cleanness and regularity give them a very pleasant appearance. Walking in the streets, which are unpaved, though some have curbstones, is very tiring, and the dust always rising in clouds is very trying to the eyes. The government house is pleasantly situated on the shores of the bay, and will be greatly improved in a few years if the young trees planted about it thrive. Native timber is quite unsuitable for ornamental purposes. The stay at Hobart Town was turned to account to complete the stock of provisions, anchors, and other very requisite articles, and also to repair the vessel and the rigging, the latter being sorely dilapidated. On the 5th January, the Astrolabe once more put to sea, surveyed Norfolk Island on the 20th, Matthew Volcano 6 days later, Eronan on the 28th, and the Little Mitre Island on the 8th February, arriving the next day off Tucopia, a small island 3 or 4 miles in circumference with one rather pointed peak, covered with vegetation. The eastern side of Tucopia is apparently inaccessible from the violence of the breakers continually dashing on to its beach. The eagerness of all was now great, and was becoming unbounded when 3 boats, one containing a European, were seen approaching. This European turned out to be the Prussian calling himself Buschart, who had lately gone with Dillon to Meticulous, where the latter remained a whole month, and where he really obtained the relics of the expedition, as 500 Urville had heard at Hobart Town. Not a single Frenchman now remained on the island, the last had died the previous year. Buschart at first consented but declined at the last moment, to go with 500 Ervil or to remain on the astrolabe. Vanikoro is surrounded by reefs, through which, not without danger, the astrolabe found a passage casting anchor in the same place as Dillon had done, namely in Ossoli Bay. The scene of the shipwreck was on the other side of the bay. It was not easy to get information from the natives, who were avaricious, untrustworthy, insolent and deceitful. An old man, however, was finally induced to confess that the whites who had landed on the beach at Vannon had been received with a shower of arrows, and that a fight ensued in which a good many natives had fallen. As for the Maras, sailors, they had all been killed, and their skulls buried at Vannon. The rest of the bones had been used to tip the arrows of the natives. A canoe was now sent to the village of Nama, and after considerable hesitation, the natives were induced by a promise of some red cloth to take the Frenchmen to the scene of the shipwreck about a mile off, near Payan and opposite Ambai, where amongst the breakers at the bottom of a sort of shelving beach anchors, cannons and cannonballs, and many other things were made out, leaving no doubt as to the facts in the minds of the officers of the astrolabe. It was evident to all that the vessel had endeavoured to get inside the reefs by a kind of pass, and that she had run aground and been unable to get off. The crew may then have saved themselves at Payan, and according to the account of some natives they built a little boat there, whilst the other vessel, which had struck on the reef further out, had been lost with all on board. Chief Momb had heard it said that the inhabitants of Vannon had approached the vessel to pillage it, but had been driven back by the whites, losing 20 men and 3 chiefs. The savages in their turn had massacred all the French who landed, except 2, who lived on the island for the space of 3 months. Another chief, Valiko by name, said that one of the boats had struck outside the reef opposite Tainma after a very windy night, and that nearly all its crew had perished before they could land. Many of the sailors of the second vessel had got to land, and built at Payan a little boat out of the pieces of the large ship wrecked. During their stay at Payan quarrels arose, and 2 sailors with 5 natives of Vannon and 1 from Tainma were killed. At the end of 5 months the Frenchmen left the island. Lastly, a third old man told how some 30 sailors belonging to the first vessel had joined the crew of the second, and that they had all left at the end of 6 or 7 months. All these facts, which had so to speak to be extracted by force, varied in their details. The last, however, seemed most nearly to approach the truth. Amongst the objects picked up by the astrolabe were an anchor weighing about 1,800 pounds, a cast-iron cannon, a bronze swivel, a copper blunderbuss, some pig lead, and several other considerably damaged articles of little interest. These relics, with those collected by Dillon, are now in the Naval Museum at the Louvre. 500 Ervil did not leave Vanikoro without erecting a monument to the memory of his unfortunate fellow countrymen. This humble memorial was placed in a mangrove grove off the reef itself. It consists of a quadrangular prism, made of coral slabs 6 feet high, surmounted by a pyramid of kudi wood of the same height, bearing on a little plate of lead the following inscription: To the memory of La Pérouse. As soon as this task was accomplished, 500 Ervil prepared to set sail again, as it was time he did, for the damp resulting from the torrents of rain had engendered serious fevers, prostrating no less than 25 of the party. The commander would have to make haste if he wished to keep a crew fit to execute the arduous manoeuvres necessary to the exit of the vessel from a narrow pass strewn with rocks. The last day passed by the astrolabe at Vanikoro would have shown the truth to 500 Ervil had he needed any enlightening as to the true disposition of the natives. The following is his account of the last incidents of this dangerous halt. At 8 o'clock, I was a good deal surprised to see half a dozen canoes approaching from Tevai, the more so that 2 or 3 natives from Mainvai who were on board showed no uneasiness, although they had told me a few days before that the people of Tevai were their mortal enemies. I expressed my surprise to the Mainvaians, who merely said with an evident air of equivocation that they had made their peace with the Tevaians, who were only bringing some coconuts. I soon saw, however, that the newcomers were carrying nothing but bows and arrows in first-rate condition. 2 or 3 of them climbed on board, and in a determined manner came up to the main watch to look down into the orlop deck to find out how many men were disabled, whilst a malignant joy lit up their diabolical features. At this moment some of the crew told me that 2 or 3 of the Mainvai men on board had done the same thing during the last 3 or 4 days, and M. Grecian, who had been watching their movements since the morning, thought he had seen the warriors of the 2 tribes meet on the beach and have a long conference together. Such behaviour gave proof of the most treacherous intentions, and I felt the danger to be imminent. I at once ordered the natives to leave the vessel and return to the canoes, but they had the audacity to look at me with a proud and threatening expression, as if to defy me to put my order into execution. I merely had the armory, generally kept jealously closed, opened, and with a severe look I pointed to it with one hand, whilst with the other I motioned the savages to the canoes. The sudden apparition of 20 shining muskets, the powers of which they understood, made them tremble and relieved us of their ominous presence. I merely had the armory opened. Before leaving the scene of this melancholy story, we will glean a few details from 500 Ervil's account of it. The Vanikoro Malikalo, or as Dillon calls it, the La Perouse group, consists of 2 islands, Research and Tevai. The former is no less than 30 miles in circumference, whilst the latter is only 9 miles round. Both are lofty, clothed with impenetrable forests almost to the beach, and surrounded by a barrier of reefs 36 miles in circumference, with here and there a narrow strait between them. The inhabitants, who are lazy, slovenly, stupid, fierce, cowardly, and avaricious, do not exceed 12 or 1500 in number. It was unfortunate for La Perouse to be shipwrecked amongst such people, when he would have received a reception so different on any other island of Polynesia. The women are naturally ugly, and the hard work they have to do, with their general mode of life, render their appearance yet more displeasing. The men are rather less ill-favoured, though they are stunted and lean, and covered with ulcers and leprosy scars. Arrows and bows are their only weapons, and according to themselves, the former with their very fine bone tips, soldered on with extremely tenacious gum, inflict mortal wounds. They therefore value them greatly, and the visitors had great trouble to obtain any. Reefs off Vanikoro. On the 17th March, the astrolabe at length issued from amongst the terrible reefs encircling Vanikoro. 500 Ervil had intended to survey Tamnaco, Kennedy, Naitendi, and the Solomon Islands, where he hoped to meet with traces of the survivors from the shipwreck of the Boussole and the astrolabe, but the melancholy condition of the crew, pulled down as they were by fever, and the illness of most of the officers, with the absence of any safe anchorage in this part of Oceania, decided him to make for Guam, where he thought a little rest might possibly be obtained. This was a very grave dereliction from the instructions which ordered him to survey Torres Straits, but the fact of 40 sailors being hors de combat and on the cyclist will suffice to prove how foolish it would have been to make so perilous an attempt. Not until the 26th April was Hagoli Archipelago sighted, where 500 Ervil bridged over the gaps left by Duperrey in his exploration, and only on the 2nd May did the coasts of Guam come in sight. Anchor was cast at Umata, where a supply of fresh water was easily found, and the climate much milder than at Agagna. On the 29th May, however, when the expedition set sail again, the men were not by any means all restored to health, which 500 Ervil attributed to the excesses in the way of eating indulged in by the sick, and the impossibility of getting them to keep to a suitable diet. The good Medinilla, of whom Freycinet had such reason to speak favourably, was still governor of Guam. He did not this time, it is true, show so many kind attentions to the present expedition, but that was because a terrible drought had just devastated the colony, and a rumour had got afloat that the illness the crew of the astrolabe was suffering from was contagious. Umata too was a good distance from Agagna, so that 500 Ervil could not visit the governor in his own home. Medinilla, however, sent the expedition fresh provisions and fruits in such quantities as to prove he had lost none of his old generosity. After leaving Guam, 500 Ervil surveyed, under sail, the Alivi, the Ulatha of Lutk, Guapcalo and the Pelu group of the Caroline Archipelago, was driven by contrary winds past Waigiu, Au, Asia and Quebec, and finally entered Buron Straits and cast anchor off Ambon, where he was cordially received by the Dutch authorities, and obtained news from France to the effect that the Minister of Marine had taken no notice of all the work, fatigue and perils of the expedition, for not one officer had received advancement. The receipt of this news caused considerable disappointment and discouragement, which the commander at once tried to remove. From Ambon the astrolabe steered via Benca Strait for Unado, with its well-armed and equipped fort, forming a pleasant residence. Governor Mercus obtained for 500 Ervil's natural history collection some fine Barbarossas, a sapiauteng, the latter a little animal of the size of a calf, with the same kind of muzzle, paws and turned-back horns, serpents, birds, fishes and plants. According to 500 Ervil, the people of the Celebes resemble in externals the Polynesians rather than the Malays. They reminded him of the natives of Otaheite, Tonga Tabou and New Zealand, much more than of the Papuans of Derry Harbour, the Harfus of Buron, or the Malays, with their square bony faces. Near Manado are some mines of auriferous quartz, of which the commander was able to obtain a specimen, and in the interior is the Lake of Manado, said to be of immense depth, and which is the source of the torrent of the same name that dashes in the form of a magnificent waterfall over a basalt rock 80 feet high, barring its progress to the sea. 500 Urville, accompanied by the governor and the naturalists of the expedition, explored this beautiful lake, shut in by volcanic mountains, with here and there a few fumaroles still issuing from them, and ascertained the depth of the water to be no more than 12 or 13 fathoms, so that in the event of its ever drying up, its basin would form a perfectly level plain. On the 4th August anchor was weighed at Manado, where the sufferers from fever and dysentery had not got much better, and on the 29th of the same month the expedition arrived at Batavia, where it only remained 3 days. The rest of the voyage of the astrolabe was in well-known waters. Mauritius was reached in due course, and their 500 Urville met Commander Legourant, who had made a trip to Vanikoro in the corvette La Bayonnaise, and who told 500 Urville that he had not attempted to enter the reef, but had only sent in some boats to reconnoitre. The natives had respected the monument to the memory of La Pérouse, and had been reluctant even to allow the sailors of the Bayonnaise to nail a copper plate upon it. On the 18th November the corvette left Mauritius, and after touching at the Cape, St. Helena and Ascension, arrived on the 25th March, 1829 at Marseille, exactly 35 months after her departure from that port. To hydrographical science, if to nothing else, the results of the expedition were remarkable, and no less than 45 new charts were produced by the indefatigable Messrs. Grecian and Paris. Nothing will better bring before us the richness of harvest of natural history specimens than the following quotation from Cuvier's report. They, the species brought home by Quoy and Gaimard, amount to thousands in the catalogues, and no better proof can be given of the activity of our naturalists than the fact that the directors of the Jardin du Roi do not know where to store the results of the expedition, especially those now under notice. They have had to be stowed away on the ground floor, almost in the cellars, and the very warehouses are now so crowded, no other word would do as well, that we have had to divide them by partitions to make more stowage. The geological collections were no less numerous. 187 species or varieties of rock attest the zeal of Messrs. Quoy and Gaimard, while M. Lesson Jr. collected 15 or 1600 plants. Captain Jacquinot made a number of astronomical observations. M. Lawton studied magnetism, and the commander, without neglecting his duties as a sailor and leader of the expedition, made experiments on submarine temperature and meteorology, and collected an immense mass of information on philology and ethnography. We cannot better conclude our account of this expedition than with the following quotation from Dumont d'Urville's memoirs, given in his biography by Didat. This adventurous expedition surpassed all previous ones, alike in the number and gravity of the dangers incurred, and the extent of the results of every kind obtained. An iron will prevented me from ever yielding to any obstacle. My mind once made up to die or to succeed, I was free from any hesitation or uncertainty. 20 times I saw the astrolabe on the eve of destruction without once losing hope of her salvation. 1,000 times did I risk the very lives of my companions in order to achieve the object of my instructions, and I can assert that for 2 consecutive years we daily incurred more real perils than we should have done in the longest ordinary voyage. My brave and honourable officers were not blind to the dangers to which I daily exposed them, but they kept silence and nobly fulfilled their duty. From this admirable harmony of purpose and devotion resulted a mass of discoveries and observations in every branch of human knowledge, of all of which an exact account was given by Rossel, Cuvier, Jeffreysant, Hilaire, Desfontaines and others, all competent and disinterested judges. Chapter 3. Polar Expeditions. Bellinghausen, yet another Russian explorer, discovery of the islands of Traversay, Peter I. and Alexander I., the whaler Weddell, the southern Orkneys, New Shetland, the people of Tierra del Fuego, John Biscoe and the districts of Enderby and Graham, Charles Wilkes and the Antarctic continent, Captain Balleny, Dumont d'Urville's expedition in the Astrolabe and the Zélie, Coupe Vent d'Espoir and the Peak of Tenerife, the Straits of Magellan, a new post office shut in by ice, Louis Philippe's Land, across Oceania, Adélie and Clary Lands, New Guinea and Torres Strait, return to France, James Clark Rosset, Victoria. We have already had occasion to speak of the Antarctic regions, and the explorations made there in the 17th, and at the end of the 18th century, by various navigators, nearly all Frenchmen, amongst whom we must specially note La Roche, discoverer of New Georgia in 1675, Bouvet, Kerguelen, Marion, and Crozet. The name of Antarctic is given to all the islands scattered about the ocean which are called after navigators, as well as those of Prince Edward, the Sandwich Group, New Georgia and C. It was in these latitudes that William Smith, commander of the brig William, trading between Montevideo and Valparaiso, discovered in 1818 the southern Shetland Islands, arid and barren districts covered with snow, on which, however, collected vast herds of seals, animals of which the skins are used as furs, and which had not before been met with in the southern seas. The news of this discovery led to a rush of whaling vessels to the new hunting grounds, and between 1821 and the number of seals captured in this archipelago is estimated at 32,000, whilst the quantity of sea elephant oil obtained during the same time may be put down at 940 tons. As males and females were indiscriminately slaughtered, however, the new fields were soon exhausted. The survey of the 12 principal islands, and of the innumerable and all but barren rocks making up this archipelago, occupied but a short time. Hunting sea elephants. Hunting sea elephants. 2 years later Botwell discovered the southern Orkneys, and then Palmer and other whalemen sighted, or thought they sighted, districts to which they gave the names of Palmer and Trinity. More important discoveries were, however, to be made in these Hyperborean regions, and the hypothesis of Dalrymple, Buffon, and other scholars of the 18th century, as to the existence of a southern continent, forming, so to speak, a counterpoise to the North Pole, was to be unexpectedly confirmed by the work of these intrepid explorers. The Navy of Russia had now for some years been rapidly gaining in importance, and had played no insignificant part in scientific research. We have related the interesting voyages of most Russian circumnavigators, but we have still to speak of Bellinghausen's voyage round the world, which occupies a prominent place in the history of the exploration of the Antarctic seas. The Vostok, Captain Bellinghausen, and the Mirny, commanded by Lieutenant Lazar, left Kronstadt on the 3rd July 1819, en route for the Antarctic Ocean. On the 15th December, southern Georgia was sighted, and 7 days later an island was discovered in the southeast, to which the name of Traversay was given, and the position of which was fixed at 52 degrees 15 S lat and degrees 21 W long, reckoning from the Paris meridian. Continuing their easterly course in S lat, 60 degrees for 400 miles as far as W long, 187 degrees, the explorers then bore south to S lat, 70 degrees, where their further progress was arrested by a barrier of ice. Bellinghausen, nothing daunted, tried to cut his way eastwards into the heart of the polar circle, but at 44 degrees E long, he was compelled to return northwards. After a voyage of 40 miles, a large country hove in sight, which a whaler was to discover 12 years later when the ice had broken up. Back again in S lat, 62 degrees, Bellinghausen once more steered eastwards without encountering any obstacles, and on the 5th March 1820, he made for Port Jackson to repair his vessels. The whole summer was given up by the Russian navigator to a cruise about Oceania, when he discovered no less than 17 new islands, and on the 31st October he left Port Jackson on a new expedition. The first places sighted on this trip were the Macquarie Islands, then cutting across the 60th parallel S lat. In E long, 160 degrees, the explorers bore east between S lat, 64 degrees and degrees as far as W long, 95 degrees. On the 9th January, Bellinghausen reached degrees S lat, and the next day discovered in S lat, 69 degrees 30 W long, 92 degrees 20, an island to which he gave the name of Peter I, the most southerly land hitherto visited. Then 15 degrees further east, and in all but the same latitude, he sighted some more land which he called Alexander Ice Land. Scarcely 200 miles distant from Graham's Land, it appeared likely to be connected with it, for the sea between the two districts was constantly discoloured, and many other facts pointed to the same conclusion. From Alexander Ice Land the two vessels, bearing due north, and passing Graham's Land, made for New Georgia, arriving there in February. Thence they returned to Kronstadt, the port of which they entered in July 1821, exactly 2 years after they left it, having lost only 3 men out of a crew of 200. We would gladly have given further details of this interesting expedition, but we have not been able to obtain a sight of the original account, published in Russian at St. Petersburg, and we have had to be content with the resume brought out in one of the journals of the Geographical Society in 1839. Map of the Antarctic regions, engraved by E. Morio. At the same period a master in the Royal Navy, James Weddell by name, was appointed by an Edinburgh firm to the command of an expedition to obtain seal skins in the southern seas, where 2 years were to be spent. This expedition consisted of the brig Jane, 160 tons, Captain Weddell, and the cutter Beaufort, 65 tons, Matthew Brisbane commander. The 2 vessels left England on the 17th September, 1822, touched at Bonavista, one of the Cape Verde Islands, and cast anchor in the following December in the port of St. Helena, on the eastern coast of Patagonia, where some valuable observations were taken on the position of that town. Weddell put to sea again on the 27th December, and steering in a southeasterly direction, came in sight on the 12th January of an archipelago to which he gave the name of the Southern Orkneys. These islands are situated in S. lat. 60 degrees 45 and W. long, 45 degrees. According to the navigator, this little group presents an even more forbidding appearance than New Shetland. On every side rise the sharp points of rocks, bare of vegetation, round which surge the restless waves, and against which dash enormous floating icebergs with a noise like thunder. Vessels are in perpetual danger in these latitudes, and the 11 days passed under sail by Weddell in surveying minutely the islands, islets and rocks of this archipelago were a time of ceaseless exertion for the crew, who were throughout in constant danger of their lives. Specimens of the principal strata of these islands were collected, and on the return home put into the hands of Professor Jameson of Edinburgh, who identified them as belonging to primary and volcanic rocks. Weddell now made for the south, crossed the Antarctic Circle in W. long, 30 degrees, and soon came in sight of numerous ice islands. Beyond S. lat. 70 degrees these floes decreased in number, and finally disappeared. The weather moderated, innumerable flocks of birds hovered above the ships, whilst large schools of whales played in its wake. This strange and unexpected change in the temperature surprised everyone, especially as it became more marked as the South Pole was more nearly approached. Everything pointed to the existence of a continent not far off. Nothing was, however, discovered. On the 20th February the vessels were in S. lat. 74 degrees 15 and W. long, 34 degrees 16, 45. I would willingly, says Weddell, have explored the southwest quarter, but taking into consideration the lateness of the season, and that we had to pass homeward through 1,000 miles of sea strewed with ice islands, with long nights, and probably attended with fogs, I could not determine otherwise than to take advantage of this favourable wind for returning. Having seen no sign of land in this direction, and a strong southerly wind blowing at the time, Weddell retraced his course as far as S. lat. 58 degrees, and steered in an easterly direction to within 100 miles of the Sandwich Islands. On the 7th February he once more doubled the southern cape, sailed by a sheet of ice 50 miles wide, and on the 20th February reached S. lat. 74 degrees 15. From the top of the masts nothing was to be seen but an open sea with a few floating ice islands. Unexpected results had ensued from these trips in a southerly direction. Weddell had penetrated miles nearer the pole than any of his predecessors, including Cook. He gave the name of George Roman IV to that part of the Antarctic Ocean which he had explored. Strange and significant was the fact that the ice had decreased in quantity as the South Pole was approached, whilst fogs and storms were incessant, and the atmosphere was always heavily charged with moisture, and the temperature of surprising mildness. Another valuable observation made was that the vibrations of the compass were as slow in these southern latitudes as Perry had noted them to be in the Arctic regions. Weddell's 2 vessels, separated in a storm, met again in New Georgia after a perilous voyage of 1,200 miles amongst the ice. New Georgia, discovered by La Roche in 1675 and visited in 1756 by the Lion, was really little known until after Captain Cook's exploration of it, but his account of the number of seals and walruses frequenting it had led to being much favoured by whalers, chiefly English and American, who took the skins of their victims to China and sold them at a guinea or 30 shillings each. The island, says Weddell, speaking of South Georgia, is about 96 miles long, and its mean breadth about 10. It is so indented with bays that in several places where they are on opposite sides, they are so deep as to make the distance from one side to the other very small. The tops of the mountains are lofty and perpetually covered with snow, but in the valleys during the summer season, vegetation is rather abundant. Almost the only natural production of the soil is a strong-bladed grass, the length of which is in general about 2 feet. It grows in tufts on mounds 3 or 4 feet from the ground. No land quadrupeds are found here. Birds and amphibious animals are the only inhabitants. Here congregate numerous flocks of penguins, which stalk about on the beach head in air. To quote an early navigator, Sir John Nasborough, they look like children in white aprons. Numerous albatrosses are also met with here, some of them measuring 17 feet from tip to tip of their wings. When these birds are stripped of their plumage, their weight is reduced 1/2. Here congregate flocks of penguins. Weddell also visited New Shetland, and ascertained that Bridgeman Island in that group is an active volcano. He could not land, as all the harbours were blocked up with ice, and he was obliged to make for Tierra del Fuego. During a stay of 2 months here, Weddell collected some valuable information on the advantages of this coast to navigators, and obtained some accurate data as to the character of the inhabitants. In the interior of Tierra del Fuego rose a few mountains, always covered with snow, the loftiest of which were not more than 3,000 feet high. Weddell was unable to identify the volcano noticed by other travellers, including Basil Hall in 1822, but he picked up a good deal of lava which had probably come from it. There was, moreover, no doubt of its existence, for the explorer under notice had seen on his previous voyage signs of a volcanic eruption in the extreme redness of the sky above Tierra del Fuego. Hitherto there had been a good deal of divergence in the opinion of explorers as to the temperature of Tierra del Fuego. Weddell attributes this to the different seasons of their visits and the variability of the winds. When he was there and the wind was in the south, the thermometer was never more than 2 or 3 degrees above zero, whereas when the wind came from the north, it was as hot as July in England. According to Weddell, dogs and otters are the only quadrupeds of the country. The relations with the natives were cordial throughout the explorer's stay amongst them. At first, they gathered about the ship without venturing to climb onto it, and the scenes enacted on the passage of the first European vessel through the States were repeated in spite of the long period which had since elapsed. Of the bread, Madeira, and beef offered to them, the natives would taste nothing but the meat, and of the many objects shown to them, they liked pieces of iron and looking-glasses best, amusing themselves with making grimaces in the latter of such absurdity as to keep the crew in fits of laughter. Their general appearance, too, was very provocative of mirth. Their jet-black complexions, blue feathers and faces streaked with parallel red and white lines, like tick, made up a whole of the greatest absurdity, and many were the hearty laughs the English enjoyed at their expense. Presently disgusted at receiving nothing more than the iron hoops of casks from people possessed of such wealth, they proceeded to annex all they could lay hands on. These thefts were soon detected and put a stop to, but they gave rise to many an amusing scene, and proved the wonderful imitative powers of the natives. A sailor had given a Fuegan, says Weddell, a tin pot full of coffee which he drank, and was using all his art to steal the pot. The sailor, however, recollecting after a while that the pot had not been returned, applied for it, but whatever words he made use of were always repeated in imitation by the Fuegan. At length he became enraged at hearing his requests reiterated, and placing himself in a threatening attitude in an angry tone, he said, "You copper-coloured rascal, where is my tin pot?" The Fuegan, assuming the same attitude with his eyes fixed on the sailor, called out, "You copper-coloured rascal, where is my tin pot?" The imitation was so perfect that every one laughed except the sailor, who proceeded to search him, and under his arm he found the article missing. The sterile mountainous districts in this rigorous climate of Tierra del Fuego furnish no animal fit for food, and without proper clothing or nourishment the people are reduced to a state of complete barbarism. Hunting yields them hardly any game, fishing is almost equally unproductive of results. They are obliged to depend upon the storms which now and then fling some huge cetacean on their shores, and upon such salvage they fall tooth and nail, not even taking the trouble to cook the flesh. In 1828, Henry Foster, commanding the Chanticleer, received instructions to make observations on the pendulum, with a view to determining the figure of the earth. This expedition extended over 3 years, and was then, i.e. in 1831, brought to an end by his violent death by drowning in the river Chagres. We allude to this trip because it resulted on the 5th January, 1829, in the identification and exploration of the southern Shetlands. The commander himself succeeded in landing, though with great difficulty, on one of these islands, where he collected some specimens of the syenite of which the soil is composed, and a small quantity of red snow, in every respect similar to that found by explorers in the Arctic regions. Of far greater interest, however, was the survey made in 1830 by the whaler John Biscoe. The brig Tula, 140 tons, and the cutter Lively left London under his orders on the 14th July 1830. These two vessels, the property of Messrs. Enderby, were fitted up for whale fishing, and were in every respect well qualified for the long and arduous task before them, which, according to Biscoe's instructions, was to combine discovery in the Antarctic seas with whaling. After touching at the Falklands, the ship started on the 27th November on a vain search for the Aurora Islands, after which they made for the Sandwich Group, doubling its most southerly cape on the 1st January, 1831. In 59 degrees S lat, masses of ice were encountered, compelling the explorers to give up the southwestern route, in which direction they had noted signs of the existence of land. It was therefore necessary to bear east, skirting along the ice as far as W long, 9 degrees 34. It was only on the 16th January that Biscoe was able to cross the 60th parallel of S lat. In 1775, Cook had here come to a space of open sea 250 miles in extent, yet now an insurmountable barrier of ice checked Biscoe's advance. Continuing his southwesterly course as far as 68 degrees 51 and degrees E long, the explorer was struck by the discoloration of the water, the presence of several eaglets and Cape pigeons, and the fact that the wind now blew from the south-southwest, all sure tokens of a large continent being near. Ice, however, again barred his progress southwards, and he had to go on in an easterly direction, approaching nearer and nearer to the Antarctic Circle. At length on the 27th February, says Disborough Cooley, in S lat, 65 degrees 57 and E long, 47 degrees 20 land was distinctly seen. This land was of considerable extent, mountainous and covered with snow. Biscoe named it Enderby and made the most strenuous efforts to reach it, but it was so completely surrounded with ice that he could not succeed. Whilst these attempts were being made, a gale of wind separated the two vessels and drove them in a southeasterly direction, the land remaining in sight, and stretching away from east to west for an extent of more than 200 miles. Bad weather, and the deplorable state of the health of the crew, compelled Biscoe to make for Van Diemen's Land, where he was not rejoined by the Lively until some months later. The explorers had several opportunities of observing the Aurora Australis, to quote from Biscoe's narrative, or rather the account of his trip drawn up from his logbook, and published in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society. Extraordinarily vivid coruscations of Aurora Australis were seen, at times rolling, says Captain Biscoe, as it were, over our heads in the form of beautiful columns, then as suddenly changing like the fringe of a curtain, and again shooting across the hemisphere like a serpent, frequently appearing not many yards above our heads, and decidedly within our atmosphere. Leaving Van Diemen's Land on the 11th January, 1832, Biscoe and his two vessels resumed their voyage in a southeasterly direction. The constant presence of floating seaweed, and the number of birds of a kind which never venture far from land, with the gathering of low and heavy clouds, made Biscoe think he was on the eve of some discovery, but storms prevented the completion of his explorations. At last, on the 12th February in S lat, 64 degrees 10, albatrosses, penguins and whales were seen in large quantities, and on the 15th land was seen in the south a long distance off. The next day this land was ascertained to be a large island, to which the name of Adelaide was given, in honour of the Queen of England. On this island were a number of mountains of conical form with the base very large. In the ensuing days it was ascertained that this was no solitary island, but one of a chain of islets forming, so to speak, the outworks of a lofty continent. This continent, stretching away for 250 miles in an ENE and WSW direction, was called Graham, whilst the name of Biscoe was given to the islets in honour of their discoverer. There was no trace either of plants or animals in this country. To make quite sure of the nature of his discovery, Biscoe landed on the 21st February on Graham's Land, and determined the position of a lofty mountain, to which he gave the name of William in S lat, 64 degrees 45 and W long, 66 degrees 11, reckoning from the Paris meridian. To quote from the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, the place was in a deep bay, in which the water was so still that could any seals have been found the vessels could have been easily loaded, as they might have been laid alongside the rocks for the purpose. The depth of the water was also considerable, no bottom being found, with 20 fathoms of line almost close to the beach, and the sun was so warm that the snow was melted off all the rocks along the waterline, which made it more extraordinary that they should be so utterly deserted. From Graham's Land, Biscoe made for the southern Shetlands, with which it seemed possible the former might be connected, and after touching at the Falkland Islands where he lost sight of the Lively, he returned to England. As a reward for all he had done, and as an encouragement for the future, Biscoe received medals both from the English and French geographical societies. Very animated were the discussions which now took place as to the existence of a southern continent, and the possibility of penetrating beyond the barrier of ice shutting in the adjacent islands. Three powers simultaneously resolved to send out an expedition. France entrusted the command of hers to Dumont d'Urville, England chose James Ross, and the United States Lieutenant Charles Wilkes. The last named found himself at the head of a small fleet, consisting of the Porpoise, 2 sloops, the Vincennes and the Peacock, 2 schooners, the Seagull and the Flying Fish, and a transport ship, the Relief, which was sent on in advance to Rio with a reserve of provisions, whilst the others touched at Madeira and the Cape Verde Islands. From the 24th November, 1838, to the 6th January, 1839, the squadron remained in the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, whence it sailed to the Rio Negro, not arriving at Port Orange, Tierra del Fuego, until the 19th February, 1839. There the expedition divided, the Peacock and Flying Fish making for the point where Cook crossed lat. 60 degrees and the Relief with the naturalists on board, penetrating into the Straits of Magellan, by one of the passages southeast of Tierra del Fuego, whilst the Vincennes remained at Port Orange, and the Seagull and Porpoise started on the 24th February for the southern seas. Wilkes surveyed Palmer's Land for a distance of 30 miles to the point where it turns in a SSE direction, which he called Cape Hope. He then visited the Shetlands and verified the position of several of the islands in that group. After passing 36 days in these inhospitable regions, the 2 vessels steered northwards. A voyage marked by few incidents worthy of record brought Wilkes to Callao, but he had lost sight of the Seagull. The commander now visited the Paumotu group Otaheite, the Society and Navigators Islands, and cast anchor off Sydney on the 28th November. On the 29th December, 1839, the expedition once more put to sea, and steered for the south, with a view to reaching the most southerly latitude between long 160 degrees and degrees, reckoning from Greenwich, bearing east by west. The vessels were at liberty to follow out separate courses, a rendezvous being fixed in case of their losing sight of each other. Up to January 22nd, numerous signs of land were seen, and some officers even thought they had actually caught sight of it, but it turned out, when the various accounts were compared at the trial Wilkes had to undergo on his return, that it was merely through the accidental deviation before the 22nd January of the Vincennes, in a northerly direction, that the English explorers ascertained the existence of land. Not until he reached Sydney did Wilkes, hearing that 500 Urville had discovered land on the 19th January, pretend to have seen it on the same day. Dumont d'Urville. These facts are established in a very conclusive article published by the hydrographer Dorsey in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie. Further on we shall see that d'Urville actually landed on the new continent, so that the honour of being the first to discover it is undoubtedly his. The Peacock and Flying Fish, either because they had sustained damages or because of the dangers from the roughness of the sea and floating ice, had steered in a northerly direction from the 24th January to the 5th February. The Vincennes and Porpoise alone continued the arduous voyage as far as long 97 degrees, having land in sight for 2 or 3 miles, which they approached whenever the ice allowed them to do so. On the 29th of January, says Wilkes in his report to the National Institution of Washington, we entered what I have called Piners Bay, the only place where we could have landed on the naked rocks. We were driven out of it by one of the sudden gales usual in those seas. We got soundings in 30 fathoms. The gale lasted 36 hours, and after many narrow escapes I found myself some 60 miles to leeward of this bay. It now became probable that this land which we had discovered was of great extent, and I deemed it of more importance to follow its trend than to return to Piners Bay to land, not doubting I should have an opportunity of landing on some portion of it still more accessible. This, however, I was disappointed in, the icy barrier preventing our approach, and rendering it impossible to effect. Great quantities of ice, covered with mud, rock and stone, presented themselves at the edge of the barrier, in close proximity of the land. From these our specimens were obtained, and were quite as numerous as could have been gathered from the rocks themselves. The land, covered with snow, was distinctly seen in many places, and between them such appearances as to leave little or no doubt in my mind of it being a continuous line of coast, and deserving the name bestowed upon it of the Antarctic continent, lying as it does under that circle. Many phenomena were observed here, and observations made, which will be found under their appropriate head in the sequel. On reaching 97 degrees east, we found the ice trending to the northward, and continuing to follow it close. We reached to within a few miles of the position where Cook was stopped by the Barrier in 1773. Piners Bay, where Wilkes landed, is situated in E long, 140 degrees, reckoning from Paris. That is to say, it is identical with the place visited by 500 Erville on the 21st January. On the 30th January, the Porpoise had come in sight of 500 Erville's 2 vessels, and approached to within speaking distance of them, but they put on all sail and appeared anxious to avoid any communication. On his arrival at Sydney, Wilkes found the Peacock in a state of repair, and with that vessel he visited New Zealand, Tonga Tabou, and the Fiji Islands, where 2 of the junior officers of the expedition were massacred by the natives, the Friendly, Navigator and Sandwich Islands, Admiralty Straits, Puget Sound, Vancouver's Island, the Ladrones Manila, Sulu, Singapore, the Sunda Islands, St. Helena and Rio de Janeiro, were the halting places on the return voyage, which terminated on the 9th June, 1842, at New York, the explorers having been absent 3 years and 10 months altogether. The results to every branch of science were considerable, and the young Republic of the United States was to be congratulated on a debut so triumphant in the career of discovery, in spite, however, of the interest attaching to the account of this expedition, and to the special treatises by Dana, Good, Pickering, Gray, Cassin, and Brackenbridge. We are obliged to refrain from dwelling on the work done in countries already known. The success of these publications beyond the Atlantic was, as might be expected in a country boasting of so few explorers, immense. Whilst Wilkes was engaged in his explorations, i.e. in 1839, Balleny, captain of the Elizabeth Scott, was adding his quota to the survey of the Antarctic regions. Starting from Campbell Island on the south of New Zealand, he arrived on the 7th February in S lat, 67 degrees 7, and W long, 164 degrees 25, reckoning from the Paris meridian. Then bearing west and noting many indications of the neighbourhood of land, he discovered 2 days later a black band in the southwest, which, at 6 o'clock in the evening, he ascertained beyond a doubt to be land. This land turned out to be 3 islands of considerable size, and Balleny gave them his own name. As may be imagined, the captain tried to land, but a barrier of ice prevented his doing so. All he could manage was the determination of the position of the central isle, which he fixed at S lat, 66 degrees 44, and W long, 162 degrees 25. On the 14th February, a lofty land, covered with snow, was sighted in the WSW the next day. There were but 10 miles between the vessel and the land. It was approached as nearly as possible, and then a boat was put off, but a beach of only 3 or 4 feet wide with vertical and inaccessible cliffs rising beyond it rendered landing impossible, and only by getting wet up to their waists were the sailors able to obtain a few specimens of the lava characteristic of this volcanic district. Only by getting wet up to their waists. Yet once more on the 2nd March in S lat, 65 degrees and about W long, 120 degrees 24, land was seen from the deck of the Elizabeth Scott. The vessel was brought to for the night, and the next day an attempt was made to steer in a southwest direction, but it was impossible to get through the ice barrier. Naming the new discovery Sabrina, Balleny resumed his northerly route without being able further to verify his discoveries. In 1837, just as Wilkes had started on his expedition, Captain Dumont d'Urville proposed to the Minister of Marine a new scheme for a voyage round the world. The services rendered by him in 1819-21 in a hydrographic expedition, in 1822 and on the Coquille, under Captain Duperry, and lastly in 1826-29 on the Astrolabe, had given him an amount of experience which justified him in submitting his peculiar views to the government, and to supplement, so to speak, the mass of information collected by himself and others in these little-known latitudes. The minister at once accepted 500 Erville's offer, and exerted himself to find for him enlightened and trustworthy fellow-workers. 2 corvettes, the Astrolabe and the Zélé, fitted up with everything which French experience had proved to be necessary, were placed at his disposal, and amongst his colleagues were many who were subsequently to rise to the rank of general officers, including Jacquinot, commander of the Zélie, Coupe-Vent d'Espoir, du Bouzet, Tardy de Montravel, and Périgot, all well-known names to those interested in the history of the French Navy. The instructions given by Vice Admiral Rassemont to 500 Urville differed from those of his predecessors, chiefly in his being ordered to penetrate as near as the ice would permit to the South Pole. He was also ordered to complete the great work he had begun in 1827 on the Viti Islands, to survey the Salomon Archipelago, to visit the Swan River of Australia, New Zealand, the Chatham Islands, that part of the Caroline group surveyed by Lutk, Mindanao, Borneo and Batavia, whence he was to return to France via the Cape of Good Hope. These instructions concluded in terms proving the exalted ideas of the government. His Majesty, said Admiral de Rassemont, not only contemplates the progress of hydrography and natural science, but his royal solicitude for the interests of French commerce and the development of the French Navy is such as to lead him greatly to extend the terms of your commission and to hope for great results from it. You will visit numerous places, the resources of which you must study with a view to the interests of our whaling ships, collecting all information likely to be of service to them alike in facilitating their voyages and rendering those voyages as remunerative as possible. You will touch at those ports where commercial relations with us are already opened, and where the visit of a state vessel will have salutary effects, and at others hitherto closed to our produce, and about which you may on your return give us some valuable details. In addition to the personal good wishes of Louis Philippe, 500 Urville received many marks of the most lively interest taken in his work by the Académie des Sciences Morales and the Geographical Society, but not unfortunately from the Académie des Sciences, although he had for 20 years been working hard to increase the riches of the Museum of Natural History. Whether from prejudice or from whatever cause, says 500 Urville, they, the members of the Académie des Sciences, showed very little enthusiasm for the contemplated expedition, and their instructions to me were as formal as they would have been to a complete stranger. It is matter of regret that the celebrated Arago, the declared enemy of polar researches, was one of the bitterest opponents of the new expedition. This was not, however, the case with various scholars of other nationalities, such as Humboldt and Krusenstern, who wrote to congratulate 500 Urville on his approaching voyage and on the important results to science which might be hoped for. After numerous delays, resulting from the fitting up of two vessels which were to take the Prince de Joinville to Brazil, the Astrolabe and Zélie at last left Toulon on the 7th September, 1837. The last day of the same month they cast anchor off Santa Cruz de Tenerife, which 500 Urville chose as a halting place in preference to one of the Cape Verde Islands, in the hope of laying in a stock of wine, and also of being able to take some magnetic observations which he had been blamed for neglecting in 1826, although it was well known that he was not then in a fit state to attend to such things. In spite of the eagerness of the young officers to go and enjoy themselves on shore, they had to submit to a quarantine of 4 days, on account of rumours of cases of plague having occurred in the lazaretto of Marseille. Without pausing to relate the details of Messrs. Du Bouzet, Coupe-Vent and Dumoulin's ascent of the peak, we will merely quote a few enthusiastic remarks of Coupe-Vent d'Espoir. Arrived, says that officer, at the foot of the peak, we spent the last hour of the ascent in crossing cinders and broken stones, arriving at last at the longed-for goal, the loftiest point of this huge volcano. The smoking crater presented the appearance of a hollow sulphurous semicircle about 1,200 feet wide and feet deep, covered with the debris of pumice and other stones. The thermometer, which had marked 5 degrees at 10 a.m., got broken through being placed on the ground where there was an escape of sulphuric vapor. There are upon the sides and in the crater numerous fumaroles which send forth the native sulphur, which forms the base of the peak. The rush of the vapor is so rapid as to sound like shots from a cannon. The heat of the ground is so great in some parts that it is impossible to stand on it for a minute at a time. Look around you and see if these 3 mountains piled one upon the other do not resemble a staircase built up by giants, on which to climb to heaven. Gaze upon the vast streams of lava, all issuing from one point which form the crater, and which a few centuries back you could not have trodden upon with impunity. See the Canaries in the distance, look down, ye pygmies, on the sea, with its breakers dashing against the shores of the island, of which you for the moment form the summit. See for once, as God sees, and be rewarded for your exertions, ye travellers, whose enthusiasm for the grand scenes of nature has brought you some 12,182 feet above the level of the ocean. We must add that the explorers testified to the brilliancy of the stars, as seen from the summit of the peak, the clearness of all sounds, and also to the giddiness and headache known as mountain sickness. Whilst part of the staff were engaged in this scientific excursion, several other officers visited the town, where they noticed nothing special except a narrow walk called the Alameda and the Church of the Franciscans. The neighborhood, however, is interesting enough on account of the curious aqueducts for supplying the town with water, and the Merced forest, which in 500 Ervil's opinion might more justly be called a coppice, for it contains nothing but shrubs and ferns. The population seemed happy but extremely lazy, economical but horribly dirty, and the less said about their morals the better. On the 12th October the two vessels put to sea again, intending to reach the polar regions as soon as possible. Motives of humanity, however, determined 500 Ervil to change his plans and touch at Rio, the state of an apprentice with disease of the lungs becoming so rapidly worse that a stay in the Arctic regions would probably have been fatal. The vessels cast anchor in the roadstead, not the Bay of Rio, on the 13th November, but they only remained there one day, that is to say, just long enough to land young Dupère and to lay in a stock of provisions. The southerly route was then resumed. For a long time 500 Ervil had wished to explore the Strait of Magellan, not with a view to further hydrographical surveys, for the careful explorations of Captain King, begun in 1826, had been finished in 1834 by Fitzroy, leaving little to be done in that direction but to gather the rich and still unappropriated harvest of facts relating to natural history. How intensely interesting it was, too, to note how real had been the dangers encountered by early navigators, such as the sudden veering of the wind and sea. What a good thing it would be to obtain further and more detailed information about the famous Patagonians, the subject of so many fables and controversies. Yet another motive led 500 Ervil to anchor off Port Famine, rather than off Staten Island. His perusal of the accounts of the work of explorers who had penetrated into the southern seas convinced him that the end of January and the whole of February were the best times for visiting these regions, for then only are the effects of the annual thaw over, and with them the risk of over-fatigue to the crews. Anchorage off Port Famine. Anchorage off Port Famine. This resolution once taken, 500 Ervil communicated it to Captain Jacquinot and set sail for the strait. On the 12th December Cape Virgin was sighted, and Dumoulin, seconded by the young officers, began a grand series of hydrographical surveys. In the intricate navigation of the strait 500 Ervil, we are told, showed equal courage and calmness, skill and presence of mind, completely winning over to his side many of the sailors, who, when they had seen him going along at Toulon when suffering with the gout, had exclaimed, "Oh, that old fellow won't take us far." Now, when his constant vigilance had brought the vessels safely out of the strait, the cry was, "The man is mad. He's made us scrape against rocks, reefs, and land, as if he had never taken a voyage before, and we used to think him as useless as a rotten keel." We must now say a few words on the stay at Port Famine. Landing is easy, and there is a good spring and plenty of wood. On the rocks are found quantities of mussels, limpets, and whelks, whilst inland grows celery, and a kind of herb resembling the dandelion. Another fruitful source of wealth in this bay is fish, and whilst the vessels were at anchor, dragnets, trammels, and lines captured enough mullet, gudgeon, and roaches to feed the whole crew. As I was about to re-embark, says 500 Ervil, a little barrel was brought to me which had been found hung on a tree on the beach, near a post on which was written Post Office. Having ascertained that this barrel contained papers, I took it on board and examined them. They consisted of notes of captains who had passed through the Straits of Magellan, stating the time of their visits, the incidents of their passage, with advice to those who should come after them, and letters for Europe or the United States. It seemed that an American captain, Cunningham by name, had been the originator of this open-air post office. He had merely in April 1833 hung a bottle on a tree, and his fellow countryman Waterhouse had supplemented it by the post with its inscription. Lastly, Captain Carrick of the schooner Mary Ann from Liverpool passed through the strait in March 1837, on his way to San Blas, California, going through it again a second time on his way back on the 29th November, 1837, that is to say, 16 days before our own visit, and he it was who had substituted the barrel for the bottle, adding an invitation to all who should succeed him to use it as the receptacle of letters for different destinations. I mean to improve this ingenious and useful contrivance by forming an actual post office on the highest point of the peninsula, with an inscription in letters of a size so gigantic as to compel the attention of navigators who would not otherwise have touched at Port Famine. Curiosity will then probably lead them to send a canoe to examine the barks, which will be fastened to the post. It seems likely that we shall ourselves reap the first fruits of this arrangement, and our families will be agreeably surprised to receive news from us from this wild and lonely district, just before our plunge into the ice of the polar regions. At low tide, the mouth of the Sedger River, which flows into Famine Bay, is encumbered with sandbanks. Some 1,000 feet further on, the plain is transformed into a vast marsh, from which rise the trunks of immense trees and huge bones, bleached by the action of time, which have been brought down by the heavy rainfall, swelling the course of the stream. Skirting this marsh is a fine forest, the entrance to which is protected by prickly shrubs. The commonest trees are the beech, with trunks between 80 and 90 feet high and 3 or 4 in diameter, Winteria aromatica, a kind of bark which has long since replaced the cinnamon, and a species of barberry. The largest beeches seen by 500 Ervil measured 15 feet in diameter and were about 150 feet high. Unfortunately, no mammiferous animals or reptiles, or fresh or salt water shellfish are found on these coasts, and 1 or 2 different kinds of birds with a few lichens and mosses were all the naturalist was able to obtain. Several officers went up the Sedger in a yawl till they were stopped by the shallowness of the water. They were then 7.5 miles from the mouth, and they noted the width of the river where it flows into the sea to be between 90 and 100 feet. It would be difficult, says M. de Montravel, to imagine a more picturesque scene than was spread out before us at every turn. Everywhere was that indescribable wildness which cannot be imitated, a confused mass of trees, broken branches, trunks covered with moss, which seemed literally to grow before our eyes. Resume, the stay at Port Famine was most successful. Wood and water were easily obtained, repairs and sea were made, horary, physical, meteorological, tidal and hydrographical observations were taken, and lastly, numerous objects of natural history were collected, the more interesting as the museums of France hitherto contain nothing whatever from these unknown regions beyond a few plants collected by Commerson and preserved in the herbarium of M. de Jussieu. On the 28th December, 1837, anchor was weighed without a single Patagonian having been seen, although the officers and crew had been so eager to make acquaintance with the natives. The difficulties attending navigation compelled the 2 corvettes to cast anchor a little further on, off Port Gallant, the shores of which, bordered by fine trees, are cut by torrents resembling a little distance off magnificent cascades from 50 to 60 feet high. This compulsory halt was not wasted, for a large number of new plants were collected, and the port with the neighbouring bays were surveyed. The commander, however, finding the season already so far advanced, gave up his idea of going out at the westerly end of the strait, and went back the way he came, hoping thus to get an interview with the Patagonians before going to the polar regions. St. Nicholas Bay, called by Bougainville the Baie des Franchise, where the explorers passed New Year's Day, 1838, is a much pleasanter-looking spot than Port Gallant. The usual hydrographical surveys were there brought to a satisfactory issue by the officers under the direction of Dumoulin. A boat was dispatched to Cape Remarkable, where Bougainville said he had seen fossil shells, which, however, turned out to be nothing but little pebbles embedded in a calcareous gang. Interesting experiments were made with the thermometrograph, or marine thermometer, at 290 fathoms, without reaching the bottom, at less than 2 miles from land. Whereas the temperature was 9 degrees on the surface, it was but 2 at the above-named depth, and as it is scarcely likely that currents convey the waters of the 2 oceans so far down, one is driven to the belief that this is the usual temperature of such depths. The vessels now made for Tierra del Fuego, where Dumoulin resumed his surveys. Low exposed and strewn with rocks which serve as landmarks, there were but few dangers to be encountered here. Magdalena Island, Gent Grand Bay, Elizabeth Island and Ozzy Harbour, where the camp of a large party of Patagonians was made out with the telescope, and Peckett Harbour, where the astrolabe struck in 3 fathoms, were successively passed. As we struck, says 500 Ervil, there were signs of astonishment and even of excitement amongst the crew, and some grumbling was already audible, when in a firm voice I ordered silence, and without appearing at all put out by what had happened, I cried, "This is nothing at all, and we shall have plenty more of the same kind of thing." Later these words often recurred to the memory of our sailors. It is more difficult than one would suppose for a captain to maintain perfect calmness and impassiveness in the midst of the worst dangers, even those he has reason to imagine likely to be fatal. Peckett Harbour was alive with Patagonians, and officers and men were alike eager to land. A crowd of natives on horseback were waiting for them at the place of disembarkation. Gentle and peaceable, they readily replied to the questions put to them, and looked quietly at everything shown to them, expressing no special desire for anything offered to them. They did not seem either to be at all addicted to thieving, and when on board the French vessels, they made no attempt to carry anything off. Their usual height is from 4.5 to 5 feet, but some are a good deal shorter. Their limbs are large and plump without being muscular, and their extremities are of extraordinary smallness. Their most noteworthy characteristic is the breadth of the lower part of the face as compared to the forehead, which is low and retreating. Long narrow eyes, high cheekbones, and a flat nose give them something of a resemblance to the Mongolian type. They are evidently extremely languid and indolent, and wanting in strength and agility. Looking at them squatting down, standing or walking, with their long hair flowing down their backs, one would take them for the women of a harem rather than savages used to enduring the inclemency of the weather, and to struggle for existence. Stretched upon skins with their dogs and horses about them, their chief amusement is to catch the vermin with which they swarm. They hate walking so much that they mount horses just to go down and pick up shells on the beach a few yards off. A white man was living amongst these Patagonians, a miserable, decrepit-looking fellow who said he came from the United States, but he spoke English very imperfectly, and the explorers took him to be a German Swiss. Niederhauser, so he called himself, had gone to seek his fortune in the United States, and that fortune being long on the road, he had given ear to the wonderful proposals of a certain whaleman who wanted to complete his crew. By this whaleman he was left with 7 others and some provisions on a desert island off Tierra del Fuego to hunt seals and dress their skins. 4 months later the schooner returned laden with skins, left the seal hunters fresh provisions, went off again and never came back. Whether it had been shipwrecked or whether the captain had abandoned his sailors, it was impossible to ascertain. When the poor fellows found themselves deserted and their provisions exhausted, they embarked in their canoe and rowed up the Straits of Magellan, soon meeting with some Patagonians, with whom Niederhauser remained, whilst his companions went on. Well received by the natives, he lived their life with them, faring well when food was plentiful, drawing in his belt and living on roots when food was scarce. Weary, however, of this miserable existence, Niederhauser entreated 500 Ervil to take him on board, urging that another month of the life he was leading would kill him. The captain consented and received him as a passenger. During his 3 months' residence amongst them, Niederhauser had learnt something of the language of the Patagonians, and with his aid 500 Ervil drew up a comparative vocabulary of a great many words in Patagonian, French and German. The war costume of the Fugans includes a helmet of tanned leather protected by steel plates and surmounted by a crest of cock's feathers, a tunic of oxhide dyed red with yellow stripes, and a kind of double-bladed scimitar. The chief of Peckett Harbour allowed his visitors to take his portrait in full martial costume, thereby showing his superiority to his subjects, who would not do the same for fear of witchcraft. On the 8th January anchor was finally weighed, and the second entrance to the strait was slowly navigated against the tide, the Straits of Magellan having now been crossed from end to end, and a survey made of the whole of the eastern portion of Tierra del Fuego, thus bridging over an important gulf in hydrographic knowledge. No detailed map of this coast having previously been made, the vessels steered for the polar regions, doubling Staten Island without difficulty, and on the 15th January coming in sight of the first ice, an event causing no little emotion, for now was to begin the really hard work of the voyage. Floating ice was not the only danger to be encountered in these latitudes. A dense fog which the keenest sight could not penetrate soon gathered about the vessels, paralyzing their movements, and though they were under a foresail only, rendering a collision with the ice masses imminent. The temperature fell rapidly, and the thermometrograph marked only 2 degrees on the surface of the sea, whilst the deep water was below 0. Half-melted snow now began to fall, and everything bore witness that the Antarctic regions were indeed entered. Clarence, New South Orkney Islands, could not be identified. Everyone's attention had to be concentrated on avoiding blocks of ice. At midday on the 20th January, the vessels were in S lat, 62 degrees 3, and W long, 49 degrees 56, not far from the place where Powell encountered compact ice fields, and an immense ice island was soon sighted, some 6,000 feet in extent and in height, with perpendicular sides greatly resembling land under certain conditions of the light. Numerous whales and penguins were now seen swimming about the vessels, whilst white petrels continually flew across them. On the 21st, observations gave lat 62 degrees 53, and 500 Ervil was expecting soon to reach the 65th parallel, when at 3 a.m. he was told that further progress was arrested by an iceberg, across which it did not seem possible to cut a passage. The vessels were at once put about and slowly steered in an easterly direction, the wind having fallen. We were thus enabled, says 500 Ervil, to gaze at our leisure upon the wonderful spectacle spread out before our eyes. Severe and grand beyond expression, it not only excited the imagination, but filled the heart with involuntary terror. Nowhere else is man's powerlessness more forcibly brought before him. A new world displays itself to him, but it is a motionless, gloomy, and silent world, where everything threatens the annihilation of human faculties. Should he have the misfortune to be left here alone, no help, no consolation, no spark of hope would soothe his last moments. One is involuntarily reminded of the famous inscription on the gate of the Inferno of Dante. Lasciate ogni speranza voi ch in trait. 500 Ervil now set to work on a very strange task, which, as compared with others of a similar kind, was likely to be of considerable value. He had an exact measurement taken of the outlines of the iceberg. Had other navigators done the same, we should have had some precise information as to the direction taken by icebergs, their movements, and see, in the southern polar regions, a subject still wrapped in the greatest obscurity. On the 22nd, after doubling a point, it was ascertained that the iceberg was bearing SSW by W. A lofty and broken piece of land was sighted in these latitudes. Dumoulin had begun to survey it, and 500 Ervil was about, as he thought, to identify it with the New South Greenland of Morrell, when its outlines became dim and it sunk beneath the horizon. On the 24th, the two corvettes crossed a series of floating islets and entered a plain where the ice was melting. The passage, however, became narrower and narrower, and they were obliged to veer round, to save themselves from being blocked in. Everything pointed to the conclusion that the edge of the ice was melting. The ice islands fell apart with loud reports, the ice running off in little rivulets. There was undoubtedly a thaw, and Fanning had been right in saying that these latitudes should not be visited before February. 500 Ervil now decided to steer for the north, and try to reach the islands of New South Orkney, the map of which had not yet been accurately laid down. The commander was anxious to survey that archipelago thoroughly, and to spend several days there before resuming his southerly course, so as to be in the Antarctic regions at the same time of year as Weddell. For 3 days the explorer coasted along the southern shores of New South Orkney without being able to land. He then once more turned southwards, and came in sight of the ice again in lat. 62 degrees 20 and W long, 39 degrees 28. A few minutes before midday, a kind of opening was discovered, through which the vessels were forced at all risks. This bold manoeuvre was successful, and in spite of the heavy snow, the explorers penetrated into a small basin scarcely 2 miles in extent, and hemmed in on every side by lofty walls of ice. It was decided to make fast to the ice, and when the order to cast anchor was given, a young middy on board the Zelly cried naively, "Is there a port here? I shouldn't have thought there were people living on the ice." Great indeed was now the joyful enthusiasm on both vessels. Some of the young officers of the Zelly had come to empty a bowl of punch with their comrades of the astrolabe, and the commander could hear their shouts of delight from his bed. He himself did not, however, look upon the situation in quite the same favourable light. He felt that he had done a very imprudent thing. Shut into a cul-de-sac, he could only go out as he had come, and that he could not do until he had the wind right aft. At 11 o'clock 500 Ervil was awoke by a violent shock, accompanied by a noise of breaking, as if the vessel had struck on some rocks. He got up, and saw that the astrolabe, having drifted, had struck violently against the ice, where she remained exposed to collision with the masses of ice which the current was sweeping along more rapidly than it did the vessel herself. When day dawned, the adventurers found themselves surrounded by ice, but in the north a blackish-blue line seemed to betray the existence of an open sea. This direction was at once taken, but a thick fog immediately and completely enveloped both ships, and when it cleared off they found themselves face to face with a compact ice barrier, beyond which stretched away as far as the eye could reach an open sea. 500 Ervil now resolved to cut himself a passage, and began operations by dashing the astrolabe with all possible speed against the obstacle. The vessel penetrated 2 or 3 lengths into the ice, and then remained motionless. The crew climbed out of her on to the ice armed with pickaxes, pincers, mattocks and saws, and merrily endeavoured to cut a passage. The fragment of ice was already nearly crossed when the wind changed, and the motion of the waves in the offing began to be felt, causing the officers to agree in urging a retreat into the shelter of the ice walls, for there was some danger if the wind freshened of the vessel being embayed against the ice and beaten to pieces by the waves and floating debris. The corvettes had traversed 12 or 15 miles for nothing, when an officer, perched in the shrouds, sighted a passage in the ENE. That direction was at once taken, but again it was found impossible to cut a passage, and when night came the crew had to make the ship fast to a huge block of ice. The loud cracking noises which had awoke the commander the night before now began with such violence that it really seemed impossible for the vessel to live till daylight. After an interview with the captain of the Zelly, however, 500 made for the north, but the day passed without any change being effected in the position of the vessels, and the next day during a storm of sleet, the swell of the sea became so powerful as completely to raise the ice plain in which they were imprisoned. More careful watch than ever had now to be kept, to guard against the pieces of ice flung long distances by this motion, and the rudder had to be protected from them by a kind of wooden hut. The rudder had to be protected, with the exception of a few cases of ophthalmia, resulting from the continual glare of the snow. The health of the crews was satisfactory, and this was no little satisfaction to the leaders of the expedition, compelled as they were to be continually on the qui vive. Not until the 9th February were the vessels, favoured by a strong breeze, able to get off, and once more enter a really open sea. The ice had been coasted for a distance of 225 leagues. The vessels had actually sustained no further damage than the loss of a few spars and a considerable portion of the copper sheathing, involving no further leakage than there had been before. The next day the sun came out, and observations could be taken, giving the latitude as 62 degrees 9 S and the longitude 39 degrees 22 W. Snow continued to fall, the cold was intense, and the wind very violent for the 3 succeeding days. This continuance of bad weather, together with the increasing length of the nights, warned 500 of the necessity of giving up all idea of going further. When therefore he found himself in S lat, 62 degrees and W long, 33 degrees 11, in other words in that part of the ocean where Weddell had been able to sail freely in 1823, and the new explorer had met with nothing but impassable ice, he steered for New South Orkney. A whole month passed amongst the ice and fogs of the Antarctic Ocean had told upon the health of the crews, and nothing could be gained for science by a continuance of the cruise. On the 20th the archipelago was again sighted, and 500 was once more driven out of his course in a northerly direction by the ice, but he was able to put off with 2 boats, the crews of which collected on Weddell Island a large number of geological specimens, lichens and sea, and some 20 penguins and chenis. On the 25th February Clarence Island was seen, forming the eastern extremity of the New South Shetland archipelago, a very steep and rugged district covered with snow except on the beach, and thence the explorers steered towards Elephant Island, resembling Clarence Island in every respect, except that it is strewn with peaks rising up black against the plains of snow and ice. The islets of Nero, Biggs, O'Brien and Espland were successively identified, but covered as they are with snow they are perfectly inaccessible to man. The little volcano of Bridgman was also seen, and the naturalists tried in vain to land upon it from 2 boats. The general colour of the soil, says the narrative, is red like that of burnt brick with particles of grey, suggestive of the presence of pumice stone or of calcined cinders. Here and there on the beach are seen great blackish-looking blocks, which are probably lava. This islet has, however, only one true crater, although thick columns of smoke are emitted from it, nearly all of them issuing from the base on the western side, whilst in the north are 2 other fumaroles, 30 or 40 feet along the water. There are none on the eastern or northern side, or at the top, which is smooth and round. The bulk appears recently to have undergone some considerable modification, as indeed it must have done, or it could not now resemble so little the description given by Powell in December, 1822. 500 soon resumed his southerly route, and on the 27th February sighted a considerable belt of land in the southeast, on which he was prevented from landing by the fog and the continuous fall of very fine snow. He was now in the latitude of Hope Island, i.e. in S lat, 62 degrees 57. He approached it very closely, and sighted before reaching it a low-lying land, to which he gave the name of Joinville. Then further on in the southwest, he came to an extensive district which he named Louis Philippe, and between the two, in a kind of channel, encumbered with ice, an island he called Rossemel. Now, says 500 Erville, the horizon was so light that we could trace all the irregularities of Louis Philippe's land. We could see it stretching away from Mount Bransfield in the north, 62 degrees W long, to the SSW, where it faded away on the horizon. From Mount Bransfield to the south it is lofty, and of fairly uniform surface, resembling a vast unbroken ice field. In the south, however, it rises in the form of a fine peak, Mount Jackanaut, which is equal, perhaps, indeed superior, to Bransfield. But beyond this peak it stretches away in the form of a mountain chain, ending in the southwest in a peak loftier than any of the others. For the rest, the effect of the snow and ice, together with the absence of any objects with which they can be compared, aid in exaggerating the height of all irregularities. And, as a matter of fact, the results of the measurements taken by M. Dumoulin showed all these mountains, which then appeared to us gigantic and equal to the Alps and Pyrenees at least, to be after all of very medium size. Mount Bransfield, for instance, was not more than about 2068 feet high, Mount Jackanaut 2121 feet, and Mount d'Urville, the loftiest of them all, about 3047 feet. Except for the islets grouped about the mainland, and a few peaks rising above the snow, the whole country is one long series of compact blocks of ice, and it is impossible to do more than trace the outlines of this ice crust, those of the land itself being quite indistinguishable. On the first March soundings gave only 80 fathoms with a bottom of rock and gravel. The temperature is 1 degrees 9 on the surface, and degrees 2 at the bottom of the sea. On the 2nd of March, off Louis Philippe's land, an island was sighted which was named Astrolabe, and the day after a large bay, or rather strait, to which the name of Orleans Channel was given, was surveyed between Louis Philippe's land and a lofty rocky belt, which 500 Erville took for the beginning of Trinity Land, hitherto very inaccurately laid down. From the 26th February then to the 5th March 500 Erville remained in sight of the coast, skirting along it a little distance off, but unable entirely to regulate his course on account of the incessant fogs and rain. Everything bore witness to the setting in of a very decided thaw, the temperature rising at midday to 5 degrees above zero, whilst the ice was everywhere melting and running off in little streams of water, or falling with a formidable crush into the sea in the form of blocks, the wind meanwhile blowing strongly from the west. All this decided 500 Erville against the further prosecution of this voyage. The sea was heavy, the rain and fog incessant. It was therefore necessary to leave this dangerous coast and make for the north, where on the following day he surveyed the most westerly islands of the New Shetland group. Erville next steered for Conception, and very arduous was the voyage there, for in spite of every precaution, the crews of both corvettes, especially that of the Zelly, were attacked with scurvy. It was now that 500 Erville measured the heights of some of the waves, with a view to the disproving of the charge of exaggeration which had been brought against him when he had estimated those he had seen break over Needle Bank at a height of between 80 and 100 feet. With the help of some of his officers, that there might be no doubt as to his accuracy, 500 Erville measured some waves of which the vertical height was 35 feet, and which measured not less than 1961 2 feet from the crest to the lowest point, making a total length of 393 feet for a single wave. These measurements were an answer to the ironical assertion of Arago, who, settling the matter in his own study, would not allow that a wave could exceed from 5 to 6 feet in height. One need not hesitate a single moment to accept, as against the eminent but impulsive physicist, the measurements of the navigators who had made observations upon the spot. On the 7th April, 1838, the expedition cast anchor in Talcahuano Bay, where the rest so sorely needed by the 40 scrofulous patients of the Zelly was obtained. Thence 500 Erville made for Valparaiso, after which, having entirely crossed Oceania, he cast anchor on the 1st January 1839, off Guam, arrived at Batina in October, and went thence to Hobart's Town, whence on the 1st January 1840 he started on a new trip in the Antarctic regions. At this time 500 Erville knew nothing either of Balinese voyage, or of the discovery of Sabrina's land. He merely intended to go round the southern extremity of Tasmania, with a view to ascertaining beneath which parallel he would meet with ice. He was under the impression that the space between 120 degrees and degrees E long had not yet been explored, so that there was still a discovery to be made. At first navigation was beset with the greatest difficulties. The swell was very strong, The currents bore in an easterly direction. The sanitary condition of the crews was far from satisfactory, and degrees S lat had not yet been reached when the presence of ice was ascertained. The cold soon became very intense, the wind veered round to the WNW, and the sea became calm, a sure indication of the neighbourhood of land or of ice. The former was the more generally received hypothesis, for the ice islands passed were too large to have been formed in the open ocean. On the 18th January S lat, 64 degrees was reached, and great perpendicular blocks of ice were met with, the height of which varied from 90 to 100 feet, whilst the breadth exceed. The next day, January 19, 1840, a new land was sighted, to which the name of Adélie was given. The sun was now burning hot, and the ice all seemed to be melting, immense streams running down from the summits of the rocks into the sea. The appearance of the land was monotonous, covered as it was with snow. It ran from west to east, and seemed to slope gradually down to the sea. On the 21st the wind allowed the vessels to approach the beach, and deep ravines were soon made out, evidently the result of the action of melted snow. View of Adélie Land. View of Adélie Land. Facsimile of early engraving. Reduced map of 500 Ervil's discoveries in the Antarctic regions. Reduced map of 500 Ervil's discoveries in the Antarctic regions. As the ship's advanced navigation became more and more perilous, for the ice islands were so numerous that there was hardly a large enough channel between them for any manoeuvring. Their straight walls, says 500 Ervil, rose far above our masts, glowering down upon our vessels, which appeared of absurdly small dimensions as compared with their huge masses. The spectacle spread out before us was alike grand and terrible. One might have fancied oneself in the narrow streets of a city of giants. Their straight walls rose far above our masts. Their straight walls rose far above our masts. The corvettes soon entered a huge basin, formed by the coast and the ice islands which had just been passed. The land stretched away in the southeast and northwest as far as the eye could reach. It was between 3,000 and 4,000 feet high, but nowhere presented any very salient features. In the centre of the vast snow plain rose a few rocks. The two captains at once sent off boats with orders to bring back specimens which should testify to the discovery made. We quote from the account of Du Bouzet, one of the officers told off on this important survey. It was nearly 9 o'clock, when to our great delight we landed on the western side of the most westerly and loftiest islet. The astrolabe boat had arrived 1 moment before ours, and its crew were already clambering up the steep sides of the rock, flinging down the penguins as they went, the birds showing no small surprise at being thus summarily dispossessed of the island, of which they had been hitherto the only inhabitants. I at once sent one of our sailors to unfurl a tricolour flag on these territories, which no human creature had seen or trod before ourselves. According to the old custom, to which the English have clung tenaciously, we took possession of them in the name of France, together with the neighbouring coast, which we were prevented from visiting by the ice. The only representatives of the animal kingdom were the penguins, for in spite of all our researches we did not find a single shell. The rocks were quite bare without so much as the slightest sign of a lichen. We had to fall back on the mineral kingdom. We each took a hammer and began chipping at the rock, but it being of granite was so extremely hard that we could only obtain very small bits. Fortunately, in climbing to the summit of the island, the sailors found some big pieces of rock broken off by the frost, and these they embarked in their boats. Looking closely at them, I noticed an exact resemblance between these rocks and the little bits of gneiss, which we had found in the stomach of a penguin we had killed the day before. The little islet on which we landed is part of a group of 8 or 10 of similar character and form. They are between 500 and 600 yards from the nearest coast. We also noticed on the beach several peaks, and a cape quite free from snow. These islets, close as they are to each other, seem to form a continuous chain parallel with the coast, and stretching away from east to west. On the 22nd Anad, the survey of this coast was continued, but on the second day an iceberg soldered to the coast compelled the vessels to turn back towards the north, whilst at the same time a sudden and violent snowstorm overtook and separated them. The Zélie especially sustained considerable damage, but was able to rejoin her consort the next day. Throughout it all, however, sight of the land had not, so to speak, been lost, but on the 29th the wind blew so strongly and persistently from the east that 500 Ervil had to abandon the survey of Adélie Land. It was on this same day that he sighted the vessels of Lieutenant Wilkes. 500 Ervil complains of the discourtesy of the latter, and says that his own maneuvers intended to open communications with them had been misunderstood by the Americans. "We are no longer," he says, "in the days when navigators in the interests of commerce thought it necessary carefully to conceal their route and their discoveries to avoid the competition of rival nations. I should, on the contrary, have been glad to point out to our emulators the result of our researches, in the hope that such information might be of use to them and increase our geographical knowledge." On the 30th January, a huge wall of ice was sighted, as to the nature of which opinions were divided. Some said it was a compact and isolated mass, others, and this was 500 Ervil's opinion, thought these lofty mountains had a base of earth or of rocks, or that they might even be the bulwarks of a huge extent of land which they called Clary. It is situated in 128 degrees E long. The officers had collected sufficient information in these latitudes to determine the position of the southern magnetic pole, but the results obtained by them did not accord with those given by Duperrey, Wilkes, and Ross. On the 17th February, the two corvettes once more cast anchor off Hobart's Town, and on the 25th set sail again for New Zealand, where they completed the hydrographical surveys of the Uranie. They then made for New Guinea, ascertained that it was not separated by a strait from the Louisiade archipelago, surveyed Torres Strait with the greatest care, in spite of dangers from currents, coral reefs, and sea, arrived at Timor on the 20th, and returned to Toulon on the 8th November, after touching at Bourbon and St. Helena. When the news of the grand discoveries made by the United States reached England, a spirit of emulation was aroused, and the learned societies decided on sending an expedition to the regions in which Weddell and Biscoe had been the only explorers since the time of Cook. Captain James Clark Ross, who was appointed to the command of this expedition, was the nephew of the famous John Ross, explorer of Baffin's Bay. Born in 1800, James Ross was a sailor from the age of 12. He accompanied his uncle in 1818 in his first Arctic expedition, had taken part under Perry in 4 expeditions to the same latitudes, and fro 1833 he had been his uncle's constant and faithful companion. Entrusted with the taking of scientific observations, he had discovered the North Magnetic Pole, and he had also made a good many excursions across the ice on foot and in sledges. He was, therefore, now one of the most experienced of British naval officers in polar expeditions. Captain John Ross. 2 vessels, the Erebus and the Terror, were entrusted to him, and his second in command was an accomplished sailor, Captain Francis Rowden Crozier, companion of Perry in 1824, of Ross in 1835 in Baffin's Bay, and the future companion of Franklin in the Terror in his search for the Northwest Passage. It would have been impossible to find a braver or more experienced sailor. The instructions given to James Ross by the Admiralty differed essentially from those received by Wilkes and Dumont d'Urville. For the latter, the exploration of the Antarctic regions was but one incident of their voyage round the world, whereas it was the very raison d'etre of Ross's journey. Of the 3 years he would be away from Europe, the greater part was to be spent in the Antarctic regions, and he would only leave the ice to repair the damages to his vessels or recruit the health of his crew, worn out as they would probably be by fatigue and sickness. The vessels had been equally judiciously chosen, stronger than those of 500 Ervil. They were better fitted to resist the repeated assaults of the ice, and their seasoned crews had been chosen from sailors familiar with polar navigation. The Erebus and Terror, under the command of Ross and Crozier, left England on the 29th September, 1839, and touched successively at Madeira, the Cape Verde Islands, St. Helena, and the Cape of Good Hope, where numerous magnetic observations were taken. On the 12th April Ross reached Kerguelen's Island and there landed his instruments. The scientific harvest was abundant. Some fossil trees were extracted from the lava of which this island is formed, and some rich layers of coal were discovered, which have not yet been worked. The 29th was fixed for simultaneous magnetic observations in different parts of the globe, and by a singular coincidence, some magnetic storms such as had already visited Europe were on this very day observed in these latitudes. The instrument registered the same phenomena as at Toronto, Canada, proving the vast extent of these meteoric disturbances and the incredible rapidity with which they spread. On his arrival at Hobart Town, where his old friend John Franklin was now governor, Ross heard of the discovery of Adelie and of Clary lands by the French, and the simultaneous survey of them by Wilkes, who had even left a sketch of his map of the coasts. Ross, however, decided to make for Elong, 170 degrees, because it was in that direction that Balleny had found an open sea extending to S lat. 69 degrees. He duly reached first the Auckland and then the Campbell Islands, and after having, like his predecessors, tacked about a great deal in a sea strewn with ice islands, he came beyond the 63rd degree to the edge of the stationary ice, and on the 1st January, 1841, crossed the Antarctic Circle. The floating ice did not in any respect resemble that of the Arctic regions, as James Ross very soon discovered. It consisted of huge blocks, with regular and vertical walls, whilst the ice fields, less compact than those of the north, move about in chaotic confusion looking, to quote Wilkes' imaginative simile, like a heaving land, as they alternately break away from each other and reunite. To Ross the ice barrier did not present so formidable an appearance as it had done to the French and Americans. He did not at first venture upon it, however, being kept in the offing by storms. Not until the 5th January was he able to penetrate to S lat, 66 degrees 45, and E long, 174 degrees 16. Circumstances could not have been more favourable, for the sea and wind were both acting upon and loosening the ice, and thanks to the strength of his vessels, Ross was able to cut a passage. As he advanced further and further southward, the fog became denser, and the constant snowstorms added to the already serious dangers of navigation. Encouraged, however, by the reflection in the sky of an open sea, a phenomenon which turned out to be trustworthy, he pushed on, and on the 9th January, after crossing 200 miles of ice, he actually entered that open sea. On the 11th January land was sight miles ahead in S lat, 70 degrees 47, and E long, 172 degrees 36. This, the most southern land ever yet discovered, consisted of snow-clad peaks with glaciers sloping down to the sea, the peaks rising to a height of from 9 to 12,000 feet. This estimate, judging from 500 Ervil's remarks on Graham's Land, may, however, possibly be an exaggerated one. Here, there, and everywhere, black rocks rose up from the snow, but the coast was so shut in with ice that landing was impossible. This curious series of huge peaks received the name of Admiralty Chain, and the country itself that of Victoria. Map of Victoria, discovered by James Ross. Engraved by E. Morio. A few little islands were made out in the southeast before the vessels left this coast, and on the 12th January the two captains, with some of their officers, disembarked on one of the volcanic islets, and took possession of it in the name of England. Not the slightest trace of vegetation was found upon it. Ross soon ascertained that the eastern side of this vast land sloped towards the south, whilst the northern stretched away to the northwest. He, therefore, skirted along the eastern beach, forcing a passage in a southerly direction beyond the magnetic pole, which he places near S lat, 76 degrees, and then returning by the west, thus entirely circumnavigating his new discovery, which he looked upon as a very large island. The mountain chain extends all along the coast. Ross gave to the principal peaks the names of Herschel, Whewell, Wheatstone, Murchison, and Melbourne. He was unable, however, on account of the ever-increasing quantity of ice about the coast, to make out the details of its outlines. On the 23rd January the 74th degree, the most southerly latitude ever reached, was passed. The vessels were now considerably hampered by fogs, southerly gales, and violent snowstorms, but they managed to continue their cruise along the coast, and on the 27th January the English disembarked on a little volcanic island in S lat, 76 degrees 8 and E long, 168 degrees 12, to which they gave the name of Franklin. The next day a huge mountain was seen, which rose abruptly to a height of 12,000 feet above a far-stretching land. The summit, of regular form and completely covered with snow, was every now and then wrapped in a thick cloud of smoke, no less than 300 feet in diameter. Taking this diameter as a standard of measure, the height of the cloud, in shape like an inverted cone, would be about one half of it. When this cloud of smoke dispersed, a bare crater was discovered, lit up by a bright red glow, visible even in broad daylight. The sides of the mountain were covered with snow up to the very crater, and it was impossible to make out any signs of a flow of lava. A volcano is always a magnificent spectacle, and the sight of this one rising up from amongst the Antarctic ice, and excelling Etna and Tenerife in its marvellous activity, could not fail to make a vivid impression upon the minds of the explorers. The name of Erebus was given to it, and that of Terror to an extinct crater on the east of it, both titles being admirably appropriate. The two vessels continued their cruise along the northern coast of Victoria, until their further passage was barred by a huge mass of ice towering 505 feet above their masts. Behind this barrier rose another mountain chain, which sunk out of sight in the SS, and to which the name of Perry was given. Ross skirted along the ice barrier in an easterly direction until the 2nd February when he reached S-lat, 78 degrees 4, the most southerly point attained on this trip, during which he had followed the shores of the land he had discovered for more than 300 miles. He left it in E-long, 191 degrees 23. But for the strong favourable winds which now blew, it seems probable that the vessels would never have issued in safety from amongst the formidable ice masses through which they finally worked their way at the cost of incredible exertions and fatigues, and in face of incessant danger. On the 15th February yet another attempt was made in S-lat, 76 degrees to reach the magnetic pole, but further progress was barred by land in S-lat, 76 degrees 12 and E-long, 164 degrees, i.e. 65 ordinary miles from the position assigned to it, the magnetic pole, by Ross, and the appearance of this land was forbidding, and the sea so rough that the explorer gave up all idea of continuing his researches on shore. After identifying the islands discovered in 1839 by Balleny, Ross found himself on the 6th March amongst the mountains alluded to by Wilkes. On the 4th March, says Ross's narrative, they recrossed the Antarctic Circle, and being necessarily close by the eastern extreme of those patches of land which Wilkes has called the Antarctic continent, and having reached the latitude on the 5th, they steered directly for them, and at noon on the 6th, the ship being exactly over the centre of this mountain range, they could obtain no soundings with 600 fathoms of line, and having traversed a space of 80 miles in every direction from this spot, during beautiful clear weather which extended their vision widely around, were obliged to confess that this position at least of the pseudo-Antarctic continent, and the nearly 200 miles of barrier represented to extend from it, have no real existence. 1. The editor of the Literary Gazette adds the following note. Lieutenant Wilkes may have mistaken some clouds or fog banks, which in these regions are very likely to assume the appearance of land to inexperienced eyes, for this continent and range of lofty mountains. If so, the error is to be regretted, as it must tend to throw discredit on other portions of his discoveries, which have a more substantial foundation. Trans. The expedition got back to Tasmania without having a single case of sickness on board, or sustaining the slightest damage. The vessels were here refitted, and the instruments regulated before starting on a second trip, on which Sydney and Islands Bay, New Zealand and Chatham were the first stations touched at by Ross to make magnetic observations. On the 18th December in S-lat, 62 degrees 40 and E-long, 146 degrees, ice was encountered miles further north than in the preceding year. The vessels had arrived too early, but Ross nevertheless endeavoured to break through this formidable barrier. After penetrating for 300 miles, he was stopped by masses so compact that it was impossible to go further, and he did not cross the Antarctic Circle until the 1st January, 1842. On the 19th of the same month, the two vessels encountered the most violent storm just as they were entering an open sea. The Erebus and Terror lost their helms, floating ice washed over them, and for 26 hours they were in danger of going down. The detention of the expedition amongst the ice lasted no less than 46 days, and not until the 22nd did Ross reach the Great Barrier of stationary ice, which was considerably lower beyond Erebus, where it was no less than 200 feet high. When Ross came to it this year, it was only 107 feet high, and it was 150 miles further east than it had been on the previous expedition. The acquisition of this piece of geographical information was the only result of this arduous campaign, extending over 136 days, and greatly excelling in dramatic interest the preceding expedition. The vessels now made for Cape Horn, and sailed up the coast as far as Rio de Janeiro, where they found everything of which they stood in need. As soon as they had laid in a stock of provisions, they again put to sea and reached the Falkland Islands, whence on the 17th December, 1842, they started on their third trip. The first ice was this time met with near Clarence Island, and on the 25th December Ross found his further progress barred by it. He then made for the New Shetland Islands, completed the survey of Louis Philippe and Joinville lands, discovered by Dumont d'Urville, named MTS, Haddington and Perry, ascertained that Louis Philippe's land is only a large island, and visited Bransfield Strait, separating it from Shetland. Such were the marvellous results obtained by James Ross in his 3 expeditions. To assign to the 3 explorers, whose work in the Antarctic regions we have been reviewing, is just meed of praise, we may say that 500 Ervil first discovered the Antarctic continent. Wilkes traced its shores for a considerable distance, for we cannot fail to recognize the resemblance between his map and that of the French navigator, and that James Ross visited the most southerly and most interesting part. But is there such a continent after all? 500 Ervil was not quite sure about it, and Ross did not believe in it. We must leave the decision of this great question to the later explorers who were to follow in the footsteps of the intrepid sailors whose voyages and discoveries we have related. Chapter 2. The North Pole. Anjou and Wrangel, the Paulinia, John Ross's first expedition, Baffin's Bay closed, Edward Perry's discoveries on his first voyage, the survey of Hudson's Bay and the discovery of Fury and Hecla Straits, Perry's third voyage, fourth voyage on the ice in sledges in the open sea, Franklin's first trip, incredible sufferings of the explorers, second expedition, John Ross, 4 winters amongst the ice, Dease and Simpson's expedition. We have more than once alluded to the great impulse given to geographical science by Peter. One of the earliest results of this impulse was the discovery, by Bering, of the straits separating Asia from America, and the most important was the survey 30 years later of the Lyakov archipelago, or New Siberia. In 1770, a merchant named Lyakov noticed a large herd of reindeer coming across the ice from the north, and he reflected that they could only have come from a country where there were pastures enough to support them. A month later he started in a sledge, and after a journey of 50 miles, he discovered between the mouths of the Lena and in Digherka 3 large islands, the vast deposits of fossil ivory on which have since become celebrated all over the world. In 1809, Hedenstrom received instructions to make a map of this new discovery. He made several attempts to cross the frozen ocean on a sledge, but was always turned back by ice which would not bear him. He came to the conclusion that there must be an open sea beyond, and he founded this opinion on the immense quantity of warm water which flows into the Arctic Ocean from the great rivers of Asia. In March 1821, Lieutenant, afterwards Admiral, Anjou crossed the ice to within 42 miles of the north of the island of Kotlnoy, and in N lat. 76 degrees 38, saw a vapor which led him to believe in the existence of an open sea. In a second trip, he actually saw this sea with its drifting ice, and came back convinced of the impossibility of going further in a sledge on account of the thinness of the ice. Whilst Anjou was thus employed, another naval officer, Lieutenant Wrangel, collected some important traditions about the existence of land the other side of Cape Yakin. From a Teachauchai chief, he learnt that in fine weather, though never in the winter, from the coast and some reefs at the mouth of a river mountains covered with snow could be seen far away in the north, and that in former days when the sea was frozen over reindeer used to come from there. The chief had himself once seen a herd of reindeer on their way back to the north by this route, and he had followed them in a sledge for a whole day, until the state of the ice compelled him to give up the experiment. His father had told him, too, that a Teachauchai had once gone there with a few companions in a skin boat, but he did not know what they had discovered or what had become of them. He was sure that the land in the north was inhabited, because a dead whale had once been washed on to Aratane Island with spears tipped with slate in its flesh, and the Teachauchais never used such weapons. These facts were very curious, and they increased Wrangel's desire to penetrate to the unknown northern districts, but the truth of all the rumours was not verified until our own day. Between 1820 and Wrangel made 4 expeditions in sledges from the mouth of the Kolyma, which he made his headquarters, first exploring the coast to Cape Techelegskoy, and enduring 35 degrees of cold, and in his second trip trying how far he could go across the ice, an experiment resulting in a journey of 400 miles from the land. In the third year, 1822, Wrangel started in March with a view to verifying the report of a native who said he had seen land in the offing. He now came to an ice field, on which he advanced safely for a long distance, when it began to be less compact and was soon not solid enough to bear many sledges, so 2 small ones were selected, on which were packed a wherry, some planks and some tools. The explorer then ventured on some melting ice which broke under his feet. 2 small sledges were selected. 2 small sledges were selected. At the outset, says Wrangel, I had to make way for 7 worsts across a bed of brine. Further on appeared a surface furrowed with great crevasses, which we could only succeed in clearing by the help of our planks. I noticed in this part several small mounds of ice in such a liquefying condition that the slightest touch would suffice to break it, and convert the mound into a round slough. The ice upon which we were travelling was without consistency, was but a foot in thickness, and, what was more, was riddled with holes. I could only compare the appearance of the sea at this stage to an immense morass, and indeed the muddy water which issued from these thousands of crevasses, opening up in every direction, the melting snow mixed with earth and sand, those little mounds whence numerous streamlets were issuing, all these combined to make the illusion perfect. Wrangel had advanced some 140 miles, and it was the open sea or the Palynia, as he calls vast expanses of water, north of Siberia, the outskirts of which he had reached, the same in fact as that already cited by Leentjew in 1764 and Hedenstroem in 1810. On his fourth voyage Wrangel and his small party of followers started from Cape Yakin, the nearest point to the Arctic regions, and after passing Cape Tchelegskoy made for the north. But a violent storm broke up the ice, there only 3 feet thick, and involved the explorers in the greatest danger, now dragged across some large unbroken slab, now wet to the waist on a moving plank, sometimes above and sometimes under water, or moored to a block serving as a ferryboat, which the swimming dogs dragged along. They at last succeeded in crossing the shifting, reverberating ice and regaining the land, owing their life to the strength and agility of their teams of dogs alone. Thus closed the last attempt made to reach the districts north of Siberia. The Arctic Kalot one was meanwhile being attacked from the other side with equal energy and yet more perseverance. It will be remembered with what untiring enthusiasm the famous Northwest Passage had been sought. No sooner had the peace of 1815 necessitated the disarmament of numerous English vessels and set free their officers on half pay, than the Admiralty, unwilling to let experienced seamen rust in idleness, sought for them some employment. It was under these circumstances that the search for the Northwest Passage was resumed. The word Kalot here used by Verne is untranslatable. It signifies literally a particular kind of cap, frequently a monk's cap or cowl. Trans. The Alexander, 252 tons, and the Isabel, 385 under command of the experienced officers, John Ross and Lieutenant Perry, with James Ross, Back and Belcher, who were to win honour in Arctic explorations amongst their subordinates, were sent by the government to explore Baffin's Bay and set sail on the 18th April, after touching at the Shetland Islands, and seeking in vain for the submerged land seen by Bass in N lat. 57 degrees 28. The explorers came on the 26th May to the first ice, and on the 2nd June surveyed the western coast of Greenland, hitherto very imperfectly laid down in maps, finding it greatly encumbered by ice. Indeed, the governor of the Dutch settlement of Whale Island told them that the severity of the winter months had been steadily increasing during the 11 years of his residence in the country. Hitherto it had been supposed that the country was uninhabited beyond degrees in lat, and the travellers were therefore greatly surprised to see a whole tribe of Esquimaux arrive by way of the ice. They knew nothing of any race but their own, and stared at the English without daring to touch them, one of them even addressing to the vessels in a grave and solemn voice the inquiries, "Who are you? Whence do you come? From the sun or from the moon?" Esquimaux family. Esquimaux family. Facsimile of early engraving. Although in many respects far inferior to the Esquimaux who had become to some extent civilized by long intercourse with Europeans, the newcomers understood the use of iron, of which a few of them had even succeeded in making knives. This iron, as far as the English could gather, was dug out of a mountain. It was probably of meteoric origin. As public opinion in England subsequently confirmed, Ross, in spite of qualities as a naval officer of the highest order, showed extraordinary apathy and levity on this voyage, appearing not to trouble himself in the least about the geographical problems for the solution of which the expedition was organized. He passed Wolstenholme and Whale Sounds and Smith Strait, opening out of Baffin's Bay, without examining them, the last named at so great a distance that he did not even recognize it. Still worse than that was his conduct later, cruising down the western shores of Baffin's Bay. A long deep gulf, no less than 50 miles across, gradually came in sight of the eager explorers. Yet when on the 29th August the two vessels had sailed up it for 30 miles, only Ross gave orders to tack about, on the ground that he distinctly saw at the further end, chain of lofty mountains to which he gave the name of Croker. His officers did not share his opinion. They could not see so much as the slightest sign of a hill, for the very excellent reason that the gulf they had entered was really Lancaster Sound, so named by Baffin, and connecting his bay with the western Arctic Ocean. The same sort of thing occurred again and again in the voyage along this deeply indented coast, the vessels keeping so far offshore that not a detail could be made out. Thus it came about that Cumberland Bay was passed on the 1st October without any survey of that most important feature of Davis Strait, and Ross returned to England, having literally turned his back on the glory awaiting him. When accused of apathy and neglect of duty, Ross replied with supreme indifference, "I trust, as I believe myself, that the objects of the voyage have been in every important point accomplished, that I have proved the existence of a bay, from Disco to Cumberland Strait, and set at rest for ever the question of a northwest passage in this direction." It would have been impossible to make a more complete mistake, but fortunately the failure of this expedition did not in the least discourage other explorers. Some saw in it a brilliant confirmation of the venerable Baffin's discovery, others looked upon the innumerable inlets, with their deep waters and strong currents, as something more than mere bays. They were straits, and all hope of the discovery of the Northwest Passage was not yet lost. Map of the Arctic regions, engraved by E. Morio. These suggestions so far weighed with the English Admiralty as to lead to the equipment of two small vessels, the bomb vessel Hecla and the brigantine Griper, which left the Thames on the 5th May, 1819, under command of Lieutenant William Perry, whose opinion as to the existence of the Northwest Passage had not coincided with that of his chief. The vessels reached Lancaster Sound without meeting with any special adventures, and after a delay of 7 days amongst the ice which encumbered the sea for a distance of 80 miles, they entered the supposed bay, shut in by a mountain chain of John Ross, to find not only that this mountain chain did not exist, but that the bay was a strait more than 310 fathoms deep, where the influence of the tide could be felt. The temperature of the water rose some 10 degrees, and in the course of a single day, no less than 80 full-grown whales were seen. On the 31st July the explorers landed on the shores of Possession Bay, visited by them the previous year, and found there their own footprints, a sign of the small quantity of snow and hoar frost which had fallen during the winter. All hearts beat high when with a favourable wind, and all sails set the two vessels entered Lancaster Sound. "It is more easy," says Perry, "to imagine than to describe the almost breathless anxiety which was now visible in every countenance, while as the breeze continued to a fresh gale, we ran quickly up the Sound. The mastheads were crowded by the officers and men during the whole afternoon, and an unconcerned observer, if any could have been unconcerned on such an occasion, would have been amused by the eagerness with which the various reports from the crow's nest were received. All, however, hitherto favourable to our most sanguine hopes. The two coasts extended in a parallel line as far as the eye could reach, that is to say for a distance exceeding 50 miles, and the height of the waves together with the absence of ice combined to convince the English that they had reached the open sea by way of the long-sought passage, when an island framed in masses of ice checked their further progress. An arm of the sea, however, some 12 leagues wide, opened on the south, and by it the explorers hoped to find a passage less encumbered with ice. Strange to say, as they had advanced in a westerly direction through Lancaster Sound, the vibrations of the pendulum had increased, whilst now it appeared to have lost all motion, and we now therefore witnessed for the first time the curious phenomenon of the directive power of the needle becoming so weak as to be completely overcome by the attraction of the ship, so that the needle might now be properly said to point to the north pole of the ship. The arm of the sea widened as the vessels advanced in a westerly direction, and the shores seemed to bend sensibly towards the southwest, but after making some 120 miles further progress was again barred by ice. The explorers therefore returned to Barrow Strait, of which Lancaster Sound is but the entry, and once more entered the sea, now free from the ice, by which it had been encumbered a few days previously. In W. Long, 92 degrees 1, 4, was discovered an inlet called Wellington Channel, about 8 leagues wide, entirely free from ice and apparently not bounded by any land. The existence of these numerous straits led the explorers to the conclusion that they were in the midst of a vast archipelago, an opinion daily receiving fresh confirmation. The dense fogs, however, made navigation difficult, and the number of little islands and shallows increased whilst the ice became more compact. Perry, however, was not to be deterred from pressing on towards the west, and presently his sailors found on a large island, to which the name of Bathurst was given, the remains of some Esquimaux huts and traces of the former presence of reindeer. Magnetic observations were now taken, pointing to the conclusion that the magnetic pole had been passed on the north. Another large island, that of Melville, soon came in sight, and in spite of the fogs and ice the expedition succeeded in passing W long, 110 degrees, thus earning the reward of 100 sterling promised by the English government. A promontory near Melville Island was named Cape Munificence, whilst a good harbour close by was called Hecla and Griper Bay. It was in Winter Harbour at the end of this bay that the vessels passed the winter. Dismantled for the most part, says Perry, the yards however being laid for walls and roofed in with thick wadding tilts, they were sheltered from the snow, whilst stoves and ovens were fixed inside. Hunting was useless, and resulted in nothing but the frost biting of the limbs of some of the hunters, as Melville Island was deserted at the end of October by all animals, except wolves and foxes. To get through the long winter without dying of ennui was no easy matter, but the officers hit upon the plan of setting up a theatre, the first representation in which was given on the 6th November, the day of the disappearance of the sun for 3 months. A special piece was given on Christmas Day, in which allusion was made to the situation of the vessels, and a weekly paper was started called the North Georgia Gazette and Winter Chronicle, which with Sabine as editor run into 21 numbers, all printed on the return to Europe of the expedition. In January scrofula broke out, and with such virulence as to cause considerable alarm, but the evil was soon checked by skilful treatment and the daily distribution of mustard and cress, which Perry had managed to grow in boxes round his stove. On the 7th February the sun reappeared, and although many months must elapse before it would be possible to leave Melville Island, preparations for a start were at once begun. On the 30th April the thermometer rose to 0, and the sailors taking this low temperature for summer wanted to leave off their winter clothes. The first ptarmigan appeared on the 12th May, and on the following day were seen traces of reindeer and of musk goats on their way to the north. But what caused the greatest delight and surprise to the crews was the fall of rain on the 24th May. We had been so unaccustomed to see water naturally in a fluid state at all, and much less to see it fall from the heavens, that such an occurrence became a matter of considerable curiosity, and I believe every person on board hastened on deck to witness so interesting as well as novel a phenomenon. Rain as a novel phenomenon. Rain as a novel phenomenon. During the first fortnight in June, Perry, accompanied by some of his officers, made an excursion to the most northerly part of Melville Island. On his return, vegetation was everywhere to be seen, the ice was beginning to melt, and it was evident that a start could soon be made. The vessels began to move on the 1st August, but the ice had not yet broken up in the offing, and they got no further than the eastern extremity of Melville Island, of which the furthest point reached by Perry was in N lat. 113 degrees 46, 13 and W long, 113 degrees 46, 43. The voyage back was unmarked by any special incident, and the expedition got back to England towards the middle of November. The results of this voyage were numerous and important. Not only had a vast extent of the Arctic regions been surveyed, but physical and magnetic observations had been taken, and many new details collected on their climate and animal and vegetable life. In fact, in a single trip Perry did more than was accomplished in 30 years by all who followed in his steps. Satisfied with the important results obtained by him, the Admiralty appointed Perry to the command in 1821 of the Hecla and the Fury, the latter built on the model of the former. On this new trip, the explorer surveyed with the greatest care the shores of Hudson's Bay and the coast of the peninsula of Melville, not to be confounded with the island of the same name. The winter was passed on Winter Island on the eastern coast of this peninsula, and the same amusements were resorted to which had succeeded so well on the previous expedition, supplemented most effectively by the arrival on the 1st February of a party of Esquimaux from across the ice. Their huts, which had not been discovered by the English, were built on the beach, and numerous visits paid to them during the 18 months passed on Winter Island gave a better notion than had ever before been obtained of the manners, customs, character, and sea of this singular people. The thorough survey of the Straits of Fury and Hecla, separating the peninsula of Melville from Cockburn Island, involved the passing of a second winter in the Arctic regions, and though the quarters were now more comfortable, time dragged heavily, for the officers and men were dreadfully disappointed at having to turn back just as they had thought to start for Bering Strait. On the 12th August the ice broke up, and Perry wanted to send his men to Europe, and himself complete by land the exploration of the districts he had discovered, but Captain Lyon dissuaded him from a plan so desperate. The vessels therefore returned to England with all hands after an absence of 27 months, having lost but 5 men, although 2 consecutive winters had been spent in the Arctic regions. Although the results of the second voyage were not equal to those of the first, some of them were beyond price. It was now known that the American coast did not extend beyond the 70 degrees N lat, and that the Atlantic was connected with the Arctic Ocean by an immense number of straits and channels, most of them, the Fury, Hecla and Fox for instance, obstructed with ice brought down by the currents, whilst the ice barrier on the southeast of Melville Peninsula appeared permanent, that at Regent's Inlet was evidently the reverse. It might therefore be possible to penetrate through it to the polar basin, and it was with this end in view that the Fury and Hecla were once more equipped and placed under the orders of Perry. This voyage was the least fortunate of any undertaken by this skilful seaman, not on account of any falling off in his work, but because he was the victim of unlucky accidents and unfavourable circumstances. Meeting, for instance, with an unusual quantity of ice in Baffin's Bay, he had the greatest trouble to reach Prince Regent's Inlet. Had he arrived 3 weeks earlier, he would probably have been able to land on the American coast, but as it was, he was obliged to make immediate preparations for going into winter quarters. It was no very formidable matter to this experienced officer to spend a winter under the polar circle. He knew what precautions to take to preserve the health of his crews, to keep himself well, and what occupations and amusements would best relieve the tedium of a 3 months' night. Races between the officers, masquerades and theatrical entertainments, with the temperature maintained at 50 degrees Fahrenheit, kept all the men healthy and happy until the thaw, which set in on the 20th July, 1825, enabled Perry to resume exploring operations. He now skirted along the eastern coast of Prince Regent's Inlet, but the floating ice gathered about the vessels and drove them on shore. The Fury was so much damaged that though 4 pumps were constantly at work, she could hardly be kept afloat, and Perry was trying to get her repaired under shelter of a huge block of ice when a tempest came on, broke in pieces the extemporary dock, and flung the vessel again upon the shore, where she had to be abandoned. Her crew were received on the Hecla, which after such an accident as this, was of course obliged to return to England. Perry's tempered spirit was not broken even by this last disaster. If the Arctic Ocean could not be reached from Baffin's Bay, were there not other routes still to be attempted? The vast tract of ocean between Greenland and Spitzbergen, for instance, might turn out less dangerous, freer as it of necessity would be from the huge icebergs which gather about the Arctic coasts. The earliest expeditions in these latitudes of which we have any record are those of Scoresby, who long cruised about them in search of whales. In 1806 he penetrated in E long, 16 degrees reckoning from Paris, beyond Spitzbergen, i.e. to N lat, 81 degrees 30, where he saw ice stretching away in the ENE, whilst between that and the SE the sea was open for a distance of 30 miles. There was no land within 100 miles. It seems a matter of regret that the whaler did not take advantage of the favourable state of the sea to have advanced yet further north, when he might have made some important discovery, perhaps even have reached the pole itself. Perry now resolved to do what the exigencies of his profession had rendered impossible to Scoresby, and leaving London on the Hecla on the 27th March, 1827, he reached Lapland in safety, and having at Hammerfest embarked dogs, reindeer and canoes, he proceeded on his way to Spitzbergen. Port Essen-Werenberg, where he wished to touch, was still shut in with ice, and against this barrier the Hecla struggled until the 24th May, when Perry left her in Hinlopen Strait, and advanced northwards with Ross, Crozier, a dozen men, and provisions for 72 days in a couple of canoes. After leaving a depot of provisions at 7 Islands, he packed his food and boats on sledges specially constructed for the occasion, hoping to cross in them the barrier of solid ice, and to find beyond a navigable if not an entirely open sea. The ice did not, however, as Perry expected, turn out to form a homogeneous mass. There were here and there vast gaps to be forded or steep hills to be climbed, and in 4 days the explorers only advanced about 8 miles in a northerly direction. On the 2nd July, in a dense fog, the thermometer marked -9 above zero in the shade, and -3 in the sun, and as may be imagined the march across the broken surface, gaping everywhere with fissures, was terribly arduous, whilst the difficulties were aggravated by the continual glare from the snow and ice. In spite, however, of all obstacles the party pressed bravely on, and on the 20th July found they had got no further than N lat, 82 degrees 37, i.e. only about 5 miles beyond the point reached 3 days previously. Now, as they had undoubtedly made at least about 14 miles in the interval, it was evident that the ice on which they were was being drifted southwards by a strong current. Perry at first concealed this most discouraging fact from his men, but it soon became evident to everyone that no progress was being made, but the slight difference between their own speed as they struggled over the many obstacles in their path, and that of the current bearing the ice field in the opposite direction. Moreover, the expedition now came to a place where the half-broken ice was not fit to bear the weight of the men or of the sledges. It was in fact nothing more than an immense accumulation of blocks of ice, which, tossed about by the waves, made a deafening noise as they crashed against each other. Provisions too were running short, the men were discouraged, Ross was hurt, Perry was suffering from inflammation of the eyes, and the wind had veered into a contrary direction, driving the explorers southwards. There was nothing for it but to turn back. This venturesome trip, throughout which the thermometer had not sunk beneath 2° 2, might have succeeded had it been undertaken a little earlier in the season, for then the explorers could have penetrated Bay on 4°. In any case, they would certainly not have had to turn back on account of rain, snow, and damp, all signs of the summer thaw. When Perry got back to the Hecla, he found that she had been in the greatest danger. Driven before a violent gale, her chains had been broken by the ice, and she had been flung upon the beach and run aground. When got off, she had been taken to Waygat Strait. All dangers past, however, the explorers got back safely in the rescued vessel to the Orkneys, where they landed, and whence they returned to London, arriving there on the 30th September. Whilst Perry was seeking a passage to the Pacific, by way of Baffin's or Hudson's Bay, several expeditions were organized to complete the discoveries of Mackenzie and survey the North American coast. These expeditions were not fraught with any great danger, and the results might be of the most vital importance alike to geographical and nautical science. The command of the first was entrusted to Franklin, afterwards so justly celebrated, with whom were associated Dr. Richardson, George Back, then a midshipman in the Royal Navy, and 2 common seamen. The explorers arrived on the 30th August at York Factory on the shores of Hudson's Bay, and having obtained from the fur hunters all the information necessary to their success, they started again on the 9th September, reaching Cumberland House, 690 miles further, on the 22nd October. The season was now nearly at an end, but Franklin and Back nevertheless succeeded in penetrating to Fort Chipway on the western side of Lake Athabasca, where they proposed making preparations for the expedition of the ensuing summer. This trip of 857 miles was accomplished in the depth of winter with the thermometer at between 40° and degrees below zero. Early in spring, Dr. Richardson joined the rest of the party at Fort Chipway, and all started together on the 18th July, 1820, in the hope of reaching comfortable quarters at the mouth of the Coppermine before the bad season set in. Franklin and his people did not, however, make sufficient allowance for the difficulties of the route, or for the obstacles resulting from the severity of the weather, and it took them till the 20th August to cross the waterfalls, shallows, lakes, rivers, and portages which impeded their progress. Game, too, was scarce. At the first appearance of ice on the ponds, the Canadian guides began to complain, and when flocks of wild geese were seen flying southwards, they refused to go any further. Annoyed as he was at this absence of goodwill in the people in his service, Franklin was compelled to give up his schemes, and when 550 miles from Fort Chipway in N. lat. 64° 28 W. long, 118° 6, he built on the banks of Winter River a wooden house, which he called Fort Enterprise. Here the explorers collected as much food as they could, manufacturing with reindeer flesh what is known throughout North America as pemmican. At first the number of reindeer seen was considerable. No less than 2,000 were once sighted in a single day, but this was only a proof that they were migrating to more clement latitudes. The pemmican prepared from 80 reindeer, and the fish obtained in Winter River both run short before the expedition was able to proceed. Whole tribes of Indians, on hearing of the arrival of the whites, collected about the camp, greatly harassing the explorers by their begging, and soon exhausted the supply of blankets, tobacco, and sea, which had been brought as means of barter. Disappointed at the non-arrival of reinforcements with provisions, Franklin sent back with an escort of Canadians to Fort Chipway on the 18th October. "I had the pleasure," says Back, writing after his return, "of meeting my friends all in good health, after an absence of nearly 5 months, during which I travel miles in snowshoes, and had no other covering at night in the woods than a blanket and deerskin, with the thermometer frequently at 40°, and once at 57° below zero, and sometimes passing 2 or 3 days without tasting food." Those who remained at the fort also suffered terribly from cold, the thermometer sinking 3 degrees lower than it had done when Perry was at Melville Island, 9 degrees nearer the pole. Not only did the men suffer from the extreme severity of the cold, but the trees were frozen to the pith, and axes broke against them without making so much as a notch. 2 interpreters from Hudson's Bay had accompanied back to Fort Enterprise, one of whom had a daughter said to be the loveliest creature ever seen, and who, though only 16, had already been married twice. One of the English officers took her portrait, to the terrible distress of her mother, who feared that if the great chief of England saw the inanimate representation he would fall in love with the original. On the 14th June the Coppermine River was sufficiently free from ice to be navigable, and although their provisions were all but exhausted, the explorers embarked upon it. As it fortunately turned out, however, game was very plentiful on the green banks of the river, and enough musk oxen were killed to feed the whole party. The mouth of the Coppermine was reached on the 18th July, when the Indians, afraid of meeting their enemies, the Esquimaux, at once returned to Fort Enterprise, whilst the Canadians scarcely dared to launch their frail boats on the angry sea. Franklin at last succeeded in persuading them to run the risk, but he could not get them to go further than Cape Turn again in N lat. 68 degrees 30, a promontory at the opening of a deep gulf dotted with islands, to which the leader of the expedition gave the name of Coronation, in memory of the accession of George Roman IV. Franklin had begun to ascend Hood River, when he was stopped by a cataract 250 feet high, compelling him to make his way overland across a barren, unknown district, and through snow more than 2 feet deep. The fatigue and suffering involved in this return journey can be more easily imagined than described. Suffice it to say that the party arrived on the 11th October in a state of complete exhaustion, having eaten nothing for 5 days, at Fort Enterprise, which they found utterly deserted. Ill and without food, there seemed to be nothing left for Franklin to do but to die. The next day, however, he set to work to look for the Indians, and those of his party who had started before him, but the snow was so thick he had to return without accomplishing anything. For the next 18 days life was supported by a kind of bouillie made from the bones and the skin of the game killed the previous year, and at last, on the 29th October, Dr. Richardson arrived with John Hepburn, only looking thin and worn and scarcely able to speak above a whisper. It seemed as if they were doomed. We quote the following from Disborough Cooley. Dr. Richardson had now a melancholy tale to relate. For the first 2 days his party had nothing whatever to eat. On the 3rd day, Mitchell arrived with a hare and partridge, which afforded each a small morsel. Then another day passed without food. On the 11th, Mitchell offered them some flesh, which he said was part of a wolf, but they afterwards became convinced that it was the flesh of one of the unfortunate men who had left Captain Franklin's party to return to Dr. Richardson. Mitchell was daily growing more insolent and shy, and it was strongly suspected that he had a hidden supply of meat for his own use. On the 20th, while Hepburn was cutting wood near the tent, he heard the report of a gun, and looking towards the spot saw Mitchell dart into the tent. Mr. Hood was found dead. A ball had entered the back part of his head, and there could be no doubt but that Mitchell was the murderer. He now became more mistrustful and outrageous than before, and as his strength was superior to that of the English who survived, and he was well armed, they became satisfied that there was no safety for them but in his death. I determined, says Dr. Richardson, as I was thoroughly convinced of the necessity of such a dreadful act, to take the whole responsibility upon myself, and upon Mitchell coming up, I put an end to his life by shooting him through the head. Many of the Indians who had accompanied Richardson and Hepburn had died of hunger, and the 2 leaders were on the brink of the grave when, on the 7th November, 3 Indians, sent by Back, brought them help. As soon as they felt a little stronger, the 2 Englishmen made for the company's settlement where they found Back, to whom they had twice owed their lives on this one expedition. The results of this journey, in which 5,500 miles had been traversed, were of the greatest importance to geographical, magnetic, and meteorological science, and the coast of America had been surveyed as far as Cape Turn again. In spite of all the fatigue and suffering so bravely borne, the explorers were quite ready to make yet another attempt to reach the shores of the Polar Sea, and at the end of 1823, Franklin received instructions to survey the coast west of Mackenzie River, all the agents of the company being ordered to supply his party with provisions, boats, guides, and everything else they might require. After a hearty reception at New York, Franklin went to Albany by way of the Hudson, ascended the Niagara from Lewiston to the famous falls, made his way thence to Fort St. George on the Ontario, crossed the lake, landed at York, the capital of Upper Canada, passed Lakes Siamese, Huron, and Superior, where he was joined by 24 Canadians, and on the 29th June 1825 came to Lake Methi, then alive with boats. Whilst Dr. Richardson was surveying the eastern coast of Great Bear Lake, and Back was superintending the preparations for the winter, Franklin reached the mouth of the Mackenzie, the navigation of which was very easy, no obstacles being met with, except in the delta. The sea was free from ice, and black and white whales and seals were playing about at the top of the water. Franklin landed on the small island of Garry, the position of which he determined as N lat. 69 degrees 2 W long, 135 degrees 41, a valuable fact, proving as it did, how much confidence was to be placed in the observations of Mackenzie. The return journey was made without difficulty, and on the 5th September the explorers arrived at the fort to which Dr. Richardson had given the name of Franklin. The winter was passed in festivities, such as balls and sea, in which Canadians, English, Scotch, French, Esquimaux and Indians of various tribes took part. On the 22nd June a fresh start was made, and on the 4th July the fort was reached where the Mackenzie divides into two branches. There the expedition separated into two parties, one going to the east and the other to the west, to explore the shores of the Arctic Ocean. Franklin and his companions had hardly left the river when he met near a large bay a numerous party of Esquimaux, who at first testified great delight at the rencontre, but soon became obstreperous and tried to carry off the boat. Only by the exercise of wonderful patience and tact were the English able to avert bloodshed on this emergency. Franklin now surveyed and gave the name of Clarence to the river, separating the English from the Russian territories, and a little further on was discovered another stream, which he called the Canning. On the 16th April, finding he had only made half of the distance between Mackenzie River and Icy Cape, though the winter was rapidly approaching, Franklin turned back and embarked on the beautiful Peel River, which he mistook for that of Mackenzie, not discovering his error till he came in sight of a chain of mountains on the east. On the 21st September he got back to the fort, after having in the course of 3 months traversed miles and survey miles of the American coast. Richardson meanwhile had advanced into much deeper water with far less floating ice, and had met with a great many Esquimaux of mild and hospitable manners. He surveyed Liverpool and Franklin Bays, and discovered opposite the mouth of the Coppermine a tract of land separated from the continent by a channel not more than 20 miles wide, to which he gave the name of Wollaston. His boats arrived at Coronation Gulf, explored on the previous trip on the 7th August, and on the 1st September they got back to Fort Franklin without having sustained any damage. In dwelling on Perry's voyages, we have for the time turned aside from those made at the same time by Ross, whose extraordinary exploration of Baffin's Bay had brought upon him the censure of the Admiralty, and who was anxious to regain his reputation for skill and courage. Though the government had lost confidence in him, he won the esteem of a rich shipowner, who did not hesitate to entrust to him the command of the steamship Victory, on which he started for Baffin's Bay on the 25th May, 1830. For 4 years nothing was heard of the courageous navigator, but on his return at the end of that time, it turned out that his voyage had been as rich in discoveries as had been Perry's first trip. Ross, entering Prince Regent's Inlet by way of Barrow and Lancaster Sounds, had revisited the spot where the Fury had been abandoned 4 years previously, and continuing his voyage in a southerly direction, he wintered in Felix Harbour, so named after the equipper of the expedition, ascertaining whilst there that the lands he had passed formed a large peninsula attached on the south to the northern coast of America. In April 1830, James Ross, nephew of the leader of the party, set out in a canoe to examine the shores of this peninsula and those of King William's Land, and in November of the same year all had once more to go into winter quarters in Sheriff Harbour, it being impossible to get the vessel more than a few miles further north. The cold was intense, and it was agreed by the sailors of the Victory that this was the very severest winter ever spent by them in the Arctic regions. The summer of 1831 was devoted to various surveys, which proved that there was no connection between the two seas. All that was accomplished this season was to bring the Victory as far as Discovery Harbour, a very little further north than that of Sheriff. The ensuing winter was so intensely severe that the vessel could not be extricated from her ice prison, and but for the fortunate discovery of the provisions left by the Fury, the English would have died of hunger. As it was, they endured daily greater and greater privations and sufferings before the summer of 1833, at last, enabled them finally to leave their winter quarters and go by land to Prince Regent's and Barrow Straits. They had just reached the shores of Baffin's Bay when a vessel appeared, which turned out to be the Isabel, once commanded by Ross himself, and which now received the refugees from the Victory. But England had not all this time been forgetful of her children, and had sent an expedition in search of them every year. In 1833 Franklin's companion was the leader, and he, starting from Fort Revolution on the shore of Slave Lake, made his way northwards, discovered Loney Techo de Seth River, and settled down in winter quarters, with the intention of reaching the next year the polar sea where he supposed Ross to be held prisoner, when he heard of his incredible return journey overland. Back, therefore, gave up the next season to the survey of the Fine Fish River, discovered the previous year, and sighted the Queen Adelaide MTS, with Capes Booth and Ross. 1836 found him at the head of a new expedition, which was to attempt to connect by sea the discoveries of Ross and Franklin. It failed, and the accomplishment of the task assigned to it was reserved to Peter Williams, Dease and Thomas Simpson, all officers in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company, who, leaving Fort Chipway on the 1st June 1837, went down the Mackenzie, arriving on the sea-coast on the 9th July, and making their way along it to N lat. 71 degrees 3 and W long, 156 degrees 46, i.e. to a cape they named Simpson, after the governor of their company. Thomas Simpson now made his way overland with 5 men to Port Barrow, already sighted in the direction of Bering Strait by one of Beechey's officers, so that the whole of the North American coast from Cape Turn again to Bering Strait was now complete, and there was nothing left to do but to explore the space between the former and Point Ogle, a task accomplished by the explorers in a later expedition. Leaving the Coppermine in 1838, they followed the eastern coast, arriving on the 9th August at Cape Turn again, which was too much encumbered with ice to be rounded. Thomas Simpson therefore remained near it for the winter, discovered Victoria Land, and on the 12th August 1839 arrived at Back River. The rest of the month he devoted to the exploration of Boothia. Discovery of Victoria Land. Discovery of Victoria Land. The whole of the coastline of North America was now accurately laid down, but at the cost of what struggles, devotion, privations, and sufferings. What, however, is human life when weighed in the balance with the progress of science? And with what disinterestedness and enthusiasm must be imbued the savants, sailors, and explorers, who give up all the joys of existence to contribute to the best of their power to the progress of knowledge, and to the moral and intellectual development of humanity. With the voyages last recorded, the discovery of the earth was completed, and with our account of them our work, which began with the first attempts of the earliest explorers, also closes. The shape of the earth is now known, the task of explorers is done. The land on which man lives is henceforth familiar to him, and he has now only to turn to account the vast resources of the countries to which access has recently become easy, or of which he can without difficulty possess himself. How rich in lessons of every kind is this history of 20 centuries of exploration! Let us cast a glance behind us and enumerate the main features of the progress made in this long series of years. If we take the map of the world of Hecatoes, who live years before the Christian era, what do we see? When it was published, the known world did not extend beyond the basin of the Mediterranean, and the whole, with a terribly distorted outline, is represented only by a very small portion of southern Europe, the interior of Asia, and part of North Africa, whilst encircling them all is a river without beginning or end, to which is given the name of ocean. Side by side with this map, ancient monument as it is of antique science, let us place a planisphere representing the world as known in 1840, and on this vast surface we shall find the portion known, and that but imperfectly to Hecatoes, occupying but an infinitesimal space. Taking these two typical maps as our starting point, we shall be able to judge of the magnitude of the discoveries of modern times. Imagine for a moment all that is involved in thorough knowledge of the whole world, and you will marvel at the results achieved by the efforts of so many explorers and martyrs. You will grasp the importance of their discoveries and the intimate relations between geography and all the other sciences. This is the point of view from which can best be seen all the philosophically bearings of a work to which so many generations have devoted themselves. Doubtless the motives actuating these various explorers differ greatly. First, we have the natural curiosity of the owner anxious to know thoroughly every part of the domain belonging to him, so that he may estimate the extent of the habitable districts, and determine the boundaries of the seas and sea. And secondly, we have the natural outcome of a trade, which, though still in its infancy, introduced even in remote Norway the products of Central Asian industry. In the time of Herodotus the aim of explorers was loftier. They wished to learn the history, manners, customs, and religion of foreign races, and later the Crusades, which, whatever else they accomplished, certainly vulgarized Oriental studies, inspired some few with a fervent desire to wrest from infidels the scene of our Lord's Passion, but the greater number with a lust of pillage and a yearning to explore the unknown. Columbus, seeking a new route to the Indies, came across America on the way, and his successors were only anxious to make rapid fortunes, differing greatly indeed from the noble Portuguese who sacrificed their private interests to the glory and colonial prosperity of their country, and were the poorer for the offices conferred on them with a view to doing them honor. In the 16th century, religious persecution and civil war drove to the New World the Huguenots and Puritans, who, whilst laying for England the foundations of colonial prosperity, were to bring about a radical change in America. The next century was essentially one of colonization. In America, the French, in India, the English, and in Oceania, the Dutch established counting houses and offices, whilst missionaries endeavored to win over to the Christian faith and modern ideas the unchangeable empire of the mean. The 18th century, ushering in our own, rectified received errors, and surveyed minutely alike continents and archipelagos, in a word brought to perfection the work of its predecessors. The same task has occupied modern explorers, who pride themselves on not passing over in their surveys the smallest corner of the earth, or the tiniest islet. With a similar enthusiasm are imbued the intrepid navigators who penetrate the ice-bound solitudes of the two poles, and tear away the last fragments of the veil which has so long hidden from us the extremities of the globe. All then is now known, classed, catalogued, and labelled. Will the results of so much toil be buried in some carefully laid-down atlas, to be sought only by professional savants? No, it is reserved to our use, and to develop the resources of the globe, conquered for us by our fathers at the cost of so much danger and fatigue. Our heritage is too grand to be relinquished. We have at our command all the facilities of modern science for surveying, clearing, and working our property. No more lands lying fallow, no more impassable deserts, no more useless streams, no more unfathomable seas, no more inaccessible mountains. We suppress the obstacles nature throws in our way. The isthmuses of Panama and Suez are in our way, we cut through them. The Sahara interferes with the connection of Algeria and Senegal, we will throw a railway across it. The Pas de Calais prevents two nations so well fitted for cordial friendship from shaking each other by the hand, we will pierce it with a railway. This is our task and that of our contemporaries. Is it less grand than that of our predecessors, that it has not yet succeeded in inspiring any great writer of fiction? To dwell upon it ourselves would be to exceed the limits we laid down for our work. We meant to write the history of the discovery of the world, and we have written it. Our task, therefore, is complete. Finis. Christie, in his report to the company, says, "The Helmand, after passing near Kandahar, flows southwest and west, and enters Segistan some 4 days' march from Dushak. Making a detour around the mountains, it finally forms a lake. At Peldilek, which we visited, it is about 1,200 feet in width and very deep. The water is very good. The country is cultivated by irrigation for half a mile on either side. Then the desert begins and rises in perpendicular cliffs. The banks of the river abound in tamarind trees and provide pasturage for cattle. Segistan, which is watered by this river, comprises only 500 square miles. The portions of this district which are inhabited are those upon the river Helmand, whose bed deepens every year." At Elimdar, Christie sent for a Hindu, to whom he had an introduction. This man advised him to dismiss his Balochi attendants and to personate a pilgrim. A few days later he penetrated to Dushak, now known as Jalalabad. He says, "The ruins of the ancient city cover quite as large a space of ground as Ispahan. It was built, like all the towns of Segistan, of half-burned bricks, the houses being 2 stories high, with vaulted roofs. The modern town of Jalalabad is clean, pretty, and growing. It contains nearly 2,000 houses and a fair bazaar. The road from Dushak to Herat was easy. Christie's sole difficulty was in carrying out his personation of a pilgrim. Herat lies in a valley, surrounded by high mountains and watered by a river, to which it is due that gardens and orchards abound. The town covers an area of about 4 square miles. It is surrounded by a wall flanked with towers, and a moat full of water. Large bazaars, containing numerous shops, and the Meched Jauna, or Mosque of Friday, are its chief ornaments. No town has less waste land or a denser population. Christie estimates it at 100,000. Herat is the most commercial of all Asiatic towns under the dominion of native princes. It is the depot for all the traffic between Kabul, Kandahar, Hindustan, Kashmir and Persia, and itself produces choice merchandise, silks, saffron, horses and asafoetida. This plant, says Christie, grows to a height of 2 or 3 feet, the stalk is 2 inches thick, it finishes off in an umbel which at maturity is yellow and not unlike a cauliflower. It is much relished by Hindus and Baloches. They prepare it for eating by cooking the stalks in ashes and boiling the head like other vegetables, but it always retains its pungent smell and taste. Herat, like so many other eastern towns, possesses beautiful public gardens, but they are only cultivated for the sake of the produce, which is sold in the bazaar. After a stay of a month at Herat, disguised as a horse dealer, Christie, announcing that he would return after a pilgrimage to Meshid, which he contemplated, left the town. He directed his course to Yezd, across a country ravaged by the icebergs, who had destroyed the tanks intended to receive the rainwater. Yezd is a large and populous town on the skirts of a desert of sand. It is called Dar-ul-Lehabit, or the seat of adoration. It is celebrated for the security to be enjoyed there, which contributes largely to the development of its trade with Hindustan, Khorasan, Persia and Baghdad. Christie describes the bazaar as large and well stocked. The town contains 20,000 houses, apart from those belonging to the Ghebers, who are estimated at 4,000. They are an active and laborious people, although cruelly oppressed. From Yezd to Ispahan, where he alighted at the palace of the Emir Al-Dayayul, Christie had travelled a distance of 170 miles upon a good road. At Yezd, as we have seen, he met his companion, Pottinger. The two friends could but exchange mutual congratulations at the accomplishment of their mission and their escape from the dangers of a fanatical country. Pottinger's narrative, as may perhaps be gathered from the sketch we have given, was very curious. More exact than most of his predecessors, he had collected and offered to the public a mass of most interesting historical facts, anecdotes, and geographical descriptions. Kabulistan had been, from the middle of the 18th century, the scene of a succession of ruinous civil wars. Competitors with more or less right to the throne had carried fire and sword everywhere, and converted that rich and fertile province into a desert, where the remains of ruined cities alone bore witness to former prosperity. About the year 1808, the throne of Kabul was occupied by Sujah al-Mulk. England, uneasy at the projects formed by Napoleon with a view of attacking her possessions in India, and at the offers of alliance made by him through General Gardin to the Shah of Persia, resolved to send an embassy to the court of Kabul, hoping to gain the king over to the interests of the East India Company. Mount Stuart Elphinstone was selected as envoy, and has left an interesting account of his mission. He collected much novel information concerning this region and the tribes by which it is peopled. His book acquires a new interest in our own day, and we turn with pleasure to pages devoted to the Khyberis and other mountain tribes, amid the events which are now taking place. Leaving Delhi in October 1808, Elphinstone reached Canaan, where the desert commences, and then the Shekhawati, a district inhabited by Rajputs. At the end of October the embassy arrived at Singhuana, a pretty town, the Raja of which was an inveterate opium smoker. He is described as a small man with large eyes, much inflamed by the use of opium. His beard, which was curled up to his ears on each side, gave him a ferocious appearance. Jaunjaunka, whose gardens give freshness in the midst of these desert regions, is not now a dependency of the Raja of Bikaner, whose revenues do not exceed 250,000 francs. How is it possible for that prince to collect such revenues from a desert and uncultivated territory, overrun by myriads of rats, flocks of gazelles, and herds of wild asses? The path across the sandhills was so narrow that 2 camels abreast could scarcely pass it. At the least deviation from the path, those animals would sink in the sand as if it had been snow, so that the smallest difficulty with the head of the column delayed the entire caravan. Those in front could not advance if those in the rear were delayed, and lest they should lose sight of the guides, trumpets and drums were employed as signals to prevent separation. One could almost fancy it the march of an army. The warlike sounds, the brilliant uniforms and arms, were scarcely calculated to convey the idea of a peaceful embassy. The envoy speaks of the want of water, and the bad quality of that which was procurable was unbearable to the soldiers and servants. Although they quenched their thirst with the abundant watermelons, they could not do so without ill results to their health. Most of the natives of India who accompanied the embassy suffered from low fever and dysentery. 40 persons died during the first week's stay at Bikaner. La Fontaine's description of the floating sticks might be aptly applied to Bikaner. From afar off it is something, near at hand it is not. The external appearance of the town is pleasant, but it is a mere disorderly collection of cabins enclosed by mud walls. At that time the country was invaded by 5 armies, and the belligerents sent a succession of envoys to the English ambassador, hoping to obtain, if not substantial assistance, at least moral support. Elphinstone was received by the Rajah of Bikaner. This court, he says, was different from all I had seen elsewhere in India. The men were whiter than the Hindus, resembled Jews in feature, and wore magnificent turbans. The Rajah and his relatives wore caps of various colours, adorned with precious stones. The Rajah leant upon a steel buckler, the centre of which was raised, and the border encrusted with diamonds and rubies. Shortly after our entrance, the Rajah proposed that we should retire from the heat and importunity of the crowd. We took our seats on the ground, according to Indian custom, and the Rajah delivered a discourse, in which he said he was the vassal of the sovereign of Delhi, and that as Delhi was in the possession of the British, he honoured the sovereignty of my government in my person. He caused the keys of the fort to be brought to him and handed them to me, but having received no instructions regarding such an event, I refused them. After much persuasion, the Rajah consented to keep his keys. Shortly afterwards a troop of bayadirs came in, and dancing and singing continued until we took our leave. A troop of bayadirs came in. A troop of bayadirs came in. Upon leaving Bikaner, the travellers entered a desert, in the middle of which stand the cities of Monica and Bahawalpur, where a compact crowd awaited the embassy. The Hyphases, upon which Alexander's fleet sailed, scarcely answered to the idea such a reminiscence inspires. Upon the morrow Bahawil Khan, governor of one of the eastern provinces of Kabul, arrived, bringing magnificent presents for the English ambassador, whom he conducted by the river Hyphases as far as Moulton, a town famous for its silk manufactures. The governor of the town had been terror-struck at hearing of the approach of the English, and there had been a discussion as to the attitude it was to assume, and whether the latter intended to take the town by stratagem or to demand its surrender. When these fears were allayed, a cordial welcome followed. Elphinstone's description, if somewhat exaggerated, is not the less curious. After describing how the governor saluted Mr. Strachey, the secretary to the embassy, after the Persian custom, he adds, "They took their way together towards the tent, and the disorder increased. Some were wrestling, others on horseback mixed with the pedestrians. Mr. Strachey's horse was nearly thrown to the ground, and the secretary regained his equilibrium with difficulty. The Khan and his suite mistook the road in approaching the tent, and threw themselves upon the cavalry with such impetuosity that the latter had scarcely time to face about, and let them pass. The disordered troops fell back upon the tent, the servants of the Khan fled, the barriers were torn up and trampled under foot, even the ropes of the tent broke, and the cloth covering very nearly fell on our heads. The tents were crowded immediately, and all was in darkness. The governor and 6 of his suite seated themselves, the others stood at arms. The visit was of short duration. The governor took refuge in repeating his rosary with great fervour, and in saying to me in agitated tones, "You are welcome, you are welcome." Then, on the pretext that the crowd inconvenienced me, he retired. The account is amusing, but are all its details accurate? That, however, is of little moment. On the 31st December the embassy passed the Indus, and entered a country cultivated with a care and method unlike anything to be seen in Hindustan. The natives of this country had never heard of the English, and took them for Moguls, Afghans, or Hindus. The strangest reports were current among these lovers of the marvellous. It was necessary to remain a month at Dera, to await the arrival of a Mainandar, a functionary whose duty it was to introduce ambassadors. 2 persons attached to the embassy availed themselves of that opportunity to ascend the peak of Tukht Solomon, or the crown of Solomon, upon which, according to the legend, the Ark of Noah rested after the deluge. The departure from Dera took place upon the 7th of February, and after travelling through delightful countries, the embassy arrived at Peshawar. The king had come to meet them, for Peshawar was not the usual residence of the court. The narrative says, "Upon the day of our arrival our dinner was furnished from the royal kitchen. The dishes were excellent. Afterwards we had the meat prepared in our own way. But the king continued to provide us with breakfast, dinner and supper, more than sufficient for 2,000 persons, 200 horses, and a large number of elephants. Our suite was large, and much of this was needed. Still, I had great trouble at the end of a month in persuading His Majesty to allow some retrenchment of this useless profusion." As might have been expected, the negotiations preceding presentation at court were long and difficult. Finally, however, all was arranged, and the reception was as cordial as diplomatic customs permitted. The king was loaded with diamonds and precious stones. He wore a magnificent crown, and the Koh-i-Noor sparkled upon one of his bracelets. This is the largest diamond in existence. A drawing of it may be seen in Tavernier's Travels. 1. The Koh-i-Noor is now in the possession of the Queen of England. Elphinstone, after describing the ceremonies, says, "I must admit that if certain things, especially the extraordinary richness of the royal costume, excited my astonishment, there was also much that fell below my expectations. Taking it as a whole, one saw less indication of the prosperity of a powerful state than symptoms of the decay of a monarchy which had formerly been flourishing." The ambassador goes on to speak of the rapacity with which the king's suite quarrelled about the presents offered by the English, and gives other details which struck him unpleasantly. Elphinstone was more agreeably impressed with the king at his second interview. He says, "It is difficult to believe that an Eastern monarch can possess such a good manner, and so perfectly preserve his dignity while trying to please." The plain of Peshawar, which is surrounded on all but the eastern side by high mountains, is watered by 3 branches of the Kabul River, which meet here, and by many smaller rivers. Hence it is singularly fertile. Plums, peaches, pears, quinces, pomegranates, dates grow in profusion. The population, so sparsely sprinkled throughout the arid countries which the ambassador had come through, were collected here, and loot. Macartney counted no less than 32 villages. At Peshawar there are 100,000 inhabitants, living in brick houses 3 stories high. Various mosques, not in any way remarkable for architecture, a fine caravanserai, and the fortified castle in which the king received the embassy, are the only buildings of importance. The varieties of races with different costumes present a constantly changing picture, a human kaleidoscope which appears made especially for the astonishment of a stranger. Persians, Afghans, Khyberis, Hazares, Dowaranis and Sikh, with horses, dromedaries and Bactrian camels, afford the naturalist much both to observe and to describe respecting bipeds and quadrupeds. But the charm of this town, as of every other throughout India, is to be found in its gardens, with their abundant and fragrant flowers, especially roses. Afghan costumes. Facsimile of early engraving. The king's situation at this time was far from pleasant. His brother, whom he had dethroned after a popular insurrection, had now taken arms and just seized Kabul. A longer stay was impossible for the embassy. They had to return to India by way of Attock and the valley of Hassan Abdul, which is celebrated for its beauty. There Elphinstone was to await the result of the struggle between the brothers, which would decide the fate of the throne of Kabul, but he had received letters of recall. Moreover, fate was against Suja, who, after being completely worsted, had been forced to seek safety in flight. The embassy proceeded on its way and crossed the country of the Sikhs, a rude mountain race, half-naked and semi-barbarous. The Sikhs, who a few years later were to make themselves terribly famous, says Elphinstone, are tall, thin men and very strong. Their garments consist of trousers which reach only halfway down the thigh. They wear cloaks of skins which hang negligently from the shoulder. Their turbans are not large, but are very high and flattened in front. No scissors ever touch either hair or beard. Their arms are bows and arrows or muskets. Men of rank have very handsome bows, and never pay a visit without being armed with them. Almost the whole Punjab belongs to Ranjit Singh, who in 1805 was only one among many chiefs in the country. At the time of our expedition, he had acquired the sovereignty of the whole country occupied by the Sikhs, and had taken the title of king. No incident of any moment marked the return of the embassy to Delhi. In addition to the narrative of events which had taken place before their eyes, its members brought back invaluable documents concerning the geography of Afghanistan and Kabulistan, the climate, animals, and vegetable and mineral productions of that vast country. Elphinstone devotes several chapters of his narrative to the origin, history, government, legislation, condition of the women, language and commerce of these countries, facts that were largely appropriated by the best-informed newspapers when the recent English expedition to Afghanistan was undertaken. His work ends with an exhaustive treatise upon the tribes who form the population of Afghanistan, and a summary of invaluable information respecting the neighboring countries. Elphinstone's narrative is curious, interesting, and valuable for many reasons, and may be consulted in our own day with advantage. Persian costumes. Facsimile of early engraving. The zeal of the East India Company was indefatigable. One expedition had no sooner returned than another was started, with different instructions. It was highly important to be thoroughly au fait of the ever-changing Asiatic policy, and to prevent coalition between the various native tribes against the conquerors of the soil. In 1812, a new idea and a more peaceful one gave rise to the journey of Moorcroft and Captain Hearsay to Lake Manasarowar in the province of the Andes, which is a portion of Little Thibet. This time the object was to bring back a flock of cashmere goats, whose long silk hair is used in the manufacture of the world-famed shawls. In addition, it was proposed to disprove the assertion of the Hindus that the source of the Ganges is beyond the Himalayas, in Lake Manasarowar. A difficult and perilous task, it was first of all necessary to penetrate into Nepal, whilst the government of that country made such an attempt very difficult, and thence to enter a region from which the natives of Nepal are excluded, and with still greater reason the English. The explorers disguised themselves as Hindu pilgrims. Their suite consisted of 25 persons, one of whom pledged himself to walk in strides of 4 feet. This was certainly a rough method of ascertaining the distance traversed. Messrs. Moorcroft and Hearsay passed through Bareilly and followed Webb's route as far as Josamath, which place they left on the 26th of May, 1812. They soon had to cross the last chain of the Himalayas with increasing difficulties, owing to the rarity of the villages, which caused a scarcity of provisions and service, and the bad roads at so great a height above the level of the sea. Nevertheless they saw Darba, where there is an important lamasery, Gortope Mesar, and 1/4 mile from Terthapuri curious hot springs. The original narrative, which appeared in the Annals des Voyages, speaks of this water as flowing from 2 openings 6 inches in diameter in a calcareous plain, some 3 miles in extent, and which is raised in almost every direction from 10 to 12 feet above the surrounding country. It is formed of the earthy deposits left by the water in cooling. The water rises 4 inches above the level of the plain. It is clear, and so warm that one cannot keep a hand in it longer than a few minutes. It is surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke. The water, flowing over a horizontal surface, hollows out basins of various shapes, which as they receive the earthy deposits contract again. When they are filled up, the flow of the water again hollows out a new reservoir, which in its turn becomes full. Flowing thus from one to the other, it finally reaches the plain below. The deposit left by the water is as white as the purest stucco close to the opening. A little further it becomes pale yellow, and further still saffron-coloured. At the other spring it is first rose-coloured, and then dark red. These different colours are to be found in the calcareous plain, and are no doubt the work of centuries. Terthapuri, the residence of a lama, is of great antiquity, and is a favourite rendezvous for the faithful, as a wall more than 400 feet long and 4 wide, formed of stones upon which prayers are inscribed, sufficiently testifies. Upon the 1st of August the travellers left this place, hoping to reach Lake Manasarowar, and leaving on the right Lake Rawanrad, which is supposed to be the source of the largest branch of the Sutlej. Lake Manasarowar lies at the foot of immense sloping prairies, to the south of the gigantic mountains. This is the most venerated of all the sacred places of the Hindus, which is no doubt owing to its distance from Hindustan, the dangers and fatigues of the journey, and the necessity of pilgrims providing themselves with money and provisions. Hindu geographers regard this lake as the source of the Ganges, the Sutlej, and the Kali rivers. Moorcroft had no doubt as to the error of this assertion as regards the Ganges. Desiring to ascertain the truth as to the other rivers, he explored the steep banks of the lake, and found a number of streams which flowed into it, but none flowing out of it. It is possible that before the earthquake which destroyed Srinagar, the lake had an outlet, but Moorcroft found no trace of it. The lake is situated between the Himalayas and the Kailas chain, and is of irregular oblong shape, 5 leagues long by 4 wide. The end of the expedition was attained. Moorcroft and Hearsay returned towards India, passed by Kangri and saw Rawanrad, but Moorcroft was too weak, and could not continue the tour. He regained Terthapuri and Darba, and suffered a great deal in crossing the Ghat which separates Hindustan from Thibet. The narrative describes the wind which comes from the snow-covered mountains of Bhutan as cold and piercing, and the ascent of the mountain as long and painful, its descent slippery and steep, making precautions necessary. "We suffered greatly," says the writer. "Our goats escaped by the negligence of their drivers and climbed up to the edge of a precipice some 100 feet in height. A mountaineer disturbing them from their perilous position, they began the descent, running down a very steep incline. The hinder ones kicked up the stones, which, falling with violence, threatened to strike the foremost. It was curious to note how cleverly they managed to run, and avoid the falling stones. Very soon the Gorkhalis, who had hitherto been content to place obstacles in the way of the travellers, approached them with intent to stop them. For some time the firmness displayed by the English kept them at bay, but at last, gaining courage from their numbers, they began an attack. 20 men, says Moorcroft, threw themselves upon me. One seized me by my neck and, pressing his knees against me, tried to strangle me by tightening my cravat. Another passed a cord round my legs and pulled me from behind. I was on the point of fainting. My gun, upon which I was leaning, escaped my hold. I fell. They dragged me up by my feet until I was nearly garrotted. When at last I rose, nothing could exceed the expression of fierce delight on the faces of my conquerors. Fearing that I should attempt to escape, 2 soldiers held me by a rope and gave me a blow from time to time, no doubt to remind me of my position. Mr. Hearsay had not supposed that he should be attacked so soon. He was rinsing out his mouth when the hubbub began, and did not hear my cries for help. Our men could not find the few arms we possessed. Some escaped, I know not how. The others were seized, amongst them Mr. Hearsay. He was not bound as I was. They contented themselves with holding his arms. 2 soldiers held me. 2 soldiers held me. The chief of this band of savages informed the 2 Englishmen that they had been recognized, and were arrested for having travelled in the country in the disguise of Hindu pilgrims. A fakir whom Moorcroft had engaged as a goat herd succeeded in escaping and took 2 letters to the English authorities. Aid was sent, and on the 1st of November the prisoners were released. Not only were excuses offered for their treatment, but what had been taken from them was returned, and the Rajah of Nepal gave them permission to leave his dominions. All's well that ends well. To complete our sketch, we must give an account of Mr. Fraser's expedition to the Himalayas, and Hodgson's exploration to the source of the Ganges, in 1817. Captain Webb, as we have seen, had traced the course of that river past the valley of Dehaun to Kajani near Rietal. Leaving this spot upon the 28th of May, 1817, Captain Hodgson reached the source of the Ganges in 3 days, and proceeded to Gangotri. He found that the river issues from a low arch in the midst of an enormous mass of frozen snow, more than 300 feet high. The stream was already of considerable size, being no less than 27 feet wide and 18 inches deep. In all probability, the Ganges first emerged into the light at this spot. Captain Hodgson wished to solve various questions. For example, what was the length of the river under the frozen snow? Is it the product of the melting of these snows, or did it spring from the ground? But wishing to explore further upwards than his guides advised, the traveller sank into the snow up to his neck, and had to retrace his steps with great difficulty. The spot from which the Ganges issues is situate 914 feet above the level of the sea, in the Himalayas. Hodgson also explored the source of the Jumna. At Gemotri, the mass of snow from which the river makes its escape is no less than 180 feet wide and more than 40 feet deep, between 2 perpendicular walls of granite. This source is situated on the southeast slope of the Himalayas. The extension of the British power in India was necessarily attended by considerable danger. The various native states, many of which could boast of a glorious past, had only yielded in obedience to the well-known political principle, divide and govern, ascribed to Machiavelli. But the day might come when they would merge their rivalries and enmities to make common cause against the invader. This was anything but a cheering prospect for the company, whose policy it was to maintain the system that had hitherto worked so well. Certain neighbouring states, still powerful enough to regard the growth of the British power with jealousy, might serve as harbours of refuge to the discontented, and become the centres of dangerous intrigues. Of all these neighbouring states, that which demanded the strictest surveillance was Persia, not only on account of its contiguity to Russia, but because Napoleon was known to have designs in connection with it, which nothing but his European wars prevented him from putting into execution. In February 1807, General Gardane, who had gained his promotion in the wars of the Republic, and had distinguished himself at Austerlitz, Jena and Eylau, was appointed minister plenipotentiary to Persia, with instructions to ally himself with Shah Fethali against England and Russia. The selection was fortunate, for the grandfather of General Gardane had held a similar post at the court of the Shah. Gardane crossed Hungary and reached Constantinople and Asia Minor, but when he entered Persia, Abbas Mirza had succeeded his father Fethali. The new Shah received the French ambassador with respect, loaded him with presents, and granted certain privileges to Catholics and French merchants. These were, however, the only results of the mission, which was thwarted by the English General Malcolm, whose influence was then paramount, and Gardain, disheartened by finding all his efforts frustrated and recognizing that success was hopeless, returned to France the following year. His brother Ange de Gardain, who had acted as his secretary, published a brief narrative of the journey, containing several curious details respecting the antiquities of Persia, which have been, however, largely supplemented by works brought out by Englishmen. The French consul, Adrien Dupin, attached to Gardain's mission, also published a work under the title of Voyage en Perse, Faites dans les années 1807 à 1809, en traversant l'Anatolie, la Mésopotamie, depuis Constantinople jusqu'à l'extrémité du golfe Persique et de là à Erwin, suivi de détails sur les mœurs, les usages et le commerce des persons, sur la cour de Téhéran, et d'une notice des tribus de la Perse. The book bears out the assertions of its title, and is a valuable contribution to the geography and ethnography of Persia. The English, who made a much longer stay in the country than the French, were better able to collect the abundant materials at hand, and to make a judicious selection from them. Two works were long held to be the chief authorities on the subject. One of these was by James Moria, who availed himself of the leisure he enjoyed as secretary to the embassy to acquaint himself with every detail of Persian manners, and on his return to England published several Oriental romances, which obtained a signal success, owing to the variety and novelty of the scenes described, and the fidelity to nature of every feature, however minute. The second of the two volumes alluded to above was the large quarto work by John MacDonald Kinnair on the geography of Persia. This book, which made its mark and left far behind it everything previously published on the subject, not only gives, as its title implies, very valuable information on the boundaries of the country, its mountains, rivers, and climate, but also contains interesting and trustworthy details respecting its government, constitution, army, commerce, animal, vegetable and mineral productions, population and revenue. After giving an exhaustive and brilliant picture of the material and moral resources of the Persian Empire, Kinnair goes on to describe its different provinces, quoting from the mass of valuable documents accumulated by himself, thus making his work the most complete and impartial yet issued. Kinnair passed the years 1808 to 1814 in traveling about Asia Minor, Armenia, and Kurdistan, and the different posts held by him during that period were such as to give him exceptional opportunities for making observations and comparing their results. In his several capacities as captain in the service of the company, political agent to the Nawab of the Carnatic, or private traveller, his critical acumen was never at fault, and his wide knowledge of Oriental character and Oriental manners enabled him to recognize the true significance of many an event and many a revolution which would have escaped the notice of less experienced observers. At the same time, William Price, also a captain in the East India Company's service, who had been attached as interpreter and secretary to Sir William Gore Ouseley's embassy to Persia in 1810, devoted himself to the study of the cuneiform character. Many had previously attempted to decipher it, with results as various as they were ridiculous, and, like those of his predecessors and contemporaries, Price's opinions were mere guesswork. But he succeeded in interesting a certain class of students in this obscure branch of research, and may be said to have perpetuated the theories of Niebuhr and other Orientalists. To Price we owe an account of the journey of the English embassy to the Persian court, after which he published 2 essays on the antiquities of Persepolis and Babylon. Mr. Ouseley, who had accompanied his brother Sir William as secretary, availed himself of his sojourn at the court of Teheran to study Persian. His works do not, however, bear upon geography or political economy, but treat only of inscriptions, coins, manuscripts, and literature, in a word, of everything connected with the intellectual and material history of the country. To him we owe an edition of Fergusi, and many other volumes, which came out at just the right time to supplement the knowledge already acquired of the country of the Shah. Another semi-Asiatic, semi-European country was also now becoming known. This was the mountainous district of the Caucasus. As early as the second half of the 18th century, John Anthony Guldenstædt, a Russian doctor, had visited Astrakhan and Kislyr on the Terek at the most remote boundary of the Russian possessions, entered Georgia, where the Tsar Heraclius received him with great respect, and penetrated to Tiflis and the country of the Truchmines, finally arriving at Imersing. The next year, 1773, he visited the Great Kabardia, the Oriental Cumania, examined the ruins of Majuri, visited T-Shirkask and Asav, discovered the mouth of the Don, and was about to extend his researches to the Crimea when he was recalled to St. Petersburg. Standout's travels have not been translated into French. Their author's career was cut short by death before he had completed their revision for the press, and they were edited at St. Petersburg by Henry Julius von Klaproth, a young Prussian, who afterwards explored the same countries. Klaproth, who was born at Berlin on the 11th October, 1783, gave proof at a very early age of a special aptitude for the study of Oriental languages. At 15 years old, he taught himself Chinese, and he had scarcely finished his studies at the universities of Halle and Dresden when he began the publication of his Asiatic magazine. Invited to Russia by Count Poetically, he was at once named Professor of Oriental Languages at the Academy of St. Petersburg. Klaproth did not belong to the worthy race of bookworms who shut themselves up in their own studies. He took a wider view of the nature of true knowledge, feeling that the surest way to attain a thorough acquaintance with the languages of Asia and of Oriental manners and customs was to study them on the spot. He therefore asked permission to accompany the ambassador Golokin, who was going to China overland, and the necessary credentials obtained, he started alone for Siberia, making acquaintance with the Samoyeds, the Tongauses, Bashkirs, Yakonts, Kyrgyzes, and other of the Finnic and Tartar hordes which frequent these vast steppes, finally arriving at Yakutsk, where he was soon joined by Golokin. After a halt at Kyakhta, the embassy crossed the Chinese frontier on the 1st January, 1806. The Viceroy of Mongolia, however, insisted upon the observance by the ambassador of certain ceremonies which were considered by the latter degrading to his dignity, and neither being disposed to yield, Golokin set out with his suite to return to St. Petersburg. Klaproth, not caring to retrace his steps, preferred to visit hordes still unknown to him, and he therefore crossed the southern districts of Siberia and collected during a journey extending over 20 months a large number of Chinese, Manchurian, Thibetan, and Mongolian books, which were of service to him in his great work, Asia Polyglotta. On his return to St. Petersburg, he was invested with all the honors of the Academy, and a little later, at the suggestion of Count Poetically, he was appointed to the command of an historical, archaeological, and geographical expedition to the Caucasus. Klaproth now passed a whole year in journeys, often full of peril, amongst thievish tribes, through rugged districts, and penetrated to the country traversed by Standout at the end of the previous century. Klaproth's description of Tiflis is curious as compared with that of contemporary authors. Tiflis, he says, so called on account of its mineral springs, is divided into 3 parts: Tiflis properly so called, or the ancient town, Kala or the citadel, and the suburb of Isny. This town is built on the Kur, and the greater part of its outer walls is now in ruins. Its streets are so narrow that arbors, as the lofty carriages so characteristic of Oriental places are called, could only pass with difficulty down the widest, whilst in the others a horseman would barely find room to ride. The houses, badly built of flints and bricks cemented with mud, never last longer than about 15 years. In Klaproth's time Tiflis boasted of 2 markets, but everything was extremely dear, shawls and silk scarves manufactured in the neighbouring Asiatic countries bringing higher prices than in St. Petersburg. Tiflis must not be dismissed without a few words concerning its hot springs. Klaproth tells us that the famous hot baths were formerly magnificent, but they are falling into ruins, although some few remain, the floors of which are cased in marble. The waters contain very little sulphur and are most salutary in their effects. The natives, especially the women, use them to excess, the latter remaining in them several days, and even taking their meals in the bath. The chief food of the people of Tiflis, at least in the mountainous districts, is the bowery, a kind of hard bread with a very disagreeable taste, prepared in a way repugnant to our Sybarite notions. When the dough is sufficiently kneaded, a bright clear fire of dry wood is made, in earthen vessels 4 feet high by 2 wide, which are sunk in the ground. When the fire is burning fiercely, the Georgians shake into it the vermin by which their shirts and red silk breeches are infested. Not until this ceremony has been performed do they throw the dough, which is divided into pieces of the size of 2 clenched fists, into the pots. The dough once in, the vessels are covered with lids, over which rags are placed, to make sure of all the heat being kept in and the bread being thoroughly baked. It is, however, always badly done, and very difficult of digestion. Having thus assisted at the preparation of the food of the poor mountaineer, let us join Klaproth at the table of a prince. A long striped cloth, about 1.5 yards wide and very dirty, was spread for his party. On this was placed for each guest an oval-shaped wheaten cake, 3 spans long by 2 wide, and scarcely as thick as a finger. A number of little brass bowls, filled with mutton and boiled rice, roast fowls and cheese cut in slices, were then brought in. As it was a fast day, smoked salmon with uncooked green vegetables were served to the prince and his subjects. Spoons, forks and knives are unknown in Georgia. Soup is eaten from the bowl, meat is taken in the hands, and torn with the fingers into pieces the size of a mouthful. To throw a tidbit to another guest is a mark of great friendship. The repast over, grapes and dried fruits are eaten. During the meal a good red native wine, called traktir by the Tartars and ghuino by the Georgians, is very freely circulated. It is drunk from flat silver bowls greatly resembling saucers. Klaproth's account of the different incidents of his journey is no less interesting and vivid than this description of the manners of the people. Take, for instance, what he says of his trip to the sources of the Terek, the site of which had been pretty accurately indicated by Guldenst at, although he had not visited them. I left the village of Utsvarskan on the 17th March on a bright but cold morning. 15 Arceits accompanied me. After half an hour's march we began to climb the steep and rugged ascent leading to the junction of the Utsvarsdan with the Terek. This was succeeded by a still worse road, running for a league alongside of the river, which is scarcely 10 paces wide here, although it was then swollen by the melting of the snow. This part of the river banks is inhabited. We continued to ascend, and reached the foot of the Koki, also called Istar Koki, finally arriving at a spot where an accumulation of large stones in the bed of the river rendered it possible to cross over to the village of Tsirat Khan, where we breakfasted. Here the small streams forming the Terek meet. I was so glad to have reached the end of my journey that I poured a glass of Hungarian wine into the river, and made a second libation to the genius of the mountain in which the Terek rises. The Arceits, who thought I was performing a religious ceremony, observed me gravely. On the smooth sides of an enormous block of schist I engraved in red the date of my journey, together with my name and those of my companions, after which I climbed up to the village of Resi. 15 Arceits accompanied me. 15 Arceits accompanied me. After this account of his journey, from which we might multiply extracts, Klaproth sums up all the information he has collected on the tribes of the Caucasus, dwelling specially on the marked resemblances which exist between the different Georgian dialects and those of the Finns and Lapps. This was a new and useful suggestion. Speaking of the Leskians, who occupy the eastern Caucasus, known as Dagestan or Lezgistan, Klaproth says their name is a misnomer, just as Scythian or Tartar was used to indicate the natives of northern Asia, adding that they do not form one nation, as is proved by the number of dialects in use, which, however, would seem to have been derived from a common source, though time has greatly modified them. This is a contradiction in terms, implying either that the Leskians, speaking one language, form one nation, or that forming one nation the Leskians speak various dialects derived from the same source. According to Klaproth, Leskian words have a considerable affinity with the other languages of the Caucasus, and with those of Western Asia, especially the dialects of the Samieds and Siberian Finns. West and northwest of the Leskians dwell the Metsjeghis, or Tchetchensias, who are probably the most ancient inhabitants of the Caucasus. This is not, however, the opinion of Pallas, who looks upon them as a separate tribe of the Alain family. The Tchetchensi language greatly resembles the Samyed and other Siberian dialects, as well as those of the Slavs. The Treacherous or Circassians are the 6 of the Greeks. They formerly inhabited the eastern Caucasus and the Crimea. Their language differs much from other Caucasian idioms, although the Treacherous proceed, with the Wogles and the Oshiaks. We have just seen that the Leskian and Tchetchensi dialects resemble the Siberian, from one common stock, which at some remote date separated into several branches, of which the Huns probably formed one. The Treacherous dialect is one of the most difficult to pronounce, some of the consonants being produced in a manner so loud and guttural that no European has yet been able to acquire it. In the Caucasus also dwell the Abazes, who have never left the shores of the Black Sea, where they have been settled from time immemorial, and the Arceits or Az, who belong to the Indo-Germanic stock. They call their country Ironistan, and themselves the Irons. Klaproth takes them to be Sarmatic Medes, not only on account of their name, which resembles Iran, but because of the structure of their language, which proves more satisfactorily than historical documents, and in a most conclusive manner, that they spring from the same stock as the Medes and Persians. This opinion, however, appears to us mere conjecture, as in the time of Klaproth the interpretation of cuneiform inscriptions had not been accomplished, and too little was known of the language of the Medes for anyone to judge of its resemblance to the Arcite idiom. However, continues Klaproth, after meeting again the Sarmatic Medes of the ancients in this people, it is still more surprising also to recognize the Alanes, who occupied the districts north of the Caucasus. He adds, it follows from all we have said that the Arcites who call themselves Irons are the Medes, who assumed the name of Irans, and whom Herodotus styles the Arioi. They are, moreover, the Sarmatic Medes of the ancients, and belong to the Median colony founded in the Caucasus by the Scythians. They are the Az or Alanes of the Middle Ages, and lastly, they are the Iases of Russian chronicles, from whom some of the Caucasus range took their name of the Iasic Mountains. This is not the place to discuss identifications belonging to the realm of criticism. We will content ourselves with adding to these remarks of Klaproth on the Arcite language that its pronunciation resembles that of the Low German and Slavonic dialects. The Georgians differ essentially from the neighboring nations, alike in their language and in their physical and moral qualities. They are divided into 4 principal tribes, the Karthalinians, Mingrelians and Shvans or Swanians, inhabiting the southern range of the Caucasus, and the Lazes, a wild robber tribe. As we have seen, the facts collected by Klaproth are very curious, and throw an unexpected light on the migration of ancient races. The penetration and sagacity of the traveller were marvellous, and his memory was extraordinary. The scholar of Berlin rendered signal services to the science of philology. It is to be regretted that his qualities as a man, his principles and his temper, were not on a level with his knowledge and acumen as a professor. We must now leave the old world for the new, and give an account of the explorations of the young Republic of the United States. So soon as the federal government was free from the anxieties of war, and its position was alike established and recognized, public attention was directed to the fur country, which had in turn attracted the English, the Spanish and the French. Nootka Sound and the neighboring coasts, discovered by the great Cook and the talented Quadra, Vancouver and Marchand, were American. Moreover, the Monroe Doctrine, destined later to excite so much discussion, already existed in embryo in the minds of the statesmen of the day. In accordance with an act of Congress, Captain Meriwether Lewis and Lieutenant William Clark were commissioned to trace the Missouri, from its junction with the Mississippi to its source, and to cross the Rocky Mountains by the easiest and shortest route, thus opening up communication between the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean. The officers were also to trade with any Indian tribes they might meet. The expedition was composed of regular troops and volunteers, numbering altogether, including the leaders, 43 men. 1 boat and 2 canoes completed the equipment. On the 14th May 1804, the Americans left Wood River, which flows into the Mississippi, and embarked on the Missouri. From what Cass had said in his journal, the explorers expected to have to contend with natural dangers of a very formidable description, and also to fight their way amongst natives of gigantic stature, whose hostility to the white man was invincible. During the first days of this long canoe voyage, only to be compared to those of Orellana and Condamine on the Amazon, the Americans were fortunate enough to meet with some Sioux Indians, an old Frenchman, a Canadian coureur des bois or trapper, who spoke the languages of most of the Missouri tribes, and consented to accompany the expedition as interpreter. They passed the mouths of the Osage, Kansas, Platte or Nebraska and White River, all tributaries of the Missouri successively, and met various parties of Osage and Sioux, or Maha Indians, who all appeared to be in a state of utter degradation. One tribe of Sioux had suffered so much from smallpox that the male survivors, in a fit of rage and misery, had killed the women and children spared by the terrible malady, and fled from the infected neighborhood. A little farther north dwelt the Ricaris or Rex, at first supposed to be the cleanest, most polite, and most industrious of the tribes the expedition met with, but a few thefts soon modified that favorable judgment. It is curious that these people do not depend entirely on hunting, but cultivate corn, peas, and tobacco. This is not, however, the case with the Mandans, who are a more robust race. A custom obtains among them, also characteristic of Polynesia. They do not bury their dead but expose them on a scaffold. Clark's narrative gives us a few details relating to this strange tribe. The Mandans look upon the Supreme Being only as an embodiment of the power of healing. As a result, they worship 2 gods, whom they call the Great Medicine or the Physician, and the Great Spirit. It would seem that life is so precious to them that they are impelled to worship all that can prolong it. Their origin is strange. They originally lived in a large subterranean village hollowed out under the ground on the borders of a lake. A vine, however, struck its roots so deeply in the earth as to reach their habitations, and some of them ascended to the surface by the aid of this impromptu ladder. The descriptions given by them on their return of the vast hunting grounds, rich in game and fruit, which they had seen, led the rest of the tribe to resolve to reach so favoured a land. Half of them had gained the surface, when the vine, bending beneath the weight of a fat woman, gave way and rendered the ascent of the rest impossible. After death the Mandans expect to return to their subterranean home, but only those who die with a clear conscience can reach it. The guilty will be flung into a lake. The explorers took up their quarters for the winter amongst the Mandans on the 1st of November. They built huts, as comfortable as possible with the materials at their command, and in spite of the extreme cold, gave themselves up to the pleasures of hunting, which soon became a positive necessity of their existence. When the ice should break up on the Missouri, the explorers hoped to continue their voyage, but on their sending the boat down to St. Louis, laden with the skins and furs already obtained, only 30 men were found willing to carry the expedition through to the end. The travelers soon passed the mouth of the Yellowstone River, with a current nearly as strong as that of the Missouri, flowing through districts abounding in game. Cruel was their perplexity when they arrived at a fork where the Missouri divided into two rivers of nearly equal volume, for which was the main stream. Captain Lewis with a party of scouts ascended the southern branch, and soon came in sight of the Rocky Mountains, completely covered with snow. Guided to the spot by a terrific uproar, he beheld the Missouri fling itself in one broad sheet of water over a rocky precipice, beyond which it formed a broken series of rapids, extending for several miles. He beheld the Missouri. He beheld the Missouri. The detachment now followed this branch, which led them into the heart of the mountains, and for 3 or 4 miles dashed along between two perpendicular walls of rock, finally dividing itself into 3 parts, to which were given the names of Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin, after celebrated American statesmen. The last heights were soon crossed, and then the expedition descended the slopes overlooking the Pacific. The Americans had brought with them a Sashaun woman, who had been protected as a girl by the Indians of the East, and not only did she serve the explorers faithfully as an interpreter, but also, through her recognition of a brother in the chief of a tribe disposed to be hostile, she from that moment secured cordial treatment for the white men. Unfortunately, the country was poor, the people living entirely on wild berries, bark, and the little game they were able to obtain. The Americans, little accustomed to this frugal fare, had to eke it out by eating their horses, which had grown very thin, and buying all the dogs the natives would consent to sell. Hence they obtained the nickname of dog-eaters. As the temperature became milder, so did the character of the natives, whilst food grew more abundant. And as they came down the Oregon, also known as the Columbia, the salmon formed a seasonable addition to the bill of fare. When the Columbia, which is dangerous for navigation, approaches the sea, it forms a vast estuary, where the waves from the offing meet the current of the river. The Americans more than once incurred considerable risk of being swallowed up, with their frail canoe, before they reached the shores of the ocean. Glad to have accomplished the aim of their expedition, the explorers wintered at the mouth of the river, and when the fine weather set in they made their way back to St. Louis, arriving there in May, 1806, after an absence of 2 years, 4 months and 10 days. They had in that time, according to their own estimate, traversed less than 1378 leagues. The impulse was now given, and reconnoitring expeditions in the interior of the new continent rapidly succeeded each other, assuming, a little later, a scientific character which gives them a position of their own in the history of discovery. A few years later, one of the greatest colonizers of whom England can boast, Sir Stamford Raffles, organizer of the expedition which took possession of the Dutch colonies, was appointed military governor of Java. During an administration extending over 5 years, Raffles brought about numerous reforms and abolished slavery. Absorbing as was this work, however, it did not prevent him from publishing 2 huge quarto volumes, which are as interesting as they are curious. They contain, in addition to the history of Java, a vast number of details about the natives of the interior, until then little known, together with much circumstantial information respecting the geology and natural history of the country. It is no wonder, therefore, that in honor of the man who did so much to make Java known, the name of Rafflesia should have been given to an immense flower native to it, and of which some specimens measure over 3 feet in diameter and weigh some 10 pounds. Warrior of Java. Warrior of Java. Facsimile of early engraving. Raffles was also the first to penetrate to the interior of Sumatra, of which the coast only was previously known. He visited the districts occupied by the Passaumas, sturdy tillers of the soil, the northern provinces, with Memengkabu, the celebrated Malayan capital, and crossed the southern half of the island, from Bencoolen to Palembang. Sir Stamford Raffles' fame, however, rests principally upon his having drawn the attention of the Indian government to the exceptionally favourable position of Singapore, which was converted by him into an open port, and grew rapidly into a prosperous settlement. Chapter 2. The Exploration and Colonization of Africa. 1. Peddy and Campbell in the Soudan, Ritchie and Lyon in Fezzan, Denham, Oudney and Clapperton in Fezzan, and in the Tibu country, Lake Tchad and its tributaries, Kuka and the chief villages of Bornu, Mandara, a razzia or raid in the Felata country, defeat of the Arabs and death of Bukaloum, Logan, death of Toul, en route for Kano, death of Oudney, Kano, Sakatu, Sultan Bello, return to Europe. The power of Napoleon, and with it the supremacy of France, was scarcely overthrown. The titanic contests, to gratify the ambition of one man at the expense of the intellectual progress of humanity, were scarcely at an end, before an honourable rivalry awoke once more, and new scientific and commercial expeditions were set on foot. A new era had commenced. Foremost in the ranks of the governments, which organised and encouraged exploring expeditions, we find as usual that of England. It was in Central Africa, the vast riches of which had been hinted at in the accounts given of their travels by Horniman and Burckhardt, that the attention of the English was now concentrated. As early as 1816 Major Peddy, starting from Senegal, reached Kakandi on the river Nunez, succumbing, however, to the fatigue of the journey and unhealthiness of the climate soon after his arrival in that town. Major Campbell succeeded him in the command of the expedition, and crossed the lofty mountains of Futagalian, losing in a few days several men and part of the baggage animals. Arrived at the headquarters of the Olmami, as most of the kings of this part of Africa are called, the expedition was detained for a long time, and only obtained permission to depart on payment of a large sum. Most disastrous was the return journey, for the explorers had not only to recross the streams they had before forded with such difficulty, but they were subjected to so many insults, annoyances, and exactions, that to put an end to them, Campbell was obliged to burn his merchandise, break his guns, and sink his powder. Against so much fatigue and mortification, added to the complete failure of his expedition, Major Campbell failed to bear up, and he died with several of his officers in the very place where Major Peddy had closed his career. The few survivors of the party reached Sierra Leone after an arduous march. A little later, Ritchie and Captain George Francis Lyon, availing themselves of the prestige which the siege of Algiers had brought to the British flag, and of the cordial relations which the English consul at Tripoli had succeeded in establishing with the principal Moorish authorities, determined to follow Horniman's route and penetrate to the very heart of Africa. On the 25th March 1819, the travellers left Tripoli with Mahamd el-Moukni, Bey of Fezzan, who is called Sultan by his subjects. Protected by this escort, Ritchie and Lyon reached Merzuk without molestation, but there the former died on the 2nd November, worn out by the fatigue and privations of the journey across the desert. Lyon, who was ill for some time from the same causes, recovered soon enough to foil the designs of the Sultan, who, counting on his death, had already begun to take possession of his property, and also of Ritchie's. The captain could not penetrate beyond the southern boundaries of Fezzan, but he had time to collect a good deal of valuable information about the chief towns of that province and the language of its inhabitants. To him, we likewise owe the first authentic details of the religion, customs, language, and extraordinary costumes of the Tuareg Arabs, a wild tribe inhabiting the Great Sahara Desert. Captain Lyon's narrative also contains a good deal of interesting information collected by himself on Bornu, Wadai, and the Soudan, although he was unable to visit those places in person. The results obtained did not by any means satisfy the English government, which was most eager to open up the riches of the interior to its merchants. Consequently, the authorities received favourably the proposals made by Dr. Walter Oudney, a Scotchman, whose enthusiasm had been aroused by the travels of Mungo Park. This Dr. Oudney was a friend of Hugh Clapperton, a lieutenant in the Navy, 3 years his senior, who had distinguished himself in Canada and elsewhere, but had been thrown out of employment and reduced to half pay by the Peace of 1815. Hearing of Oudney's scheme, Clapperton at once determined to join him in it, and Oudney begged the minister to allow him the aid of that enterprising officer, whose special knowledge would be of great assistance. Lord Bathurst made no objection, and the two friends, after receiving minute instructions, embarked for Tripoli, where they ascertained that Major Denham was to take the command of their expedition. Denham was born in London on the 31st December, 1783, and began life as an articled pupil to a country lawyer. As an attorney's clerk, he found his duties so irksome and so little suited to his daring spirit that his longing for adventure soon led him to enlist in a regiment bound for Spain. He remained with the army, but after the peace he employed his leisure in visiting France and Italy. Denham, eager to obtain distinction, had chosen the career which would best enable him to achieve it, even at the risk of his life, and he now resolved to become an explorer. With him to think was to act. He had asked the minister to commission him to go to Timbuktu by the route Laing afterwards took when he heard of the expedition under Clapperton and Oudney, and he now begged to be allowed to join them. Without any delay, Denham obtained the necessary equipment, and accompanied by a carpenter named William Hillman, he embarked for Malta, joining his future travelling companions at Tripoli on the 21st November, 1821. The English at this time enjoyed very great prestige, not only in the States of Barbary, on account of the bombardment of Algiers, but also because the British consul at Tripoli had, by his clever diplomacy, established friendly relations with the government to which he was accredited. This prestige extended beyond the narrow range of the northern states, the nationality of certain travellers, the protection accorded by England to the port. The British victories in India had all been vaguely rumoured even in the heart of Africa, and the name of Englishman was familiar without any particular meaning being attached to it. According to the English consul, the route from Tripoli to Bornu was as safe as that from London to Edinburgh. This was, therefore, the moment to seize opportunities which might not occur again. The three travellers, after a cordial reception from the Bey, who placed all his resources at their disposal, lost no time in leaving Tripoli, and with an escort provided by the Moorish governor, they reached Merzuk, the capital of Fezzan, on the 8th April, 1822, without difficulty, having indeed been received with great enthusiasm in some of the places through which they passed. At Sakna, Denham tells us, the governor came out to meet them, accompanied by the principal inhabitants and hundreds of the country people, who crowded round their horses, kissing their hands with every appearance of cordiality and delight, and shouting Inglesi, Inglesi, as the visitors entered the town. This welcome was the more gratifying from the fact that the travellers were the first Europeans to penetrate into Africa without wearing a disguise. Denham adds that he feels sure their reception would have been far less cordial had they stooped to play the part of impostors by attempting to pass for Mohammedans. At Merzuk they were harassed by annoyances similar to those which had paralysed Horniman. In their case, however, circumstances and character were alike different, and without allowing themselves to be blinded by the compliments paid them by the Sultan, the English, who were thoroughly in earnest, demanded the necessary escort for the journey to Bornu. It was impossible, they were told, to start before the following spring, on account of the difficulty of collecting a kafila or caravan, and the troops necessary for its escort across the desert. A rich merchant, however, Bubakar Bukalum by name, a great friend of the Pacha, gave the explorers a hint that if he received certain presents he would smooth away all difficulties. He even offered to escort them himself to Bornu, for which province he was bound if he could obtain the necessary permission from the Pacha of Tripoli. Denham, believing Bukalum to be acting honestly, went off to Tripoli to obtain the governor's sanction, but on his arrival there he obtained only evasive answers, and finally threatened to embark for England, where he said he would report the obstacles thrown in his way by the Pacha in the carrying out of the objects of the exploring expedition. These menaces produced no effect, and Denham actually set sail, and was about to land at Marseille when he received a satisfactory message from the Bey, begging him to return, and authorizing Bukalum to accompany him and his companions. On the 30th October Denham rejoined Oudney and Clapperton at Merzuk, finding them considerably weakened by fever and the effects of the climate. Denham, convinced that change of air would restore them to health, persuaded them to start and begin the journey by easy stages. He himself set out on the 20th of November with a caravan of merchants from Messerata, Tripoli, Sakna and Merzuk, escorted by 210 Arab warriors chosen from the most intelligent and docile of the tribes, and commanded by Bukaloum. The expedition took the route followed by Lyon and soon reached Tejeri, which is the most southerly town of Fezzan, and the last before the traveller enters the desert of Bilma. Denham made a sketch of the castle of Tejeri from the southern bank of a salt lake near the town. Tejeri is entered by a low, narrow, vaulted passage leading to a gate in a second rampart. The wall is pierced with apertures, which render the entrance by the narrow passage very difficult. Above the second gate there is also an aperture through which darts and firebrands may be hurled upon the besiegers, a mode of warfare once largely indulged in by the Arabs. Inside the town there are wells of fairly good water. Denham is of opinion that Tejeri, restored, well garrisoned and provisioned, could sustain a long siege. Its situation is delightful. It is surrounded by date trees, and the water in the neighbourhood is excellent. A chain of low hills stretches away to the east. Snipes, ducks and wild geese frequent the salt lakes near the town. Leaving Tejeri, the travellers entered a sandy desert, across which it would not have been easy to find the way, had it not been marked out by the skeletons of men and animals strewn along it, especially about the wells. One of the skeletons we saw today, says Denham, still looked quite fresh. The beard was on the chin, the features could be recognized. "It is my slave," exclaimed one of the merchants of the Kafila. "I left him near here 4 months ago." "Make haste and take him to the market," cried a facetious slave merchant, lest someone else should claim him. A Kafila of slaves. A Kafila of slaves. Facsimile of early engraving. Here and there in the desert are oases containing towns of greater or less importance, at which the caravans halt. Kishi is one of the most frequented of these places, and there the money for the right of crossing the desert is paid. The Sultan of Kishi, the ruler of a good many of these petty principalities, and who takes the title of Commander of the Faithful, was remarkable for a complete disregard of cleanliness, a peculiarity in which, according to Denham, his court fully equalled him. This Sultan paid Bukaloum a visit in his tent, accompanied by half a dozen Tibus, some of whom were positively hideous. Their teeth were of a dark yellow colour, the result of chewing tobacco, of which they are so fond that they use it as snuff as well as to chew. Their noses looked like little round bits of flesh, stuck onto their faces with nostrils so wide that they could push their fingers right up them. Denham's watch, compass and musical snuff-box astonished them not a little. He defines these people as brutes with human faces. A little further on the travellers reached the town of Kirby, situated in a wadi near a low range of hills of which the highest are not more than 400 feet above the sea level, and between 2 salt lakes, produced by the excavations made for building. From the centre of these lakes rise islets, consisting of masses of muriate and carbonate of soda. The salt produced by these wadis, or depressions of the soil, form an important article of commerce with Bornu and the whole of the Soudan. It would be impossible to imagine a more wretched place than Kirby. Its houses are empty, containing not so much as a mat. How could it be otherwise with a place liable to incessant raids from the Tuareks? The caravan now crossed the Tibu country, inhabited by a peaceful, hospitable people to whom, as keepers of the wells and reservoirs of the desert, the leaders of caravans pay passage money. The Tibus are a strong, active race, and when mounted on their nimble steeds they display marvellous skill in throwing the lance, which the most vigorous of their warriors can hurl to a distance of 145 yards. Bilma is their chief city, and the residence of their sultan. On the arrival of the travellers at Bilma, the sultan, escorted by a number of men and women, came out to meet the strangers. The women were much better looking than those in the smaller towns. Some of them had indeed very pleasant faces, their white, regular teeth contrasting admirably with their shining black skins, and the 3 triangular flaps of hair streaming with oil. Coral ornaments in their noses and large amber necklaces round their throats gave them what Denham calls a seductive appearance. Some of them carried fans made of grass or hair, with which to keep off the flies. Others were provided with branches of trees. All, in fact, carried something in their hands which they waved above their heads. Their costume consisted of a loose piece of Soudan cloth, fastened on the left shoulder and leaving the right uncovered, with a smaller piece wound about the head and falling on the shoulders or flung back. In spite of this paucity of clothing, there was not the least immodesty in their bearing. A mile from Bilma, and beyond a limpid spring, which appears to have been placed there by nature to afford a supply of water to travellers, lies a desert, which it takes no less than 10 days to cross. This was probably once a huge salt lake. On the 4th February 1823, the caravan reached Lari, a town on the northern boundary of Bornu in lat. 14 degrees 40 N. The inhabitants, astonished at the size of the kafilah, fled in terror at its approach. Beyond, however, says Denham, was an object full of interest to us, and the sight of it produced a sensation so gratifying and inspiring that it would be difficult for language to convey an idea of its force or pleasure. The great Lake Tchad, glowing with the golden rays of the sun in its strength, appeared to be within a mile of the spot on which we stood. On leaving Lari, the appearance of the country changed completely. The sandy desert was succeeded by a clay soil, clothed with grass and dotted with acacias and other trees of various species, amongst which grazed herds of antelopes, whilst guinea fowls and the turtle-doves of Barbary flew hither and thither above them. Towns took the place of villages, with huts of the shape of bells, thatched with dura straw. The travellers continued their journey southwards, rounding Lake Tchad, which they had first touched at its most northerly point. The districts bordering on this sheet of water were of a black, firm but muddy soil. The waters rise to a considerable height in winter and sink in proportion in the summer. The lake is of fresh water, rich in fish and frequented by hippopotami and aquatic birds. Near its centre on the southeast are the islands inhabited by the Bidamas, a race who live by pillaging the people of the mainland. The explorers had sent a messenger to Sheikh el-Khanami to ask permission to enter his capital, and an envoy speedily arrived to invite Boukhaloum and his companions to Kuka. On their way thither, the travellers passed through Barwa, a fortified town which had thus far resisted the inroads of the Tuareg, and crossed the Yew, a large river, in some parts more than 500 feet in width, which, rising in the Soudan, flows into Lake Tchad. On the southern shores of this river rises a little town of the same name, about half the size of Barwa. The caravan soon reached the gates of Kuka, where, after a journey extending over 2 months and a half, they were received by a body of cavalry 4,000 strong, under perfect discipline. Amongst these troops was a corps of blacks forming the bodyguard of the sheikh, whose equipments resembled those of ancient chivalry. Member of the bodyguard of the Sheikh of Bornu. Member of the bodyguard of the Sheikh of Bornu. Facsimile of early engraving. They wore, Denham tells us, suits of chain armour covering the neck and shoulders. These were fastened above the head and fell in 2 portions, one in front and one behind, so as to protect the flanks of the horse and the thighs of the rider. A sort of casque or iron coif, kept in its place by red, white or yellow turbans, tied under the chin, completed the costume. The horses' heads were also guarded by iron plates. Their saddles were small and light, and their steel stirrups held only the point of the feet, which were clad in leather shoes, ornamented with crocodile skin. The horsemen managed their steeds admirably, as advancing at full gallop, brandishing their spears, they wheeled right and left of their guests, shouting Barca, Barca, blessing, blessing. Surrounded by this brilliant and fantastic escort, the English and Arabs entered the town, where a similar military display had been prepared in their honour. They were presently admitted to the presence of Sheikh el-Khanami, who appeared to be about 45 years old, and whose face was prepossessing, with a happy, intelligent and benevolent expression. The English presented the letters of the Pacha, and when the Sheikh had read them, he asked Denham what had brought him and his companions to Bornu. "We came merely to see the country," replied Denham, "to study the character of its people, its scenery and its productions." "You are welcome," was the reply. "It will be a pleasure to me to show you everything. I have ordered huts to be built for you in the town. You may go and see them accompanied by one of my people, and when you are recovered from the fatigue of your long journey, I shall be happy to see you." Reception of the mission. Reception of the mission. Facsimile of early engraving. The travellers soon afterwards obtained permission to make collections of such animals and plants as appeared to them curious, and to make notes of all their observations. They were thus enabled to collect a good deal of information about the towns near Kuka. Kuka, then the capital of Bornu, boasted of a market for the sale of slaves, sheep, oxen, cheese, rice, earth nuts, beans, indigo and other productions of the country. Their 100,000 people might sometimes be seen haggling about the price of fish, poultry, meat, the last sold both raw and cooked, or that of brass, copper, amber and coral. Linen was so cheap in these parts that some of the men wore shirts and trousers made of it. Beggars have a peculiar mode of exciting compassion. They station themselves at the entrance to the market, and holding up the rags of an old pair of trousers, they whine out to the passers-by, "See, I have no pantaloons." The novelty of this mode of proceeding, and the request for a garment, which seemed to them even more necessary than food, made our travellers laugh heartily until they became accustomed to it. Hitherto the English had had nothing to do with anyone but the sheik, who, content with wielding all real power, left the nominal sovereignty to the Sultan, an eccentric monarch, who never showed himself except through the bars of a wicker cage near the gate of his garden, as if he were some rare wild beast. Curious indeed were some of the customs of this court, not the least so the fancy for obesity. No one was considered elegant unless he had attained to a bulk, generally looked upon as very inconvenient. Some exquisites had stomachs so distended and prominent that they seemed literally to hang over the pommel of the saddle. And in addition to this, fashion prescribed a turban of such length and weight that its wearer had to carry his head on one side. These uncouth peculiarities rivaled those of the Turks of a masked ball, and the travellers had often hard work to preserve their gravity. To compensate, however, for the grotesque solemnity of the various receptions, a new field for observation was open, and much valuable information might now be acquired. Denham wished to proceed to the south at once, but the sheik was unwilling to risk the lives of the travellers entrusted to him by the Bey of Tripoli. On their entry into Bornu, the responsibility of Bukhalum for their safety was transferred to him. So earnest, however, were the entreaties of Denham, that El-Khanami at last sanctioned his accompanying Bukhalum in a jihrazi, or plundering expedition against the Kafirs or infidels. The sheik's army and the Arab troops passed in succession Yedi, a large walled city 20 miles from Angamu Badagri, and several other towns built on an alluvial soil which has a dark clay-like appearance. They entered Mandara, at the frontier town of Delo, beyond which the Sultan of the province with 500 horsemen met his guests. Denham describes Mahmud Beker as a man of short stature, about 50 years old, wearing a beard, painted of a most delicate azure blue. The presentations over, the Sultan at once turned to Denham and asked who he was, whence he came, what he wanted, and lastly if he were a Mohammedan. On Bukhalum's hesitating to reply, the Sultan turned away his head with the words, "So the Pacha numbers infidels amongst his friends." This incident had a very bad effect, and Denham was not again admitted to the presence of the Sultan. Lancer of the army of the Sultan of Begharmi. Lancer of the army of the Sultan of Begharmi. Facsimile of early engraving. The enemies of the Pacha of Bornu and the Sultan of Mandara were called Felatas. Their vast settlements extended far beyond Timbuktu. They are a handsome set of men, with skins of a dark bronze colour, which shows them to be of a race quite distinct from the Negroes. They are professors of Mohammedanism, and mix but little with the blacks. We shall presently have to speak more particularly of the Felatas, Fulas or Fans, as they are called throughout the Soudan. South of the town of Mora rises a chain of mountains, of which the loftiest peaks are not more than 2,500 feet high, but which, according to the natives, extend for more than 2 months' journey. The most salient point noticed by Denham in his description of the country is a vast and apparently interminable chain of mountains, shutting in the view on every side. This, though in his opinion, inferior to the Alps, Apennines, Jura and Sierra Morna in rugged magnificence and gigantic grandeur, are yet equal to them in picturesque effect. The lofty peaks of Valhmi, Sava, Jogade, Munday and Si, with clustering villages on their stony sides, rise on the east and west, while Horza, exceeding any of them in height and beauty, rises on the south with its ravines and precipices. Durkala, one of the chief Felata towns, was reduced to ashes by the invaders, who lost no time in pressing on to Musfaya, a position which, naturally very strong, was further defended by palisades manned by a numerous body of archers. The English traveller had to take part in the assault. The first onslaught of the Arabs appeared to carry all before it. The noise of the firearms, with the reputation for bravery and cruelty enjoyed by Bukhalum and his men, threw the Felatas into momentary confusion, and if the men of Mandara and Bornu had followed up their advantage and stormed the hill, the town would probably have fallen. The besieged, however, noticing the hesitation of their assailants, in their turn assumed the defensive, and rallying their archers discharged a shower of poisoned arrows, to which many an Arab fell a victim, and before which the forces of Bornu and Mandara gave way. Barca, the Bornu general, had 3 horses killed under him. Bukhalum and his steed were both wounded, and Denham was in a similar plight, with the skin of his face grazed by 1 arrow and 2 others lodged in his burnous. The retreat soon became a rout. Denham's horse fell under him, and the major had hardly regained his feet when he was surrounded by fellators. 2 fled on the presentation of the Englishman's pistols, a third received the charge in his shoulder. Denham thought he was safe, when his horse fell a second time, flinging his master violently against a tree. This time when the major rose he found himself with neither horse nor weapons, and the next moment he was surrounded by enemies, who stripped him and wounded him in both hands and the right side, leaving him half dead at last to fight over his clothes, which seemed to them of great value. Availing himself of this lucky quarrel, Denham slipped under a horse standing by, and disappeared in the thicket. Naked, bleeding, wild with pain, he reached the edge of a ravine with a mountain stream flowing through it. His strength was all but gone, and he was clutching at a bough of a tree overhanging the water with a view to dropping himself into it, as the banks were very steep, and the branches were actually bending beneath his weight, when from beneath his hand, a gigantic lifer, the most venomous kind of serpent in the country, rose from its coil in the very act of striking. Horror-struck, Denham let slip the branch and tumbled headlong into the water, but fortunately the shark revived him. He struck out almost unconsciously, swam to the opposite bank, and climbing it found himself safe from his pursuers. Fortunately the fugitive soon saw a group of horsemen amongst the trees, and in spite of the noise of the pursuit, he managed to shout loud enough to make them hear him. They turned out to be Barkagana and Bukaloum with some Arabs. Mounted on a sorry steed, with no other clothing than an old blanket swarming with vermin, Denham travelled 37 miles. The pain of his wounds was greatly aggravated by the heat, the thermometer being at 32 degrees. The only results of the expedition, which was to have brought in such quantities of booty and numerous slaves, were the deaths of Bukaloum and 36 of his Arabs, the wounding of nearly all the rest, and the loss or destruction of all the horses. The 80 miles between Mora and Kuka were traversed in 6 days. Denham was kindly received in the latter town by the Sultan, who sent him a native garment to replace his lost wardrobe. The major had hardly recovered from his wounds and fatigue before he took part in a new expedition, sent to Munga, a province on the west of Bornu, by the Sheikh, whose authority had never been fully recognized there, and whose claim for tribute had been refused by the inhabitants. Map of Denham and Clapperton's journey. Grave Pa e Moriu. Denham and Oudney left Kuka on the 22nd May, and crossed the U, then nearly dried up but an important stream in the rainy season, and visited Verne, with the ruins of the capital of the same name, which was capable of containing 200,000 inhabitants. The travellers also passed through the ruins of Gambaru with its magnificent buildings, the favourite residence of the former Sultan, destroyed by the Fellators, Kabshari, Baseka, Baitli, and many other towns or villages, whose numerous populations submitted without a struggle to the Sultan of Bornu. The rainy season was disastrous to the members of the expedition. Clapperton fell dangerously ill of fever, and Oudney, whose chest was delicate even before he left England, grew weaker every day. Denham alone kept up. On the 14th of December, when the rainy season was drawing to a close, Clapperton and Oudney started for Kano. We shall presently relate the particulars of this interesting part of their expedition. 7 days later, an ensign named Toole arrived at Kuka, after a journey from Tripoli, which had occupied only 3 months and 14 days. In February 1824, Denham and Toole made a trip into Lugan, on the south of Lake Tichad. All the districts near the lake and its tributary, the Shari, are marshy and flooded during the rainy season. The unhealthiness of the climate was fatal to young Toole, who died at Angala on the 26th of February at the early age of 22. Persevering, enterprising, bright and obliging, with plenty of pluck and prudence, Toole was a model explorer. Lugan was then very little known. Its capital, Kurnock, contained no less than 15,000 inhabitants. The people of Lugan, especially the women, who are very industrious and manufacture the finest linens and fabrics of the closest texture, are handsomer and more intelligent than those of Bornu. The necessary interview with the Sultan ended, after an exchange of complimentary speeches and handsome presents, in this strange proposal from His Majesty to the travellers: "If you have come to buy female slaves, you need not be at the trouble to go further, as I will sell them to you as cheap as possible." Denham had great trouble in convincing the merchant prince that such traffic was not the aim of his journey, but that the love of science alone had brought him to Lugan. On the 2nd of March, Denham returned to Kuka, and on the 20th of May he was witness to the arrival of Lieutenant Tyrwhitt, who had come to take up his residence as consul at the court of Bornu, bearing costly presents for the Sultan. Portrait of Clapperton. Portrait of Clapperton. Facsimile of early engraving. After a final excursion in the direction of Manu, the capital of Canaan, and a visit to the Dargana, who formerly occupied all the districts about Lake Fitri, the Major joined Clapperton in his return journey to Tripoli, starting on the 16th of April, and arriving there in safety at the close of a long and arduous journey, whose geographical results, important in any case, had been greatly enhanced by the labours of Clapperton. To the adventures and discoveries of the latter we must now turn. Clapperton and Oudney started for Kano, a large fellata town on the west of Lake Tchad, on the 14th of December 1823, followed the Yu as far as Damasak, and visited the ruins of Verne, and those of Bara on the shores of a lake formed by the overflowing of the Yu, Dargamu and Bikidafi, all towns of Hausa. The people of this province, who were very numerous before the invasion of the fellatas, are armed with bows and arrows, and trade in tobacco, nuts, guro, antimony, tanned hare skins, and cotton stuffs in the piece and made into clothes. The caravan soon left the banks of the Yu or Gambaru, and entered a wooded country, which was evidently under water in the rainy season. The travellers then entered the province of Katagum, where the governor received them with great cordiality, assuring them that their arrival was quite an event to him, as it would be to the Sultan of the Fellatas, who, like himself, had never before seen an Englishman. He also assured them that they would find all they required in his district, just as at Kuka. The only thing which seemed to surprise him much was the fact that his visitors wanted neither slaves, horses, nor silver, and that the sole proof of his friendship they required was permission to collect flowers and plants, and to travel in his country. According to Clapperton's observations, Katagum is situated in lat. 12 degrees 1711 N and about 12 degrees E long. Before the fellatas were conquered, it was on the borders of the province of Bornu. It can send into the Phi cavalry and foot soldiers armed with bows and arrows, swords and lances. Wheat and oxen with slaves are its chief articles of commerce. The citadel is the strongest the English had seen, except that of Tripoli. Entered by gates which are shut at night, it is defended by 2 parallel walls and 3 dry moats, one inside, one out, and the third between the 2 walls, which are 20 feet high and 10 feet wide at the base. A ruined mosque is the only other object of interest in the town, which consists of mud houses and contains some 700 or 800 inhabitants. There the English for the first time saw cowries used as money. Hitherto native cloth had been the sole medium of exchange. South of Katagum is the Yakoba country, called Mauchi by the Mohammedans. According to accounts received by Clapperton, the people of Yakoba, which is shut in by limestone mountains, are cannibals. The Mohammedans, however, who have an intense horror of the Kafirs, give no other proof of this accusation than the statement that they have seen human heads and limbs hanging against the walls of the houses. In Yakoba rises the Yu, a river which dries up completely in the summer, but, according to the people who live on its banks, rises and falls regularly every week throughout the rainy season. On the 11th of January, the journey was resumed, but a halt had to be made at Murmur at noon of the same day, as Oudney showed signs of such extreme weakness and exhaustion that Clapperton feared he could not last through another day. He had been gradually failing ever since they left the mountains of Obury in Fezzen, where he had inflammation of the throat from sitting in a draught when overheated. On the 12th of January, Oudney took a cup of coffee at daybreak, and at his request Clapperton changed camels with him. He then helped him to dress, and leaning on his servant, the doctor left the tent. He was about to attempt to mount his camel, when Clapperton saw death in his face. He supported him back to the tent, where to his intense grief he expired at once, without a groan or any sign of suffering. Clapperton lost no time in asking the governor's permission to bury his comrade, and this being obtained, he dug a grave for him himself under an old mimosa tree near one of the gates of the town. After the body had been washed according to the custom of the country, it was wrapped in some of the turban shawls which were to have served as presents on the further journey. The servants carried it to its last resting place, and Clapperton read the English burial service at the grave. When the ceremony was over, he surrounded the modest resting place with a wall of earth to keep off beasts of prey, and had 2 sheep killed, which he divided amongst the poor. Thus closed the career of the young naturalist and ship's doctor, Oudney. His terrible malady, whose germs he had brought with him from England, had prevented him from rendering so much service to the expedition as the government had expected from him, although he never spared himself, declaring that he felt better on the march than when resting. Knowing that his weakened constitution would not admit of any sustained exertion on his part, he would never damp the ardour of his companions. After this sad event, Clapperton resumed his journey to Carno, halting successively at Digu, situated in a well-cultivated district, rich in flax, Katangora beyond the province of Katagum, Zanjia once, judging from its extent and the ruined walls still standing, an important place near the end of the Dushe chain of hills, Gurkwa with a finer marketplace than that of Tripoli, and Souchwa surrounded by an imposing earthwork. Kano, the Chana of Edrisi and other Arab geographers, and the great emporium of the Kingdom of Hausa, was reached on the 20th January. Clapperton tells us that he had hardly entered the gates before his expectations were disappointed. After the brilliant description of the Arabs, he had expected to see a town of vast extent. The houses were 1/4 of a mile from the walls, and stood here and there in little groups, separated by large pools of stagnant water. I might have dispensed with the care I had bestowed on my dress. He had donned his naval uniform. For the inhabitants, absorbed in their own affairs, let me pass without remark, and never so much as looked at me. Kano, the capital of the province of that name and one of the chief towns of the Soudan, is situated in N lat, 12 degrees 0, 19 and E long, 9 degrees 20. It contains between 30 and 40,000 inhabitants, of whom the greater number are slaves. The market, bounded on the east and west by vast reedy swamps, is the haunt of numerous flocks of ducks, storks and vultures, which act as scavengers to the town. In this market, stocked with all the provisions in use in Africa, beef, mutton, goats and sometimes even camel's flesh are sold. Writing paper of French manufacture, scissors and knives, antimony, tin, red silk, copper bracelets, glass beads, coral, amber, steel rings, silver ornaments, turban shawls, cotton cloths, calico, Moorish habiliments and many other articles are exposed for sale in large quantities in the marketplace of Kano. There Clapperton bought for 3 piasters an English cotton umbrella from Gadames. He also visited the slave market, where the unfortunate human chattels are as carefully examined as volunteers for the Navy are by our own inspectors. The town is very unhealthy, the swamps cutting it in two, and the holes produced by the removal of the earth for building, produce permanent malaria. It is the fashion at Kano to stain the teeth and limbs with the juice of a plant called gurgi, and with tobacco which produces a bright red color. Guro nuts are chewed, and sometimes even swallowed when mixed with trona, a habit not peculiar to Hausa, for it extends to Bornu where it is strictly forbidden to women. The people of Hausa smoke a native tobacco. On the 23rd of February, Clapperton started for Sakatu. He crossed a picturesque, well-cultivated country, whose wooded hills gave it the appearance of an English park. Herds of beautiful white or dun-coloured oxen gave animation to the scenery. The most important places passed en route by Clapperton were Gardania, a densely populated town, the inhabitants of which had been sold as slaves by the Felatas, Dunkami, Zermia, the capital of Gambra, Kagera, Kwari and the wells of Kamon, where he met an escort sent by the Sultan. Sakatu was the most thickly populated city that the explorer had seen in Africa. Its well-built houses form regular streets, instead of clustering in groups as in the other towns of Hausa. It is surrounded by a wall between 20 and 30 feet high, pierced by 12 gates, which are closed every evening at sunset, and it boasts of 2 mosques, with a market and a large square opposite to the Sultan's residence. The inhabitants, most of whom are felatas, own many slaves, and the latter, those at least who are not in domestic service, work at some trade for their master's profit. They are weavers, masons, blacksmiths, shoemakers, or husbandmen. To do honour to his host, and also to give him an exalted notion of the power and wealth of England, Clapperton assumed a dazzling costume when he paid his first visit to Sultan Bello. He covered his uniform with gold lace, donned white trousers and silk stockings, and completed this holiday attire by a Turkish turban and slippers. Bello received him, seated on a cushion in a thatched hut like an English cottage. The Sultan, a handsome man about 45 years old, wore a blue cotton tobe and a white cotton turban, one end of which fell over his nose and mouth in Turkish fashion. Bello accepted the travellers' presents with childish glee. The watch, telescope and thermometer, which he naively called a heat watch, especially delighted him, but he wondered more at his visitor than at any of his gifts. He was unwearied in his questions as to the manners, customs and trade of England, and after receiving several replies, he expressed a wish to open commercial relations with that power. He would like an English consul and a doctor to reside in a port he called Rocca, and finally he requested that certain articles of English manufacture should be sent to Funda, a very thriving seaport of his. After a good many talks on the different religions of Europe, Belleau gave back to Clapperton the books, journals and clothes which had been taken from Denham at the time of the unfortunate excursion in which Boukhaloum lost his life. On the 3rd May, Clapperton took leave of the Sultan. This time there was a good deal of delay before he was admitted to an audience. Belleau was alone, and gave the traveller a letter for the King of England, with many expressions of friendship towards the country of his visitor, reiterating his wish to open commercial relations with it, and begging him to let him have a letter to say when the English expedition promised by Clapperton would arrive on the coast of Africa. Clapperton returned by the route by which he had come, arriving on the 8th of July at Kuka, where he rejoined Denham. He had brought with him an Arab manuscript containing a geographical and historical picture of the kingdom of Takra, governed by Mahomed Bello of Hausa, author of the manuscript. He himself had not only collected much valuable information on the geology and botany of Bornu and Hausa, but also drawn up a vocabulary of the languages of Begharmi, Mandara, Bornu, Hausa, and Timbuktu. The results of the expedition were therefore considerable. The fellators had been heard of for the first time, and their identity with the fans had been ascertained by Clapperton in his second journey. It had been proved that these fellators had created a vast empire in the north and west of Africa, and also that beyond a doubt they did not belong to the Negro race. The study of their language, and its resemblance to certain idioms not of African origin, will some day throw a light on the migration of races. Lastly, Lake Tchad had been discovered, and though not entirely examined, the greater part of its shores had been explored. It had been ascertained to have 2 tributaries, the Yew, part of whose course had been traced, whilst its source had been pointed out by the natives, and the Shari, the mouth and lower portion of which had been carefully examined by Denham. With regard to the Niger, the information collected by Clapperton from the natives was still very contradictory, but the balance of evidence was in favour of its flowing into the Gulf of Benin. However, Clapperton intended, after a short rest in England, to return to Africa, and landing on the western coast make his way up the Kwara or Jaliba, as the natives call the Niger, to set at rest once for all the dispute as to whether that river was or was not identical with the Nile, to connect his new discoveries with those of Denham, and lastly to cross Africa, taking a diagonal course from Tripoli to the Gulf of Benin. Chapter 2. Clapperton's second journey, arrival at Badagry, Yariba and its capital Katanga, Bausa, attempts to get at the truth about Mungo Park's fate, Nif, Yuri and Zegzeg, arrival at Kano, disappointments, death of Clapperton, return of Lander to the coast, Tukion, the Congo, Bowditch in Ashanti, Malian at the sources of the Senegal and Gambia, Major Gray, Cayley at Timbuktu, laying at the sources of the Niger, Richard and John Lander at the mouth of the Niger, Cayleyod and Letorzek in Egypt, Nubia, and the oasis of Siwa. So soon as Clapperton arrived in England, he submitted to Lord Bathurst his scheme for going to Kuka via the Bight of Benin, in other words by the shortest way, a route not attempted by his predecessors, and ascending the Niger from its mouth to Timbuktu. In this expedition 3 others were associated with Clapperton, who took the command. These 3 were a surgeon named Dixon, Pierce, a ship's captain, and Dr. Morrison, also in the merchant service, the last named well up in every branch of natural history. On the 26th November 1825 the expedition arrived in the Bight of Benin. For some reason unexplained, Dixon had asked permission to make his way to Sokoto alone, and he landed for that purpose at Wida. A Portuguese named Songa and Columbus, Denham's servant, accompanied him as far as Dahomey. 17 days after he left that town, Dixon reached Char and a little later Yuri, beyond which place he was never traced. 1. Dixon quarrelled with a native chief and was murdered by his followers. See Clapperton's Last Journey in Africa, trans. The other explorers sailed up the Bight of Benin, and were warned by an English merchant named Houtson not to attempt the ascent of the Kwara, as the king of the districts watered by it had conceived an intense hatred of the English, on account of their interference with the slave trade, the most remunerative branch of his commerce. It would be much better, urged Houtson, to go to Badagry, no great distance from Sokoto, the chief of which, well disposed as he was to travellers, would doubtless give them an escort as far as the frontiers of Yariba. Houtson had lived in the country many years, and was well acquainted with the language and habits of its people. Clapperton, therefore, thought it desirable to attach him to the expedition as far as Katanga, the capital of Yariba. The expedition disembarked at Badagry on the 29th November 1825, ascended an arm of the Lagos, and then, for a distance of 2 miles, the Gazy Creek, which traverses part of Dahomey. Descending the left bank, the explorers began their march into the interior of the country, through districts consisting partly of swamps and partly of yam plantations. Everything indicated fertility. The Negroes were very averse to work, and it would be impossible to relate the numerous palavers and negotiations which had to be gone through, and the exactions which were submitted to, before porters could be obtained. The explorers succeeded, in spite of these difficulties, in reaching Jenne, 60 miles from the coast. Here Clapperton tells us he saw several looms at work, as many as 8 or 9 in one house, a regular manufactory in fact. The people of Jenne also make earthenware, but they prefer that which they get from Europe, often putting the foreign produce to uses for which it was never intended. At Jenne the travellers were all attacked with fever, the result of the great heat and the unhealthiness of the climate. Pierce and Morrison both died on the 27th December, the former soon after he left Jenne with Clapperton, the latter at that town, to which he had returned to rest. At Asando, a town of no less than 10,000 inhabitants, Dafu, containing some 5,000, and other places visited by Clapperton on his way through the country, he found that an extraordinary rumour had preceded him, to the effect that he had come to restore peace to the districts distracted by war, and to do good to the lands he explored. At Tichau the caravan met a messenger with a numerous escort, sent by the king of Yariba to meet the explorers, and shortly afterwards Katanga was entered. This town is built round the base of a rugged granite mountain. It is about 3 miles in extent, and is both framed in and planted with bushy trees, presenting a most picturesque appearance. The caravan met a messenger. Clapperton remained at Katanga from the 24th January to the 7th March, 1826. He was entertained there with great hospitality by the Sultan, who, however, refused to give him permission to go to Hausa and Bornu by way of Nif or Tapa, urging as reasons that Nif was distracted by civil war, and one of the pretenders to the throne had called in the aid of the Felatas. It would be more prudent to go through Yayayuri. Whether these excuses were true or not, Clapperton had to submit. The explorer availed himself of his detention at Katanga to make several interesting observations. This town contains no less than 7 markets, in which are exposed for sale yams, cereals, bananas, figs, the seeds of gourds, hares, poultry, sheep, lambs, linen cloth, and various implements of husbandry. The houses of the king and those of his wives are situated in 2 large parks. The doors and the pillars of the verandas are adorned with fairly well-executed carvings, representing such scenes as a boa killing an antelope, or a pig, or a group of warriors and drummers. According to Clapperton, the people of Yariba have fewer of the characteristics of the Negro race than any natives of Africa with whom he was brought in contact. Their lips are not so thick, and their noses are of a more aquiline shape. The men are well made, and carry themselves with an ease which cannot fail to be remarked. The women are less refined-looking than the men, the result probably of exposure to the sun and the fatigue they endure, compelled as they are to do all the work of the fields. Soon after leaving Katanga, Clapperton crossed the Mausa, a tributary of the Kwara, and entered Kayama, one of the halting places of the caravans trading between Hausa and Borgu, and Ganja, on the frontiers of Ashanti. Kayama contains no less than 13,000 inhabitants, who are considered the greatest thieves in Africa. To say a man is from Borgu is to brand him as a blackguard at once. Outside Kayama the traveller met the Hausa caravan. Some thousands of men and women, oxen, asses and horses, marching in single file, formed an interminable line presenting a singular and grotesque appearance. A motley assemblage truly, naked girls alternating with men bending beneath their loads, or with Ganja merchants in the most outlandish and ridiculous costumes, mounted on bony steeds which stumbled at every step. Clapperton now made for Bausa on the Niger, where Mungo Park was drowned. Before reaching it he had to cross the Oli, a tributary of the Kwara, and to pass through Wau, a district of Borgu, the capital of which, also called Wau, contained some 18,000 inhabitants. It was one of the cleanest and best-built towns the traveller had entered since he left Badagry. The streets are wide and well kept, and the houses are round with conical thatched roofs. Drunkenness is a prevalent vice in Wau. Governor, priests, laymen, men and women, indulge to excess in palm wine, in rum brought from the coast, and in boozer. The latter beverage is a mixture made of dura, honey, cayenne pepper, and the root of a coarse grass eaten by cattle, with the addition of a certain quantity of water. Clapperton tells us that the people of Wow Wow are famous for their cleanliness. They are cheerful, benevolent, and hospitable. No other people whom he had met with had been so ready to give him information about their country, and, more extraordinary still, did not meet with a single beggar. The natives say they are not aborigines of Borgu, but that they are descendants of the natives of Hausa and Nif. They speak a Yoruba dialect, but the Wow Wow women are pretty, which those of Yoruba are not. The men are muscular and well-made, but have a dissipated look. Their religion is a lax kind of Mohammedanism tinctured with paganism. Since leaving the coast, Clapperton had met tribes of unconverted fellators speaking the same language, and resembling in feature and complexion others who had adopted Mohammedanism, a significant fact which points to their belonging to one race. Bausa, which the traveller reached at last, is not a regular town, but consists of groups of scattered houses on an island of the Quora, situated in lat. 10 degrees 14 N and long, 6 degrees 11, the province of which it is the capital is the most densely populated of Borgu. The inhabitants are all pagans, even the Sultan, although his name is Mahamd. They live upon monkeys, dogs, cats, rats, beef and mutton. Breakfast was served to the Sultan whilst he was giving audience to Clapperton, whom he invited to join him. The meal consisted of a large water rat grilled without skinning, a dish of fine boiled rice, some dried fish stewed in palm oil, fried alligator's eggs, washed down with fresh water from the Quora. Clapperton took some stewed fish and rice, but was much laughed at because he would eat neither the rat nor the alligator's eggs. The Sultan received him very courteously, and told him that the Sultan of Yayayuri had had boats ready to take him to that town for the last 7 days. Clapperton replied that as the war had prevented all exit from Bornu and Yayayuri, he should prefer going by way of Kalfo and Nif. "You are right," answered the Sultan. "You did well to come and see me, and you can take whichever route you prefer." At a later audience, Clapperton made inquiries about the Englishmen who had perished in the Quora 20 years before. This subject evidently made the Sultan feel very ill at ease, and he evaded the questions put to him by saying he was too young at the time to remember what happened. Clapperton explained that he only wanted to recover their books and papers and to visit the scene of their death, and the Sultan in reply denied having anything belonging to them, adding a warning against his guests going to the place where they died, for it was a very bad place. "But I understood," urged Clapperton, "that part of the boat they were in could still be seen." "No, it was a false report," replied the Sultan. "The boat had long since been carried down by the stream. It was somewhere amongst the rocks, he didn't know where." To a fresh demand for Park's papers and journals, the Sultan replied that he had none of them. They were in the hands of some learned men, but as Clapperton seemed to set such store by them, he would have them looked for. Thanking him for this promise, Clapperton begged permission to question the old men of the place, some of whom must have witnessed the catastrophe. No answer whatever was returned to this appeal, by which the Sultan was evidently much embarrassed. It was useless to press him further. This was a check to Clapperton's further inquiries. On every side he was met with embarrassed silence or such replies as, "The affair happened so long ago I can't remember it," or, "I was not witness to it." The place where the boat had been stopped and its crew drowned was pointed out to him, but even that was done cautiously. A few days later, Clapperton found out that the former Imam, who was a fellator, had had Mungo Park's books and papers in his possession. Unfortunately, however, this Imam had long since left Bausa. Finally, when at Kalfo, the explorer ascertained beyond a doubt that Mungo Park had been murdered. Before leaving Borgu, Clapperton recorded his conviction of the baselessness of the bad reputation of the inhabitants, who had been branded everywhere as thieves and robbers. He had completely explored their country, travelled and hunted amongst them alone, and never had the slightest reason to complain. The traveller now endeavoured to reach Kano by way of Zwari and Zegzeg, first crossing the Quora. He soon arrived at Fabra on the Maero, the residence of the Queen Mother of Nif, and then went to visit the king, in camp at a short distance from the town. This king, Clapperton tells us, was the most insolent rogue imaginable, asking for everything he saw and quite unabashed by any refusal. His ambition and his calling in of the fellators, who would throw him over as soon as he had answered their purpose, had been the ruin of his country. Thanks indeed to him, nearly the whole of the industrial population of Nif had been killed, sold into slavery, or had fled the country. Clapperton was detained by illness much longer than he had intended to remain at Kalfo, a commercial town on the northern banks of the Maero containing from 12 to 15,000 inhabitants. Exposed for the last 20 years to the raids of the fellators, Kalfo had been burnt twice in 6 years. Clapperton was witness when there of the Feast of the New Moon. On that festival every one exchanged visits. The women wear their woolly hair plaited and stained with indigo. Their eyebrows are dyed the same colour. Their eyelids are painted with kohl, their lips are stained yellow, their teeth red, and their hands and feet are coloured with henna. On the day of the Feast of the Moon they don their gayest garments, with their glass beads, bracelets, copper, silver, steel or brass. They also turn the occasion to account by drinking as much boozer as the men, joining in all their songs and dances. After passing through Katunga, Clapperton entered the province of Gwari, the people of which, though conquered with the rest of Hausa by the Fellaters, had rebelled against them on the death of Bello I, and since then maintained their independence in spite of all the efforts of their invaders. Gwari, capital of the province of the same name, is situated in lat. 10 degrees 54 N and long. 8 degrees 1 E. At Fatica Clapperton entered Zegzeg, subject to the Fellaters, after which he visited Zaria, a singular-looking town laid out with plantations of millet, woods of bushy trees, vegetable gardens and sea, alternating with marshes, lawns and houses. The population was very numerous, exceeding even that of Kano, being estimated indeed at some 40 or 50,000, nearly all Fellaters. On the 19th September, after a long and weary journey, Clapperton at last entered Kano. He at once discovered that he would have been more welcome if he had come from the east, for the war with Bornu had broken off all communication with Fezzan and Tripoli. Leaving his luggage under the care of his servant Lander, Clapperton almost immediately started in quest of Sultan Bello, who they said was near Sakatu. This was an extremely arduous journey, and on it Clapperton lost his camels and horses and was compelled to put up with a miserable ox, to carry part of his baggage, he and his servants dividing the rest amongst them. Bello received Clapperton kindly and sent him camels and provisions, but as he was then engaged in subjugating the rebellious province of Gauba, he could not at once give the explorer the personal audience so important to the many interests entrusted by the English government to Clapperton. Bello advanced to the attack of Kaunia, the capital of Gauba, at the head of an army of 60,000 soldiers, 9/10 of whom were on foot and wore padded armour. The struggle was contemptible in the extreme, and this abortive attempt closed the war. Clapperton, whose health was completely broken up, managed to make his way from Sakatu to Magaria, where he saw the Sultan. After he had received the presents brought for him, Bello became less friendly. He presently pretended to have received a letter from Sheikh el-Khanami warning him against the traveller, whom his correspondent characterized as a spy, and urging him to defy the English, who meant, after finding out all about the country, to settle in it, raise up sedition and profit by the disturbances they should create to take possession of Hausa, as they had done of India. The most patent of all the motives of Bello in creating difficulties for Clapperton was his wish to appropriate the presents intended for the Sultan of Bornu. A pretext being necessary, he spread a rumour that the traveller was taking cannons and ammunition to Kuka. It was out of all reason Bello should allow a stranger to cross his dominions with a view to enabling his implacable enemy to make war upon him. Finally, Bello made an effort to induce Clapperton to read to him the letter of Lord Bathurst to the Sultan of Bornu. Clapperton told him he could take it if he liked, but that he would not give it to him, adding that everything was of course possible to him, as he had force on his side, but that he would bring dishonour upon himself by using it. "To open the letter myself," said Clapperton, "is more than my head is worth." He had come, he urged, bringing Bello a letter and presents from the King of England, relying upon the confidence inspired by the Sultan's letter of the previous year, and he hoped his host would not forfeit that confidence by tampering with another person's letter. On this the Sultan made a gesture of dismissal, and Clapperton retired. This was not, however, the last attempt of a similar kind, and things grew much worse later. A few days afterwards another messenger was sent to demand the presents reserved for el-Khanami, and on Clapperton's refusing to give them up, they were taken from him. "I told the Gadado," says Clapperton, "that they were acting like robbers towards me, in defiance of all good faith, that no people in the world would act the same, and they had far better have cut my head off than done such an act. But I suppose they would do that also when they had taken everything from me." An attempt was now made to obtain his arms and ammunition, but this he resisted sturdily. His terrified servants ran away, but soon returned to share the dangers of their master, for whom they entertained the warmest affection. At this critical moment, the entries in Clapperton's journal ceased. He had now been 6 months in Sakatu, without being able to undertake any explorations, or to bring to a satisfactory conclusion the mission which had brought him from the coast. Sick at heart, weary and ill, he could take no rest, and his illness suddenly increased upon him to an alarming degree. His servant, Richard Lander, who had now joined him, tried in vain to be all things at once. On the 12th March 1827, Clapperton was seized with dysentery. Nothing could check the progress of the malady, and he sank rapidly. It being the time of the feast of the Ramadan, Lander could get no help, not even servants. Fever soon set in, and after 20 days of great suffering, Clapperton, feeling his end approaching, gave his last instructions to Lander, and died in that faithful servant's arms, on the 11th of April. "I put a large clean mat," says Lander, "over the hole and sent a messenger to Sultan Bello, to acquaint him with the mournful event, and ask his permission to bury the body after the manner of my own country, and also to know in what particular place his remains were to be interred. The messenger soon returned with the Sultan's consent to the former part of my request, and about 12 o'clock at noon of the same day, a person came into my hut, accompanied by 4 slaves, sent by Bello to dig the grave. I was desired to follow them with the corpse. Accordingly I saddled my camel, and putting the body on its back, and throwing a Union Jack over it, I bade them proceed. Travelling at a slow pace, we halted at Ljungby, a small village built on a rising ground, about 5 miles to the southeast of Sakatu. The body was then taken from the camel's back, and placed in a shed, whilst the slaves were digging the grave, which being quickly done, it was conveyed close to it. I then opened a prayer book, and, amid showers of tears, read the funeral service over the remains of my valued master. Not a single person listened to this peculiarly distressing ceremony, the slaves being at some distance, quarrelling and making a most indecent noise the whole time it lasted. This being done, the Union Jack was then taken off, and the body was slowly lowered into the earth, and I wept bitterly as I gazed for the last time upon all that remained of my generous and intrepid master. Travelling at a slow pace. Overcome by heat, fatigue, and grief, poor Lander himself now broke down, and for more than 10 days was unable to leave his hut. Bello sent several times to inquire after the unfortunate servant's health, but he was not deceived by these demonstrations of interest, for he knew they were only dictated by a wish to get possession of the traveller's baggage, which was supposed to be full of gold and silver. The Sultan's astonishment may therefore be imagined when it came out that Lander had not even money enough to defray the expenses of his journey to the coast. He never found out that the servant had taken the precaution of hiding his own gold watch, and those of Pierce and Clapperton about his person. Lander saw that he must at any cost get back to the coast as quickly as possible. By dint of the judicious distribution of a few presents, he won over some of the Sultan's advisers, who represented to their master that should Lander die he would be accused of having murdered him as well as Clapperton. Although Clapperton had advised Lander to join an Arab caravan for Fezzan, the latter, fearing that his papers and journals might be taken from him, resolved to go back to the coast. On the 3rd May Lander at last left Sakatu en route for Kano. During the first part of this journey he nearly died of thirst, but he suffered less in the second half, as the king of Jacoba who had joined him was very kind to him, and begged him to visit his country. This king told him that the Niams were his neighbours, that they had once joined him against the Sultan of Bornu, and that after the battle they had roasted and eaten the corpses of the slain. This, I believe, is the first mention, since the publication of Horniman's Travels, of this cannibal race, who were to become the subjects of so many absurd fables. Lander entered Kano on the 25th May, and after a short stay there started for Funda, on the Niger, whose course he proposed following to Benin. This route had much to recommend it, being not only safe but new, so that Lander was enabled to supplement the discoveries of his master. Kanfu, Carifo, Gauji and Gatas were visited in turns by Lander, who says that the people of these towns belong to the Hausa race, and pay tribute to the Felatas. He also saw Dami, Dramalik and Caudonia, passed a wide river flowing towards the Quora, and visited Kartop, a huge slave and cattle market, Kauji and Dunrora, with a long chain of lofty mountains running in an easterly direction beyond. At Dunrora, just as Lander was superintending the loading of his beasts of burden, 4 horsemen, their steeds covered with foam, dashed up to the chief, and with his aid forced Lander to retrace his steps to visit the king of Zegzeg, who they said was very anxious to see him. This was by no means agreeable to Lander, who wanted to get to the Niger, from which he was not very far distant, and down it to the sea. He was, however, obliged to yield to force. His guides did not follow exactly the same route as he had taken on his way to Dunrora, and thus he had an opportunity of seeing the village of Egibai, governed by one of the chief of the warriors of the sovereign of Zegzeg. He paid his respects as required, excusing the small value of the presents he had to give on the ground of his merchandise having been stolen, and soon obtained permission to leave the place. Yayayuri, Wamba, Kalfo, Bausa, and Wau were the halting places on Lander's return journey to Badagry, where he arrived on the 22nd November, 1827. 2 months later he embarked for England. Although the commercial project, which had been the chief aim of Clapperton's journey, had fallen through, owing to the jealousy of the Arabs, who opposed it in their fear that the opening of a new route might ruin their trade, a good deal of scientific information had rewarded the efforts of the English explorer. In his History of Maritime and Inland Discovery, Disborough Cooley thus sums up the results obtained by the travellers whose work we have just described. The additions to our geographical knowledge of the interior of Africa, which we owe to Captain Clapperton, far exceed in extent and importance those made by any preceding traveller. The limit of Captain Lyon's journey southward across the desert was in lat. 24 degrees, while Major Denham in his expedition to Mandara reached lat. 9 degrees 15, thus adding 143 degrees or 900 miles to the extent explored by Europeans. Horniman, it is true, had previously crossed the desert, and had proceeded as far southwards as Nif in lat. 10 degrees 30, but no account was ever received of his journey. Park in his first expedition reached Silla in long. 1 degrees 34 west, a distance of 1100 miles from the mouth of the Gambia. Denham and Clapperton, on the other hand, from the east side of Lake Tchad in long. 17 degrees to Sakatu in long. 5 degrees 30, explored a distance of 700 miles from east to west in the heart of Africa, a line of only 400 miles remaining unknown between Silla and Sakatu. The second journey of Captain Clapperton added tenfold value to these discoveries, for he had the good fortune to detect the shortest and most easy road to the populous countries of the interior, and he could boast of being the first who had completed an itinerary across the continent of Africa from Tripoli to Benin. We need add but little to so skillful and sensible a summary of the work done. The information given by Arab geographers, especially by Leo Africanus, had been verified, and much had been learnt about a large portion of the Soudan. Although the course of the Niger had not yet been actually traced, that was reserved for the expeditions of which we are now to write, it had been pretty fairly guessed at. It had been finally ascertained that the Kwara or Jaliba or Niger, or whatever else the great river of northwest Africa might be called, and the Nile were totally different rivers, with totally different sources. In a word, a great step had been gained. In 1816, it was still an open question whether the Congo was not identical with the Niger. To ascertain the truth on this point, an expedition was sent out under Captain Tuckey, an English naval officer who had given proof of intelligence and courage. James Kingston Tuckey was made prisoner in 1805, and was not exchanged when he heard that an expedition was to be organized for the exploration of the Zaire. He begged to be allowed to join it, and was appointed to the command. 2 able officers and some scientific men were associated with him. Tuckey left England on the 19th March, 1816, with 2 vessels, the Congo and the Dorothea, a transport vessel under his orders. On the 20th June he cast anchor off Malembe, on the shores of the Congo in lat. 4 degrees 39, the king of that country was much annoyed when he found that the English had not come to buy slaves, and spread all manner of injurious reports against the Europeans who had come to ruin his trade. On the 18th July, Tuckey entered the vast estuary formed by the mouths of the Zaire, on board the Congo, but when the height of the river banks rendered it impossible to sail farther, he embarked with some of his people in his boats. On the 10th August he decided, on account of the rapidity of the current and the huge rocks bordering the stream, to make his way partly by land and partly by water. 10 days later the boats were brought to a final stand by an impassable fall. The explorers therefore landed, and continued their journey on foot, but the difficulties increased every day, the Europeans falling ill and the Negroes refusing to carry the baggage. At last, when he was some 280 miles from the sea, Tuckey was compelled to retrace his steps. The rainy season had set in, the number of sick increased, and the commander, miserable at the lamentable result of the trip, himself succumbed to fever, and only got back to his vessel to die on the 4th October, 1816. View on the banks of the Congo. View on the banks of the Congo. Facsimile of early engraving. An exact survey of the mouth of the Congo, and the rectification of the coastline, in which there had previously been a considerable error, were the only results of this unlucky expedition. In 1807, not far from the scene of Clapperton's landing a few years later, a brave but fierce people appeared on the Gold Coast. The Ashantees, coming none knew exactly whence, flung themselves upon the Fantis, and after horrible massacres in 1811 established themselves in the whole of the country between the Kong Mountains and the sea. Ashanti warrior. Facsimile of early engraving. As a necessary result, this led to a disturbance in the relations between the Fantis and the English, who owned some factories and counting houses on the coast. In 1816, the Ashanti king ravaged the Fanti territories in which the English had settled, reducing the latter to famine. The governor of Cape Coast Castle therefore sent a petition home for aid against the fierce and savage conqueror. The bearer of the governor's dispatches was Thomas Edward Bowditch, a young man who, actuated by a passion for travelling, had left the parental roof, thrown up his business, and having married against the wishes of his family, had finally accepted a humble post at Cape Coast Castle, where his uncle was second in command. The English minister at once acceded to the governor's request, and sent Bowditch back in command of an expedition, but the authorities at Cape Coast considered him too young for the post, and superseded him by a man whose long experience and thorough knowledge of the country and its people seemed to fit him for the important task to be accomplished. The result showed that this was an error. Bowditch was attached to the mission as scientific observer, his chief duty being to take the latitude and longitude of the different places visited. Frederick James and Bowditch left the English settlement on the 22nd August, 1817, and arrived at Kumasi, the Ashanti capital, without meeting with any other obstacle than the insubordination of the bearers, the negotiations with a view to the conclusion of a treaty of commerce, and the opening of a road between Kumasi and the coast, were brought to something of a successful issue by Bowditch, but James proved himself altogether wanting in either the power of making or enforcing suggestions. The wisdom of Bowditch's conduct was fully recognized, and James was recalled. It would seem that geographical science had little to expect from a diplomatic mission to a country already visited by Bosman, Lawyer, Desmarchis, and many others, and on which Meredith and Doutsel had written. But Bowditch turned to account his stay of 5 months at Kumasi, which is but 10 days' march from the Atlantic, to study the country, manners, customs, and institutions of one of the most interesting races of Africa. We will now briefly describe the pompous entry of the English mission into Kumasi. The whole population turned out on the occasion, and all the troops, whose numbers Bowditch estimated at 30,000 at least, were under arms. Before they were admitted to the presence of the king, the English witnessed a scene well calculated to impress upon them the cruelty and barbarity of the Ashantees. A man with his hands tied behind him, his cheeks pierced with wire, one ear cut off, the other hanging by a bit of skin, his shoulders bleeding from cuts and slashes, and a knife run through the skin above each shoulder blade, was dragged, by a cord fastened to his nose, through the town to the music of bamboos. He was on his way to be sacrificed in honor of the white men. Our observations en passant, says Bowditch, had taught us to conceive a spectacle far exceeding our original expectations, but they had not prepared us for the extent and display of the scene which here burst upon us. An area of nearly a mile in circumference was crowded with magnificence and novelty. The king, his tributaries and captains were resplendent in the distance, surrounded by attendants of every description, fronted by a mass of warriors which seemed to make our approach impervious. The sun was reflected, with a glare scarcely more supportable than the heat, from the massive gold ornaments which glistened in every direction. More than 100 bands burst at once on our arrival, into the peculiar airs of their several chiefs. The horns flourished their defiances, with the beating of innumerable drums and metal instruments, and then yielded for a while to the soft, harmonious breathings of their long flutes, with which a pleasing instrument, like a bagpipe without the drone, was happily blended. At least 100 large umbrellas or canopies, which could shelter 30 persons, were sprung up and down by the bearers with brilliant effect, being made of scarlet, yellow, and the most showy cloths and silks, and crowned on the top with crescents, pelicans, elephants, beryls, and arms, and swords of gold. The king's messengers with gold breastplates made way for us, and we commenced our round, preceded by the canes and the English flag. We stopped to take the hand of every cabossier, which, as their household suites occupied several spaces in advance, delayed us long enough to distinguish some of the ornaments in the general blaze of splendor and ostentation. The cabossiers, as did their superior captains and attendants, wore Ashanti cloths of extravagant price, from the costly foreign silks which had been unravelled to weave them, in all the varieties of colour as well as pattern. They were of an incredible size and weight and thrown over the shoulder exactly like the Roman toga. A small silk fillet generally encircled their temples, and massy gold necklaces, intricately wrought, suspended Moorish charms, enclosed in small square cases of gold, silver, and curious embroidery. Some wore necklaces reaching to the navel, entirely of agri beads. A band of gold and beads encircled the knee, from which several strings of the same depended. Small circles of gold, like guineas, rings, and casts of animals, were strung round their ankles. Their sandals were of green, red, and delicate white leather. Manillas and rude lumps of rock gold hung from their left wrists, which were so heavily laden as to be supported on the head of one of their handsomest boys. Gold and silver pipes and canes dazzled the eye in every direction. Wolves' and rams' heads, as large as life, cast in gold, were suspended from their gold-handled swords, which were held around them in great numbers. The blades were shaped like round bills and rusted in blood. The sheaths were of leopard skin or the shell of a fish like shagreen. The large drums, supported on the head of one man and beaten by two others, were braced around with the thigh bones of their enemies and ornamented with their skulls. The kettle drums, resting on the ground, were scraped with wet fingers and covered with leopard skin. The wrists of the drummers were hung with bells and curiously shaped pieces of iron, which jingled loudly as they were beating. The smaller drums were suspended from the neck by scarves of red cloth. The horns, the teeth of young elephants, were ornamented at the mouthpiece with gold, and the jawbones of human victims. The war caps of eagles' feathers nodded in the rear, and large fans of the wing feathers of the ostrich played around the dignitaries. Immediately behind their chairs, which were of a black wood, almost covered by inlays of ivory and gold embossment, stood their handsomest youths, with corselets of leopard's skin, covered with gold cockle shells and stuck full of small knives, sheathed, gold and silver, and the handles of blue agate. Cartouch boxes of elephant's hide hung below, ornamented in the same manner. A large gold-handled sword was fixed behind the left shoulder, and silk scarves and horses' tails, generally white, streamed from the arms and waist cloth. Their long Danish muskets had broad rims of gold at small distances, and the stocks were ornamented with shells. Finely grown girls stood behind the chairs of some, with silver basins. Their stools, of the most laborious carved work, and generally with two large bells attached to them, were conspicuously placed on the heads of favourites, and crowds of small boys were seated around, flourishing elephants' tails curiously mounted. The warriors sat on the ground close to these, and so thickly as not to admit of our passing without treading on their feet, to which they were perfectly indifferent. Their caps were of the skin of the pangolin and leopard, the tails hanging down behind, their cartouch belts, composed of small gourds which hold the charges, and covered with leopard's or pig's skin, were embossed with red shells, and small brass bells thickly hung to them. On their hips and shoulders was a cluster of knives. Iron chains and collars dignified the most daring, who were prouder of them than of gold. Their muskets had rests affixed of leopard's skin, and the locks a covering of the same. The sides of their faces were curiously painted in long white streaks, and their arms also striped, having the appearance of armour. We were suddenly surprised by the sight of Moors, who afforded the first general diversity of dress. There were 17 superiors, arrayed in large cloaks of white satin, richly trimmed with spangled embroidery. Their shirts and trousers were of silk, and a very large turban of white muslin was studded with a border of different coloured stones. Their attendants wore red caps and turbans, and long white shirts which hung over their trousers. Those of the inferiors were of dark blue cloth. They slowly raised their eyes from the ground as we passed, and with a most malignant scowl. The prolonged flourishes of the horns, a deafening tumult of drums, and the fuller concert at the intervals, announced that we were approaching the king. We were already passing the principal officers of his household: the chamberlain, the gold horn blower, the captain of the messengers, the captain for royal executions, the captain of the market, the keeper of the royal burying ground, and the master of the bands, sat surrounded by a retinue and splendour which bespoke the dignity and importance of their offices. The cook had a number of small services, covered with leopard skin, held behind him, and a large quantity of massy silver plate was displayed before him: punch bowls, waiters, coffee pots, tankards, and a very large vessel with heavy handles and clawed feet, which seemed to have been made to hold incense. I observed a Portuguese inscription on one piece, and they seemed generally of that manufacture. The executioner, a man of immense size, wore a massy gold hatchet on his breast, and the execution stool was held before him, clotted in blood and partly covered with a caul of fat. The king's 4 linguists were encircled by a splendor inferior to none, and their peculiar insignia, gold canes, were elevated in all directions, tied in bundles like fasces. The keeper of the treasury added to his own magnificence by the ostentatious display of his service. The blow pan, boxes, scales and weights were of solid gold. A delay of some minutes whilst we severally approached to receive the king's hand afforded us a thorough view of him. His deportment first excited my attention. Native dignity in princes we are pleased to call barbarous was a curious spectacle. His manners were majestic, yet courteous, and he did not allow his surprise to beguile him for a moment of the composure of the monarch. He appeared to be about 38 years of age, inclined to corpulence, and of a benevolent countenance. This account is followed by a description, extending over several pages, of the costume of the king, the filing past of the chiefs and troops, the dispersing of the crowd, and the ceremonies of reception, which lasted far on into the night. Reading Bowditch's extraordinary narrative, we are tempted to ask if it be not the outcome of the traveller's imagination, for we can scarcely credit what he says of the wonderful luxury of this barbarous court, the sacrifice of thousands of persons at certain seasons of the year, the curious customs of this warlike and cruel people, this mixture of barbarism and civilization hitherto unknown in Africa. We could not acquit Bowditch of great exaggeration, had not later travellers as well as contemporary explorers confirmed his statements. We can therefore only express our astonishment that such a government, founded on terror alone, could have endured so long. It is a pleasure to us Frenchmen when we can quote the name of a fellow countryman amongst the many travellers who have risked their lives in the cause of geographical science. Without abating our critical acumen, we feel our pulse quicken when we read of the dangers and struggles of such travellers as Malien, Cayley, de Cayleyod, and Letorzec. Gaspard Malien was nephew to Napoleon's Minister of the Treasury. He was on board the Medusa, but was fortunate enough to escape when that vessel was shipwrecked, and to reach the coast of the Sahara in a boat, whence he made his way to Senegal. The dangers from which Malien had just escaped would have destroyed the love of adventure and exploration in a less ardent spirit. They had no such effect upon him. He left St. Louis as soon as ever he obtained the assent of the governor, Fleuriau, to his proposal to explore the sources of the great rivers of Senegambia, and especially those of the Djeliba. Malien started from Jeddah on the 29th January, 1818, and taking an easterly course between the 15th and nth parallels of north latitude, crossed the kingdom of Domel, and entered the districts peopled by the Yaloufs. Unable to go by way of Woolly, he decided in favour of the Fouta Toro route, and in spite of the jealousy of the natives and their love of pillage, he reached Bandu without accident. It took him 3 days to traverse the desert between Bandu and the districts beyond the Gambia, after which he penetrated into Niokolo, a mountainous country, inhabited by the all but wild Pules and Jalans. Leaving Bandea, Malien entered Fouta Jalan and reached the sources of the Gambia and the Rio Grande, which are in close proximity. A few days later he came to those of the Falim, and in spite of the repugnance and fear of his guide, he made his way into Timbo, the capital of Fouta. The absence of the king and most of the inhabitants probably spared him from a long captivity abbreviated only by torture. Fouta is a fortified town. The king owns houses, with mud walls between 3 and 4 feet thick and 15 high. At a short distance from Timbo, Malien discovered the sources of the Senegal, at least what were pointed out to him as such by the blacks, but it was impossible for him to take astronomical observations. The explorer did not, however, look upon his work as done. He had ever before him the still more important discovery of the sources of the Niger. But the feeble state of his health, the setting in of the rainy season, the swelling of the rivers, the fears of his guides, who refused to accompany him into Coranco and Sulimano, though he offered them guns, amber beads, and even his horse, compelled him to give up the idea of crossing the Kong Mountains, and to return to St. Louis. Malien had, however, opened several new lines in a part of Senegambia, not before visited by any European. It is to be regretted, says M. de la Renaudière, that worn out with fatigue, scarcely able to drag himself along, in a state of positive destitution, Malien was unable to cross the lofty mountains separating the basin of the Senegal from that of the Djeliba, and that he was compelled to rely upon native information respecting the most important objects of his expedition. It is on the faith of the assertions of the natives that he claims to have visited the sources of the Rio Grande, Falim, Gambia, and Senegal. If he had been able to follow the course of those rivers to their fountainhead, his discoveries would have acquired certainty, which is, unfortunately, now wanting to them. However, when we compare the accounts of other travelers with what he says of the position of the source of the Bafing, or Senegal, which cannot be that of any other great stream, we are convinced of the reality of this discovery at least. It also seems certain that the two last springs are higher up than was supposed, and that the Jaliba rises in a yet loftier locality. The country rises gradually to the south and southeast in parallel terraces. These mountain chains increase in height towards the east, attaining their greatest elevation between lat. 8 degrees and degrees N. Such were the results of Malian's interesting journey in the French colony of Senegal. The same country was the starting point of another explorer, René Cayley. Cayley, who was born in 1800 in the department of the Seine-et-Oise, had only an elementary education, but reading Robinson Crusoe had fired his youthful imagination with a zeal for adventure, and he never rested until, in spite of his scanty resources, he had obtained maps and books of travel. In 1816, when only 16 years old, he embarked for Senegal in the transport ship La Loire. At this time, the English government was organizing an inland exploring expedition under the command of Major Grey. To avoid the terrible Olmami of Timbo, who had been so fatal to Peddy, the English made for the mouth of the Gambia by sea. Woolly and the Gaboon were crossed, and the explorers penetrated into Bandu, which Malian was to visit a few years later, a district inhabited by a people as fanatic and fierce as those of Fouta Djallon. The extortions of the Olmami were such that, under pretext of there being an old debt left unpaid by the English government, Major Grey was mulcted of nearly all his baggage and had to send an officer to the Senegal for a fresh supply. Cayley, knowing nothing of this disastrous beginning and aware that Grey was glad to receive new recruits, left St. Louis with 2 Negroes and reached Gorée. But there some people who took an interest in him persuaded him not to take service with Grey and got him an appointment at Guadeloupe. He remained, however, but 6 months in that island, and then returned to Bordeaux, whence he started for the Senegal once more. Partariu, one of Grey's officers, was just going back to his chief with the merchandise he had procured, and Cayley asked and obtained leave to accompany him, without either pay or a fixed engagement. René Cayley. René Cayley. Facsimile of early engraving. The caravan consisted of 70 persons, black and white, and 32 richly laden camels. It left Gandiol in Caire on the 5th February 1819, and before entering Jalouf a desert was crossed, where great suffering was endured from thirst. The leader, in order to carry more merchandise, had neglected to take a sufficient supply of water. At Boulaibaba, a village inhabited by Fula shepherds, the travellers were enabled to recruit and to fill their leathern bottles for a journey across a second desert. Avoiding Fouta Toro, whose inhabitants are fanatics and thieves, Partariu entered Bandu. He would gladly have evaded visiting Boulibane, the capital and residence of the Olmami, but was compelled to do so, owing to the refusal of the people to supply grain or water to the caravan, and also in obedience to the strict orders of Major Grey, who thought the Olmami would let the travellers pass after paying tribute. The terrible Olmami began by extorting a great number of presents, and then refused to allow the English to visit Bakel on the Senegal. They might, he said, go through his states, those of Carta to Cligo, or they might take the Fouta Toro route. Both these alternatives were equally impossible, as in either case the caravan would have to travel among fanatic tribes. The explorers believed the Olmami's object was to have them robbed and murdered without incurring the personal responsibility. They resolved to force their way. Preparations were scarcely begun for a start, when the caravan was surrounded by a multitude of soldiers, who, taking possession of the wells, rendered it impossible for the travellers to carry out their intentions. At the same time, the war drum was beaten on every side. To fight was impossible, a palaver had to be held. In a word, the English had to own their powerlessness. The Olmami dictated the conditions of peace, mulcted the whites of a few more presents, and ordered them to withdraw by way of Fouta Toro. Yet more, and this was a flagrant insult to British pride, the English found themselves escorted by a guard, which prevented their taking any other route. When night fell, they revenged themselves by setting fire to all their merchandise in the very sight of the Fulas, who had intended to get possession of them. The crossing of Fouta Toro among hostile natives was terribly arduous. The slightest pretext was seized for a dispute, and again violence seemed inevitable. Food and water were only to be obtained at exorbitant prices. At last one night Partariu, to disarm the suspicion of the natives, gave out that he could not carry all his baggage at once, and having first filled his coffers and bags with stones, he decamped with all his followers for the Senegal, leaving his tents pitched and his fires alight. His path was strewn with bales, arms, and animals. Thanks to this subterfuge and the rapidity of their march, the English reached Bakel in safety, where the French welcomed the remnant of the expedition with enthusiasm. He decamped with all his followers. Cayley, attacked by a fever which nearly proved fatal, returned to St. Louis, but not recovering his health there, he was obliged to go back to France. Not until was he able to return to Senegal, which was then governed by Baron Roger, a friend to progress who was anxious pari passu to extend our geographical knowledge with our commercial relations. Roger supplied Cayley with means to go and live amongst the Brackners, there to study Arabic and the Mussulman religion. Life amongst the suspicious and fanatic Moorish shepherds was by no means easy. The traveller, who had great difficulty in keeping his daily journal, was obliged to resort to all manner of subterfuges to obtain permission to explore the neighbourhood of his house. He gives us some curious details of the life of the Brackners, of their diet, which consists almost entirely of milk, of their habitations, which are nothing more than tents unfitted for the vicissitudes of the climate, of their gehus or itinerant minstrels, their mode of producing the excessive embonpoint which they consider the height of female beauty, the aspect of the country, the fertility and productions of the soil and sea. The most remarkable of all the facts collected by Cayley are those relating to the 5 distinct classes into which the Moorish Brackners are divided. These are the Hassins or warriors whose idleness, slovenliness and pride exceed belief, the marabouts or priests, the Zenegs tributary to the Hassins, the Laratines, and the slaves. The Zenegs are a miserable class, despised by all the others but especially by the Hassins, to whom they pay a tribute which is of variable amount and is never considered enough. They do all the work, both industrial and agricultural, and rear all the cattle. In spite of my efforts, says Cayley, I could find out nothing about the origin of this people or ascertain how they came to be reduced to pay tribute to other Moors. When I asked them any questions about this, they said it was God's will. Can they be a remnant of a conquered tribe? And if so, how is it that no tradition on the subject is retained amongst them? I do not think they can be, for the Moors, proud as they are of their origin, never forget the names of those who have brought credit to their families, and were such the case, the Zenegs, who form the majority of the population and are skillful warriors, would rise under the leadership of one of their chiefs and fling off the yoke of servitude. Laratine is the name given to the offspring of a Moor and a Negro slave. Although they are slaves, the Laratines are never sold, but while living in separate camps, are treated very much like the Zenegs. Those who are the sons of Hassins are warriors, whilst the children of marabouts are brought up to the profession of their father. The actual slaves are all Negroes. Ill-treated, badly fed, and flogged on the slightest pretext, there is no suffering which they are not called upon to endure. In May 1825, Cayley returned to St. Louis. Baron Roger was absent, and his representative was by no means friendly. The explorer had to content himself with the pay of a common soldier until the return of his protector, to whom he sent the notes he had made when amongst the Brackners, but all his offers of service were rejected. He was promised a certain sum on his return from Timbuktu, but how was he even to start without private resources? The intrepid Cayley was not, however, to be discouraged. As he obtained neither encouragement nor help from the colonial government, he went to Sierra Leone, where the governor, who did not wish to deprive Major Laing of the credit of being the first to arrive at Timbuktu, rejected his proposals. In the management of an indigo factory, Cayley soon saved money to the extent of 2,000 francs, a sum which appeared to him sufficient to carry him to the end of the world. He lost no time in purchasing the necessary merchandise, and joined some Mandingos and Saracolits, or wandering African merchants. He told them, under the seal of secrecy, that he had been born in Egypt of Arab parents, taken to France at an early age, and sent to Senegal to look after the business of his master, who, satisfied with his services, had given him his freedom. He added that his chief desire was to get back to Egypt and resume the Mohammedan religion. On the 22nd March 1827, Cayley left Freetown for Kakandi, a village on the Rio Nunes, where he employed his leisure in collecting information respecting the Landamas and the Nalas, both subject to the Fulas of Fouta Jalan, but not Mohammedans, and as a necessary result, both much given to spirituous liquors. They dwell in the districts watered by the Rio Nunes, side by side with the Bagos, an idolatrous race who dwell at its mouth. The Bagos are light-hearted, industrious and skillful tillers of the soil. They make large profits out of the sale of their rice and salt. They have no king, no religion but a barbarous idolatry, and are governed by the oldest man in their village, an arrangement which answers very well. On the 19th April 1827, Cayley, with but one bearer and a guide, at last started for Timbuktu. He speaks favourably of the Fulas and the people of Fouta Djallon, whose rich and fertile country he crossed. The Bafing, the chief affluent of the Senegal, was not more than 100 paces across, and 1.5 feet deep where he passed it. But the force of the current, and the huge granite rocks encumbering its bed, render it very difficult and dangerous to cross the river. After a halt of 19 days in the village of Cambia, the home of the guide who had accompanied him thus far, Cayley entered Kankan, crossing a district intersected by rivers and large streams, which were then beginning to inundate the whole land. On the 30th May the explorer crossed the Tankiso, a large river with a rocky bed belonging to the system of the Niger, and reached the latter on the 11th June at Kuranassa. Cayley crossing the Tankiso. Even here, says Cayley, so near to its source, the Niger is 900 feet wide, with a current of 2.5 miles. Before we enter Kankan with the French explorer, it will be well to sum up what he says of the Fulas of Fouta. They are mostly tall, well-made men, with chestnut-brown complexions, curly hair, lofty foreheads, aquiline noses, features in fact very like those of Europeans. They are bigoted Mohammedans and hate Christians. Unlike the Mandingos, they do not travel but love their home. They are good agriculturists and clever traders, warlike and patriotic, and they leave none but their old men and women in their villages when they go to war. The town of Kankan stands in a plain surrounded by lofty mountains. The bambax, baobab and buttertree, also called the she of Mungo Park, are plentiful. Cayley was delayed in Kankan for 28 days before he could get on to Sambatikala, and during that time he was shamefully robbed by his host, and could not obtain from the chief of the village restitution of the goods which had been stolen. Kankan, says the traveller, is a small town near the left bank of the Milo, a pretty river which comes from the south, and waters the Kissi district where it takes its rise, flowing thence in a northwesterly direction to empty itself into the Niger, 2 or 3 days' journey from Kankan, surrounded by a thick quickset hedge. This town, which does not contain more than 6,000 inhabitants, is situated in an extensive and very fertile plain of grey sand. On every side are pretty little villages, called warons, where the slaves live. These habitations give interest to the scene, and are surrounded by very fine plantations. Yams, rice, onions, pistachio nuts and are exported in large quantities. Between Kankan and Wasalo the road led through well-cultivated, and at this time of year nearly submerged districts. The inhabitants struck Cayley as being of a mild, cheerful and inquiring disposition. They gave him a cordial welcome. Several tributaries of the Niger, including the Sarano, were passed before a halt was made at Sigala, the residence of Baranusa, the chief of Wasalo. He was of slovenly habits like his subjects, and used tobacco both as snuff and for smoking. He was said to be very rich in gold and slaves. His subjects paid him a tribute in cattle. He had a great many wives, each of whom owned a hut of her own, their houses forming a little village, with well-cultivated environs. Here Cayley for the first time saw the Ramnus lotus mentioned by Park. On leaving Wasalo, Cayley entered Fulu, whose inhabitants, like those of the former district, are idolaters of slovenly habits. They speak the Mandingo tongue. At Sambatikala the traveller paid a visit to the Olmami. We entered, he says, a place which served him as a bedroom for himself and a stable for his horse. The prince's bed was at the further end. It consisted of a little platform raised 6 inches from the ground, on which was stretched an ox hide with a dirty mosquito curtain to keep off the insects. There was no other furniture in this royal abode. 2 saddles hung from stakes driven into the wall. A large straw hat, a drum only used in wartime, a few lances, a bow, a quiver and some arrows were the only ornaments. A lamp made of a piece of flat iron set on a stand of the same metal stood on the ground. This lamp was fed by a kind of vegetable matter, not thick enough to be made into candles. The Olmami soon informed Cayley of an opportunity for him to go to Taime, whence a caravan was about to start for Jenne. The traveller then entered the province of Bambara, and quickly arrived at the pretty little village of Taime. inhabited by Mohammedan Mandingos, and bounded on the east by a chain of mountains about 350 fathoms high. When he entered this village at the end of July, Cayley little dreamt of the long stay he would be compelled to make in it. He had hurt his foot, and the wound became very much inflamed by walking in wet grass. He therefore decided to let the caravan for Jenne go on without him, and remain at Taime until his foot should be completely healed. It would have been too great a risk for him in his state to travel through Bambara, where the idolatrous inhabitants of the country would be pretty sure to rob him. The Bambaras, he says, have few slaves, go almost naked, and are always armed with bows and arrows. They are governed by a number of petty independent chiefs, who are often at war with one another. They are in fact rude and wild creatures as compared with the tribes who have embraced Mohammedanism. Cayley was detained at Taime by the still unhealed wound in his foot, until the 10th November. At that date he proposed starting for Jenne, but to quote his own words, "I was now seized with violent pains in the jaws, warning me that I was attacked with scurvy, a terrible malady, all the horrors of which I was to realize. My palate was completely skinned, part of the bone came away, my teeth seemed ready to fall out of the gums, my sufferings were terrible. I feared that my brain might be affected by the agony of pain in my head. I was more than a fortnight without an instant's sleep." To make matters worse, the wound broke out afresh, and he would have been cured neither of it nor of the scurvy had it not been for the energetic treatment of an old negress, who was accustomed to doctor the scorbutic affections, so common in that country. On the 9th January, 1828, Cayley left Taime and reached Kimba, a little village where the caravan for Jenne was assembled. Near to this village rises the chain erroneously called Kong, which is the general name for mountain amongst the Mandingos. The names of the villages entered by the travellers and the incidents of the journey through Bambara are of no special interest. The inhabitants are accounted great thieves by the Mandingos, but are probably not more dishonest than their critics. The Bambara women all wear a thin slip of wood embedded in the lower lip, a strange fashion exactly similar to that noticed by Cook amongst the natives of the northwestern coast of America. The Bambaras speak Mandingo, though they have a dialect of their own called Kisser, about which the traveller could obtain no trustworthy written information. Jenne was formerly called the Golden Land. The precious metal is not, however, found there, but a good deal is imported by the Bure merchants and the Mandingos of Kong. Jenne, 2.5 miles in circumference, is surrounded by a mud wall 10 feet high. The houses, built of bricks baked in the sun, are as large as those of European peasants. They have all terraces but no outer windows. Numbers of foreigners frequent Jenne. The inhabitants, as many as 8,000 or 10,000, are very industrious and intelligent. They hire out their slaves and also employ them in various handicrafts. The Moors, however, monopolize the more important commerce. Not a day passes that they do not dispatch huge boats laden with rice, millet, cotton, honey, vegetable butter, and other native products. In spite of this great commercial movement, the prosperity of Jenne was threatened. Sego Amadou, chief of the country, impelled by bigoted zeal, made fierce war upon the Bambaras of Sego, whom he wished to rally round the standard of the Prophet. This struggle did a great deal of harm to the trade of Jenne, for it interrupted intercourse with Yamana, Sansanding, Bamako and Bure, which were the chief marts for its produce. The women of Jenne would not be true to their sex if they did not show some marks of coquetry. Those who aim at fashion pass a ring or a glass ornament through the nostrils, whilst their poorer sisters content themselves with a bit of pink silk. During Cayley's long stay at Jenne, he was loaded with kindness and attentions by the Moors, to whom he had told the fabulous tale about his birth in Egypt, and abduction by the army of occupation. On the 23rd March, the traveller embarked on the Niger for Timbuktu, on which the sheriff, won over by the gift of an umbrella, had obtained a passage for him. He carried with him letters of introduction to the chief persons in Timbuktu. Cayley now passed in succession the pretty villages of Kira, Taigsha, Sankigabila, Dibe and Isaka, near to which the river is joined by an important branch, which makes a great bend beyond Sego, catching sight also of Wandakora, Wanga, Korakoila and Kana, finally reaching on the 2nd of April the mouth of the important Lake Debo. Land, says Cayley, is visible on every side of this lake except on the west, where it widens out like a vast inland sea. Following its northern coast in a west-northwest direction for a distance of 15 miles, you leave on the left a tongue of level ground, which runs several miles to the south, seeming to bar the passage of the lake, and form a kind of strait. Beyond this barrier, the lake stretches away out of sight in the west. The barrier I have just described cuts Lake Debo into two parts, the upper and lower. That navigable to boats contains 3 islands and is very wide. It stretches away a short distance on the east, and is supplemented by an immense number of huge marshes. One after the other, Cayley now passed the fishing village of Gababai, Tungoon in the Diriman country, a district stretching far away on the east, Kodosa, an important commercial town, Barkanga, Leleb, Garfalo, Barakandi, Tursi, Talbacoila, Salacoila, Kora, Koratu, where the tourists exact a toll from passing boats, and finally reached Cabra, built on a height out of reach of the overflowing of the Niger, and serving as the port of Timbuktu. On the 20th, Cayley disembarked, and started for that city, which he entered at sundown. I at last, cries our hero, saw the capital of the Soudan, which had so long been the goal of my desires. As I entered that mysterious town, an object of curiosity to the civilized nations of Europe, I was filled with indescribable exultation. I never experienced anything like it, and my delight knew no bounds, but I had to moderate my transports, and it was to God alone I confided them. With what earnestness I thanked him for the success which had crowned my enterprise, and the signal protection he had accorded me in so many apparently insurmountable difficulties and perils. My first emotions having subsided, I found that the scene before me by no means came up to my expectations. I had conceived a very different idea of the grandeur and wealth of this town. At first sight it appeared nothing more than a mass of badly built houses, whilst on every side stretched vast plains of arid, yellowish, shifting sands. The sky was of a dull red colour on the horizon. All nature seemed melancholy. Profound silence prevailed, not so much as the song of a bird was heard. And yet there was something indescribably imposing in the sight of a large town rising up in the midst of the sandy desert, and the beholder cannot but admire the indomitable energy of its founders. I fancy the river formerly passed nearer the town of Timbuktu. It is now 8 miles north of it and 5 of Cabra. View of part of Timbuktu. View of part of Timbuktu. Facsimile of early engraving. Timbuktu, which is neither so large nor so well populated as Cayley expected, is altogether wanting in animation. There are no large caravans constantly arriving in it, as at Jenne, nor are there so many strangers there as in the latter town, whilst the market, held at 3 o'clock in the morning on account of the heat, appears deserted. Timbuktu is inhabited by Kisser Negroes, who seem of mild dispositions and are employed in trade. There is no government and, strictly speaking, no central authority. Each town and village has its own chief. The mode of life is patriarchal. A great many Moorish merchants are settled in the town, and rapidly make fortunes there. They receive consignments of merchandise from Adrar, Tafilit, Got, Gadames, Algiers, Tunis and Tripoli. To Timbuktu is brought all the salt of the mines of Toudani, packed on camels. It is imported in slabs, bound together by ropes, made from grass in the neighbourhood of Tandier. Timbuktu is built in the form of a triangle, and measures about 3 miles in circumference. The houses are large but not lofty, and are built of round bricks. The streets are wide and clean. There are 7 mosques, each surmounted by a square tower, from which the muezzin calls the faithful to prayer. Counting the floating population, the capital of the Soudan does not contain more than from 10 to 12,000 inhabitants. Timbuktu, situated in the midst of a vast plain of shifting white sand, trades in salt only, the soil being quite unsuitable to any sort of cultivation. The town is always full of people, who come to exact what they call presents, but what might with more justice be styled forced contributions. It is a public calamity when a Tuareg chief arrives. He remains in the town a couple of months, living with his numerous followers at the expense of the inhabitants, until he has wrung costly presents from them. Terror has extended the domination of these wandering tribes over all the neighbouring peoples, whom they rob and pillage without mercy. The Tuareg costume is the same as that of the Arabs, with the exception of the headdress. Day and night they wear a cotton band which covers the eyes and comes down over the nose, so that they are obliged to raise the head in order to see. The same band goes once or twice round the head and hides the mouth, coming down below the chin, so that the tip of the nose is all that is visible. The Tuaregs are perfect riders, and mounted on first-rate horses or on fleet camels. Each man is armed with a spear, a shield and a dagger. They are the pirates of the desert, and innumerable are the caravans they have robbed or blackmailed. Map of René Cayley's journey. 4 days after Cayley's arrival at Timbuktu, he heard that a caravan was about to start for Talifit. and as he knew that another would not go for 3 months, fearing detection, he resolved to join this one. It consisted of a large number of merchants and camels. Starting on the 4th of May, 1828, he arrived after terrible sufferings from the heat and a sandstorm in which he was caught at El Arawan, a town of no private resources but important as the emporium for the Toudani salt, exported at Sandsanding on the banks of the Niger, and also as the halting place of caravans from Tafilit, Mogador, Got, Drat and Tripoli, the merchants here exchanging European wares for ivory, gold, slaves, wax, honey and Soudan stuffs. On the 19th May the caravan left El Arawan for Morocco by way of the Sahara. To the traveller's usual sufferings from heat, thirst and privations of all kinds, was now added the pain of a wound incurred in a fall from his camel. He was also taunted by the Moors, and even by their slaves, who ridiculed his habits and his awkwardness, and even sometimes threw stones at him when his back was turned towards them. Often, says Cayley, one of the Moors would say to me in a contemptuous tone, "You see that slave? Well, I prefer him to you, so you may guess in what esteem I hold you." This insult would be accompanied with roars of laughter. Under these miserable circumstances Cayley passed the wells of Trarses, in whose vicinity salt is found, also those of Amal Gamil, Amal Taf el Ekraf, surrounded by date trees, wood, willows and rushes, and reached Marabouti and El Harib, districts whose inhabitants are disgustingly dirty in their habits. El Harib lies between 2 chains of low hills, dividing it from Morocco, to which it is tributary. Its inhabitants, divided into several nomad tribes, employ themselves chiefly in the breeding of camels. They would be rich and contented, but for the ceaseless exactions of the Berber Arabs. On the 12th July the caravan left El Harib, and 11 days later entered the province of Talafit, famous for its majestic date trees. At Gourland, Cayley was welcomed with some kindness by the Moors, though he was not admitted to their houses, lest the women, who are visible only to the men of their own families, should be seen by the irreverent eyes of a stranger. Cayley visited the market, which is held 3 times a week near a little village called Boheim, 3 miles from Gourland, and was surprised at the variety of articles exposed for sale in it. Vegetables, native fruits, fodder for cattle, poultry, sheep and C&C, all in large quantities. Water in leather bottles was carried about for sale to all who cared to drink in the exhausting heat, by men who announced their approach by ringing a small handbell. Moorish and Spanish coins alone passed current. The province of Tafilit contains several large villages and small towns. Gourland, El Ikseba, Sarso, Boheim and Resent, which our traveller visited, contain some 1,200 inhabitants each, all merchants and owners of property. The soil is very productive. Corn, vegetables, dates, European fruits and tobacco are cultivated in large quantities. Among the sources of wealth in Tafilit we may name very fine sheep, whose beautifully white wool makes very pretty coverlets, oxen, first-rate horses, donkeys and mules. As at El Dra, a good many Jews live in the villages together with Mohammedans. They lead a miserable life, go about half naked, and are constantly struck and insulted. Whether brokers, shoemakers, blacksmiths, porters, or whatever their ostensible occupation, they all lend money to the Moors. On the 2nd August the caravan resumed its march, and after passing File, Taniara, Marka, Dayara, Rahaba, El Irak, Tamarok, Ain Zeland, El Gim, Gigo and Sapporo, Cayley arrived at Fez where he made a short stay, and then pressed on to Rabat, the ancient sail, exhausted by his long march with nothing to eat but a few dates, obliged to depend on the charity of the Mussulmans, who as often as not declined to give him anything, and finding at Fez no representative of France but an old Jew named Ismail, who acted as consular agent, and who, being afraid of compromising himself, would not let Cayley embark on a Portuguese brig bound for Gibraltar, the traveller eagerly availed himself of a fortunate chance for going to Tangiers. There he was kindly received by the vice-consul, M. de Laporte, who wrote at once to the commandant of the French station at Cadiz, and sent him off bound for that port, disguised as a sailor, in a corvette. The landing at Toulon of the young Frenchman fresh from Timbuktu was a very unexpected event in the scientific world. With nothing to aid him but his own invincible courage and patience, he had brought to a satisfactory conclusion an exploit for which the French and English geographical societies had offered large rewards. Alone, without any resources to speak of, without the aid of government or of any scientific society, by sheer force of will, he had succeeded in throwing a flood of new light on an immense tract of Africa. Cayley was not indeed the first European who had visited Timbuktu. In the preceding year, Major Laing had penetrated into that mysterious city, but he had paid for his expedition with his life, and we shall presently relate the touching details of his fatal trip. Cayley had returned to Europe, and brought back with him the curious journal from which our narrative is taken. It is true his profession of the Mohammedan faith had prevented him from taking astronomical observations, and from making sketches and notes freely, but only at the price of his seeming apostasy could he have passed through the region where the very name of a Christian is held in abhorrence. How many strange observations, how many fresh and exact details, did Cayley add to our knowledge of northwest Africa? It had cost Clapperton 2 journeys to traverse Africa from Tripoli to Benin. Cayley had crossed from Senegal to Morocco in one, but at what a price? How much fatigue, how much suffering, how many privations had the Frenchman endured? Timbuktu was known at last, as well as the new caravan route across the Sahara by way of the oases of Tafilit and El Harib. Was Cayley compensated for his physical and mental sufferings by the aid which the Geographical Society sent to him at once, by the prize of 10,000 francs adjudged to him, by the cross of the Legion of Honor and the fame and glory attached to his name? We suppose he was. He says more than once in his narrative that nothing but his wish to add by his discoveries to the glory of France, his native country, could have sustained him under the trying circumstances and insults to which he was constantly subjected. All honor then to the patient traveller, the sincere patriot, the great discoverer. We have still to speak of the expedition which cost Alexander Gordon Laing his life, but before giving our necessarily brief account, for his journals were all lost, we must say a few words about his early life and an interesting excursion made by him to Timini, Kouren and Sulemana, when he discovered the sources of the Niger. Laing was born in Edinburgh in 1794, entered the English army at the age of 16, and soon distinguished himself. In 1820 he had gained the rank of lieutenant, and was serving as aide-de-camp to Sir Charles Macarthy, then Governor-General of Western Africa. At this time, war was raging between Amara, the Mandingo Olmami, and Sanasi, one of his principal chiefs. Trade had never been very flourishing in Sierra Leone, and this state of things dealt it its death blow. Macarthy, anxious to put matters on a better footing, determined to interfere and bring about a reconciliation between the rival chiefs. He decided on sending an embassy to Cambia, on the borders of the Scarcies, and from thence to Malakuri and the Mandingo camp. The enterprising character, intelligence, and courage of Laing led to his being chosen by the governor as his envoy, and on the 7th January, 1822, he received instructions to report on the manufactures and topography of the provinces mentioned, and to ascertain the feeling of the inhabitants on the abolition of slavery. A first interview with Uredi, leader of the Sulemana troops accompanying the Olmami, proved that the Negroes of the districts under notice had only the vaguest ideas on European civilization, and that they had had but little intercourse with the whites. Every article of our dress, says Laing, was a subject of admiration. Observing me pull off my gloves, Uredi stared, covered his widely opened mouth with his hands, and at length exclaimed, Allah Akbar. He has pulled the skin off his hands. By degrees, and as he became more familiar, he alternately rubbed down Dr. Mackey's hair and mine. Then, indulging himself in a loud laugh, he would exclaim, "They are not men, they are not men." He repeatedly asked my interpreter if we had bones. These preliminary excursions, during which Laing ascertained that many Sulemanas owned a good deal of gold and ivory, led to his asking the governor's sanction to explore the districts to the east of the colony, with a view to increasing the trade of Sierra Leone by admitting their productions. Macarthy liked Laing's proposal and submitted it to the council. It was decided that Laing should be authorized to penetrate into Sulemana by the most convenient route for future communications. Laing left Sierra Leone on the 16th April, 1824, and rode up the Roquel River to Rakan, the chief town of Timini. His interview with the king of Rakan was extremely amusing. To do him honor, Laing had a salvo of 10 charges fired as he came into the court in which the reception was to be held. At the noise the king stopped, drew back, darted a furious look at his visitor, and ran away. It was with great difficulty that the cowardly monarch was induced to return. At last he came back, and seating himself with great dignity in his chair of state, he questioned the major. He wished to know, says Laing, why he had been fired at, and was with some difficulty persuaded that it had been done out of honor to him. Why did you point your guns to the ground? That you might see our intention was to show you respect. But the pebbles flew in my face. Why did you not point in the air? Because we feared to burn the thatch on your houses. Well then, give me some rum. Needless to add that the interview became more cordial after the major had complied with this request. The The portrait of the Timony monarch deserves a place in our volume for more than one reason. It is a case of ab uno disse omnes. Bar Simra, to quote Laing again, the principal chief or king of this part of the Timony country is about 90 years of age, with a mottled, shriveled-up skin, resembling in colour that of an alligator more than that of a human being, with dim, greenish eyes, far sunk in his head, and a bleached, twisted beard, hanging down about 2 feet from his chin. Like the king of the opposite district, he wore a necklace of coral and leopard's teeth, but his mantle was brown and dirty as his skin. His swollen legs, like those of an elephant, were to be observed from under his trousers of baft, which might have been originally white, but from the wear of several years had assumed a greenish appearance. Like his predecessors in Africa, Laing had to go through many discussions about the rite of passage through the country and bearers' wages, but thanks to his firmness, he managed to escape the extortions of the Negro kings. The chief halting places on the route taken by the major were Toma, where a white man had never before been seen, Balandico, Rochnik, which he ascertained to be situated in N lat. 8 degrees 30 and W long, 12 degrees 11, Mabimg, beyond a very broad stream flowing north of the Rochelle, and Mayaso, the chief frontier town of Timony. In Timony, Laing made acquaintance with a singular institution, a kind of Freemasonry known as Pura, the existence of which on the borders of the Rio Nunes had been already ascertained by Cayley. Their power, says Laing, supersedes even that of the headmen of the districts, and their deeds of secrecy and darkness are as little called in question or inquired into as those of the Inquisition were in Europe in former years. I have endeavoured in vain to trace the origin or cause of formation of this extraordinary association, and have reason to suppose that it is now unknown to the generality of the Timonese, and may possibly be even so to the Pura themselves, in a country where no traditionary records are extant, either in writing or in song. So far as Laing could ascertain, Timony is divided into 3 districts. The chief of each arrogates to himself the title of king. The soil is fairly productive, and rice, yams, guavas, earth nuts, and bananas might be grown in plenty, but for the lazy, vicious, and avaricious character of the inhabitants who vie with each other in roguery. I think, says Laing, that a few hoes, flails, rakes, shovels, and would be very acceptable to them when their respective uses were practically explained, and that they would prove more beneficial both to their interest and ours than the guns, cocked hats, and mountebank coats with which they are at present supplied. In spite of our traveller's philanthropic wish, things have not changed since his time. The Negroes are just as fond of intoxicating drinks, and their petty kings still go about wearing on grand occasions hats the shape of an accordion, and blue coats with copper buttons, with no shirts underneath. The maternal sentiment did not seem to Laing to be very fully developed amongst the people of Timony, for he was twice roundly abused by women for refusing to buy their children of them. A few days later, there was a great tumult raised against Laing, the white man who had inflicted a fatal blow on the prosperity of the country by checking its trade. The first town entered in Coranco was Maboom, and it is interesting to note en passant what Laing says of the activity of the inhabitants. I entered the town about sunset, and received a first impression highly favourable to its inhabitants, who were returning from their respective labours of the day, every individual bearing about him proofs of his industrious occupation. Some had been engaged in preparing the fields for the crops, which the approaching rains were to mature. Others were penning up cattle, whose sleek sides and good condition denoted the richness of their pasturages. The last clink of the blacksmith's hammer was sounding, the weaver was measuring the quantity of cloth he had woven during the day, and the gorange or worker in leather was tying up his neatly stained pouches, shoes, knife scabbards, and the work of his handicraft, in a large kataku or bag, while the crier at the mosque, with the melancholy call of Allah Akbar, uttered at measured intervals, summoned the devout Moslems to their evening devotions. Had a Maril hat or a Henry Rignault transferred to canvas a scene like this, when the dazzling light of the sun is beginning to die away in green and rose tints, might he not aptly name his painting the Retour des Champs, a title so often given to landscapes in our misty climate? This scene, adds Laing, both by its nature and the sentiment which it inspired, formed an agreeable contrast with the noise, confusion, and the dissipation which pervaded a Timony town at the same hour. But one must not trust too much to appearances, and I regret to add that the subsequent conduct of the Coranco natives did not confirm the good opinion which I had formed of them. The traveller now passed through Kufula, where he was very kindly received, crossed a pleasant undulating district shut in by the Coranco hills, and halted at Simra, where the chief ordered his giriot, to celebrate in song the arrival of his guest, a welcome neutralized by the fact that the house assigned to Laing let in the rain through its leaky roof, and would not let out the smoke, so that, to use his own words, he was more like a chimney sweeper than the white guest of the king of Cymra. Laing afterwards visited the source of the Tongolel, a tributary of the Rokel, and then left Korenko to enter Sulemana. Korenko, into which our traveller did not penetrate beyond the frontier, is of vast extent and divided into a great number of small states. The inhabitants resemble the Mandingos in language and costume, but they are neither so well-looking nor so intelligent. They do not profess Mohammedanism and have implicit confidence in their Grigris. They are fairly industrious, they know how to sew and weave. Their chief object of commerce is rosewood or cam, which they send to the coast. The products of the country are much the same as those of Timony. Comia en Lat, 9 degrees 22, is the first town in Sulemana. Laing then visited Semba, a wealthy and populous city, where he was received by a band of musicians, who welcomed him with a deafening if not harmonious flourish of trumpets, and he finally reached Falaba, the capital of the country. The king received Laing with special marks of esteem. He had assembled a large body of troops whom he passed in review, making them execute various maneuvers accompanied by the blowing of trumpets, beating of tambourines, and the playing of violins and other native instruments. This fantasia almost deafened the visitor. Then came a number of Giriots, who sang of the greatness of the king, the happy arrival of the major, with the fortunate results which were to ensue from his visit for the prosperity of the country and the development of commerce. Laing profited by the king's friendliness to ask his permission to visit the sources of the Niger, but was answered by all manner of objections on the score of the danger of the expedition. At last, however, His Majesty yielded to the persuasions of his visitor, telling him that, as his heart panted after the water, he might go to it. The major had not, however, left Falaba 2 hours before the permission was rescinded, and he had to give up an enterprise which had justly appeared to him of great importance. A few days later he obtained leave to visit the source of the Rokel or Sale Congo, a river of which nothing was known before his time beyond Rocken. From the summit of a lofty rock, Laing saw Mount Loma, the highest of the chain of which it forms part. The point, says the traveller, from which the Niger issues was now shown to me, and appeared to be at the same level on which I stood, viz. 1,600 feet above the level of the Atlantic, the source of the Rokel, which I had already measured, being 1,470 feet. The view from this hill amply compensated for my lacerated feet, having ascertained correctly the situation of Concodugo, and that of the hill upon which I was at this time, the first by observation and the second by account, and having taken the bearings of Loma from both, I cannot err much in laying down its position in 9 degrees 25, N and degrees 45, W. Laing saw Mount Loma. Laing saw Mount Loma. Laing had now spent 3 months in Sulemana, and had made many excursions. It is a very picturesque country, in which alternate hills, valleys, and fertile plains, bordered by woods and adorned with thickets of luxuriant trees. The soil is fertile and requires very little cultivation. The harvests are abundant and rice grows well. Oxen, sheep, goats, and a small species of poultry with a few horses are the chief domestic animals of the people of Sulemana. The wild beasts, of which there are a good many, are elephants, buffaloes, a kind of antelope, monkeys, and leopards. Falaba, which takes its name from the Falaba River on which it is situated, is about 1.5 miles long by 1 broad. The houses are closer together than in most African towns, and it contains some 6,000 inhabitants. Its position as a fortified town is well chosen. Built on an eminence in the centre of a plain which is under water in the rainy season, it is surrounded by a very strong wooden palisade, proof against every engine of war except artillery. Strange to say, in Sulemana the occupations of men and women seem to be reversed. The latter work in the fields except at seed time and harvest, build the houses, act as masons, barbers, and surgeons, whilst the men attend to the dairy, milk the cows, sew and wash the linen. On the 17th September, Laing started on his return journey to Sierra Leone bearing presents from the king, and escorted for several miles by a vast crowd. He finally reached the English colony in safety. Laing's trip through Timony, Koranko, and Sulemana was not without importance. It opened up districts hitherto unknown to Europeans, and introduced us to the manners, occupations, and trade of the people, as well as to the products of the country. At the same time the course was traced, and the source discovered of the Rokel, whilst for the first time definite information was obtained as to the sources of the Niger. For although our traveller had not actually visited them, he had gone near enough to determine their position approximately. The results obtained by laying on this journey only fired his ambition for further discoveries. He, therefore, determined to make his way to Timbuktu. On the 17th June, 1825, he embarked at Malta for Tripoli, where he joined a caravan with which Hatita, the Tuareg chief who had made such friends with Lion, was also travelling as far as Got. After 2 months' halt at Ghadames, laying again started in October and reached Insala, which he places a good deal further west than his predecessors had done. Here he remained from November 1825 to January 1826, and then made his way to the Wadi Got, intending to go from thence at once to Timbuktu, making a tour of Lake Jenne or Debi, visiting the Meli country and tracing the Niger to its mouth. He would then have retraced his steps as far as Sakatu, visited Lake Tichad and attempted to reach the hill. Outside Got, the caravan with which Lane was travelling was attacked, some say by Tuaregs, others by Berber Arabs, a tribe living near the Niger. Lane, says Cayley, who got his information at Timbuktu, was recognized as a Christian and horribly ill-treated. He was beaten with a stick until he was left for dead. I suppose that the other Christian whom they told me was beaten to death was one of the major's servants. The Moors of Lane's caravan picked him up, and succeeded by dint of great care in recalling him to life. So soon as he regained consciousness, he was placed on his camel, to which he had to be tied. He was too weak to be able to sit up. The robbers had left him nothing, the greater part of his baggage had been rifled. Lane arrived at Timbuktu on the 18th August, 1826 and recovered from his wounds. His convalescence was slow, but he was fortunately spared the extortions of the natives, owing to the letters of introduction he had brought with him from Tripoli and to the sedulous care of his host, a native of that city. According to Cayley, who quotes this remarkable fact from an old native, Lane retained his European costume, and gave out that he had been sent by his master, the King of England, to visit Timbuktu and describe the wonders it contained. It appears, adds the French traveller, that Lane drew the plan of the city in public, for the same Moor told me in his naive and expressive language that he had written the town and everything in it. After a careful examination of Timbuktu, Lane, who had good reason to fear the Tuaregs, paid a visit by night to Cabra and looked down on the waters of the Niger. Instead of returning to Europe by way of the Great Desert, he was very anxious to go past Jenne and Sigo to the French settlements in Senegal, but at the first hint of his purpose to the foolers who crowded to stare at him, he was told that a Nazarene could not possibly be allowed to set foot in their country, and that if he dared attempt it they would make him repent it. Lane was, therefore, driven to go by way of El Arawan, where he hoped to join a caravan of Moorish merchants taking salt to Sansending. But 5 days after he left Timbuktu, his caravan was joined by a fanatic sheikh, named Hamdud Habib, chief of the Zawat tribe, and Lane was at once arrested under pretense of his having entered their country without authorization. The major, being urged to profess Mohammedanism, refused, preferring death to apostasy. A discussion then took place between the sheikh and his hired assassins as to how the victim should be put to death, and finally Lane was strangled by 2 slaves. His body was left unburied in the desert. This was all Cayley was able to find out when he visited Timbuktu, but 1 year after Major Lane's death. We have supplemented his accounts by a few details gathered from the reports of the Royal Geographical Society, for the traveller's journal and the notes he took are alike lost to us. We have already told how Lane managed to fix pretty accurately the position of the sources of the Niger. We have also described the efforts made by Mungo Park and Clapperton to trace the middle portion of the course of that river. We have now to narrate the journeys made in order to examine its mouth and the lower part of its course. The earliest and most successful was that of Richard Lander, formerly Clapperton's servant. Richard Lander and his brother John proposed to the English government that they should be sent to explore the Niger to its mouth. Their offer was accepted, and they embarked on a government vessel for Badagry, where they arrived on the 19th March, 1830. The king of the country, Aduli, of whom Richard Lander retained a friendly remembrance, was in low spirits. His town had just been burnt, his generals and his best soldiers had perished in a battle with the people of Lagos, and he himself had had a narrow escape when his house and all his treasures were destroyed by fire. He determined to retrieve his losses, and to do so at the expense of the travellers, who could not get permission to penetrate into the interior of the country, until they had been robbed of their most valuable merchandise, and compelled to sign drafts in payment for a gunboat with 100 men, for 2 puncheons of rum, 20 barrels of powder, and a large quantity of merchandise, which they knew perfectly well would never be delivered by this monarch, who was as greedy of gain as he was drunken. As a matter of course, the natives followed the example of their chief, vied with him in selfishness, greed, and meanness, regarded the English as fair spoil, and fleeced them on every opportunity. At last, on the 31st March, Richard and John Lander succeeded in getting away from Badagry, and preceded by an escort sent in advance by the king, arrived at Katanga on the 13th May, having halted by the way at Wow, a good-sized town Biji where Pierce and Morrison had been taken ill. Jene Chow Ega, all towns visited by Clapperton and Gua, where Pierce died. Asinara, the first walled city they saw. Bohu, formerly capital of Yariba, Jaguta, Liaguada and Icho, where there is a famous market. Lower course of the Niger after Lander. At Katanga, according to custom, the travellers halted under a tree before they were received by the king, but being tired of waiting, they presently went to the residence of Ebo, the chief eunuch, and the most influential man about the person of the sovereign. A diabolical noise of cymbals, trumpets and drums, all played together, announced the approach of the white men, and Mansala, the king, gave them a most hearty welcome, ordering Ebo to behead everyone who should molest them. The Landers, fearful of being detained by Mansala until the rainy season, acted on Ebo's advice, and said nothing about the Niger, but merely spoke of the death of their fellow countryman at Bausa 20 years before, adding that the King of England had sent them to the Sultan of Yayuri to recover his papers. Although Mansala did not treat the brothers Lander quite as graciously as he had treated Clapperton, he allowed them to go 8 days after their arrival. Of the many details given in the original account of the Landers' journey, of Katanga and the province of Yariba, we will only quote the following. Katanga has by no means answered the expectations we had been led to form of it, either as regards its prosperity or the number of its inhabitants. The vast plain on which it stands, although exceedingly fine, yields in verdure and fertility, and simple beauty of appearance, to the delightful country surrounding the less celebrated city of Bohu. Its market is tolerably well supplied with provisions, which are, however, exceedingly dear, insomuch that, with the exception of disgusting insects, reptiles, and vermin, the lower classes of the people are almost unacquainted with the taste of animal food. Mansala's carelessness and the imbecile cowardice of his subjects had enabled the Felatas to establish themselves in Yariba, to entrench themselves in its fortified towns, and to obtain the recognition of their independence, until they became sufficiently strong to assume an absolute sovereignty over the whole country. From Katanga the Landers travelled to Borgu by way of Atupa, Bumbum, a town much frequented by the merchants of Hausa, Borgu, and other provinces trading with Ganya, Kishi, on the frontiers of Yariba, and Mausa, on the river of the same name, beyond which they were met by an escort sent to join them by the Sultan of Borgu. Sultan Yaro received them with many expressions of pleasure and kindness, showing special delight at seeing Richard Lander again. Although he was a convert to Mohammedanism, Yaro evidently put more faith in the superstitions of his forefathers than in his new creed. Fetishes and grygris were hung over his door, and in one of his huts there was a square stool, supported on 2 sides by 4 little wooden effigies of men. The character, manners, and costumes of the people of Borgu differ essentially from those of the natives of Yariba. Perhaps no 2 people in the universe residing so near each other, says the narrative, differ more widely than the natives of Yariba and Borgu. The former are perpetually engaged in trading with each other from town to town, the latter never quit their towns except in case of war, or when engaged in predatory excursions. The former are pusillanimous and cowardly, the latter are bold and courageous, full of spirit and energy, and never seem happier than when engaged in martial exercises. The former are generally mild, unassuming, humble and honest, but cold and passionless. The latter are proud and haughty, too vain to be civil and too shrewd to be honest, yet they appear to understand somewhat of the nature of love and the social affections, are warm in their attachments and keen in their resentments. On the 17th June, our travellers at last came in sight of the city of Bausa. Great was their surprise at finding that town on the mainland, and not, as Clapperton had said, on an island in the Niger. They entered Bausa by the western gate, and were almost immediately introduced to the presence of the king and of the Midiki or queen, who told them that they had both that very morning shed tears over the fate of Clapperton. The Niger or Kora, which flows below the city, was the first object of interest visited by the brothers. This morning, writes the traveller, we visited the far-famed Niger or Kora, which flows by the city about a mile from our residence, and were greatly disappointed at the appearance of this celebrated river. Bleak, rugged rocks rose abruptly from the centre of the stream, causing strong ripples and eddies on its surface. It is said that, a few miles above Bausa, the river is divided into 3 branches by 2 small, fertile islands, and that it flows from hence in one continued stream to Funda. The Niger here, in its widest part, is not more than a stone's throw across at present. The rock on which we sat overlooks the spot where Mr. Park and his associates met their unhappy fate. Richard Lander made his preliminary inquiries respecting the books and papers belonging to Mungo Park's expedition with great caution, but presently, reassured by the Sultan's kindness, he determined to question him as to the fate of the explorer. Yarrow was, however, too young at the time of the catastrophe to be able to remember what had occurred. It had taken place 2 reigns back, but he promised to have a search instituted for relics of the illustrious traveller. In the afternoon, says Richard Lander, the king came to see us, followed by a man with a book under his arm, which was said to have been picked up in the Niger after the loss of our countrymen. It was enveloped in a large cotton cloth, and our hearts beat high with expectation as the man was slowly unfolding it, for by its size we guessed it to be Mr. Park's journal. But our disappointment and chagrin were great when, on opening the book, we discovered it to be an old nautical publication of the last century. There was then no further hope of recovering Park's journal. On the 23rd June the Landers left Bausa, filled with gratitude to the king, who had given them valuable presents, and warned them to accept no food, lest it should be poisoned, from any but the governors of the places they should pass through. They travelled alongside of the Niger as far as Kagoji, where they embarked in a wretched native canoe, whilst their horses were sent on by land to Yeeri. We had proceeded only a few hundred yards, says Richard Lander, when the river gradually widened to 2 miles, and continued as far as the eye could reach. It looked very much like an artificial canal, the steep banks confining the water like low walls, with vegetation beyond. In most places the water was extremely shallow, but in others it was deep enough to float a frigate. During the first 2 hours of the day the scenery was as interesting and picturesque as can be imagined. The banks were literally covered with hamlets and villages. Fine trees, bending under the weight of their dark and impenetrable foliage, everywhere relieved the eye from the glare of the sun's rays, and contrasted with the lively verdure of the little hills and plains produced the most pleasing effect. All of a sudden came a total change of scene. To the banks of dark earth, clay or sand, succeeded black rugged rocks, and that wide mirror which reflected the skies was divided into 1,000 little channels by great sandbanks. A little further on the stream was barred by a wall of black rocks, with a single narrow opening, through which its waters rushed furiously down. At this place there is a portage, above which the Niger flows on, restored to its former breadth, repose and grandeur. After 3 days' navigation, the Landers reached a village, where they found horses and men waiting for them, and whence they quickly made their way through a continuously hilly country to the town of Yeeri, where they were welcomed by the Sultan, a stout, dirty, slovenly man who received them in a kind of farmyard cleanly kept. The Sultan, who was disappointed that Clapperton had not visited him, and that Richard Lander had omitted to pay his respects on his return journey, was very exacting to his present guests. He would give them none of the provisions they wanted, and did all he could to detain them as long as possible. We may add that food was very dear at Yeeri, and that Richard Lander had no merchandise for barter except a quantity of white sharps, warranted not to cut in the eye, for the very good reason, he tells us, that most of them had no eyes at all, so that they were all but worthless. They were able, however, to turn to account some empty tins which had contained soups. The labels, although dirty and tarnished, were much admired by the natives, one of whom strutted proudly about for some days wearing an empty tin on his head, bearing 4 labels of concentrated essence of meat. The Sultan would not permit the Englishmen to enter Nif or Bornu, and told them there was nothing for them but to go back to Bausa. Richard Lander at once wrote to the king of that town, asking permission to buy a canoe in which to go to Funda, as the road by land was infested by plundering fellators. At last, on the 26th July, a messenger arrived from the king of Bausa to inquire into the strange conduct of the Sultan of Yeeri, and the cause of his detention of the white men. After an imprisonment of 5 weeks, the Landers were at last allowed to leave Yeeri, which was now almost entirely inundated. The explorers now ascended the Niger to the confluence of the Cubby, and then went down it again to Bausa, where the king, who was glad to see them again, received them with the utmost cordiality. They were, however, detained longer than they liked by the necessity of paying a visit to the king of Wow, as well as by the difficulty of getting a boat. Moreover, there was some delay in the return of the messengers, who had been sent by the king of Bausa to the different chiefs on the banks of the river. And lastly, Biken Roi, the dark water, had to be consulted in order to ensure the safety of the travellers in their journey to the sea. On taking leave of the king, the brothers were at a loss to express their gratitude for his kindness and hospitality, his zeal in their cause, and the protection he was ever ready to extend during their stay of nearly 2 months in his capital. The natives showed great regret at losing their visitors, and knelt in the path of the brothers, praying with uplifted hands to their gods on their behalf. Now began the descent of the Niger. A halt had to be made at the island of Melili, whose chief begged the white men to accept a very fine kid. We may be sure they were too polite to refuse it. The landers next passed the large town of Kangi, the Songa of Clapperton, and then Ingwazaliji, the rendezvous of merchants travelling between Noof and the districts northeast of Borgu. Below Ingwazaliji they halted at Patashi, a large fertile island of great beauty, planted with palm groves and magnificent trees. As this place was not far from Wow, Richard Lander sent a message to the king of that town, who, however, declined to deliver the canoe which had been purchased of him. The messenger failing in his purpose, the brothers were compelled themselves to visit the king, but as they expected, they got only evasive answers. They had now no choice if they wished to continue their journey, but to make off with the canoes which had been lent them at Patashi. On the 4th October, after further delays, they resumed their course, and being carried down by the current, were soon out of sight of Lever or Leaba, and its wretched inhabitants. The first town the brothers came to was Bajibo, a large and spacious city, which for dirt, noise, and confusion could not be surpassed. Next came Lichi, inhabited by Noof people, and the island of Madge, where the Niger divides into 3 parts. Just beyond, the travellers suddenly found themselves opposite a remarkable rock, 280 feet high, called Mount Kessa, which rises perpendicularly from the centre of the stream. This rock is greatly venerated by the natives, who believe it to be the favourite home of a beneficent genius. Mount Kessa. Mount Kessa. Facsimile of early engraving. At Beli, a little above Rabba, the brothers received a visit from the king of the dark waters, chief of the island of Zagoshi, who appeared in a canoe of great length and unusual cleanliness, decked with scarlet cloth and gold lace. On the same day they reached the town of Zagoshi, opposite Rabba, and the second Felata town beyond Sakatu. Malam Dendo, chief of Zagoshi, was a cousin of Bello. He was a blind and very feeble old man in very bad health, who knew he had but a few years longer to reign, and his one thought was how best to secure the throne to his son. Although he had received very costly presents, Malam Dendo was anything but satisfied, and declared that if the travellers did not make him other and more valuable gifts, he would require their guns, pistols, and powder, before he allowed them to leave Zagoshi. Richard Lander did not know what to do, when the gift of the tobe or robe of Mungo Park, which had been restored by the king of Bausa, threw Malam Dendo into such ecstasies of joy that he declared himself the protector of the Europeans, promised to do all he could to help them to reach the sea, made them a present of several richly coloured plated mats, 2 bags of rice, and a bunch of bananas. These stores came just in time, for the whole stock of cloth, looking-glasses, razors, and pipes was exhausted, and the English had nothing left but a few needles and some silver bracelets as presents for the chiefs on the banks of the Niger. Rabba, says Lander, seen from Zagoshi, appears to be a large, compact, clean, and well-built town, though it is unwalled and is not otherwise fenced. It is irregularly built on the slope of a gently rising hill, at the foot of which runs the Niger, and in point of rank, population, and wealth, it is the second city in the Felata dominions, Sakatu alone being considered as its superior. It is inhabited by a mixed population of Felatas, Nifians, and emigrants and slaves from various countries, and is governed by a ruler who exercises sovereign authority over Rabba and its dependencies, and is styled Sultan or King. Rabba is famous for milk, oil, and honey. The market, when our messengers were there, appeared to be well supplied with bullocks, horses, mules, asses, sheep, goats, and abundance of poultry, rice and various sorts of corn, cotton cloth, indigo, saddles and bridles made of red and yellow leather, besides shoes, boots, and sandals, were offered for sale in great plenty. Although we observed about 200 slaves for sale, none had been disposed of when we left the market in the evening. Rabba is not very famous for the number or variety of its artificers, and yet in the manufacture of mats and sandals it is unrivaled. However, in all other handicrafts, Rabba yields to Zagoshi. The industry and love of labor displayed by the people of the latter town were an agreeable surprise in this lazy country. Its inhabitants, who are hospitable and obliging, are protected by the situation of their island against the Felatas. They are independent too, and recognize no authority but that of the king of the dark waters, whom they obey because it is to their interest to do so. On the 16th October, the landers at last started in a wretched canoe, for which the king had made them pay a high price, with paddles they had stolen, because no one would sell them any. This was the first time they had been able to embark on the Niger without help from the natives. They went down the river, whose width varies greatly, avoiding large towns as much as possible, for they had no means of satisfying the extortions of the chiefs. No incident of note occurred before Ega was reached, if we except a terrible storm which overtook the travellers when, unable to land in the marshes bordering the river, they had allowed their boat to drift with the current, and during which they were all but upset by the hippopotam playing about on the surface of the water. All this time the Niger flowed in an ESE direction, now 8, now only 2 miles in width. The current was so rapid that the boat went at the rate of 4 or 5 miles an hour. They were all but upset. On the 19th October the landers passed the mouth of the Caledonia, which Richard had crossed near Cutup on his first expedition, and a little later they came in sight of Ega. The landing place was soon reached by way of a bay encumbered with an immense number of large and heavy canoes full of merchandise, with the prows daubed with blood, and covered with feathers, as charms against thieves. The chief, to whom the travellers were at once conducted, was an old man with a long white beard, whose appearance would have been venerable and patriarchal had he not laughed and played in quite a childish manner. The natives assembled in hundreds to see the strange-looking visitors, and the latter had to place 3 men as sentinels outside their door to keep the curious at a distance. Square stool belonging to the King of Bornu. Facsimile of early engraving. Lander says that Benin and Portuguese cloths are sold at Ega by many of its inhabitants, so that it would appear that some kind of communication is kept up between the sea coast and this place. The people are very speculative and enterprising, and numbers of them employ all their time solely in trading up and down the Niger. They live entirely in their canoes, over which they have a shed, that answers completely every purpose for which it is intended, so that in their constant peregrinations they have no need of any other dwelling or shelter than that which their canoes afford them. Their belief, says Lander, that we possessed the power of doing anything we wished was at first amusing enough, but their importunities went so far that they became annoying. They applied to us for charms to avert wars and other national calamities, to make them rich, to prevent the crocodiles from carrying off the people, and for the chief of the fishermen to catch a canoe-load of fish every day, each request being accompanied with some sort of present, such as country beer, goronuts, coconuts, lemons, yams, rice, and sea, in quantity proportionate to the value of their request. The curiosity of the people to see us is so intense that we dare not stir out of doors, and therefore we are compelled to keep our door open all day long for the benefit of the air, and the only exercise which we can take is by walking round and round our hut like wild beasts in a cage. The people stand gazing at us with visible emotions of amazement and terror. We are regarded, in fact, in just the same light as the fiercest tigers in Europe. If we venture to approach too near the doorway, they rush backwards in a state of the greatest alarm and trepidation, but when we are at the opposite side of the hut they draw as near as their fears will permit them, in silence and caution. Ega is a town of vast extent, and its population must be immense. Like all the towns on the banks of the Niger, it is inundated every year. We can but conclude that the natives have their own reasons for building their houses in situations which, in our eyes, are alike so inconvenient and unhealthy. Perhaps it may be because the soil of the surrounding districts consists of a black, greasy mould of extraordinary fertility, supplying all the necessaries of life at the cost of very little trouble. Although the king of Ega looked more than 100 years old, he was very gay and light-hearted. The chief people of the town met in his hut and spent whole days in conversation. This company of greybeards, for they are all old, laugh so heartily at the sprightliness of their own wit, that it is an invariable practice, when anyone passes by, to stop and listen outside, and they add to their noisy merriment so much good will, that we hear nothing from the hut in which the aged group are revelling during the day but loud peals of laughter and shouts of applause. One day the old chief wished to show off his accomplishments of singing and dancing, expecting to astonish his visitors. He frisked, says Lander, beneath the burden of 50, and shaking his hoary locks, capered over the ground to the manifest delight of the bystanders, whose plaudits, though confined, as they always are, to laughter, yet tickled the old man's fancy to that degree that he was unable to keep up his dance any longer without the aid of a crutch. With its assistance he hobbled on a little while, but his strength failed him. He was constrained for the time to give over, and he set himself down at our side on the threshold of the hut. He would not acknowledge his weakness to us for the world, but endeavoured to pant silently, and suppress loud breathings that we might not hear him. How ridiculous, yet how natural, is this vanity! He made other unavailing attempts to dance, and also made an attempt to sing, but nature would not second his efforts, and his weak piping voice was scarcely audible. The singers, dancers, and musicians continued their noisy mirth, till we were weary of looking at and listening to them, and as bedtime was drawing near, we desired them to depart, to the infinite regret of the frivolous but merry old chief. Malamdendo, however, tried to dissuade the English from continuing the descent of the river. Ega, he said, was the last Noof town. The power of the Fellaters extended no further, and between it and the sea dwelt none but savage and barbarous races, always at war with each other. These rumours and the stories told by the natives to the landers people of the danger they would run of being murdered or sold as slaves so terrified the latter, that they refused to embark, declaring their intention of going back to Cape Coast Castle by the way that they came. Thanks to the firmness of the brothers, this mutiny was quelled, and on the 22nd October the explorers left Ega, firing a parting salute of 3 musket shots. A few miles further down, a seagull flew over their heads, a sure sign that they were approaching the sea, and with it appeared all but certain the end of their wearisome journey. Several small and wretched villages, half under water, and a large town at the foot of a mountain, which looked ready to overwhelm it, the name of which the travellers could not learn, were passed in succession. They met a great number of canoes built like those on the Barney and Calabar rivers. The crews stared in astonishment at the white men whom they dared not address. The low marshy banks of the Niger were now gradually exchanged for loftier, richer, and more fertile districts. Kakunda, where the people of Ega had recommended Lander to halt, is on the western bank of the river. From a distance its appearance is singularly picturesque. The natives were at first alarmed at the appearance of the travellers. An old Malam, acting as Mohammedan priest and schoolmaster, took them under his protection, and, thanks to him, the brothers received a warm welcome in the capital of the independent kingdom of Noof. The information collected in this town, or rather in this group of 4 villages, coincided with that obtained at Ega. Richard Lander therefore resolved to make the rest of the voyage by night, and to load his 4 remaining guns and 2 pistols with balls and shot. To the great astonishment of the natives, who could not understand such contempt of danger, the explorers left Kakunda with 3 loud cheers, committing their cause to the hands of God. They passed several important towns which they avoided. The river now wound a great deal, flowing from the south to southeast, and then to the southwest between lofty hills. On the 25th October, the English found themselves opposite the mouth of a large river. It was the Tichada or Benue. At its junction with the Niger is an important town called Kutum Curafi. After a narrow escape from being swallowed up in a whirlpool and crushed against the rocks, Lander, having found a suitable spot showing signs of habitation, determined to land. That this place had been visited a little time previously was proved by 2 burnt-out fires with some broken calabashes, fragments of earthenware vessels, cocoanut shells, staves of powder barrels, and which the travellers picked up with some emotion, for they proved that the natives had had dealings with Europeans. Some women ran away out of a village which 3 of Lander's men entered with a view to get the materials for a fire. The exhausted explorers were resting on mats when they were suddenly surrounded by a crowd of half-naked men armed with guns, bows and arrows, cutlasses, iron barbs and spears. The coolness and presence of mind of the brothers alone averted a struggle, the issue of which could not be dubious. As we approached, says Lander, we made all the signs and motions we could with our arms to deter the chief and his people from firing on us. His quiver was dangling at his side, his bow was bent, and an arrow which was pointed at our breasts already trembled on the string when we were within a few yards of his person. This was a highly critical moment, the next might be our last, but the hand of Providence averted the blow, for just as the chief was about to pull the fatal cord, A man that was nearest him rushed forward and stayed his arm. At that instant we stood before him and immediately held forth our hands. All of them trembled like aspen leaves. The chief looked up full in our faces, kneeling on the ground. Light seemed to flash from his dark, rolling eyes. His body was convulsed all over as though he were enduring the utmost torture, and with a timorous yet undefinable expression of countenance, in which all the passions of our nature were strangely blended, he drooped his head eagerly, grasped our proffered hands, and burst into tears. This was a sign of friendship. Harmony followed, and war and bloodshed were thought of no more. It was happy for us that our white faces and calm behavior produced the effect it did on these people. In another minute our bodies would have been as full of arrows as a porcupine's is full of quills. "I thought you were children of heaven fallen from the skies," said the chief, in explanation of this sudden change. This scene took place in the famous market town of Bakwa, of which the travellers had so often heard, whither the people come up from the coast to exchange the merchandise of the whites for slaves brought in large numbers from Funda, on the opposite bank. The information obtained at Bakwa was most satisfactory. The sea was only 10 days' journey off. There was no danger in going down the river, the chief said, though the people on the banks were a bad lot. Following the advice of this chief, the travellers passed the fine town of Atar without stopping, and halted at Abagaka, where the river divides into several branches, and whose chief showed insatiable greed, refusing to halt at several villages, whose inhabitants begged for a sight of the white strangers. They were finally obliged to land at the village of Damugo, where a little man wearing a waistcoat which had once formed part of a uniform hailed them in English, crying out, "Halloa ho, you English, come here." He was an emissary from the king of Barney come to buy slaves for the master. The chief of Damugo, who had never before seen white men, received the explorers very kindly, held public rejoicings in their honor, and detained them with constant fetes until the 4th November. Although the fetish consulted by him presaged that they would meet with 1,000 dangers before reaching the sea, this monarch supplied them with an extra canoe, some rowers, and a guide. Map of the lower course of the Jaliba, Kwara or Niger. Grave Pa e Morio. The sinister predictions of the fetish were soon fulfilled. John and Richard Lander were embarked in different boats. As they passed a large town called Curry, they were stopped by war canoes, each containing 40 men wearing European clothes, minus the trousers. Each canoe carried what at first sight appeared to be the Union Jack flying from a long bamboo cane fixed in the stern. A 4 or 6 pounder was lashed to each prow, and every black sailor was provided with a musket. The two brothers were taken to Curry, where a palaver was held upon their fate. Fortunately, the Malams or Mohammedan priests interfered in their favor, and some of their property was restored to them, but the best part had gone to the bottom of the river with John Lander's canoe. "To my great satisfaction," says Lander, "I immediately recognized the box containing our books and one of my brother's journals. The medicine chest was by its side, but both were filled with water. A large carpet bag containing all our wearing apparel was lying cut open, and deprived of its contents, with the exception of a shirt, a pair of trousers, and a waistcoat. Many valuable articles which it had contained were gone. The whole of my journal, with the exception of a notebook with remarks from Rabba to this place, was lost. 4 guns, one of which had been the property of the late Mr. Park, 4 cutlasses and 2 pistols were gone. 9 elephants' tusks, the finest I had seen in the country, which had been given us by the kings of Wow Wow and Bausa. A quantity of ostrich feathers, some handsome leopard skins, a great variety of seeds, all our buttons, carries, and needles, which were necessary for us to purchase provisions with, all were missing, and said to have been sunk in the river. This was like going down in port, after crossing Africa from Badagry to Bausa, escaping all the dangers of navigating the Niger, getting free from the hands of so many rapacious chiefs, to be shipwrecked 6 days' journey from the sea, to be made slaves of or condemned to death, just on the eve of making known to Europe the results of so many sufferings endured, so many dangers escaped, so many obstacles happily surmounted, to have traced the course of the Niger from Bausa, to be on the point of determining the exact position of its mouth, and then to find themselves stopped by wretched pirates was really too much, and bitter indeed were the reflections of the brothers during the interminable palaver upon their fate. Although their stolen property was partially restored to them, and the Negro who had begun the attack upon them was condemned to be beheaded, the brothers were none the less regarded as prisoners, and they were marched off to Obi, king of the country, who would decide what was to be done with them. It was evident that the robbers were not natives of the country, but had only entered it with a view to pillage. They probably counted on trading in 2 or 3 such market towns as curry if they did not meet with any boats, but such as were too strong to be plundered. For the rest, all the tribes of this part of the Niger seemed to be at daggers drawn with each other, and the trade in provisions was carried on under arms. After 2 days' row the canoes came in sight of Ibo, at a spot where the stream divides into 3 rivers of great width, with marshy level banks covered with palm trees. An hour later one of the boatmen, a native of Ibo, cried, "There is my country." Here fresh difficulties awaited the travellers. Obi, king of Ibo, a young man with a refined and intelligent countenance, received the white men with cordiality. His dress, which reminded his visitors of that of the king of Yariba, was adorned with such a quantity of coral that he might have been called the Coral King. Obi seemed to be affected by the account the English gave of the struggle in which they had lost all their merchandise, but the aid he gave them was by no means proportioned to the warmth of the sentiments which he expressed. Indeed, he let them all but die of hunger. The Ibo people, says the narrative, like most Africans, are extremely indolent, and cultivate yams, Indian corn and plantains only. They have abundance of goats and fowls, but few sheep are to be seen and no bullocks. The city, which has no other name than the Ibo country, is situated on an open plain. It is immensely large, contains a vast population, and is the capital of a kingdom of the same name. It has, for a series of years, been the principal slave mart for native traders from the coast, between the Bani and Old Calabar rivers, and for the production of its palm oil, it has obtained equal celebrity. Hundreds of men from the rivers mentioned above come up for the purpose of trade, and numbers of them are at present residing in canoes in front of the town. Most of the oil purchased by Englishmen at the Bani and adjacent rivers is brought from thence, as are nearly all the slaves which are annually exported from those places by the French, Spaniards and Portuguese. It has been told us by many that the Ibo people are confirmed anthropophagy, and this opinion is more prevalent among the tribes bordering on that kingdom than with the natives of more remote districts. From what the travellers could learn, it was pretty certain that Obi would not let them go without exacting a considerable ransom. He may doubtless have been driven to this by the importunity of his favourites, but it was more likely the result of the greed of the people of Bani and Brass, who quarrelled as to which tribe should carry off the English to their country. A son of the chief of Bani, King Pepper, a native named Gun, brother of King Boy, and their father King Forde, who with King Jacket governed the whole of the Brass country, were the most eager in their demands, and produced as proofs of their honourable intentions the testimonials given to them by the European captains with whom they had business relations. One of these documents, signed James Dow, captain of the brig Susan of Liverpool, and dated from the most important river of the Brass country, September 1830, ran thus. Captain Dow states that he never met with a set of greater scoundrels than the natives generally, and the pilots in particular. It goes on in a similar strain, heaping curses upon the natives, and charging them with having endeavoured to wreck Dow's vessel at the mouth of the river, with a view to dividing his property amongst them. King Jacket was designated as an errant rogue and a desperate thief. Boy was the only one of common honesty or trustworthiness. After an endless palaver, Obi declared that according to the laws and customs of the country, he had a right to look upon the landers and their people as his property, but that, not wishing to abuse his privileges, he would set them free in exchange for the value of 20 slaves in English merchandise. This decision, which Richard Lander tried in vain to shake, plunged the brothers into the depths of despair, a state of mind soon succeeded by an apathy and indifference so complete that they could not have made the faintest effort to recover their liberty. Add to these mental sufferings the physical weakness to which they were reduced by want of food, and we shall have some idea of their state of prostration. Without resources of any kind, robbed of their needles, cowries, and merchandise, they were reduced to the sad necessity of begging their bread. But we might as well have addressed our petitions to the stones or trees, says Lander. We might have spared ourselves the mortification of a refusal. We never experienced a more stinging sense of our own humbleness and imbecility than on such occasions, and never had we greater need of patience and lowliness of spirit. In most African towns and villages we have been regarded as demigods, and treated in consequence with universal kindness, civility, and veneration. But here, alas, what a contrast! We are classed with the most degraded and despicable of mankind, and are become slaves in a land of ignorance and barbarism, whose savage natives have treated us with brutality and contempt. It was Boy who finally achieved the rescue of the Landers, for he consented to pay to Obi the ransom he demanded for them and their people. Boy himself was very moderate, asking for nothing in return for his trouble and the risk he ran in taking the white men to Brass, but 15 bars or 15 slaves, and a barrel of rum. Although this demand was exorbitant, Lander did not hesitate to write an order on Richard Lake, captain of an English vessel at anchor in Brass River, for 36 bars. The king's canoe on which the brothers embarked on the 12th November carried 60 persons, 40 of whom were rowers. It was hollowed out of a single tree trunk, measured more than 50 feet long, carried a 4-pounder in the prow, an arsenal of cutlasses and grape shot, and was laden with merchandise of every kind. The vast tracts of cultivated land on either side of the river showed that the population was far more numerous than would have been supposed. The scenery was flat, open, and varied, and the soil, a rich black mold, produced luxuriant trees and green shrubs of every shade. At 7 p.m. on the 11th November, the canoe left the chief branch of the Niger and entered the Brass River. An hour later, Richard Lander recognized with inexpressible delight tidal waves. It was hollowed out of a single tree trunk. A little farther on, Boy's canoe came up with those of Gun and Forday. The latter was a venerable-looking old man, in spite of his wretched semi-European semi-native clothing, and a very strong predilection for rum, of which he consumed a great quantity, although his manners and conversation betrayed no signs of excessive drinking. That was a strange escort which accompanied the 2 Englishmen as far as the town of Brass. The canoes, says Lander, were following each other up the river in tolerable order, each of them displaying 3 flags. In the first was King Boy, standing erect and conspicuous, his headdress of feathers waving with the movements of his body, which had been chalked in various fantastic figures, rendered more distinct by its natural colour. His hands were resting on the barbs of 2 immense spears, which at intervals he darted violently into the bottom of the canoe, as if he were in the act of killing some formidable wild animal under his feet. In the bows of all the other canoes fetish priests were dancing, and performing various extraordinary antics, their persons, as well as those of the people with them, being chalked over in the same manner as that of King Boy. And to crown the whole, Mr. Gunn, the little military gentleman, was most actively employed, his canoe now darting before and now dropping behind the rest, adding not a little to the imposing effect of the whole scene by the repeated discharges of his cannon. Brass consists of 2 towns, one belonging to Forday, the other to King Jacket. The priests performed some curious ceremonies before disembarking, evidently having reference to the whites. Was the result of the consultation of the fetish of the town favourable or not to the visitors? The way the natives treated them would answer that question. Before he set foot on land, Richard Lander, to his great delight, recognized a white man on the banks. He was the captain of a Spanish schooner at anchor in the river. The narrative goes on to say, "Of all the wretched, filthy, and contemptible places in this world of ours, none can present to the eye of a stranger so miserable an appearance, or can offer such disgusting and loathsome sights, as this abominable Brass town. Dogs, goats, and other animals run about the dirty streets half-starved, whose hungry looks can only be exceeded by the famishing appearance of the men, women, and children, which bespeaks the penury and wretchedness to which they are reduced, whilst the persons of many of them are covered with odious boils, and their huts are falling to the ground from neglect and decay.